I simply embarked on a quest to obtain a late-night repast. To my astonishment, I have preserved the most exquisite twin blossoms in the entire institution. My original intention was to provide them with refuge for merely a single night. Yet they weep with sorrow. Brother, we have become wanderers. In this very moment, I have just savored a morsel of roasted kidney. At that moment, having just savored a delectable morsel of roasted kidney, I unexpectedly overheard the celestial youths beside me engrossed in a passionate discourse. Homelessness. Are you alluding to those two enchanting beauties from the twin campus? This morning, I witnessed them dragging their suitcases into an underpass, as though they possessed no place to call home. I find it hard to fathom. The epitome of beauty on campus dwells beneath a bridge. Surely, you jest. Why would I lead you astray? If you harbor suspicions, let us journey together and witness the truth with our own eyes. Let's take a leisurely walk. Ah, the charming beauty of the campus, accompanied by a pair of twins. As they conversed, a lascivious grin gradually adorned the visages of those individuals. As I beheld a number of individuals poised to embark on their motorcycle journeys, an unsettling premonition unexpectedly ignited within my heart. On this late evening, a torrential downpour envelopes the surroundings. If the assertions of a select few hold any truth. Reflecting upon this, I placed the barbecue I held aside, and resolved to accompany them and witness their journey. For otherwise, those two young ladies might truly face adversity. Consequently, I ascended upon my electric scooter, following in the wake of two thunderous motorcycles. 2.5 minutes later, a group of individuals came to a halt beneath the arch of a bridge. I trailed at a significant distance, taking great care not to startle the oblivious. Yet, I quickly came to the realization that this method was flawed. It was in fact my responsibility to rustle the foliage and send them fleeing. As this notion flickered through my mind, a group of vivacious young individuals has embarked on an expedition beneath the bridge. Upon observing this, I promptly emulated the action and stepped inside. Are you quite certain that this is the lamentable location? I'm utterly convinced. I observed them arriving, their suitcases in hand. A faint radiance seemed to beckon in the distance. Upon witnessing the resplendent light in the distance, a multitude of individuals rejoiced with exuberance and hastened towards it, accompanied by the sister. Sister, a glimmer of light beckons from yonder. In this moment, beneath the bridge, Shun Yu-chu and her sister Shun Yue nestled closely. Though clad in numerous layers, they still trembled in the biting cold of the drizzling night. Within the confines of this arching bridge, silence ought to have prevailed. Yet, the abrupt appearance of several beams of light instantly roused Shun Yu-chu's awareness. It was her sister who had first chosen to reside beneath the bridge, and both had made a significant commitment to this choice. They had ventured here solely out of dire necessity, fully cognizant of the lurking perils and the potential of encountering ill-intentioned souls. Consequently, they had also equipped themselves with a knife for the purpose of slicing fruit, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the dawning light evokes a palpable tension within the hearts of the two sisters as they fix their gaze intently upon the horizon. Shun Yue suddenly came to the realization that she had been utilizing a flashlight. Without hesitation, she extended her hand towards the flashlight at her side and extinguished its beam. The light has dissipated. The two sisters became increasingly apprehensive, particularly as those rays of illumination approached ever nearer. In that moment, they could only cling to the hope that there remained an abundance of benevolent souls in this world. Where has the illumination disappeared? Surely, they have unearthed our presence. The group hastened their stride. In but a few steps, they arrived at the spot where Shun Yu-chu and Shun Yue were positioned. They beheld the brilliance of the flashlight that lay before them. As they beheld the luminous beam projected by the flashlight before them, the two sisters, quaking with trepidation, rose to their feet and asked, "What brings you here?" A handful of individuals directed the beam of a flashlight directly at the two figures. The piercing light was extraordinarily dazzling, preventing them from perceiving the earthly features of those ensconced in its glow. Indeed, they are two exquisite beauties. One of them spoke, her voice imbued with jest and playful banter. Beholding the captivating beauty that lay before him, Gao Qiqiang's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Despite his dire circumstances, dwelling beneath a bridge, She radiated an extraordinary beauty, eclipsing the charms of anyone he had ever pursued by an astonishing degree. You are acquainted with us. Shin Yuchu shielded her eyes from the glaring light, longing to distinguish the visages of several figures. Of course, I am well acquainted with her. The campus belle, particularly the twin campus belles who in the nearby schools could possibly be unaware of them, dim the flashlight. The campus beauty can no longer gaze upon my handsome visage. Gao Qiqiang advanced 2 paces forward. As the phone was set aside, Shin Yuchu and Shun Yuwei beheld the countenance of several individuals. Before me stand 4 individuals, each radiating an aura of untamed audacity. Their eyes are heavy with a teasing derision, especially aimed at the one who commands their ensemble. As she beheld the leader of the assembly, Shun Yuchu experienced a fleeting moment of recognition. He was a notorious miscreant from the adjacent vocational institution, infamous for his chronic absences and recurrent entanglements in altercations. A profound sense of despair enveloped her as her hopes dwindled. There were 4 of them, and the mere contemplation of the potential harm they could inflict upon her and her sister was utterly horrifying. She understood that they would be utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Shun, the epitome of beauty within our school, what has befallen you? How have you come to dwell beneath this bridge? On such a tempestuous day, the chill must be biting outside. I can see your form trembling. You must be exceedingly cold. Come, find solace within my embrace. It has warmed my arms. Gao Qiqiang uttered these words, yet his body inclined ever nearer. The 2 sisters, quaking with trepidation, recoiled time and again. My dear brother, I assure you, I am no scoundrel. I shall escort you to a magnificent hotel. How could the enchanting beauty of the campus ever find repose in the hollow of a bridge? Gao Qiqiang uttered these words as he extended his hands to seize the arms of the 2 individuals. The younger siblings lingering behind merely observed with eager anticipation, refraining from advancing. We shall not move forward. We shall not advance further. You are required to leave without delay, or we shall be compelled to notify the authorities. For Gao Qiqiang, the prospect of an alarm evokes no trepidation whatsoever. He has encountered admonitions for his participation in altercations on numerous occasions. Furthermore, in light of the lack of surveillance in the area, his apprehensions are further alleviated. Do not draw near. At that instant, Shun Yuwei unveiled the carefully arranged fruit. The illustrious campus beauty continues to revel in her whimsical antics. As she draws nearer, Gao Qiqiang remains completely unperturbed. Shin Yuchu and her companion found themselves ensnared against the rear wall. At that moment, as Gao Qiqiang's hand extended towards them, as Gao Qiqiang's hand reached out towards the 2 individuals, at long last I have arrived, I proclaimed with a resounding voice. I have reached out to the authorities. Should you choose not to enter, I kindly urge you to depart without delay. Upon observing the approach of others, several individuals swiftly averted their gazes. Observing this, I spoke once more. You may depart now. Upon the arrival of the authorities, I can assert that I misunderstood the circumstances. Otherwise, you are cognizant of the repercussions. Boss, what course of action should we pursue? Noticing my self-assured composure, a junior colleague appeared rather unsettled. Brother Chong, shall we take our leave now? Indeed, Brother Chong. My mother continues to anticipate my return home. Gao Qiqiang emitted a quiet snort, his eyes locked onto mine with unwavering intensity. I met his gaze unflinchingly, devoid of any trepidation. I met his gaze utterly unfazed. These 4 individuals do not elicit my respect in any measure, provided that no weapons are present. I could bring these 4 to their knees in less than 2 minutes. As a child of the streets, I was nurtured within the confines of an orphanage from a tender age. I have weathered innumerable adversities in my relentless quest to secure a livelihood. Upon my initial foray into junior high school, I serendipitously discovered a job opportunity as a sparring partner for martial arts. Although this position was characterized as one of companionship, in truth, it required me to serve as a target for the progeny of affluent families, enduring their blows. In the quest for an extraordinarily high remuneration, I devoted a considerable span of time to rigorous training. Throughout this journey, both my martial prowess and endurance in the face of physical trials were scrupulously refined. As I witnessed the departure of several individuals, my attention shifted towards the 2 young women. Are you both well? I inquired. In that instant, I finally perceived the visage of the two girls, prompting a moment of introspection. Had I not pursued them, the circumstances could have indeed transpired in a way I had foreseen. It is a rarity for any man to withstand the charm of such captivating young women. Even I, upon gazing upon their countenance, experienced an immediate surge of protective instinct. "We are well, thank you," Shen Yue responded softly. At that moment, she still clutched a small object directed at me. Uncertain whether the individual before her was kind-hearted or malicious, she inclined towards the former. She perceived that my gaze was entirely unlike the predatory glances of the ruffians from earlier. "Do you find yourself without any alternative destination? I have taken note of the environment here, and it is indeed quite bleak." A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Both figures bowed their heads, their countenances imbued with a subtle shade of indignation. Suddenly, I perceived that one of the young ladies emitted a gentle sob, her eyes seemingly enveloped in a delicate haze. "Sister." Shen Yue regarded her sister, who was once again on the brink of tears. Gently, she murmured into her ear, "You require time." Shen Yuchu, profoundly distressed, yielded to her tears, though no words fell from her lips. Every nuance of her countenance articulated the profound injustice she harbored within. The deeper my observations delve, the greater my sense of unease becomes. A tempest of thoughts whirls within my consciousness, acknowledging the insufferability of this predicament. What trials have they truly faced to end up beneath this bridge? I direct my gaze towards the belongings strewn upon the earth. Two suitcases, one intricately woven bag. Nothing more. Outside, a soft rain descends. Its melody seemingly amplifying in intensity compared to moments prior. Beneath the bridge, a relentless chill wafts through the air, sending tremors through my being, a man not easily perturbed. At this juncture, I direct my attention towards two young women. They held each other tightly, their bodies quivering from the frigid chill. I find myself questioning whether the two of them can withstand the trials of the night. With this contemplation, I turn to the sisters and address them. "I'm not a villain. What I wish to express is that the circumstances here are profoundly grave. You two young ladies will not be able to endure this place. Furthermore, concerning the ruffians from earlier, I cannot determine whether they have retreated or are concealed above, biding their time. Even in their absence, they are aware of your presence. This evening, I succeeded in driving them away. But what of tomorrow night? Perhaps it would be wise for you to accompany me." Upon hearing this, Shen Yue lifted her gaze, locking her eyes onto mine, which remained strikingly clear. "Shall we accompany him?" Shen Yue harbored a deep-seated apprehension that I might be a malevolent figure. Upon returning home, she and her sister would undoubtedly find themselves vulnerable, akin to defenseless lambs nurturing their young. In this moment, Shun Yuchu too elevated her head in acknowledgement of these words. I maintained my silence, patiently biding my time as I awaited their deliberation. As she gazed into his eyes, a transient thought flitted through Shun Yuchu's mind. I am the elder sister, entrusted with the solemn duty of protecting my younger sibling. Yet, it seemed scarcely conceivable to permit her to dwell beneath the underpass of a bridge. The young man standing before her exuded a charming demeanor, seemingly free of ill intent. Therefore, should it become necessary, she could indeed extend a gesture of goodwill towards him, provided that her sister's safety was assured. No longer requisite. Indeed, two voices harmonized in unison. At once, the eyes of Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue met in a striking convergence. Sister Yu. Shun Yue found herself momentarily speechless. She was perplexed as to why her sister had conceded. I am your sister, you must heed my counsel. But sister, what if he is a scoundrel? Do not preoccupy yourself with the question of his villainy. We cannot linger here indefinitely. Furthermore, the departure of those malevolent figures remains uncertain. Remaining in this place presents a far greater threat to our safety. After listening, Shun Yue countered, Sister, we can discover another underpass. Let's seek one out tomorrow. No, Shun Yuchu resolutely declined. She neither desired nor could permit her sister to reside beneath an underpass alongside her. It was utterly intolerable. At that moment, I found my voice. Do you trust my words? I assure you, I am not of ill character. Furthermore, allow me to share this. I sifted through my phone, retrieving a photograph to display to the two individuals before me. This is my student identification. I am enrolled at Chuanhai University. As she beheld the image of her student ID on her mobile device, Shin Yuchu cast another glance in my direction, further reinforcing the conviction that dwelled within her heart. Shin Yue found himself ensnared in contemplation. He is a scholar at Chuanhai University, an institution that ought to evoke a sense of trust. Indeed, I am but an orphan. In times gone by, I have partaken in deeds of valor. As I speak, I reach for my phone and unveil a photograph alongside the police officer. In my grasp, I also possess a certificate of bravery conferred upon me during my high school years for rescuing a young girl from the clutches of drowning. Upon beholding the certificate, the two sisters shared a glance, their trust in me intensifying profoundly. We shall be by your side. Thank you. In due course, we shall generate the means to repay your kindness. Let us defer that matter for the time being. Let us momentarily set that matter aside. I commence to speak. Let's take our leave. The air is rather frigid here. I implore both of you to exercise caution and steer clear of succumbing to a chill. Upon surveying the scattered belongings upon the earth, I proclaimed, "You both shall carry one suitcase. I will tend to the remainder." As I conversed, I gathered my possessions and made my way outdoors alongside the two young women. I traversed the route she illuminates. Shin Yu-chu, brandishing a flashlight, hastens ahead of me, anxious that I may stray in the enveloping darkness. Thank you. My emotions are quite complex. I find myself pondering the circumstances surrounding the two girls. I brought them home today. What course of action shall I pursue tomorrow? Nevertheless, for the moment, I shall take them home. Once we arrive, I shall seek to understand the situation. Upon reaching our destination, upon my arrival above, I beheld the presence of several ethereal vehicles that continued to linger in that realm. Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue also observed with intrigue, albeit somewhat confounded by the vibrant lights and their inherent nature. I kindly ask you both to take a step back for a moment. In due course, I implore you both to withdraw. I recognize that those individuals have not taken their leave. Instead, they're steadfastly biding their time for their opportunity. Brother Chong, they have come forth. At last, the truth has been unveiled. How dare you mislead me? Gao Chi-chiang, wiping his face to remove the raindrops, advanced towards us with an air of authority, flanked by his retinue. It is indeed them. They have yet to leave. Upon witnessing this, Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue, overwhelmed with apprehension, sought sanctuary behind me. I swiftly offered my reassurance, saying, "Fear not. You both remain back there. Let us inform the authorities. They are disruptive students from the adjacent vocational institution, often embroiled in altercations and intimidating their classmates." Shun Yuchu clutched my arm, striving to restrain me. Observing this, I softly placed my hand upon Shun Yuchu's and remarked, "Fear not, for confronting those four poses little difficulty for me, dear friend." My dear friend, what was my initial impression? It appears he aspired to don the mantle of a hero, seeking to rescue the fair maidens in peril, enticing the two campus enchantresses to his residence. Gao Chi-chiang shot me a derisive glance, seemingly worthy of a sound thrashing. This issue is rather vexing. How dare you mislead me? Should you choose to communicate with kindness henceforth, I may contemplate permitting you to take your place in line once I have concluded my task. Hand it to him. Gao Chi-chiang thundered, as three of his henchmen advanced towards me in a flash. Three young brothers hurried towards me in an instant. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene, Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue were engulfed in sheer terror. With a shrill scream, they instinctively endeavored to escape. Nevertheless, both of them vividly recalled my presence at the forefront and swiftly extended their hands to seize my arm, eager to draw me along and sprint in unison. Do not fret. I approached with assurance, hand in hand with two young ladies, moving towards the trio until the issue was amicably settled. From the moment I endeavored to address the issues pertaining to these three individuals, I needed no more than 2.5 days. Gao Chi-chiang surveyed the tumultuous scene unfolding before him, a palpable flicker of trepidation crossing his countenance. He was not markedly more skilled than the handful of subordinates embroiled in the fray 3 against 1. He stood no chance against them. Should he choose to intervene, he would inevitably become the target of their aggression. Boss, what course of action shall we pursue in the face of inevitable defeat? The subordinate I recently dismissed has risen and scurried to Gao Chi-chiang's side, clutching his abdomen in agony and grimacing. Gao Qiqiang trembles uncontrollably. Gao Qiqiang trembled uncontrollably, yet he resolutely proclaimed, "My friend, as the adage suggests, a true gentleman does not covet what another holds dear. Let it be so today, she is yours now. Depart," Gao Qiqiang commanded. Without hesitation, a number of individuals endeavored to mount their motorcycles and make their exit. Nevertheless, I shall not permit their departure to transpire so effortlessly. I have just been informed by Shun Yuchu that these individuals are troublemakers hailing from a vocational institution and are familiar with the two young ladies. Today, they have caused offense, and there exists a likelihood of retribution in the days to come. Thus, it is essential to subdue them this very day. Brother Chong, let us set forth in this manner. Gao Qiqiang shot me a fierce look and murmured, "A sagacious individual does not endure immediate setbacks. The crowd is sparse today. I shall cross paths with this insolent youth once more, and I shall impart to him the profound essence of suffering." Several voices were scarcely perceptible, yet I managed to discern a handful. I had never intended to allow them to slip away, and now it appears even more unlikely. The superior, the leader, has made their grand entrance. Gao Qiqiang watched as I surged towards them, understanding that fleeing was not a viable option for him today. With unwavering resolve, he braced himself for confrontation. However, to his disbelief, his subordinates refrained from moving forward rather. They all sought shelter behind him. "I shall not contend with you," he proclaimed. Laozi dismissed him, yet he appeared unfazed. Gao Qiqiang commented, extracting a diminutive folding knife from his pocket. "Today, you shall comprehend the profound essence of regret," he proclaimed, watching as the other party unveiled the modest weapon. As I observed the other individual retrieve a diminutive object, my stride faltered momentarily. Beneath the glow of the lights, a flicker of frigid brilliance emerged. Despite its size, it elicited a profound sense of apprehension within me. "Let us expedite our departure. He has claimed it." The two sisters behind gazed at Gao Qiqiang in his grasp, and were immediately engulfed by trepidation. The two figures shared a fleeting glance, swiftly advancing in a bid to extricate me from the perilous situation. "Let's make our exit with haste," they implored. "They are armed. No assistance is required. I am capable of managing this. Please maintain your distance." With a swift gesture, I gently nudged the two sisters aside, turning my attention to Gao Qiqiang. "Let us proceed. Dare you to confront me? Approach me then. Why do you linger there in a stupor?" Gao Qiqiang roared with rage. On this occasion, the three younger siblings, upon catching sight of their elder brother, rushed towards me with great enthusiasm. Observing this, I hastened towards the trio, yet my attention remained unwaveringly on Gao Qiqiang. I was vigilant against any possible ambush from behind. Indeed, my apprehensions were validated. Gao Qiqiang sought to launch a covert assault. Nevertheless, it ultimately proved in vain. Nevertheless, it was a fruitless endeavor. I effortlessly triumphed over him with but two deft maneuvers. "My companion, my dear friend, let's not dwell on the matter. Today, it is I who have erred. I extend my heartfelt apologies." Gao Qiqiang was grasped firmly by the arm. Agony surged through him, eliciting beads of cold sweat upon his brow. As the unyielding raindrops assailed his visage, his trepidation only deepened. I remained mute while Gao Qiqiang made his way toward the riverbank below. "What are your intentions?" I asked. Gao Qiqiang appeared utterly petrified. Surely, he would not plunge himself into the river, would he? Shun Yuchu and Shun Yuwei, upon observing the spectacle, swiftly trailed behind. The elder brother has been subdued. What course of action should I take? The younger brother, rising from the earth, observes as Gao Qiqiang is overwhelmed. For a brief moment, he hesitates, torn between the desire to follow or to remain. They exhibit a hesitance to comply. Moments ago, they endured yet another beating. Undoubtedly, they desire to avoid plunging into additional anguish. I attended a gathering to garner support, and, as I began to speak, an individual mounted a motorcycle. Upon witnessing this, the other two promptly reacted with exclamations. The other two, upon witnessing this, promptly declared, "I shall join you in gathering the crowd." Before long, upon ascending alongside Shun Yuchu and Shun Yuwei, I discerned that the upper floor lay in desolation. The ethereal flames had also dissipated. "Let us proceed to my dwelling." "Very well." Shun Yuchu and Shun Yuwei clasped each other's hands tightly, following closely behind me, their voices hushed in trepidation. My earlier disposition had been rather formidable, instilling a considerable amount of fear in both of them. As I approached my diminutive electric scooter, I discovered it submerged in a puddle, besieged by a multitude of stones that had been hurled upon it, rendering it utterly unrecognizable. Upon observing the lamentable condition of the diminutive electric scooter, I do not regard my actions as unduly severe. Instead, I find myself reflecting that I should have been even more unyielding in my approach. Let's take our leave, summoning a taxi to journey back home. It was only upon retrieving my phone that I became acutely aware of my complete saturation. As she turned to look at her two sisters, she became acutely aware that their circumstances were scarcely more favorable than her own. Their hair clung wetly to their faces, and their garments were equally drenched. I find myself in a state of uncertainty regarding my ability to secure a ride at this late hour. Should that prove unfeasible, I shall be left with no alternative but to traverse the distance home on foot. I input my location to ascertain whether any drivers would entertain my request, and the results were as follows. For a journey spanning 2 kilometers, I was compelled to elevate the fare to 30 yuan before a driver graciously accepted the order. Upon reaching my threshold, I unlatched the entrance to my sanctuary. The residence I inhabit is modest, consisting of but a singular bedroom and a living space. After all, I dwell in solitude, and in the absence of a partner, occupying a 2-bedroom apartment would surely be a luxury. I observed that the two sisters had also made their entrance. Please close the door, as my voice gradually diminished. The two sisters gently closed the door, and their hearts began to race with anticipation. As they beheld me changing my shoes, they lingered at the threshold, their gaze fixed intently upon me. It appeared that all the shoes present were those belonging to boys. It seems that all the footwear is intended for men. He likely does not have a romantic partner. Xin Yuwei came to the realization of her own folly. If he were to be in a relationship, how could he feasibly return home alongside his sister? Xin Yuchu, however, paid little attention to these concerns. In contrast to her sister, she possessed no such fastidiousness. From the instant she arrived until this very moment, all focus remained unwaveringly directed towards me. Upon donning my shoes, I observed, I possess but a singular pair of slippers. Do you happen to have any shoes? And what of a change of attire? You are all rather drenched. Perhaps it would be prudent to first proceed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. We possess both shoes and garments, Shen Yuchu observed as she commenced her search through the bag. Yet, as her hand probed into the bag's depths, her spirits sank to an all-time low. Noticing her sister's abrupt silence, Shen Yuwei swiftly asked, "What troubles you?" "The clothes are entirely soaked," she replied with a heavy heart. Upon hearing this, I was suddenly illuminated. The bag had been thoroughly saturated by the rain for an extended duration. It would indeed be remarkable if it were not drenched. The two sisters shared a fleeting glance. Shen Yuchu was the first to break the silence, saying, "Very well, you may proceed to take a shower. We can manage without washing for now." As I entered the chamber, I contemplated the necessity of ensuring the sisters donned fresh attire. With their garments thoroughly drenched, I was left with the option of changing into my own. I approached the wardrobe, in search of 2 t-shirts and a pair of shorts. At that very moment in the drawing room, in the living room, Shen Yuwei voiced her concern. "Sister, our books remain in the suitcase. I fervently hope they have not been soaked. The suitcase is expected to be in satisfactory condition. We shall examine it shortly." "Sister, I merely cast a fleeting glance. There exists but a single chamber within his abode. When night descends upon us, shall he?" Upon perceiving this, Shun Yuchu commenced to scrutinize her environment, coming to the realization that there existed but a singular chamber. "My dear sister, there is no cause for concern. I pledge to you that I shall not permit anyone to wrong you. Let us not permit ourselves to be intimidated." As she articulated her thoughts, Shen Yuwei clutched her sister Shen Yuchu's arm. She was remarkably perceptive. How could she remain unaware of the implications woven into her sister's remarks? Shun Yuchu fell into a profound silence, grappling with her inability to articulate her thoughts, simply wishing that I could prove to be a person of virtue. When I eventually stepped out of the chamber, upon my exit from the chamber, I found the two sisters remaining foolishly in the living room. having not shifted a single step. Here are some garments for both of you. Perhaps you might cleanse yourselves in the bathroom together, or should one of you take precedence? Sister, please proceed ahead. Shun Yuchu grasped the garments and was on the verge of guiding Shin Yue indoors. Shin Yue declined resolutely. I shall not attend. My dear sister, do not assume that I am oblivious to your intentions. Nonetheless, I shall not embark on this journey alone. I am the elder sister. You are obliged to comply. I am unable to acquiesce. I shall not pay heed to your utterances. I stood by, taken aback that the two sisters could bicker over such a trivial issue. I quickly interposed, proposing, why not the two of you venture together? The bathroom is ample, and shall not feel confined for either. Sister, let us unite. Upon hearing my words, Shun Yue grasped Shun Yuchu even more fervently. Shun Yuchu looked into her sister's steadfast eyes, recognizing that she could not triumph in their dispute. Consequently, the two of them entered together. As I behold the silhouettes of the two young women, I find myself adrift in a sea of contemplation while standing in the living room. Subsequently, let us delve into the situation of the two sisters. One cannot be perpetually confined within the walls of one's own abode. This evening, I shall graciously take the liberty of reclining in the living room. In the bathroom, the two sisters had already commenced their bathing ritual. Neither uttered a word, each ensconced in her own reverie. Upon completing their showers, Shin Yue realized that there were no towels available in the bathroom. As I customarily shower with a towel at my disposal, I effortlessly drape it over the balcony upon completion, for there exists no tradition of placing towels within a bathroom. Sister, what shall we employ to purify our bodies? Shin Yuchu found herself momentarily bewildered, casting her gaze around the room before comprehending the utter absence of towels in the bathroom. Perhaps she might employ her damp garments to dry herself. That would be adequate. However, they soon uncovered another predicament. Their undergarments had likewise become moist. Sister, what course of action shall we pursue? Shin Yuchu found herself equally perplexed. The two remained standing there, seemingly dazed. Meanwhile, a sense of mounting impatience enveloped me as I awaited their response. I find myself becoming increasingly impatient as I await outside. Nearly 20 minutes have passed. Is it genuinely true that women require such an extensive duration in shower? I have encountered information online indicating that their bathing rituals frequently surpass half an hour. It appears I was not mistaken. At that moment, footsteps resonated from behind. Shin Yuchu and Shun Yue appeared from the bathroom. I asked, have you completed the task of washing? The two individuals inclined their heads in harmonious agreement. As I stated that I would freshen up, I walked past them without observing any unusual conduct. Upon entering the restroom, the two sisters unfastened the suitcase to examine its contents, and, upon finding the books unscathed by moisture, they exhaled a breath of relief. Subsequently, they settled beside the suitcase, ambivalent about their next steps. Within the unfamiliar dwelling of an enigmatic man, trepidation enveloped their hearts, and their thoughts began to descend into a tumultuous whirlpool of uncertainty. Sister, let us converse with him momentarily and arrange our bedding in the living room. As the words hung in the air, a fleeting silence once again enveloped the room. It was only after I completed my shower and observed the two sisters seated on the floor, amidst the books nestled within the suitcase, that I grasped the reason for their decision not to stow their garments within the luggage. I delicately threaded my fingers through my hair and suddenly observed that the sisters' tresses were still moist. Therefore, I inquired, are you still engaged? As Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue gently shook their heads and rose to their feet, I beheld their elongated, graceful legs, fair and perfectly straight, reminiscent of figures plucked from the pages of a comic book. I was cognizant of the inappropriateness of scrutinizing the legs of the young women. Thus, I merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting my gaze. There exists a hairdryer here. Why not take a moment to dry your hair, both of you? With that, I grasped the hairdryer and presented it to them. Observing this, Shin Yue remarked, please proceed to dry your hair. First, yours is also quite moist. There's no necessity my hair dries effortlessly with merely a swift wipe. Please, commence the blow-drying process. This time, without pausing for the sisters to respond, I directly placed the hairdryer into their hands. Upon witnessing this, the two individuals seized hairdryers and commenced blowing air at one another. Once they had concluded, Shun Yuchu, grasping the hairdryer with a hint of trepidation, turned to me and inquired, "Shall I bestow upon you a blow as well?" "No, no. I am quite capable of handling this on my own." Grasping the hairdryer, I could deftly dry my hair, then turned to the two of them and inquired, "Might I pose a few questions to you both?" Shin Yue inclined her head with a subtle grace. "I humbly seek to understand how it is that you find yourselves dwelling beneath the bridge, what of your progenitors?" Shin Yue responded, "My parents departed from this world 4 months prior as a result of a tragic car accident. The residence we inhabited was acquired through a loan, and following their passing, we have been unable to meet the repayment obligations, leading to the foreclosure of our home. As a result, we now find ourselves without a refuge. After residing at the hotel for a span of 2 days, in an effort to conserve their finances, they considered taking shelter in an underpass. As they conversed, the two sisters lowered their heads, a sight that deeply saddened my heart. Tenderly extending her comfort, she remarked, "Do not lose heart. Your parents would undoubtedly wish for you to be free from sorrow. Their greatest desire is for your happiness. I express my sincere gratitude for your invaluable support." "There is no need for gratitude. I have been an orphan since my early years and have been the recipient of considerable kindness from compassionate individuals. You may regard me as one of those generous spirits." Upon hearing my words, the two sisters experienced a gentle warmth in their hearts, and their gazes towards me softened, losing their initial apprehension. "Now, cast aside your trivial musings. You may return to your chambers. I shall merely repose upon the sofa this evening." "No, let us repose upon the sofa." Both Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue simultaneously declined. "The sofa offers but limited space. How will the two of you find rest?" The pair found themselves utterly speechless, their heads lowered in a profound silence. After a brief pause, Shun Yue lifted her gaze and proposed, "Perhaps one of us could repose upon the sofa while the other takes to the floor. My abode is devoid of even a mattress or a quilt. I find myself genuinely astonished by your actions. Yet, upon contemplation, it appears rather justifiable." The two sisters, enveloped in a sense of modesty, convey that they embody virtuous character and benevolent hearts. I cast a fleeting glance at the clock and observed that it had already struck midnight. Time is indeed ephemeral. Thus let us proceed with urgency. "Perhaps we ought to repose beneath the stars," Shun Yuchu gently proposed once more, observing that their refusals persisted. With the utmost gravity, I implored, "Heed my words. Hasten indoors, or I shall unleash my fury and resort to severe language." The two sisters were taken aback, instinctively drawing nearer to one another. This action unveiled a subtle peculiarity to me. Consequently, I implored the two of them to expedite their entrance into the room. Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue sprang to their feet with alacrity. Upon entering the room and reclining upon the bed, their stomachs emitted a simultaneous growl. Having neglected both lunch and dinner, they had subsisted solely on a bun in the morning, misguidedly thinking that foregoing a meal would conserve their funds. Engrossed in their prior anxiety, they had unwittingly overlooked their hunger, but now, as they settled back, it surged forth with renewed intensity. At this moment, I find myself languidly reclining on the sofa in the living room, unable to succumb to the embrace of slumber. The unforeseen presence of two enchanting women within my abode renders sleep a distant possibility. This prompts me to reflect on whether these two young ladies have partaken in their evening repast. As I muse upon this, a poignant realization dawns upon me. Having sought refuge beneath a bridge, they are undoubtedly unable to afford a meal. Suddenly, a succession of knocks resonated throughout the room, startling the two sisters within. "Is there something you require?" they exclaimed, swiftly rising to their feet, poised to respond to the door, with no other thoughts occupying their minds. "I merely inquired if you had partaken of your meal yet." No sooner had I uttered the words than the door creaked ajar. Observing that the two figures were enveloped in silence, I reiterated my question. "I have dined," Shin Yue responded. Subsequently, Shun Yuchu joined the conversation, expressing that they had already dined and were in no way feeling hungry. Did they refrain from partaking a meal? At that moment, amidst their discourse, it became apparent that both individuals exhibited a certain reticence, exchanging glances as if engaged in a silent dialogue regarding their responses. As fate would have it, at that very instant, their stomachs rumbled once again, compelling the two to hurriedly bow their heads, their cheeks adorned with a delicate flush. The recent fabrication had rendered them both rather uneasy. I surveyed the house in search of any sustenance. With that, I gracefully made my way to the kitchen. Upon my arrival, Shen Yue remarked, "Sister, shall we accompany him and take a closer look? If we are to prepare a meal, we are more than capable of doing it ourselves rather than relinquishing control to him." Consequently, the two of us proceeded to the kitchen. At this juncture, I have unearthed 2 packets of instant noodles and am poised to prepare them. Observing an individual entering the kitchen, I turned my gaze and remarked, "There is a scarcity of sustenance at home, so let us resort to instant noodles." "Very well. Let's embark upon our gastronomic journey. Permit me to prepare a humble bowl of instant noodles." Once they are ready, I gently place the steaming bowl upon the dining table and then return to the kitchen to retrieve 2 petite bowls and a pair of chopsticks. Let us savor this delightful meal together. Upon gazing into the eyes of the 2 sisters, which were ardently fixed upon the instant noodles resting upon the dining table, one could effortlessly perceive the profound depths of their hunger. My sister was the inaugural one to elevate the noodles from the grand bowl. My sister glanced at me and asked, "Have you had your meal?" I beheld the expansive gaze of Shen Yue. This young lady possesses a certain charm. Were I to assert that I had not dined, she would undoubtedly extend her bowl to me. My excursion was solely for a midnight repast, yet I stumbled upon those ruffians. Upon eavesdropping on their discourse concerning the 2 of you, I resolved to pursue the matter further. My gratitude is profound. Shen Yue originally meant to question my presence there, yet to her surprise, I found myself elucidating the matter. "I am Shen Yue, the younger sister." She was momentarily speechless and simply introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuchu halted her chopsticks and declared, "I am the elder sister. My name is Muge." The pastoral melody gracefully unfolds as the 2 sisters gaze upon me, thus revealing the knowledge of their names, a revelation that heralds their salvation. Rush to indulge in your repast. The 2 sisters lapsed into silence, savoring their instant noodles. After enduring several days without a proper meal, even the humble simplicity of boiled noodles bestowed upon them an extraordinary sense of contentment with each delectable bite. As I beheld the 2 sisters relishing their meal, I found them utterly charming. Is there an adequate amount of sustenance? With only 2 packets of instant noodles remaining in the house, I prepared both. Watching them consume their food with such fervor, I felt a growing concern that it may not be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuchu raised her head and spoke. Subsequently, she set her chopsticks aside. "Sister, do indulge in the remaining food," she urged. However, Shen Yue countered, "No, dear sister, it is you who should partake. Your appetite far exceeds mine." Noticing the 2 sisters wavering yet again, I interjected, "Do treat yourselves. I recollect there are some delightful snacks in the room." Upon my return to my chamber, I discovered that only the piquant strips remained among my assortment of snacks. Should I surrender to the temptation of the spicy strips? Shen Yuchu and Shen Yue both gently shook their heads, signifying that they had reached their limit. "Indeed, you may bring it into the house at your convenience. Partake in your meal whenever you feel the pangs of hunger." I comprehend that the 2 sisters experience a degree of embarrassment, therefore I abstained from pressing the matter of offering it to them. In under a minute, the 2 sisters had voraciously consumed every last morsel of the instant noodles, leaving not a trace of the broth behind. We then set about the task of washing the dishes. I paid no heed to the 2 of them, and instead reclined upon the sofa. Unsure of the sisters' ages, I ventured to inquire as they appeared, "Might I ask how old you both are?" 18 years have elapsed. I whispered gently, "That sounds agreeable. You may all withdraw for the evening, and we shall deliberate on the matters at hand come tomorrow." "Thank you kindly." As I observed the 2 sisters gracefully enter the chamber, I nestled comfortably upon the sofa. Upon reopening my eyes, I found that the dawn had already unfurled its golden light. Following a brief and invigorating ablution, I softly tapped upon the door of the chamber, uncertain if the 2 young ladies had stirred from their slumber. At that moment, Shen Yuchu and Shen Yue lay peacefully entwined in slumber when they were suddenly roused by a knock at the door. The sisters opened their eyes, only to discover they were in unfamiliar surroundings. "Sister, that was Mugen knocking at the door, wasn't it? We ought to rise swiftly," the 2 sisters observed, still oblivious to the passage of time. One simply recognizes the imperative to awaken without delay. As the door creaked ajar, I was greeted by the sight of my 2 sisters, their eyes still weighed down by the remnants of sleep, embodying a vision of drowsiness. Their angelic visages were graced with a delicate blush, revealing the traces of their lingering dreams. Had they not yet fully roused from their slumber? Upon awakening, Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue responded in harmony. It is already beyond 7 o'clock. I have a class today, and thus I was contemplating treating both of you to breakfast. By the way, are you both attending class as well? The two shared fleeting glances, caught in a moment of indecision regarding their attendance in class. Shin Yue responded, "Since we lost our accommodation, we have sought an extended leave from our teacher. It has been several days since we last graced the halls of our school. After some reflection, I propose the following. Perhaps you both might consider abstaining from class today and revisit the issue tomorrow. Permit me to treat you both to breakfast first following our meal. You may indulge in a tranquil repose before pondering other concerns." The two sisters replied in harmonious accord, "Let us take our leave." As I pivoted to take a few steps towards breakfast, I was unexpectedly arrested by the voices of Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue. Pastoral poetry. What transpired? As I turned around, I observed the two sisters with their heads lowered, exuding an air of uncertainty. Our garments. What attire you are presently adorned in. It suddenly occurred to me that it was rather awkward for the young lady to venture forth adorned in a gentleman's attire. Not only did it evoke a sense of discomfort, but as I scrutinized their garments, I also discerned a peculiar demeanor shared between the two. Unlike the previous evening, it appeared that the sisters had only just risen and had not devoted any effort to arrange their attire, a fact that was unmistakably apparent. My heart raced at the sight, compelling me to quickly avert my gaze and propose, "Might I procure some breakfast for you? You two may remain at home." Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue both lowered their heads, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. They felt somewhat embarrassed, while simultaneously grappling with a gnawing hunger. "It is acceptable I bid my farewell." After I had expressed my thoughts, I gently pushed the door ajar and stepped outside, leaving the two sisters behind, their eyes fixed upon the door as it softly shut. Shin Yuchu cast a fleeting glance at her attire, her cheeks immediately suffused with a deep crimson. Surely, Muge had not observed this earlier in the morning. "Sister, let us attend to the washing of these garments," she proposed. Together, they carefully extracted the damp clothing from their luggage. Upon my arrival home, I observed that the two sisters were missing from the living room, prompting me to announce, "Dinner is served." Upon the sound of my voice, the two individuals within the restroom swiftly emerged, and we commenced the task of laundering our garments. "Let's partake in our meal first." I had meticulously prepared breakfast upon the table and graciously invited the two sisters to take their seats and commence dining. Seated at the dining table, the two individuals seemed quite reserved. It was only after I took my initial bite that they began to serve themselves with a gentle grace. As I beheld the two sisters engaged in their meal, I instinctively deemed them utterly charming, especially admiring their exquisite beauty. Shuezi's countenance, graced with a faint blush upon her cheeks, radiated an aura of gentle timidity. It was in this instant that Shun Yuchu noticed my gaze resting upon her. "Raise your gaze." In that ephemeral instant when our eyes intertwined, I instinctively averted my gaze, a wave of discomfort washing over me as I beheld the young lady. Yet, I soon discerned that as she raised her eyes, they flitted away, seemingly intensifying the awkwardness of the moment. I then gazed upward once more and declared, "I shall return at midday to bring you a repast." "Thank you." Shun Yuchu and Shun Yue continued to embody grace, their expressions of gratitude perpetually gracing their lips. The once naive sisters have traversed a myriad of experiences, garnering wisdom throughout their journey. Now, having met an individual who offers them sincere kindness, they engage in their actions with a renewed sense of prudence, weighing their words thoughtfully before articulating them. "I have completed my repast. You may commence with the tidying once you have finished yours. I shall take my leave now." After my departure, the two sisters swiftly completed their breakfast. "Sister, should we tidy up the house for Muge?" inquired Shun Yuchu. Surveying her surroundings, she observed that the space was not disheveled. The few belongings scattered about were neatly arranged. "That seems plausible," she responded. While she organized, Shun Yuchu stumbled upon several articles of clothing resting on a bench. Upon inspection, she realized they were damp, likely changed by Muge the previous evening. Just as she intended to carry them to wash, her gaze fell upon some intimate garments, igniting a deep flush upon her cheeks. Having never before encountered a boy's intimate clothing, she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, rendering her momentarily immobile. At that instant, Shun Yue emerged from the room, noticing her sister in the living room, seemingly grasping something. "What do you have there?" she inquired. Shin Yu-chu, flustered, clutched the garments to her chest and stammered. "These are Mu Ge's clothes from last night. There is no need for concern. I shall wash them." With that, she hastily retreated to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. There must surely be intimate apparel within, and in that moment, Shun Yue grasped the cause of her sister's rosy cheeks. She persisted in attending to the domestic tasks, pretending to be oblivious to the circumstances. Upon exiting my abode, I instinctively extended my hand towards the key of my electric scooter. It was only upon feeling the familiar weight of the key that the cruel truth dawned upon Mimi Cher's scooter had fallen victim to the malicious acts of a band of miscreants the day prior. Accepting my unfortunate circumstances, I find myself with no alternative but to journey to school via bus. Time swiftly elapsed until midday. After relishing a delightful meal, I carefully assembled 2 portions of sustenance from the cafeteria and embarked on my journey homeward. At this juncture, the 2 sisters diligently attended to the organization of their abode, even undertaking the task of polishing the windows. Utterly fatigued, they ultimately succumbed to their exhaustion and collapsed onto their bed, soon succumbing to the embrace of slumber. They had endured a restless night, having faced the biting cold of the previous day, only to awaken with a fever this morning. Nevertheless, neither of them uttered a single word, resolutely persevering through their weariness to cleanse every nook and cranny of their chamber. Upon my return home, I observed that the house seemed to be rather more orderly than before. After enjoying my meal, I called out and placed my lunch down, then cast a glance towards the doorway of the room. Why had they not yet made their appearance? Were they still in slumber? I proceeded towards the room, only to find the door slightly ajar. Shun Yu-chu and Shun Yu-wei were currently ensconced in bed, devoid of any coverings, their forms entwined in a warm and intimate embrace. I contemplated quietly the necessity of enveloping myself in a quilt as I readied to rouse the 2 of them for a meal. As I drew near, I observed an unusual flush upon the sisters' faces. "It is time to dine," I softly announced. Observing the 2 girls' lack of response, I reached out to caress Shun Yue's forehead. The instant my hand made contact, a surge of trepidation coursed through me. She was ablaze with fever. I then extended my hand to assess Shun Yue's forehead, and to my dismay, I discovered it was equally warm. It was no wonder their cheeks had been so flushed. I had initially assumed it was simply the consequence of awakening from slumber. With a gentle touch, I covered them with a blanket and resolved to venture out in search of medicine. At that moment, Shun Yue, still enveloped in a haze of slumber, slowly opened her eyes and, upon catching sight of me, prepared to rise. I inquired, "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "No." Upon concluding her utterances, Shun Yue instinctively recoiled, experiencing a slight chill and a sense of drowsiness. "What would be the cause?" "You are running a fever. Do not feign ignorance," Shun Yue observed, gently placing her hand upon his forehead. "Indeed, the atmosphere is markedly more temperate than when one undertakes the endeavor in solitude. My sister, too, seems to be afflicted by a fever. Nevertheless, even in a state of malaise, it is imperative to obtain medication. A fever, while uncomfortable, is not a dire predicament. I have come across information online suggesting that consuming warm water and resting under the covers for a time will facilitate recovery. There is no cause for alarm. I do not feel excessively unwell. Refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. I shall venture to obtain medicine for you. My sister and I are in excellent health. There is no necessity for any medicinal purchases." Shin Yu-wei called out to me, sincerely hesitant to impose upon me repeatedly. I chose not to respond, but merely left the room. Upon stepping outside, I first filled the kettle with water to heat, and then proceeded onward. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the air, and Shun Yu-wei, cognizant of my return, elegantly descended from her chamber and proceeded to the living room. I set the medicine upon the dining table before stepping into the kitchen. The water I had previously brought to a vigorous boil was bubbling away, so I procured 2 bowls and poured the water into them. In a serene pastoral setting, Shan Yue gracefully approached the threshold of the kitchen, gently calling out to me as she noticed me pouring water. I turned my gaze and remarked, "Once the water has cooled slightly, you may take your medicine." Shen Yue, rendered speechless, merely replied, "Very well, I appreciate it." I returned with a glass of water, only to discover that the meal laid out on the dining table had been left undisturbed. It seems that the two sisters have not yet partaken in their dinner. And what of your elder sister? She appears to be experiencing a greater degree of discomfort than I, which is quite disconcerting. Is that indeed the case? I approached the threshold of the room and peered inside, contemplating whether I ought to take some medication first. Should I continue to feel unwell after administering the remedy? I shall escort you both to the hospital on the morrow. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue approached me, her head lowered as she spoke gently. There is no necessity to visit the hospital. My sister and I are in good health. She merely fears that a trip to the hospital will lead to further expenses, exacerbating the debt that we owe you. Let us postpone our discourse until tomorrow for the present. Please take your medication, and you ought to be able to hydrate. Shen Yue drew near, retrieved the medicine from the table, placed it delicately upon her tongue, and swallowed it with a sip of water. Your sister, Shen Yue, gracefully entered the chamber. With a gentle touch, I roused Shen Yuchu, encouraging her to rise and take her medication. As she blinked awake, a look of confusion crossed her face. She had not truly succumbed to slumber, rather. She felt unwell and hesitant to get up. The sudden onset of her malaise caught her off guard indeed. While attending to the laundry, she had felt only a faint dizziness, unaware of the severity that would soon envelop her. I personally delivered the medicine and gently positioned it near her lips. As she beheld my tender smile, Shen Yuchu experienced an unexpected surge of shyness. Had her cheeks not already been aglow, they would undoubtedly have deepened to a brilliant crimson in an instant. "Thank you," she whispered, accepting the medicine from my hand and delicately placing it upon her tongue. After swallowing, she commenced sipping water with utmost grace. "Is it frigid beneath the covers?" I extend my hand to make contact, for without the act of touching, one cannot genuinely ascertain the temperature. These two young ladies perpetually appear too timid to confront the truth within themselves. Chapter 12. Acquiring a vehicle is not a bad idea. Have they been feeling feverish? He inquired. No, came the reply. Are they unwell? Not at all. Should I fetch them some medicine? There's no need. He mused about whether the bedding was cool, fully expecting a negative response. Guyu's hand slipped beneath the covers, and he found himself bewildered, having inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yushi's thigh. It was entirely unintentional, as he had been careful to observe the blanket beforehand. Jiang Yushi sensed the contact as well. Her mouth, poised to drink the medicine, halted as she glanced up at Guyu, who awkwardly met her gaze. In that fleeting moment, she quickly averted her eyes, biting her lip in a bid to consume the medicine, momentarily forgetting her purpose due to the tension. Guyu, equally flustered, attempted to explain, I was merely checking if the bedding was cool. You two are too shy to express the truth. Jiang Yushi responded softly, a sound that sent Guyu's heart racing momentarily. It's a bit cool. Should I lay out an electric blanket for you? He had been using the electric blanket continuously, but with the recent warming trend, he had removed it, only to find the temperature drop again after yesterday's rain. No need, it's not cold, she insisted. Trust me. Just sit up, switching the electric blanket will be quick. Guyu's tone was somewhat commanding, allowing no room for dissent from the sisters as he retrieved the electric blanket from the cabinet. I'll help you lay it out, Jiang Yinian offered. But Guyu replied, all right, you first take off the sheets. I'll do it, Jiang Yushi declared as she removed the sheets, while Guyu and Jiang Yinian spread the electric blanket and then replaced the sheets. In less than a minute, the task was accomplished. I'll go grab the power strip, Guyu said, returning shortly after with it, connecting it to the power source and adjusting the settings. All set. You two can lie down now. If you feel like eating, just call me, and I'll heat up the food I bought for you. Okay, Jiang Yushi responded. As she noticed Guyu picking up the laptop from the desk, ready to leave, she asked, Guyu, where are you going? To the living room. You two should rest for a bit. Why not stay in the room? You could sit on the bed. Just stay here. I'm heading to the living room. Jiang Yushi had just risen when Guyu gently pushed her back onto the bed. These two girls truly possessed kind hearts. They were good souls, though fate had not been kind to them. If their parents were present, they would undoubtedly be the cheerful girls, laughing every day without needing to tread so cautiously in life. Seated on the sofa, Gu opened his laptop to publish 2 chapters of a novel he had previously written before turning to check the stock market. After a cursory glance at the currently popular sectors, he logged off. Most of his investments were in stocks meant for long-term holding. Aside from the significant fluctuations driven by the market, short-term volatility was generally minimal. Each day, he merely sought to ascertain whether he had gained or lost money, or if any promising stocks had emerged. Presently, Gu favored purchasing previously high-performing stocks, which had unfortunately been in decline for over 2 weeks. This particular stock possesses a distinctive characteristic. When it rises, it often reaches its peak limit effortlessly, frequently extending over a span of 2 days. If one seizes the opportunity wisely, substantial profits can be garnered. However, mismanagement may lead to entrapment within the market. Having observed the stock, Gu turned his attention to the mini-program created by Yu Hanfeng. Yu's dedication to this project surpasses Gu's own, as he produces nearly flawless iterations with minimal revisions required, the only drawback being the pace of progress. Yet, this is hardly a significant flaw, as Gu's endeavors do not always yield consistent transactions. At times, he finds himself unable to engage in any trades for extended periods. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Gu closed his laptop. Glancing at the time, he prepared to head to school. This afternoon, he had only one class, after which he could return home. Upon reaching the threshold of his room, he peered inside to find Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni nestled together in deep slumber. Judging by their appearance, he surmised that they would likely remain asleep until he returned from school. Exiting the dormitory, Gu boarded the bus to the university. The absence of an electric bicycle proved somewhat inconvenient, and he contemplated the necessity of purchasing one, for he could not rely on walking indefinitely. Perhaps acquiring a vehicle would be a prudent choice. Long ago, Gu had contemplated buying a car but had yet to commit, primarily due to financial hesitations. He had previously set his sights on a $30,000 electric vehicle, but considering his current earnings, which did not amount to that figure within a year, he had procrastinated. Perhaps it was best to delay. A 2-wheeled electric bike would suffice, being equally environmentally friendly. The afternoon class was held in the computer lab, where Gu found his 2 roommates already present. Gu, where did you go during lunch? You left right after eating. Without returning to the dorm, one roommate inquired. Previously, when afternoon classes were scheduled, Gu would linger in the dorm, opting not to return home. I didn't do much. My electric bike was stolen, so I was looking for a suitable replacement. What? Your electric bike was stolen? How did that happen? How would I know? It was simply taken. All right. Don't be disheartened. How about treating me to a meal? Zhong Qingyu scratched his head. Where did it get stolen? I can help you look for it. My allowance is a bit tight this month, but I'll treat you next month. Gu scoffed lightly. Sure, go ahead. Class is starting. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom. It was a male instructor in his 30s, known for being amiable and not overly demanding with assignments. In contrast to another teacher who imposed numerous tasks, he was considerably more relaxed. He announced, I would like to inform you that in 2 weeks, there will be a school-organized competition for computer application skills. If anyone is interested in participating, please inform the class representative. We have 5 slots available per class. Following this, a student inquired, Teacher, is there a reward for winning? There are no material rewards, but you will receive a certificate, which will undoubtedly aid in scholarship applications and future job searches. Well then, the students began to murmur, many opting to forego participation. Gu, are you going to sign up? I wish to participate, Yu Hanfeng whispered. I am not inclined to enroll. Such competitions involve numerous commitments, and I have gathered sufficient information previously, thus I prefer to abstain. Oh. Yu Hanfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. He yearned to involve Gu, whose exceptional skills were undeniable, and he was reluctant to participate alone. Do you wish to go? Gu immediately discerned Yu Hanfeng's thoughts. The teacher had just mentioned that this could be beneficial for scholarships, which was more than sufficient motivation for Yu Hanfeng. He nodded, albeit with a hint of anxiety. What are you nervous about? It's akin to an assignment from the teacher. You merely need to collaborate with 4 others to accomplish a task. Quite straightforward. My reluctance stems from the fact that post-registration, team members must harmonize with one another, which is time-consuming, hence my hesitation. After explaining, Yu Hanfeng too felt less inclined to attend, yet the prospect of scholarship benefits left him in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 13. Confounded by frustration in the classroom. He was often an invisible presence, maintaining only a mediocre rapport with his classmates, some of whom he had scarcely exchanged a few words with. His shy disposition perpetually sowed seeds of doubt within him. Perhaps I might consider enrolling after all. Really? Gu replied, "There's a scholarship involved." Yu Hanfeng nodded. "Let us strive for the top spot together. Surely the class scholarship will belong to us, and perhaps we might even secure the college scholarship." Anticipation began to blossom within him. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and Guyu exchanged a quick greeting with his roommate before exiting the classroom. He pondered whether the two sisters who had fallen ill were feeling any better, a source of worry for him. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed in his ear, and he inadvertently collided with a girl. "Are you all right?" Guyu asked anxiously. "Could you please pay attention to where you're walking?" the girl exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. Upon realizing Guyu's appearance, her thoughts shifted. Handsome guy, did he bump into me on purpose? Could he be trying to add me on WeChat? Guyu hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. I didn't hit you anywhere, did I?" Tong Jin-ang shot him a disdainful glance and admonished, "No, but if you want to add a girl on WeChat, just say so directly instead of resorting to bumping into people, understand?" "Understood," Guyu replied, observing the girl's features which indeed could easily lead to misunderstandings regarding intentions. Huh. Tong Jin-tang's eyes widened in surprise at his acknowledgement. He actually admitted it? Shouldn't he be vehemently denying it? Oh, he even admitted it. Quite bold. I see. Listening to her teasing, Guyu felt at a loss. I'm not admitting to anything. You must believe me when I say it was unintentional. I was genuinely preoccupied. I don't believe you. Well, that settles it. You don't believe me anyway. Guyu continued. And you, where did you come from? Is this a pathway? You just emerged from nowhere. What? Are you daring to speak of me? Tong Jin-tang's irritation flared further as she retorted, "You weren't looking where you were going, bumped into me, clearly intending to add me on WeChat. And now that I've called you out, you're trying to pin the blame on me, all right. All right, I admit my fault. I apologize." Guyu hastily interrupted her, aware that they were in a busy area leading to the school gate, with numerous students now glancing their way due to her outburst. Realizing the attention they had garnered, Tong Jin-tang surveyed her surroundings, a smirk forming on her lips. "Oh, weren't you quite bold just now? Now you're embarrassed? Feeling emboldened?" She struck a pose with her hands on her hips, resembling a character from a television drama. "I apologize for the second time," Guyu said, attempting to defuse the situation. "What does a second apology matter?" Tong Jin-tang retorted, her temper flaring anew. "You bumped into me, and now you're silencing me?" Guyu, too, was not devoid of irritation, responding sharply, "Are you being unreasonable? Am I being unreasonable?" Tong Jin-ang pointed at herself, her expression one of exasperation. She was thoroughly irritated. Fine. Do you really want me to expose you?" Guyu was truly baffled. Who was this spoiled young lady with such an attitude? "I apologize for my unreasonable behavior. However, I have matters to attend to now. I shall properly apologize next time we meet. But if you do not allow me to leave, do you believe I will profess my feelings right here? Let us see who ends up embarrassed." "Ah, another threat, is it? Do you think I, Tong Jin-tang, have ever been intimidated by threats?" Tong Jin-tang exclaimed, recalling her own name. "How did I let that slip? Oh, it's all this wicked person's fault for making me so flustered. You must not call me by my name." She pointed at Guyu, issuing a command. "Understood. I shall take my leave now, but I will apologize again later. To be more mindful, after all, you are a young lady," Guyu said as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Tong Jin-ang fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. What does young lady even mean? Aren't boys supposed to act like gentlemen too? His words were truly unpleasant. If he wishes to flirt, he should not be so hypocritical afterward. Humph, such male chauvinism. Tong, what are you looking at?" Her close friend arrived, noticing her furious expression with curiosity. "I encountered a rather insipid male who deliberately bumped into me, sought my WeChat, and then threatened me when I called him out." "What? Where is he? Did he walk away?" "I will take you to confront him. He must apologize," Kong Jinai exclaimed, shocked, and grabbed Tong Jin-tang, eager to seek revenge on Guyu. "There's no need. I managed to give him a good scolding myself." "Oh, that's acceptable. Just remember to wait for me next time. I want to join in on the scolding too." As Guyu left the school, he contemplated preparing dinner at home instead of going out to buy food. He wondered if the lunch he had brought for the two girls had been eaten. First, he decided to visit the market to purchase some ingredients. "Boss, I'll take this mushroom for 10 yuan. Boss, 3 of those large chicken legs, please." Guyu had no particular dish in mind. After some contemplation, he decided on a chicken and mushroom stew, hence his purchase of mushrooms. At the poultry stall, he noted that the price of small chickens was similar to that of chicken legs, but the former had more bones while the latter was larger and more meaty. After deliberation, he chose 3 chicken legs. He still needed to buy a few more items. Eating overly greasy food while unwell might not be ideal. But it didn't matter much. He couldn't think of any elaborate dishes, so he settled for meat. One advantage of buying meat at the market was that the vendor would cut it for him, alleviating the need for preparation at home. After procuring the meat, Guyu approached the vegetable stand, selecting a cauliflower and a few carrots. Carrots are rich in vitamins, boosting immunity, and they stir-fry beautifully, ranking among the finest vegetables. Having finished his shopping, Guyu carried his goods homeward. Yellow pears, large yellow pears, delicious large yellow pears, he heard a vendor call out. Suddenly reminded that pears could be boiled for soup, which has medicinal properties for colds, he decided to approach the stall. Boss, I'll take 10 yuan worth. All right. The boss swiftly prepared the order and handed it over to Guyu. Upon returning home, Guyu set down the items he had purchased and cast a glance at the dining table, where the meals packed for the two sisters remained untouched. They likely hadn't had enough to eat last night, and he wondered if they had managed to fill their stomachs this morning. His own breakfast had been meager, and with no lunch consumed, he couldn't fathom how the two girls were faring without sustenance. Even in sickness, one must nourish oneself. Approaching the doorway to their room, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian peacefully sleeping on the bed, their serene slumber rendering them even more endearing. Guyu stepped into the room, silently observing the sisters for a couple of minutes before quietly exiting. Chapter 14. Quite adorable with a sense of ennui, Guyu sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through videos for an hour, until the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window into the living room. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Time to prepare dinner. Guyu approached the door of the room, casting a glance at Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, who maintained the same sleeping posture as before. Looking remarkably endearing, they lay on their sides, their small hands gently clasped together, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle them in his arms. Observing the packed lunch from earlier, Guyu contemplated making a lighter dinner, opting to consume the leftovers. As an orphan, he often went to bed hungry during his childhood. For the children's welfare institutions of his youth merely ensured the children were fed. The notion of ample meals was far from reality. This upbringing instilled in him a strong sense of frugality, particularly regarding food. Every grain and morsel was hard-won. Our revered Grandpa Yuan was still concerned about rice cultivation before his passing, emphasizing that wastefulness was utterly unacceptable. He chopped the chicken legs into sizable pieces and rinsed them before blanching them in water. As he gazed at the blanched chicken, Guyu mused that it would undoubtedly be more fragrant if prepared as braised chicken with mushrooms. He tossed the mushrooms into the pot, added an array of seasonings, and let it simmer for half an hour. Once the chicken and mushrooms were ready, Guyu began to stir-fry vegetables. The sounds of sizzling were rather pronounced, and with the door ajar, Jiang Yuni, still deep in slumber, was abruptly roused. What is that noise? She yawned, stretching luxuriously on her bed. The warmth of the electric blanket made it exceedingly difficult to leave the comfort of her cocoon. However, recalling that she was in Guyu's home, she quickly sat up, inhaling the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Is Guyu cooking? With that thought in mind, Jiang Yuni disregarded her still sleeping sister and hurriedly slipped on her shoes, darting out of the room. In the kitchen, Guyu had just completed a dish and turned off the heat, intending to check if the two girls had awakened. Guyu. Just as he extinguished the flame, Jiang Yuni's voice rang out. He turned to her and remarked, "You're awake." Jiang Yuni nodded and said, "Should I cook?" "No need. I've already prepared it." Guyu approached her, but as he stepped out, the kitchen air became somewhat suffocating. "Oh," Jiang Yuni replied, turning around. Guyu noticed her long hair was somewhat disheveled, likely from sleep, and he was suddenly struck by the urge to brush it. What was he thinking? Guyu chastised himself silently. After all, this girl was merely staying in his home, and here he was fantasizing about grooming her hair. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath, reminding himself to cease such idle thoughts. Jiang Yuni, turning around, caught sight of Guyu patting his head. Instantly, she recalled that Guyu had been caught in the rain the previous night. Could it be that he has a fever? She pondered. It was quite possible. Even though he was a boy and generally stronger than girls, he could very well fall ill after being drenched. "Guyu, are you feeling unwell? You should lie down in your room. I'll fetch you some medicine." "What?" Guyu was momentarily taken aback. When did he ever say he was ill? "Ah, I'm not sick." Guyu called out to Jiang Yunyang, but she had already retrieved the medicine from the table and was engrossed in reading the instructions. "Guyu, take 2 of these and 1 of those. I'll go fetch you some hot water." Jiang Yunyang paid no heed to Guyu's earlier remarks. Her sole concern was that he was running a fever and that she needed to care for him. He had always looked after her and her sister, while she had stubbornly refrained from taking any medicine, which filled her with guilt. Thus, even though Guyu insisted he wasn't feverish, Jiang Yunyang remained unconvinced. I truly am not feverish, Guyu insisted as he approached and grasped her arm, reiterating earnestly, how can you tell that I have a fever? Jiang Yunyang responded. You just touched your head. Clearly, you must be feverish since your mind feels muddled, which is why you did that. And you were caught in the rain last night. How could you not be feverish? I'll go get you some hot water. What hot water? I'm not feverish. Guyu was exasperated. What kind of logic was this? Getting caught in the rain would not necessarily lead to a fever. After all, as a robust man, even a night in the cold wouldn't pose much of a problem. I really don't have a fever. Just feel my forehead. He took her hand and placed it on his forehead. See? Not hot at all, right? Jiang Yunyang placed her small hand against his skin, though it wasn't scorching. After about 10 seconds, she could feel warmth rising. It's a bit warm, she murmured. Where is it warm? Guyu withdrew her hand and placed his own on his forehead. It does seem a touch warm. That's normal temperature. Is your hand warm? Mine. Jiang Yunyang checked her own hand and shook her head. Not warm. Guyu was at a loss. If it's not warm, then so be it. By the way, are you the older sister or the younger sister? Younger sister. Ah, let me remember that. Guyu's gaze fell upon Jiang Yunyang's face, and she felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny. All right, I'll try to remember. Now go wake your sister. It's time for us to eat. Okay. Jiang Yunyang replied, but then hesitated and shyly added, but you have a fever. I do not have a fever. Guyu exclaimed sharply, truly exasperated with her. He was quite fierce. Jiang Yunyang flinched at his sudden outburst, recalling the incident from the previous night when Guyu had struck someone, which only heightened her fear. She hurriedly dashed into her room. Foolish girl, Guyu murmured as he watched her retreating figure, then added softly, actually, she is rather endearing. If his future girlfriend were like her. He caught himself thinking too far ahead. Guyu smacked his forehead. Having spent less than a day with these two girls, he realized he was beginning to desire a romantic relationship. Previously, when conversing with girls, such thoughts never crossed his mind. Yet now, he finds himself preoccupied with the prospect of a future with a girlfriend. Was he truly oblivious to this before? Entering the kitchen, Guyu ladled out the chicken and mushroom stew, placing it upon the dining table. Noticing the leftover rice from lunch, he opted for the claypot rice, preparing to steam it. Inside the house, Jiang Yunyang, upon entering, realized Guyu had not followed her. She leaned against the doorway, quietly glancing outside. In that moment, she noticed Guyu tapping his forehead. This sight only solidified her belief. Guyu was undoubtedly unwell. Even if he did not have a fever, he might have caught a chill in the rain, resulting in a headache. Is it true that one can develop a headache after being caught in the rain? Chapter 15. A warm heart. Jiang Yunyang was previously unaware, so she picked up her phone to search, nodding in agreement, affirming that it was indeed a possibility mentioned online. However, Guyu insisted he was not feverish and refused to heed her concerns. How could she persuade him? Sister, wake up. It's time to get out of bed. Jiang Yunyang gently shook Jiang Yushi, rousing her from slumber. Jiang Yushi stretched her body, slowly opening her eyes. Her small hands caressing her delicate face in a charmingly affected manner, appearing quite alluring. Get up. It's time for breakfast. Jiang Yunyang called out with exasperation. Honestly, sister. Sleeping in someone else's home as if it were your own. Oh, where's Guyu? Jiang Yushi immediately thought of him, glancing around the room and finding it empty. She caught a whiff of a delightful aroma that made her stomach grumble with hunger. Guyu is outside, but he seems to have a fever and a headache. I asked him to lie down, but he wouldn't listen, insisting he was fine. What should I do? Guyu has a fever too? Jiang Yushi's tone turned urgent as she sprang from the bed, only to feel a wave of dizziness from the sudden movement. Well, he did mention his headache. I saw him rub his temples a couple of times. Then he must take some medicine. I'm fine. I'll go get him to rest. Jiang Yushi hastily got out of bed, eager to check on Guyu, but was stopped by Jiang Yunyang. Sister, please listen to me. Jiang Yunyang was quite frustrated, realizing that her sister had not absorbed a word she said earlier. Guyu insists he is fine. He refused to lie down and wouldn't take his medicine. He even snapped at me, which is why I woke you up to find a solution. Is that so? Jiang Yushi shook her head, momentarily at a loss for ideas. Jiang Yunyang sighed, regretting her inquiry. Her sister was even more naive. If their parents hadn't passed away, she would still be her old self. Why don't we have a serious conversation with him? Get up. It's time for breakfast. Are you still feeling unwell? Guyu, noticing the sisters had not yet emerged, approached the door and called out, seeing they were awake. Oh, we'll be out soon, Jiang Yunyang replied. Jiang Yushi also got out of bed, responding, I'm not unwell. Yunyang mentioned you had a fever and a headache. Are you really okay? At her words, Guyu glanced at Jiang Yunyang, who promptly lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm fine. I've already told you that. Please don't spread falsehoods next time. Oh, Jiang Yunyang replied, her voice barely audible, so faint that Guyu could hardly make out her response. Why did Jiang Yushi also lower her head? Guyu paused for a moment, quickly realizing that his earlier glance at Jiang Yunyang bore a hint of reproach, and wondered if it had frightened Jiang Yushi. Breakfast is ready. I wasn't referring to you. Guyu spoke softly before stepping out of the room. Jiang Yunyang and Jiang Yushi exchanged glances, both uncertain about what to do next. Guyu was rather intimidating, making conversation difficult for them. They no longer dared to speak much. Upon exiting the room, the two sisters approached the kitchen doorway, where Guyu emerged with 2 bowls of rice, offering them to the pair. After handing over the rice, Guyu returned to the kitchen to fetch the leftover claypot rice from lunch. Why are you standing there? Eat, he urged. Turning around, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had not left, but rather lingered at the kitchen entrance, appearing hesitant, likely contemplating whether to offer their assistance. Oh, Guyu, what is that? Jiang Yunyang inquired, eyeing the claypot rice that resembled what he had packed for them at noon. I packed it for you two earlier. But since you didn't eat it, I'll just heat it up, Guyu explained. Leftovers? Jiang Yunyang lamented quietly to herself, realizing she had missed out on the meal he had brought back. Guyu, let me have that. You should eat the freshly made dinner instead. She reached out, attempting to take the claypot rice. No need. I prefer leftovers. Hurry and eat, Guyu replied, urging them to eat. And you, Jiang Yushi, eat quickly. Are you hungry? Yes, Jiang Yushi responded, eyeing the delectable dishes on the table, her stomach rumbling in anticipation. If you're hungry, just eat. With that, Guyu began to eat, prompting Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to follow suit. Guyu, have this, Jiang Yunyang offered, picking up a piece of chicken thigh and placing it in Guyu's bowl instead of eating it herself. She anxiously watched his reaction. Thank you, Guyu acknowledged, glancing at Jiang Yunyang before savoring the piece of chicken. Observing this, Jiang Yushi also picked up a piece and offered it to him, which he accepted as well. You two should eat too. Okay, they replied, eagerly indulging in the chicken, which tasted exquisite, far superior to what their parents had prepared. Indeed, it was leagues better than the meals they had attempted to cook themselves. Previously, when their parents were around, they had not learned to cook. It was only in the last 2 months that they had begun to experiment in the kitchen. Yet, every time they tried, the dishes turned out either too salty or too bland, or even burnt. Their stir-fries resembled boiled dishes. None were successful attempts. When Jiang Yunyang had offered to help Guyu earlier, she was filled with anxiety, fearing her cooking would be met with disdain. Fortunately, Guyu had not asked her to join in, or she would have truly been at a loss. Now, she found herself regretting not learning to cook while their parents were still present. She felt utterly incapable, struggling even to prepare a simple meal. Noticing that both were eating, Guyu inquired, is it good? Delicious, they both nodded in agreement. That's great to hear. If there are any dishes you particularly enjoy, feel free to let me know, and I shall purchase them for you next time. At his words, Jiang Yunyang felt a warmth spread through her heart, despite having known him for less than a day. He was already so considerate towards her and her sister. Both she and her sister were unwell, and he ventured out to procure medicine, even preparing meals for them. Despite his own illness, he refrained from seeking solace in bed. A sudden thought crossed Jiang Yunyang's mind. Could it be that he avoided lying down to ensure there was room for her and her sister? It seemed quite plausible. At that moment, the young girl was prone to fanciful imaginings, and soon, he would find himself burdened with yet another round of explanations. I don't have anything in particular I wish to eat, Jiang Yushi remarked. Nor do I, he replied. Just purchase what you enjoy. Very well. Guyu chose not to elaborate further and continued with his meal. Before long, Jiang Yushi's bowl was nearly empty. She glanced at it, taking small bites, unsure of how much rice Guyu had prepared, and feeling somewhat reluctant to inquire. Chapter 16. Abundance of rice Guyu took in both herself and her sister, graciously preparing meals for them. She found herself at a loss for words. Within moments, Jiang Yuni had finished the rice in her bowl and glanced at her sister, who had also completed her meal. The sisters shared a silent understanding, choosing to wait patiently for Guyu to finish eating. Have you both had enough? Guyu noticed the empty bowls before the sisters and inquired. Yes, we are full, they replied in unison. Guyu, perplexed, murmured, is that truly all you can eat? Or is it a lack of appetite? Jiang Yuni responded, we are satisfied. It is not that we lack appetite. Very well, Guyu continued. I was concerned you might not have enough to eat, so I prepared an extra portion of rice, but it appears you have eaten so little. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exchanged glances, yet they remained silent, contemplating their next move. At that moment, Jiang Yushi, displaying her cleverness, addressed Guyu. If we do not eat, will the rice be wasted? Guyu looked at her and replied, leftover rice can be consumed tomorrow. Do not feel compelled to finish it all. Overeating can be quite uncomfortable. Jiang Yushi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Guyu, my sister and I are not too full. We could eat a bit more, Jiang Yuni stated. Upon hearing this, Guyu seemed to grasp the situation and said sternly, Are you two still hungry but too shy to admit it? At this, both sisters lowered their heads, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Jiang Yushi softly acknowledged. And Guyu, understanding their plight, reiterated, You must not do this again. If you are still hungry, just say so. There's no need for embarrassment. Do you think I would begrudge you your portions? Though I am not wealthy, I have an abundance of rice. Do you understand? As Guyu spoke, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni's faces grew even redder. He realized his words had only deepened their embarrassment. Jiang Yushi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, indicating her understanding. Guyu then rose and retrieved the rice cooker from the kitchen, which he had kept inside to prevent the rice from cooling. Here, there is still plenty. Eat until you are satisfied, but do not overindulge. Okay, the two sisters shyly responded, then proceeded to serve themselves more rice. This time, Guyu's attention occasionally drifted to the sisters, discovering that they had hearty appetites, as they each consumed an additional bowl of rice. Notably, the bowls were not small. Measuring 4.5 inches, he himself could manage only 3 bowls, while the sisters devoured 2.5. In truth, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni did not possess such a large appetite. They had not eaten much at noon. And having gone to bed hungry the previous night and this morning, they felt quite ravenous and consumed more than usual. Are you both satisfied now? Guyu mused, realizing that this time the sisters were genuinely full, nearly matching his own capacity. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian possessed slender physiques, standing tall at approximately 1.70 meters, yet weighing less than 100 pounds with modest appetites. As Guyu scrutinized their figures, he discerned an unusual resemblance. The two girls were clad in his clothing. Have the clothes you washed on the balcony dried? He inquired. The clothes? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian glanced towards the balcony, responding, They should be dry. Guyu remarked. If they are indeed dry, you might as well change out of the clothes you're wearing. My garments would hardly fit you too. It would be better to switch. All right. They agreed, rising to fetch new attire. Guyu mused silently, appreciating their obedience. Such compliant girls are exceedingly rare in reality. He never expected to encounter them. Unbeknownst to Guyu, it was merely life that had transformed them, had it not been for the loss of their parents. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian might still embody their lively and mischievous selves. Guyu, let me tidy up, Jiang Yunian said, instinctively glancing to see what he was doing. Only to find him clearing the table. She promptly dashed over. Guyu, observing her animated approach, found himself momentarily entranced by her exuberance. Standing there in a daze until she reached him. No need. I can handle it myself. You should go change, he responded. He felt an urgency to have the girls change into their own clothes, lest he be unable to sleep that night. No, you cooked. So my sister and I should wash the dishes. Yes, Guyu, we both should wash the dishes, Jiang Yushi echoed as she joined her sister, standing resolutely in front of him. Very well, you two can do it, he conceded, unable to resist their stubbornness. Upon receiving his agreement, smiles brightened their faces as they quickly devised a plan. One would wash the dishes while the other wiped the table. With no tasks left for Guyu, he accompanied them into the kitchen, heating water to administer medicine to the girls later. However, Jiang Yunian soon objected, rushing to his side and insisting he need not work. Shooing him away. With no other option, Guyu reclined on the sofa, opening his notebook to read a novel. Despite having half a month's worth of written material saved, he contemplated writing a few more words later. Finished? He asked when they approached. Yes, they replied. Please, take a seat. I have something to discuss with you too. Jiang Yushi sat down, inquiring, What is it? Jiang Yunian regarded him with a serious expression as well. Guyu began, As it stands, you are staying at my home for the time being, but we only have one room, which cannot accommodate us all. Thus, I am considering renting another place. Coincidentally, my current lease is set to expire in less than half a month, at which point I plan to secure a new rental and move. However, the two of you cannot stay in my home for free. Rent must be paid. I am aware that you currently lack funds, but you will need to provide me with an IOU, which you shall repay after graduating from university. This is acceptable. Upon finishing my statement, Jiang Yunyang made her decision. She had been contemplating this matter while Guyu was speaking. Realizing that she and her sister had nowhere else to turn, and given Guyu's kind nature, they had no choice but to follow him in their predicament. I agree, Jiang Yushi chimed in, her thoughts as an elder sister focused on caring for her younger sibling. She had no desire to lead her sister to live under a bridge. Having spent less than a night there, she had already caught a cold. Without Guyu, she truly could not fathom what they would do. Seeking medical attention would incur expenses, and if they exhausted the little money they had left, both she and her sister would find themselves utterly helpless. Chapter 17. Sleeping on the floor with Guyu by her side. She had already formulated a plan in her heart. As long as her sister could lead a good life, she would endure any mistreatment from Guyu. Moreover, after spending a day with him, she had sensed his kindness, and her feelings about the matter were no longer as burdensome as they had been the night before. Well, since both of you agree, I shall begin looking for a place, she declared. The rent is approximately 2,000 a month, but I will cover the majority. You two can contribute a bit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang felt a warm surge of affection. Guyu, you needn't bear the brunt of the expense. We can split it evenly, Jiang Yunyang insisted. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, you shouldn't have to shoulder the costs alone. Let us not let you be at a disadvantage. Just trust me, Guyu replied, rising to fetch medicine from the cabinet for the two of them. Sister. Guyu just went to get the medicine, Jiang Yunyang noted. I saw it. You mentioned Guyu had a headache. Is that true? He said he was fine. It must be true. I saw him rub his head twice, Jiang Yushi responded. How shall we approach him about it? Should we insist he stay in the room tonight? Jiang Yunyang hesitated internally but spoke resolutely. What if we sleep on the floor together? That works, Jiang Yushi replied. Sister, do you still feel dizzy? Jiang Yushi shook her head. No, I feel much better now. That's good. At that moment, Guyu returned with the medicine, balancing a bowl in each hand. Are you still running a fever? Guyu realized he had forgotten to buy a thermometer. He hadn't been ill in quite some time and had no need for one, so he didn't own one. Jiang Yunyang replied, I shouldn't be feverish anymore. Let me check. Guyu, not hesitating, placed the back of his hand against Jiang Yunyang's forehead and confirmed that it was indeed cool. He then checked Jiang Yushi's forehead, noting that she felt warmer than her sister. Take your medicine. I will prepare some pear soup for you both. It will help alleviate your cold. After saying this, Jiang Yunyang stood up again, tugging gently at Guyu's sleeve. I will do it. Guyu inquired, can you cook? Jiang Yunyang opened her mouth, realizing she had no idea how to cook. I'll handle it. After you both take your medicine, you can stay in your room, Guyu replied before departing. Once he was gone, a trace of guilt crossed the sisters' faces. Sister, we cannot cook. We don't even know how to make soup. We can't expect Guyu to do all the cooking for us, Jiang Yushi acknowledged. Realizing the truth in her words, Jiang Yunyang suggested, let us learn how to cook on our phones later. Watching a few videos should help. That sounds feasible. After finishing their medicine, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang went to the balcony to fetch their clothes. Sister, should we put our clothes away? It doesn't look proper to leave them hanging in the living room, Jiang Yushi remarked. Nodding, Jiang Yushi replied, yes, her cheeks flushing slightly. Clothes hung on the balcony caught Guyu's eye. In the kitchen, Guyu sliced a pear, carefully removing the inedible core before placing it in a pot to simmer. No additional seasonings were necessary. A sprinkle of sugar was all that was needed to sweeten the mildly tart pear, creating a delightful pear soup. Carrying 2 small bowls, Guyu entered the room, where the 2 sisters had changed into their attire, t-shirts paired with short skirts, reclining on the bed while engrossed in their phones. The moment he stepped inside, Guyu was struck by the sight of their long, fair legs sprawled across the bed, a vision almost mesmerizing. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang rose from their lounging position and accepted the bowls from his hands. It's a bit hot. Let it cool before drinking, he advised. All right. The 2 girls nodded in response. Noticing that Guyu had only brought 2 bowls, Jiang Yunyang inquired, Guyu, do you have any for yourself? I do. To assuage their doubts, Guyu hurried back to the kitchen to fill a larger bowl for himself. He had prepared a generous amount. With just 2 pairs remaining from the 10 yuan purchase, there was ample soup for 3. As he approached with the larger bowl, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang's faces brightened with sweet smiles, their joy inexplicable. Guyu, does your head still hurt? Jiang Yushi asked. Hearing this, Guyu assured them seriously. No, it doesn't hurt at all. Truly, it's nothing to worry about. Oh, Jiang Yunyang replied, skepticism lingering in her tone, though she lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Just stay here. I'll be going out, Guyu said before turning to leave. Sis, should we? Jiang Yunian began. But Jiang Yushi interjected. Let us talk to Guyu about sleeping arrangements. However, I doubt he will agree, Jiang Yunian expressed. I feel the same way, Jiang Yushi concurred. But what will we do at night? Will he sleep on the sofa? I noticed there didn't seem to be any blankets on it. At her words, Jiang Yunian raised an eyebrow. Is there no blanket for Guyu? None on the sofa, Jiang Yushi confirmed. Let us go out and speak with him, Jiang Yunian suggested. With their bowls in hand, the two ventured out to find Guyu seated on the sofa, engrossed in writing his novel. Guyu, they called out, settling beside him. What are you two doing out here? He asked. We wanted to keep you company for a while, Jiang Yushi replied. Guyu instinctively objected. You shouldn't tea. You both still have fevers. Go lie down. By the way, how does the pear soup taste? He inquired, noticing the sisters still holding their bowls. Oh, they responded, having yet to taste it. But at his prompting, they took small sips. It's delicious, sweet with a hint of tartness, truly delightful. Jiang Yushi exclaimed. Yes, it's really tasty. Guyu, you should try some too, Jiang Yunian encouraged, her smile brightening. Seeing their joy, Guyu felt an unexplainable happiness swell within him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. There are more pears simmering in the pot. They are quite delectable as well. After finishing the soup, you can sample them. All right, Guyu, you should have some too, Jiang Yunian remarked once more. With no alternative, Guyu lifted the pear soup and took generous sips. It had been quite some time since he last savored it, and as he indulged in the pear soup, memories of his childhood flooded back. He recalled how, during bouts of illness, a kind lady at the welfare institution would prepare pear soup for him. In those moments, sipping the warm concoction, Guyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He even entertained a fleeting desire to fall ill himself whenever he saw other children enjoying pear soup during their own sickness. Guyu, what are you up to? Jiang Yushi inquired, seated beside him, her curious little head stealing glances at his computer as he enjoyed his pear soup. I'm writing a novel. But you two are not allowed to peek, Guyu replied, closing his laptop. He was crafting a story set in an urban landscape, one he was reluctant to share with the two sisters. Chapter 18. It should be no problem for them as Jiang Yushi listened to Guyu's novel. She was instantly filled with admiration. Wow, you're amazing. I also enjoy reading novels. Guyu scratched his head and humbly replied, Haha, it's nothing special. But I write for a male audience, so you probably won't find it appealing. Oh, Jiang Yushi mumbled. Her curiosity piqued about the content of Guyu's writing. She believed that someone as remarkable as Guyu must craft compelling stories, and she was particularly eager to see what kind of novels he produced. All right, you two. Head back to your room. I need to write for a bit longer. Guyu urged them to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yuni inquired, Guyu, my sister and I were just discussing giving you our room, and we could sleep on the floor. Huh? Guyu turned to them, exclaiming in exasperation. No. I can't let you two girls sleep on the floor. I sleep quite well on the sofa. If you two aren't in the room, where will you sleep? Forget about sleeping on the floor. We don't even have a mattress. Are you suggesting you sleep directly on the ground? The sisters exchanged awkward glances, taken aback by the mention of no mattress. Well, Guyu shot an admonishing glance at Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. What are you hesitating for? Behave yourselves and return to your room. Oh, the two sisters fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Hurry back to your room and remember to eat the pears cooking in the pot, Guyu urged once more. This time, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni both stood up and headed into the kitchen. Guyu watched their retreating figures with a smile, his heart warmed by their kindness. In the kitchen, Jiang Yushi asked, Yuni, what should we do if Guyu doesn't listen to us? Jiang Yuni shook her head, uncertain. But it seems like he really doesn't have a blanket. Should we give him the blankets from our room? Do you think he'd accept? Jiang Yushi pondered. He probably wouldn't, right? Don't you notice how exceptionally nice he is to us? If we give him our blankets, we would be left cold. I doubt he would want them. Jiang Yushi fell silent for a moment, then quietly peeked into the living room. Guyu was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in writing. His profile strikingly handsome, resembling a star from a drama, perhaps even more charming than one. However, she noticed another issue. Guyu was hunched over, as the height of the sofa and coffee table was the same, forcing him to lean down to write in his notebook. Yuni. Guyu was bending over to look at his computer. Should we tell him to move to the room? Jiang Yuni also stole a glance and confirmed her observations. Will he go to the room, though? He should, Jiang Yuni replied. All right, let's go tell him. But first, We should serve him some pears. We can't be the only ones eating. Sure. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni dished out the pears and even found a spoon for Guyu in the kitchen. When they emerged, Guyu glanced at them but said nothing, continuing his work. Guyu, here you go. Jiang Yushi placed a pear beside Guyu, who, upon noticing, expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. No need to thank me, Jiang Yushi replied. She continued, Guyu, it seems uncomfortable for you to look at the computer like this. Perhaps you should move to the room, as you used to do. Guyu's computer had previously occupied the desk in the room, a fact well known to the sisters, who understood that they had taken Guyu's place. No. I'll just write for a little while. It will be over soon. Still, you should really go to the room. Jiang Yushi insisted once more. Guyu lifted his head and then stood up, an action that startled the sisters, causing their hearts to race. Did he find her words excessive and intend to reprimand her? However, Guyu extended his hand towards her, prompting Jiang Yushi to instinctively step back, genuinely believing he was about to strike her. Instead, he placed his hand on her shoulder, guiding her to turn around, gently pushing both sisters toward the room. Rest well in the room, he said after escorting them, then shut the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, the sisters stood in silence, unsure of what to say next. What do we do now? One asked. I don't know, the other replied. Suddenly, Jiang Yuni remembered. Sister, we need to study. It has been several days since we last did. Oh, right, studying, Jiang Yushi quickly agreed. They hastily finished the pair and exited the room. Upon seeing them return, Guyu sighed, pondering what the two girls were up to now. Surely, they did not intend to ask him again to go into the room, did they? Guyu, we would like to retrieve our books to study, Jiang Yushi stated, retreating slightly behind her sister as she felt hesitant to speak directly to him. Jiang Yuni, however, pointed to the luggage in the living room and whispered, over there. Upon hearing this, Guyu replied, studying, is it? That's perfectly fine. You don't need to ask my permission. With Guyu's approval, the sisters approached the luggage, opening it to reveal a stack of books. Guyu had seen them yesterday but had paid no mind. Now, observing them take out the books, he mused about the lack of a study desk in the house. The only desk available was the one he had purchased for his computer, measuring merely 1 meter long, insufficient for 2 people. Where do you plan to study? He inquired. Huh? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni simultaneously turned their heads, puzzled by his question. Guyu clarified, the room only has 1 desk, which may not accommodate both of you. You can study at the dining table if you prefer. The sisters nodded in agreement. That works. Good. You don't need to keep looking at me, Guyu remarked, feeling slightly awkward under their gaze. All right, sister, take this. Jiang Yuni offered a book to Jiang Yushi. They each grabbed a large stack and settled down at the dining table. Guyu glanced at them again, contemplating that after moving into a new house, he should purchase a proper study desk for them. Otherwise, their studies would be adversely affected. Moreover, I am uncertain how the girl is faring in her studies, whether she is excelling or struggling with anything. Guyu pondered that if they encountered difficulties, he might be able to offer some guidance. As a distinguished student of Chuanhai University, previously ranking among the top 50 in his high school, he believed he could assist them without difficulty. He decided to let them study independently for a while before checking in on them. Sister, are you studying? What are you looking at? This problem is too difficult. I've forgotten it. Is this one also slipping your mind? Oh dear. How can you expect to apply to the same university as me under these circumstances? Jiang Yunyang was utterly speechless with her sister's lack of comprehension. Despite her own academic prowess, she found it perplexing that her sister struggled with even the simplest of concepts. Were it not for her constant tutoring, she suspected her sister might find herself at the very bottom of the class. Simple questions required repeated explanations before they could be grasped. Chapter 19. The bed that accommodates 3. Listening to the quiet conversation between the two sisters, Guyu learned that the younger sister excelled academically, while the elder sister struggled. One might assume that twins would perform similarly in their studies, yet their personalities seemed quite alike as well. This perplexed him. Nevertheless, Guyu resolved to see if he could assist Jiang Yushi, enabling her to study with greater ease. After completing his novel, Guyu approached them. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian were still diligently engaged in their studies, occasionally discussing problems. Guyu, they both turned to him as he approached. There's no need to mind me. Continue your studies. I'm merely observing. All right. He sat beside Jiang Yushi, who had set aside her mathematics problems and was now tackling English, albeit with a hint of lethargy. Guyu, I just discussed with my sister. We wish to attend school tomorrow. Attending school, you say? That is certainly feasible. I can drive you both there. However, have you fully recovered from your fevers? Gyu gently pressed his hand against Jiang Yushi's forehead, noting that it still felt slightly warm. You seem to still have a fever, Jiang Yushi. Are you sure you can attend class tomorrow? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yushi replied, I think I should be fine. At that moment, Jiang Yunan interjected, Guyu. My sister and I primarily wish to visit the school to collect the papers our teachers have distributed these past few days, as we have exhausted all our practice problems. Guyu contemplated the situation and said, How about this? Since you both are still unwell, I will visit your school tomorrow to collect the papers for you. Does that sound acceptable? Thank you, Guyu. Jiang Yunan nudged Jiang Yushi playfully. Guyu then inquired, Jiang Yushi, are you feeling unwell? You appear rather listless. Before Jiang Yushi could respond, Jiang Yunan chimed in, Guyu, it's not that. My sister simply lacks motivation for studying. She always appears so uninspired when it comes to her studies. Don't be ridiculous. I am absolutely focused on my studies. Jiang Yushi, embarrassed by her sister's revelation, playfully swatted her. I am studying earnestly, she muttered, her demeanor shifting to one of determination as she resumed her reading. Guyu chose not to press further and glanced at the sister's papers. To his surprise, he realized that many of the high school problems were beyond his current capabilities. The questions sparked a sense of familiarity in his mind. He felt he understood them, yet struggled to articulate his thoughts on paper. It seems my endeavor to assist these two young ladies in their studies may be in vain. If you're feeling unwell, it's best not to strain yourselves. There's no rush. Rest is essential for regaining your energy. All right. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunan exchanged smiles with Guyu before returning their attention to their books. Returning to the sofa, Guyu opened a message on WeChat from Yu Hanfeng, who mentioned receiving another assignment that he found challenging to manage. Guyu reviewed the document and acknowledged its difficulty, though it was not insurmountable, merely cumbersome. What is your fee for this task? He inquired. I haven't accepted it yet. I am still negotiating the price. The client quoted 1,000, and I wanted to ask you what you deem appropriate. He sought a sum of 10,000, primarily aiming to monetize through advertising. Inquire how he intends to proceed with the advertisements, whether he plans to manage them himself or prefers a more arbitrary arrangement. Very well. I shall ask. Within moments, Yu Hanfeng responded, indicating he desired both options. He also suggested that we copy and paste the code, asserting that such operations could be executed online. Nonsense, let him handle the copying and pasting himself. Yu Hanfeng scratched his head and inquired, what shall we do then? Guyu pondered for a moment and suggested, return to the software company and inquire about their pricing. Let us aim to reduce our budget by 2,000. I have already checked with the software company. They quoted 15,000. Guyu raised an eyebrow, noting that the software company appears to be quite profitable. Perhaps 7,000 would suffice, 6,000 could also work, 5,000 is acceptable, and 4,000 would be manageable. We can take our time to develop it. In just over 2 weeks, we should be able to finalize it. Given his demeanor, there seems to be no urgency. All right, I will convey this, he replied. By the way, this is something we can replicate. Have you forgotten that we previously worked on something similar? Guyu responded, regardless, the previous version requires modifications, which is cumbersome. After a while, Yu Hanfeng messaged again, stating that the client needed to deliberate further. Guyu was indifferent. Such clients may not necessarily yield a transaction. It was likely that they were swayed by the software sellers, wishing to create a mini-program and generate revenue through ads. He had attempted this before, and the resulting mini-program attracted no users. The expense of advertising exceeded the cost of software development, and money spent did not guarantee user acquisition, a pure money-losing venture. Sister, it's past 9. What shall we do when it's time for bed? Jiang Yuni glanced at Guyu, who was seated on the sofa, and quietly asked Jiang Yushi. I'm not sure. Guyu doesn't heed our concerns. Jiang Yuni pursued, do you find the living room chilly? Jiang Yushi touched her arm, feeling a slight coolness, and replied, it's somewhat chilly but bearable. Jiang Yuni remarked, it seems Guyu doesn't even have a blanket. Nor an electric blanket. He must surely be cold at night. Should we tell him to borrow a blanket and an electric blanket? Jiang Yushi sighed, knowing Guyu would likely refuse. But we can't let him freeze, can we? Perhaps we could suggest he sleep in the room. The bed there accommodates 3. As Jiang Yuni spoke, her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. That could work, Jiang Yushi agreed after some contemplation, though she felt anxious about sharing a bed with a boy for the first time. Sister, who shall approach him? I will. You cannot, I will be the one sleeping beside Guyu tonight. Jiang Yuni then asked, what if Guyu disagrees? To that, they both fell silent. having lost track of how many times they had lapsed into silence that day. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, it's nearly 10, stop studying. Guyu glanced at the time and suggested that the two girls take a rest, as they were still running a fever, and it would be better for them to retire early. Upon hearing Guyu's voice, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang stood up, hand in hand, and approached him. Guyu, do you not have a blanket to sleep with at night? They inquired. I do, Guyu replied, recognizing that if he claimed otherwise, the two girls would likely offer him the blankets from their own beds. Do you have one? Where is it? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang began to survey their surroundings. The living room was small enough that they could see everything at a glance, yet they failed to discover any blankets in sight. Is it in the bedroom? They asked. It's not in the bedroom. You two should hurry and rest. I have blankets, Guyu reassured them. Chapter 20. What if I bully you both? Guyu urged once more, and Jiang Yunyang felt that he was deceiving both herself and her sister. Guyu, you have no blanket. You are lying. If you don't take it out, my sister and I won't leave. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement, affirming that Guyu was indeed misleading them. Right. If you don't produce the blanket, then neither Yunyang nor I will be going anywhere. Fine. I have no blanket. Is that satisfactory? Guyu had not anticipated such audacity from the two girls, and it seemed they possessed a certain boldness that compelled him to concede. However, he attempted to explain. I don't usually cover myself with a blanket while sleeping, and besides, it's not cold in here. There is no need for one. Jiang Yunyang retorted. It's cold. The room is quite chilly. Jiang Yushi added. Yes, it's very cold in here. If you don't want the blanket, then you can sleep in the other room. The bed is large enough for 3 people. In an instant, Guyu was taken aback by their suggestions. How could these two girls be thinking such things? Could it be that they had developed feelings for him? Nonsense, he was overthinking it. They had only known each other for a day, and he doubted he possessed any charm to warrant such affection. If he did, he wouldn't have remained single until now. All right, I understand that you two don't want me to be cold. But do you think it is appropriate for a boy to share a bed with you? Jiang Yushi, her cheeks flushed with shyness, responded, Guyu. I know you are a good person. Besides, we would merely be sleeping in the same bed, not pressed against each other. You certainly wouldn't do anything inappropriate. This left Guyu at a loss for words. He had never found rejecting a girl to be so complicated. What if I were to bully you both? That won't happen, Jiang Yunyang replied, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. There are no what-ifs. If you intended to bully my sister and me, you would have done so already. You are truly a good person and wouldn't act that way. Indeed, Yunyang is correct. You would never behave in such a manner. Guyu felt utterly speechless, realizing he had truly run out of responses. Guyu, if you refuse the blanket and want sleep in the other room, then my sister and I want go to the other room either. We aren't afraid of you being fierce with us. Jiang Yunyang chirped, since our parents left. You have been the best person to us, and we don't want to be the reason you suffer from the cold. As she spoke, Jiang Yunyang wore a look of slight grievance that made it hard for Guyu to turn her down. However, the thought of sharing a bed with 2 girls was a hurdle he struggled to overcome, even if it was merely lying in the same bed. He found it difficult to summon the resolve. His mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Guyu Jiang Yushi gently touched his arm, her voice laced with a playful charm, which startled Guyu from his reverie. All right, he acquiesced. A smile of delight illuminated the faces of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, quickly turning to bashfulness, their cheeks flushing crimson, resembling ripe apples. Guyu felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite. Let us go to the room. Guyu did not wish to elaborate further. He ushered the 2 sisters inside and stated, I shall lie here, covered by my clothes, and that is that. Guyu, do you have something to cover yourself with? One of them inquired. Indeed, there is this bedsheet, and an electric blanket on the bed, so it won't be cold. You two must refrain from discussing anything else. Lie down and sleep. Oh, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni dashed to the other side of the bed, and once they settled, Guyu promptly turned off the lights. You ought to rest early, he thought to himself, realizing he might not find sleep tonight. In truth, Guyu contemplated sneaking out once Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had succumbed to slumber. He intended to purchase a blanket the following day to appease the 2 girls. With the lights extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, wide-eyed, anxiously gazed at the ceiling. Hurry and sleep, Guyu urged as he approached the bedside, where he beheld 2 pairs of gem-like eyes blinking at him. Close your eyes. Obeying his command, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni shut their eyes, soon feeling Guyu ascend to the bed. The distance between them remained considerable on the spacious bed. Guyu allocated merely 50 centimeters for himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni huddled closely together at the opposite edge, creating a substantial gap in the middle. After Guyu lay down, he found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with the thought of sneaking out once the girls were asleep. To be candid, it was his first experience of such intimacy, and he felt a flutter of nervousness. Though his face remained unflushed, his heart raced as if on the verge of bursting. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni felt similarly. Nestled together, they could distinctly sense each other as heartbeats. Silence enveloped the room, with not a single sound to be heard. Not even the rustle of movement, as they all remained perfectly still. As time passed slowly, Guyu opened his eyes, turned his head to glance at Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, pondering whether they had drifted off to sleep. He was uncertain how long had elapsed, but it felt like quite a while. After hesitating for 2 minutes, Guyu cautiously sat up, took the bedsheet, and exited the room. He performed each action with utmost delicacy, and upon noticing that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni remained unaware of any disturbance, he exhaled in relief. Reclining on the sofa, Guyu checked the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. He closed his eyes and, within minutes, succumbed to slumber. A sense of discomfort overwhelmed him. Around 2 in the morning, Jiang Yushi awoke from her slumber, feeling extremely unwell. She touched her forehead and found it burning. She had developed a fever again. Rising from the bed, her hand brushed against Guyu's discarded clothing, and she suddenly recalled that she had shared the bed with him last night. Where's Guyu? She glanced at the bed. Her sister lay to her right, while the left side was empty. Is Guyu not here? Has he gone to the restroom? Or, rising from the bed, Jiang Yushi decided to search for him, also yearning for some medicine, as her discomfort was quite pronounced. Exiting the room, she found the living room equally shrouded in darkness. After closing the door behind her, she peered toward the sofa. It appeared as though someone was there, yet it also seemed empty. Her vision blurred, making it difficult for her to see clearly, so she approached cautiously. In the dimly lit room, Jiang Yushi was so preoccupied with the sofa that she completely overlooked the coffee table, colliding with it unexpectedly. Realizing her blunder, she hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing she might rouse Guyu from his slumber. At that moment, she noticed a slight movement from Guyu on the sofa. Indeed, he had returned to rest there. Had he awakened from his brief disturbance? Jiang Yushi approached him gently, and as she drew nearer, she observed Guyu leaning against the sofa, seemingly uncomfortable in his sleep. A wave of distress washed over her at the sight of him. It pained her to see Guyu relegated to the sofa for rest. How could she persuade him to move to the bedroom for a more restful sleep? Chapter 21. No tears. No tears, Jiang Yushi pondered, momentarily forgetting her physical discomfort until she could no longer endure it, prompting her to seek medication. Where had she placed the medicine? The living room was enveloped in darkness, and Jiang Yushi was reluctant to turn on the light, fearing it would awaken Guyu. Thus, she began to fumble about. She recalled that the medicine was on a cabinet, and upon reaching it, she indeed managed to grasp the medication. However, she soon encountered another dilemma. She could not discern the words on the medicine box, leaving her uncertain about which to take. Regardless, she resolved to take them all. After all, one was for fever reduction and the other for cold relief. Surely, it would not cause any harm. After a considerable struggle, Jiang Yushi finally held the medicine in her hand and proceeded to the kitchen. Water, a cup. She still refrained from turning on the light. Continuing her search in the dark. Suddenly, bang, a sharp sound pierced the stillness of the living room, startling Guyu awake as he opened his eyes. What was that noise? He glanced around the living room, seeing nothing amiss, and concluded he must have imagined it. As he lay back down, he soon heard a faint sound emanating from the kitchen. Guyu swiftly sat up, turned on the light, and looked toward the kitchen, where he found Jiang Yushi crouched on the floor amidst the remains of a shattered bowl. I'm sorry. Jiang Yushi realized she had disturbed Guyu from his slumber. How foolish she felt. All she intended was to pour some water, yet she had broken a bowl instead. At that moment, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears as she incessantly berated herself. Are you all right? Guyu hurried over, crouching down to help Jiang Yushi to her feet. You didn't hurt yourself, did you? He grasped her arm and inspected it, relieved to find no visible injury. What's wrong? Don't cry. Upon seeing the glimmer of unshed tears in Jiang Yushi's bright eyes, Guyu realized that she was on the verge of tears. Don't cry. It's all right. You're not hurt, are you? Let me see. Completely oblivious to the true reason for her tears, Guyu, in his straightforward manner, assumed she was injured and began to inspect her arm. However, this did have a slight effect, as Jiang Yushi felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her expression of distress dissipating somewhat. Don't cry, don't cry. After careful examination, Guyu confirmed that Jiang Yushi was unharmed. Yet he noticed 2 streams of tears tracing down her cheeks, which tugged at his heartstrings. Don't cry. It's all right. You're not hurt, right? It doesn't hurt anywhere? He used the sleeve of his shirt to gently wipe Jiang Yushi's tears away, his words of comfort repeating themselves due to his inexperience. Seeing Guyu's concerned demeanor caused Jiang Yushi to shed another couple of tears, whether it was from being moved or from happiness in Guyu's eyes. All he perceived was that she was crying again. He was at a loss as to how to console her, feeling a rising sense of urgency. Jiang Yushi, observing Guyu's anxious expression, steadied herself, hastily wiping her tears with her small hands, and, with a slight hitch in her voice, said, I'm fine. As long as you're fine, we want to cry. Come, let us not linger here. Let us sit on the sofa. Be careful of the floor. Don't hurt your feet. Guyu's tender words once again triggered Jiang Yushi's tears to flow anew. In her anxiety over Guyu's impatience, she nervously touched her face with her small hands, smudging her delicate features, settling onto the sofa. Guyu retrieved 2 tissues from the coffee table to wipe Jiang Yushi's face. Unsure how to comfort her, he gently patted her back with his large hand. Was she the older sister or the younger one? Guyu found himself unable to discern, having recognized them slightly when they sat together during the day. But now he truly could not tell apart. Just now, did you want some water? After a couple of minutes, with Jiang Yushi no longer crying, Guyu inquired. Softly and sweetly, Jiang Yushi replied, I want to take some medicine. Medicine? Are you feeling unwell? Guyu placed his hand on her forehead, feeling the heat radiating from it, just like at noon. Stay here. I'll fetch you some medicine. Guyu hurried away, collected the medicine, and went to the kitchen to prepare a packet of Ban Lan Gen for her. Watching Guyu bustling about warmed Jiang Yushi's heart. How kind he was. As he emerged with the medicine, Guyu looked at Jiang Yushi and suddenly felt she appeared rather silly. Jiang Yushi, is that you? Yes, she responded, taken aback that he recognized her, her little mouth breaking into a beaming smile as she nodded enthusiastically. Guyu, how did you know it was me? First, take your medicine. Guyu handed the medicine to Jiang Yushi, who swallowed the first mouthful. While she drank, Guyu draped a blanket over her legs, mindful that her short skirt left her long legs exposed to the cool air. You didn't turn on the light earlier? Were you afraid of waking me? Jiang Yushi lowered her head, shyly murmuring in agreement. Next time, don't do that. Guyu gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Understood. Let us head to your room. You'll feel much better after taking the medicine and getting some proper sleep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi did not move, but instead tugged at his sleeve. It's uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa. Stay with me. Be good. I'll take you back to your room. Guyu helped her up, guiding her towards her room. On the bed, Jiang Yusin was still asleep, shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for Guyu to see clearly. He felt the bed and noticed the electric blanket was on, warm and inviting. Hurry and sleep. If you're not feeling well, just lie here. If you still have a fever tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital for N4. At the mention of the hospital, Jiang Yushi immediately shook her head. No need. I'm fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. All right, then sleep quickly. How can you feel better if you don't sleep? Guyu understood that her reluctance to go to the hospital was likely due to concerns about expenses, so he acquiesced to her wishes. Guyu, are you leaving? Jiang Yushi grasped his sleeve, not wanting him to go. Don't talk. If you wake Jiang Yusin, we can't have that. Sleep. Be good. Good night. As Guyu turned to leave, he glanced at the closed door. Jiang Yushi lay back on the bed, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of Guyu. At that moment, she found herself harboring a new and different feeling for him, yet she remained oblivious to it. By the way, how did Guyu know I was the older sister? Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of regret and resolved to consult Guyu the following day. How did he come to know that she was the elder sister? Could it be that he paid her more attention than he did to her younger sister? Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yushi eventually drifted into slumber. Shortly thereafter, Guyu emerged and soon found himself resting on the sofa, slipping into the realm of dreams. In his dream, it seemed he held a young girl in his arms. But upon awakening, he realized the dawn had arrived. Around 7 in the morning, he set out to procure breakfast. Guyu quickly tidied himself before leaving. But without a scooter, he found it quite inconvenient. He resolved to purchase one that afternoon. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Yunyang had also awoken. After glancing at Jiang Yushi, she turned her gaze towards the spot where Guyu had slept the previous night. Had Guyu already risen? Jiang Yunyang hurriedly got out of bed and entered the living room, only to find it empty. Could they be in the bathroom? Chapter 22. The handsome cousin she refrained from approaching, patiently waiting until the front door was opened by Guyu. Upon seeing Guyu return home, Jiang Yunyang rushed over. Guyu gestured towards the items in his hands. I brought you breakfast. Is your sister awake? Jiang Yunyang instinctively replied, not yet. I will go wake her. However, she then pondered a curious question. How did Guyu instantly recognize her as the younger sister? Sometimes, even their parents fail to do so at first glance. No need. Guyu gently grasped Jiang Yunyang's arm, saying, your sister had a fever last night and isn't feeling well. Let her sleep a bit longer, we can eat together. Did my sister really have a fever last night? Jiang Yunyang was astonished, as she had been completely unaware. Guyu nodded. She came out to take her medicine. And that's when I noticed. Came out to take her medicine, and you noticed? Jiang Yunyang analyzed the situation and concluded that her sister must have gotten out of bed and woken Guyu, which led to his realization. Come on, let's eat. Guyu took a seat, having bought 2 bowls of porridge, 1 oatmeal and 1 pumpkin, meant for the sisters. Choose which one you like. The other is for your sister. If it cools down, just warm it in the steamer. I also got you both a serving of grilled cold noodles. Just 1 for now. If you like it, I can buy more next time. Here are pork and green onion buns, along with pork and mushroom and pork and corn varieties. Feel free to eat whichever you prefer. Don't hesitate. As Guyu spoke, he laid out the food before them. If Jiang Yushi wakes up late and the food is cold, just reheat it for her. Enjoy your meal. With that, Guyu began to eat. Jiang Yunyang responded in kind, joining him. Guyu, you should also have some porridge, she urged, pushing the bowl towards him. Guyu pushed it back. I don't particularly enjoy it, so I didn't buy any for myself. Oh, all right. Jiang Yushi was uncertain if Guyu truly disliked porridge, but she decided to take his word for it. Guyu ate swiftly, finishing his meal in no time. He then stood up, declaring, I'm off now to get your test papers from school. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yunyang replied. Watching Guyu leave before she too set aside her breakfast and retreated to her room. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sister's school, Guyu knocked on the security office door. Excuse me, sir, I'm a parent of a student. Do I need to register to enter? A parent of a student? The 2 security guards scrutinized Guyu, seemingly doubtful as he did not appear to be a student, despite not wearing a uniform. What class? 3rd grade, class 7. And class 9. Please call the homeroom teacher. Certainly. Prior to his arrival, Guyu had obtained the homeroom teacher's phone number from Jiang Yunyang, knowing he would need to notify someone before heading to the classroom. Hello? A female voice answered on the other end. Good day, Teacher Wang. I am Jiang Yunyang's parent, currently at the school entrance, and would like to discuss something with you. Jiang Yunyang's parent, you say? Wang Xingzhu glanced at the phone number, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Jiang Yunyang's parents perished in a car accident not long ago? Could it possibly be a relative? Just a week ago, the girl had requested leave, citing that the family mortgage was due and they could no longer afford to stay, seeking a new place to reside. There had been no news for several days. All right, you may enter. Teacher, the security guard at the entrance won't let me in. Could you perhaps speak to him? Handing the phone to the guard, Guyu communicated briefly before stepping inside. It was the school hour, just shy of 8 o'clock, and as he walked along the campus path, he was greeted by a sea of youthful students clad in uniforms, evoking a nostalgic sense of returning to his own school days. Wow, what a handsome boy. Where is he? Over there. Guyu's striking appearance quickly garnered the attention of several female students, who began to murmur among themselves. Is he from our school? He's not in uniform. I don't know, but he's so handsome and radiant. I want to ask for his WeChat. Stop. What are you thinking? Shouldn't we focus on our studies? No, haven't you noticed? He really is incredibly handsome. I won't talk to you anymore, love-struck girl. But how do you know he isn't a teacher? What if he's a new instructor? Aren't you worried about being called in by your parents? True. He's not in uniform and so dashing, even more so than our school's heartthrob. He might actually be a teacher. Oh, all right then. Upon entering the teaching building, Guyu made his way directly to the 3rd floor, glancing around before spotting the office sign. Inside, students were constantly entering and exiting with papers and assignments in hand. Guyu stood at the door and peered inside before knocking gently. Is Teacher Wang in? Several teachers turned their attention towards him, and Guyu introduced himself. I am Jiang Yunyang's guardian. I called earlier. Come in, a teacher replied, and Guyu stepped inside. He observed Jiang Yunyang's homeroom teacher, whose demeanor was not particularly amiable. Yet, a bit of sternness was necessary for managing students effectively. Teacher Wang, I am Jiang Yunyang's cousin. I am here primarily to request an additional 2 days of leave for her, She has been ill with a fever. I have just assisted her and my sister in finding a place to stay, so she cannot attend school for the next couple of days. Additionally, I would like to collect the assignments from these past few days, so Jiang Yunyang can study at home. Wang Xingzhu responded, I see. That is acceptable. I will take you to the classroom shortly to retrieve them. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Also, may I inquire about Jiang Yushi's homeroom teacher, Lu? At that moment, a voice called from behind, this way, that would be me. Hello, Teacher Lu. Jiang Yushi also needs to request a leave. Her fever is even more severe. The two girls went out in the rain to search for a house and both fell ill. Teacher Lu nodded. Very well. Let them rest for 2 days and return once they have recuperated. Li Qiqi, please retrieve the papers that Jiang Yushi has distributed over the past few days. Instructed Teacher Lu, as he handed over a collection of papers from his desk. These are the assignments for today and tomorrow. Kindly take them. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Guyu replied, accepting the papers. Teacher Wang did not escort Guyu to the classroom, but instead requested a female student to guide him there. Isn't he Jiang Yushin's cousin? How handsome. On the way back to the classroom, Han Nanxiao discreetly observed Guyu, contemplating that since Jiang Yushin had come to school, she must inquire thoroughly. Upon reaching the classroom, Han Nanxiao addressed Guyu, please enter. This is Jiang Yushin's desk. At that moment, Jiang Yushin's deskmate lifted her gaze to glance at Guyu, pondering his purpose for being there. Han Nanxiao turned to Jiang Yushin's deskmate, asking, Lili, are all the papers Jiang Yushin has distributed in the past few days here? Yes, they are all inside the desk. This is all of them, she replied. Chapter 23. Yuner Han Nanxiao took out the exam papers, organizing them as he spoke. This is all of it. You can take it. Thank you. Then I will take my leave, replied Guyu. All right. As Guyu departed, Baili immediately inquired, who is he? With an excited expression, Han Nanxiao responded, he is Jiang Yunyan's cousin. Isn't he handsome? Well, he is okay, Baili replied, still curious. He came to collect Jiang Yunyan's papers. Does that mean she is not attending school? Han Nanxiao explained, no. I overheard in the office that Jiang Yunyan seems to be ill and can't attend school these days. Her cousin came to request leave for her and also to retrieve her papers. Oh, I see. By the way, have you ever heard her mention having a cousin? Baili shook her head. Jiang Yunyan never mentioned it. Her cousin is so handsome. When she returns, we must ask her all about it. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Guyu also left the school, heading home with the papers. Upon arriving home, Guyu opened the door to find the living room empty. He thought the two girls must still be in their rooms. Perhaps Jiang Yushi hadn't even woken up yet. After placing the papers down, Guyu approached the bedroom door. Jiang Yunyan was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone, while Jiang Yushi remained asleep. Guyu walked over and gently tapped Jiang Yunyan, who immediately turned over. Upon seeing Guyu, her lips curled into a smile. Come out. As they emerged, Guyu informed them, I just requested a few days off from your teacher. You can return to school next week. Here are your papers. Take your time with them. It's all right if you don't finish, just don't overexert yourselves. Are you still running a fever? Guyu placed his hand on Jiang Yunyan's forehead. Finding it cool. Did you take your medicine this morning? Jiang Yunyan shook her head. I felt better, so I didn't take any. All right, what about your sister? Shouldn't you check on her? Noticing her condition, Guyu went back into the room. Jiang Yushi was sleeping soundly, the bed warm. She had a rather playful sleeping posture, with her fair arms exposed and a portion of her thigh uncovered. Guyu gently covered Jiang Yushi with a blanket and felt her forehead, which was also cool, suggesting the medicine taken last night had subdued the fever. Let your sister sleep. I'll head to school now, Guyu said as he prepared to leave. Jiang Yunyan chased after him, asking, Guyu, will you be back for lunch? I should be back. Then let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll message you. Okay. Jiang Yunyan hurried to her room to grab her phone. After adding each other on WeChat, Guyu stepped out to head to school. At 8:40 in the morning, Guyu glanced at the time, deciding to walk to school while keeping an eye out for an electric scooter. Life without an electric scooter was indeed inconvenient. He had taken a taxi to Jiang Yunyan's school earlier, costing over 20 yuan for the round trip. Now, he had to take the bus to school. Waiting for it to arrive, which wasted time. Arriving at an electric scooter shop, Guyu entered and greeted, hello. I'd like to take a look at the electric scooters. As he spoke, a young man in his 20s approached, asking, what kind are you looking for? What is your budget? Our current model is available at a discount. It was originally priced over 3,400, but now it is only 3,000. The more expensive ones, exceeding 5,000, are faster and have greater range, which delivery riders particularly favor. For those seeking more affordable options, we have models priced around 2,000 or just over 1,000, which are smaller and more suitable for women than men. The salesperson enthusiastically presented the options, and Guyu had a price range in mind. He inquired, "Do you have any second-hand ones in the 3,000 range?" "Yes, we do have second-hand ones outside. But honestly, my friend, I would recommend buying new. The price difference is only about 600 or 700. It's better to invest in something new." "Let me first take a look at the second-hand ones," Guyu replied, intending merely to browse and see if he could save some money. The second-hand options were also quite new, with all production dates within the last 2 years. "How much is this one?" "My friend, I can offer you a fair price of 2,003. We purchased it for 2,000 and need to refurbish it, so we have to cover our labor costs." "All right, I'll think about it." Guyu left, planning to inquire about prices at several other shops along the way. "Boss, can you lower the price any further?" "My friend, 2,000 is the lowest. We aren't making any profit at that price. At other shops, you'll likely be quoted at least 2,003. Guyu discovered another appealing option at a different store and decided to purchase it if the price was right. After discussing with the owner for a few minutes, the owner offered, "All right, my friend, I'll even include a 6-month warranty. If it breaks within that time, you can come back for repairs." Normally, second-hand items don't come with a warranty. How does that sound? Guyu pondered. He had visited 4 or 5 shops, and this one was the most affordable. Continuing forward might not yield a better deal. "Guyu, is that really you?" Turning around, Guyu saw a girl jogging towards him. "Sure, Yuner. What are you doing here?" "I came out for breakfast and to buy a few things." "Are you looking to buy an electric bike?" "Yes." Guyu noticed Sure Yuner carrying several bags. "Are you buying anything? If you are, take me back to school, would you? I lost track of time while wandering this morning and missed the bus. A taxi would cost more than 10 yuan, and I've been walking for nearly 10 minutes. I'm exhausted." "My friend, I can give you an additional 50 off. I'm really losing money here." The owner interjected again. Guyu considered it and replied, "All right then. Good, let's proceed to payment. I'll write you a receipt." "Just a moment, I'll handle the payment," said Guyu. "I'll go with you." Sure Yuner followed him into the store. The owner remarked, "Young man, is this your classmate? She is quite beautiful. Now that you've bought a bike, you can take her out shopping. How wonderful is that?" Guyu felt speechless and simply nodded as he completed the payment. "Guyu, I recall you had an electric bike before. Have you sold it?" "It was lost." "Lost?" Sure Yuner echoed in surprise. Guyu nodded. "Yes, it was lost." "All right then. How much did you buy it for?" 1,950. "Fortunately, I ran into you. The owner gave me a 50 yuan discount because he thought I looked good." Upon hearing this, Sure Yuner immediately broke into a triumphant smile. "Then shouldn't you treat me to a meal? I have no money." Initially quite pleased, Sure Yuner's expression fell at the mention of being broke. She pouted. "Humph, I even saved you 50. Guyu was truly at a loss. Realizing he should have refrained from speaking. "How about I treat you to milk tea next time? Is that acceptable?" Sure Yuner readily agreed. "Sure. There's a milk tea shop right at the school gate. Can't you be a bit more gracious?" Guyu found himself utterly disarmed by her demeanor. Having had little interaction before, he had not realized how vivacious Sure Yuner truly was. "No way, if I'm polite, the milk tea will vanish. Next time then." "It's already 9:30. "All right then." Chapter 24. The gluttonous girl. The boss handed over the receipt along with a warranty valid for 6 months. Guyu took it and gestured for Sure Yuner to leave. "Just place the items under the seat," he instructed. "Okay." Guyu mounted the electric scooter. And without a hint of hesitation, Sure Yuner quickly joined him. "Why are you out alone? Where's your roommate?" Guyu inquired. Sure Yuner replied. "She is asleep in the dormitory. There's a particularly delicious breakfast shop nearby, as well as a pastry shop. I was craving something yesterday, so I came over by myself today." Upon hearing this, Guyu joked, "Ah, so you're quite the glutton." Sure Yuner immediately retorted, her small hand pinching Guyu's waist. "You're the gluttonous one." "Ah, all right, I'm not. Just let go quickly. That hurts." Guyu straightened his posture instantly, his hand instinctively moving to his waist. As Sure Yuner released her grip, she huffed. "Humph, you owe me an apology." "I'm sorry." Guyu mentally scolded himself for making such a jest. And as for Sure Yuner, he had never realized she could be so feisty. A mere joke had provoked her to act. Whoever ends up marrying her will surely have regrets. After hearing Guyu's apology, Sure Yuner still felt slightly aggrieved, exclaiming, "You called yourself a gluttonous boy. I am a gluttonous boy. Humph, you are indeed a gluttonous boy." At that moment, Guyu had already ridden the electric scooter onto the school campus and asked, "Shall I take you to the dormitory or the classroom?" Yuna retorted, to the dormitory. Are you suggesting I carry all this food to the classroom? I was merely asking. Guyu escorted Yuna to the dormitory entrance. But he soon regretted it upon spotting someone sitting on the steps outside. Tong Fei, a fellow student from the computer science major but a different class, had developed feelings for Yuna. Their classes had been intertwined since last year, and he had been pursuing her for nearly a year, despite her lack of interest. Initially too shy to reject him outright, she had been subtly indicating her disinterest, but he foolishly mistook her modesty for coyness, intensifying his pursuit. Guyu Henti anticipated encountering him today. Would this fellow mistake him for a rival? Noticing the electric scooter, Tong Fei instinctively glanced up, only to immediately lower his head again. Yet, within seconds, he abruptly raised his gaze. Yuna, why are you with Guyu? You too. Guyu hurriedly clarified. Don't misunderstand. I ran into Yuna on the way and brought her back. Is that so? Tong Fei seemed skeptical, but didn't press further. He approached Yuna and handed her a bag. I bought this for you since you mentioned wanting pastries on your social media yesterday. I don't want it. Yuna recoiled, her expression clearly indicating her annoyance. Guyu bought it for me. What? Guyu, now standing to the side, felt his eyes widen in surprise at her words. Yuna cast a glance at Guyu, and then, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, why don't you take it out? And why did you say you encountered me on the road? What are you afraid to admit? Didn't you promise to protect me from now on? Guyu sighed inwardly. Already aware of the situation, this girl had unwittingly made herself a shield. Yuna, it is my fault. He retrieved the snacks that Yuna had purchased from beneath the car seat and glanced at Tong Fei. Tong Fei, I will buy whatever snacks Yuna likes. So please refrain from approaching her in the future. Tong Fei looked at Guyu and then at Yuna, who had already hidden behind Guyu. I apologize for the interruption. With that, Tong Fei shot a fierce glare at Guyu before turning on his heel and leaving swiftly. Guyu then directed his gaze back to Yuna, a hint of irritation in his eyes. Yuna, Guyu, I'm sorry. How about I treat you to a meal? This counts as helping a classmate, and it shows great responsibility. Do you have a girl you like? Tell me, and I will introduce you. I have to go to class now, so I'll take my leave. She continued, and you called me a greedy girl, yet I didn't get upset with you. So you mustn't be angry with me either. Yuna spoke rapidly, and after placing the items down, she dashed into the dormitory building. Sighing, Guyu slapped his forehead. Had he anticipated Tong Fei's presence, he would never have escorted Yuna here. Now, he had unwittingly become a shield and had also offended someone. What a loss. He departed on his electric bike, resolving to maintain distance from Yuna in the future. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found that many classmates had already gathered, including Yu Hanfeng, but he was alone. Where's Zhang Qingyu? Guyu inquired. He's engrossed in that game. There's a version update, and he's busy ranking up. So he won't be joining us. Alright then, did you manage to secure that deal from yesterday? Yu Hanfeng scratched his head. Not yet. He said he needed to think it over. I did find 2 other deals, but neither was successful. Guyu reassured him. It's fine. Such deals are typically hard to secure. It's better not to take them on at all. Yu Hanfeng nodded in agreement. I understand, but if we can secure them, we should still try. By the way, regarding the computer competition, the teacher mentioned registration is due next Monday. Have you made a decision? I'll join you. Guyu felt reluctant to let Yu Hanfeng go alone. After all, it was merely a competition, a matter of half a day. And the bond of brotherhood was far more significant. All right, I'll assist you with the registration. As Guyu conversed with Yu Hanfeng, Yuna entered the classroom, surveying the room before heading towards Guyu's seat. When she approached, Guyu noticed her presence but remained silent, curious to see what she would say. This is for you. It's quite delicious. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Yuna placed the items down and promptly turned to leave. This scene astonished many classmates. Yuna was giving Guyu food. What was going on? Could it be that Yuna harbored feelings for Guyu? What was the meaning of this? How did Yuna come to deliver food to Guyu? I am uncertain. I recall that in the past, Guyu and Yuna scarcely exchanged words. Shouldn't it be Guyu who presents food to Yuna instead? What is the situation where she is pursuing him? Guyu is indeed quite handsome, nearing my own level of charm. Could it be? I find it hard to believe. Yuna, why did you bring food to Guyu? What is going on? Upon returning to her seat, Yuna was instantly surrounded by her 3 roommates. Please, do not misunderstand. Guyu helped me earlier, so I brought him some food as a token of gratitude. Chapter 25. Guyu has departed, seemingly oblivious to your presence. Zhang Caron, filled with curiosity, inquired. He helped you? Did you not go out for a meal this morning? What assistance did he provide? Yunu elaborated. This morning, I encountered Guyu while he was purchasing an electric bicycle, and he kindly offered me a ride back to school. Subsequently, we ran into Tongfei beneath the dormitory building, and I requested Guyu to masquerade as my boyfriend, leading Tongfei to mistakenly believe that we were together, thus dissuading him from persistently pursuing me, despite my clear disinterest. Is that so? What a remarkable coincidence. You know why Guyu? Could it be? Ah, Xiao. What nonsense are you conjuring? I shall strangle you. Do you believe it? Kai Xixiao, seizing the opportunity for playful banter, teased further. Yuner, have I guessed correctly? Look. You're flustered. Yuner, vexed, retaliated. Oh, nonsense. You're fabricating rumors. I'll truly strangle you. Kai Xixiao hurriedly interjected. Enough. The teacher has arrived. Upon glancing towards the doorway, Yuner confirmed the teacher's arrival and relented, declaring, Humph, we shall settle this upon our return to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Yu Huanfeng, embodying the essence of curiosity, queried Guyu, are you and Yuner in a romantic relationship? Guyu promptly retaliated with a punch, exclaiming, what nonsense? When have I ever spoken with Yuner? Yu Huanfeng scratched his head, recalling, well, you did converse last week, and quite a bit during our freshman year. Guyu replied, Guyu, is it true? They all say so. Yuner even gifted you something. That is untrue. Guyu opened the item, sampled it, and found it quite delectable. He should not fault Yuner for venturing out early to purchase it. Sweet and chewy. He contemplated asking Yuner where she bought it, intending to procure some for his younger sisters at home later. Eat, why hesitate? Yu Huanfeng shook his head. No? It was a gift from Yuner. I shan't partake. Suit yourself. Guyu unabashedly continued to enjoy the treat. At home, Jiang Yushi awoke from her slumber at 11 o'clock in the morning. What time is it? Is no one around? Jiang Yushi glanced around the room. Noticing her sister was absent, as was Guyu, shielding her eyes from the sun, she realized it was indeed noon, with sunlight streaming through the window and warming her face. Has the sun risen so high? Jiang Yushi, squinting at the bright rays, hurriedly searched the bed. Finding her phone, she confirmed it was already 11. Where is Nian Yan? Jiang Yushi exited her room and found Jiang Inian studying at the dining table. Nian Yan, yes? Sister, you're awake. Jiang Yushi inquired. Did Guyu go to school? Yes, Guyu mentioned you had a fever last night. Why did you not wake me? I thought I could manage with some medication, so I did not disturb you. Jiang Inian, not pressing further, asked, Sister, would you like to eat? Or shall we wait for Guyu to return for lunch? He bought breakfast, and there is still some left. Wait for Guyu to return before eating. Although she felt quite famished, she preferred not to indulge herself, for that would leave Guyu merely watching from the sidelines upon his arrival. What are these papers about? Guyu went to school this morning to ask for leave for both of us, and brought back these papers. Is that so? As the class was nearing its end, Guyu contemplated what they might have for lunch, uncertain if the two girls had any cravings. Do you have anything in mind for lunch? Guyu sent a message to Jiang Yunyang. Upon hearing her phone chime, Jiang Yunyang picked it up and saw Guyu's text. My sister and I don't have any cravings. We haven't finished the breakfast we bought this morning. All right, just let me know if you think of something. Don't be shy. Understood. Exiting the chat, Guyu recalled that the pig trotter rice he purchased yesterday was still in the refrigerator and would spoil if not consumed today. He decided to buy something for the two girls for lunch while he treated himself to the pig trotter rice. There was also the leftover breakfast, so there was no need to buy too much. Guyu pondered for a moment and asked Jiang Yunyang, how about noodles? Upon seeing the message, Jiang Yunyang thought Guyu wanted to eat noodles and quickly replied, noodles sound good. Braised beef noodles or tomato egg noodles, or perhaps spicy stir-fried meat noodles. After sending the message, Guyu remembered that the two girls were still unwell and that spicy food would not be advisable. So he responded, spicy stir-fried meat noodles 1T do. You both have fevers, so let us opt for something lighter. Let us go with tomato egg noodles. All right. One serving of noodles wouldn't suffice. Guyu decided to buy a portion of dumplings as well. This time, he didn't ask, even if he did. The two girls would not refuse. As the class bell rang, Guyu took the small pastries that Yuner had gifted him and left the classroom. Zhang Karong noticed this and nudged Yuner, remarking that Guyu had left without acknowledging her. Yuner, feeling quite irked, shouted, Are you looking for a fight? What is it to him? I have nothing to do with him. Kai Xixia nodded seriously, saying, Yes, you're angry again. Guyu, have you bought a new electric bike? Yes, hop on. I'll take you to the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Guyu said, You go ahead and eat. I have something to attend to, so I want to join you. All right. Yu Hafeng thought to himself that Gyu must be off to find Shi Yuner to have lunch together. He probably hasn't succeeded in pursuing her yet, and couldn't show it in class, which is why he didn't come to the cafeteria with Shi Yuner. He must be looking for her now. Achoo. Gyu suddenly sneezed while walking, muttering to himself, "Who just cursed me? It's probably that Tang Fei fellow. Perhaps it could also be Shi Yuner." After finishing his meal purchases, Gyu returned home, and upon opening the door, he found the two sisters seated at the dining table, studying. Hearing the door, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang turned to look, already aware that Gyu had returned. Although they knew, the moment they saw Gyu, their faces lit up with surprise and joy. "Time to eat," Gyu announced. And Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang immediately began clearing the table, while he placed their lunch on the coffee table before heading into the kitchen. "Take out yesterday's pig trotter rice and place it in the steamer to warm it up. By the time it is ready." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian have already tidied up, and Gyu brings over the lunch, still steaming. "You two should eat first," he suggests. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunian immediately inquires, "Gyu, aren't you eating?" Gyu explains, "I didn't buy my own. I still have yesterday's pig trotter rice that I haven't eaten. I've just warmed it up and we'll have that later." "No way," Jiang Yushi protests, rushing to Gyu's side. "You had leftovers last night." Jiang Yunian hurries over as well, exclaiming, "Gyu, it's all our fault for not eating yesterday at noon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to eat leftovers. You should have today's freshly bought meal, while my sister and I will have the one from yesterday." Chapter 26. Still wanting to acknowledge my sisters, Gyu anticipated this outcome, but felt powerless, as these two young ladies had engaged in such antics on multiple occasions. "Listen, both of you are unwell. How can you eat leftover food? Think about it. You're already sick. If you eat leftovers and your condition worsens, shall I then go buy you medicine? Be obedient. No more arguments, or I shall have to discipline you both." As he spoke, Gyu grasped Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyan's arms, guiding them to their seats. "Eat, or I will not hesitate to intervene." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyan remained motionless, exchanging furtive glances. "Sister, let us eat first," Jiang Yushi suggested. "What will you have?" "I desire dumplings," Jiang Yushi replied. "Then I shall have egg noodles," Jiang Yunyan declared, promptly digging into her dish. Jiang Yushi picked up a dumpling and placed it in her mouth. "Gyu, you should have one too. I cannot finish all of this." Suddenly recalling that Gyu could partake, she offered him a dumpling, which he accepted without hesitation, taking a bite. "Gyu, have another," Jiang Yushi urged, quickly offering him another dumpling. With no choice but to comply, Gyu took another bite and said, "Eat for yourself. Do not serve me anymore." Concerned that Jiang Yushi might not heed his words, Gyu stood and headed toward the kitchen. "Sister, I shall join you in the kitchen," Jiang Yunian said. Noticing Jiang Yushi feeding Gyu dumplings, she too wished to offer Gyu some of her egg noodles but felt it inappropriate to feed him directly. So she decided to fetch a bowl instead. "What brings you here?" Gyu asked, somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Jiang Yunian approach. "Is she now clinging to me as well? Is this the sister?" Gyu mused, realizing the striking resemblance between the two sisters, both clad in identical attire, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to distinguish between them. Casting a glance back, he saw Jiang Yushi at the dining table, savoring her meal, her gaze fixed intently on the kitchen. "This is my sister," he thought. "Jiang Yunian, what do you intend to do by coming in here?" "I cannot finish my egg noodles either, so I thought to bring you some in a bowl," Jiang Yunian replied. Upon hearing this, Gyu felt relieved, as it was not the scenario he had feared. "No need. Just eat what you cannot finish. I will manage with the leftovers." "Absolutely not," Jiang Yunian insisted, her tone slightly authoritative, though she immediately regretted her volume. "Gyu, do not eat leftovers. I will serve you some fresh." Embarrassed, she averted her gaze as she dashed out of the kitchen with a bowl in hand. Gyu, suddenly struck by a thought, mused to himself how wonderful it would be to have two sisters like them. Perhaps he could genuinely acknowledge Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian as his sisters? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, they were already 18, and he still viewed them as mere children, yearning to claim them as sisters. No, that simply won't do. Gyu retrieved the freshly prepared pig's trotter's rice and returned to the dining table, where Jiang Yunian had already filled a small bowl to the brim with egg noodles, adorned with an abundance of dumplings that nearly overflowed. "What are you doing? Not eating for yourself anymore?" Gyu chided the two of them before promptly reclaiming the dumplings from Jiang Yushi. Once the dumplings were gone, Gyu noticed that his egg noodles were now generously topped with eggs. A simple thought revealed to him that Jiang Yunian had meticulously selected all the eggs for herself. "I don't want the eggs, they are for you. You're unwell and should eat better," he insisted. Jiang Yinian quickly shielded her bowl as Guyu approached, exclaiming, I'm not sick. I'm perfectly fine, and besides, I don't even like eggs. Really don't like them? Guyu inquired as he stood before her. No, I truly don't, she affirmed with a nod. Very well, but should I discover you lying in the future, just wait and see what I shall do. The mere mention of punishment sent a shiver down Jiang Yinyan's spine. Guyu's threats had a genuine capacity to frighten the two girls, especially since he had revealed his more ferocious side that fateful night. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian thought to themselves that they had just escaped the wolf's den only to find themselves in the tiger's lair. Soon after, lunch concluded. And as Guyu set his chopsticks down, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian promptly declared, Guyu, we'll take care of the cleanup. All right, go ahead, he permitted. Recognizing that work needed to be done, being overly indulgent would only spoil them. Reclining on the sofa, Guyu opened an online shopping platform, intending to purchase a blanket. The prices at the supermarket were exorbitant, with the cheapest blanket costing over 100 and of the lowest quality at that. Conversely, he could procure a superior one online for merely a few dozen. Guyu was quite adept at calculating expenses. Let us opt for a good one, he mused. As he selected a blanket, it suddenly struck him that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian were currently using his, which felt somewhat inappropriate for two young women to be covered with a male's blanket. Therefore, he decided to buy a nice one for them and keep the inferior one for himself. It was fortunate that the two girls were kind-hearted and beautiful. Otherwise, Guyu's nature would never have allowed him to spend over 100 on blankets for them. They would need a larger one, perhaps 2 meters by 2.3, to prevent any tussles over the covers. Guyu, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian called as they finished tidying up and settled beside him. Noticing their approach, Guyu replied, I have nothing pressing. You two should take a nap. Jiang Yushi retorted, I just woke up and am not sleepy. Guyu, you should rest. You didn't sleep well last night. I want to take a nap. I have class in the afternoon, and time is insufficient. If I don't get enough rest, I might as well skip the nap. Neither Jiang Yushi nor Jiang Yinian knew how to respond to this, and it seemed unreasonable to suggest he go to sleep when he just said he wouldn't feel refreshed. We can keep you company for a while, they offered. No need. What is the point of just sitting here? Why not grab your phones? I'll take you both to play some games. Sounds great. Jiang Yushi exclaimed with joy. I love playing games. After finishing her words, she dashed into the room to retrieve her phone. Observing this scene, Guyu pondered. Is this girl truly an avid gamer? Her enthusiasm for gaming is palpable. It seems that in the future, a boy skilled in gaming could easily win her over. Guyu, what games do you enjoy? Jiang Yushi inquired as she took out her phone, handed it to Jiang Yunian, and settled beside Guyu, previously reclining. Guyu now sat up and asked, what do you like to play? I adore playing Honor of Kings, PUBG, Eggy, Genshin Impact, Miracle Nikki, and various tower defense games. Jiang Yushi listed a multitude of titles. Guyu mused to himself, are there truly so many games that girls enjoy? His own repertoire consisted mainly of Honor of Kings, PUBG, Crossfire, League of Legends, Racing, Call of Duty, and recently, the mobile game Naraka. Among these, he frequently played only Honor of Kings and PUBG, while indulging in the others occasionally, and he indeed found himself outmatched by her enthusiasm. Chapter 27. The adorable foolishness of youth with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Yushi unlocked her phone and promptly accessed the game, Honor of Kings. Guyu snatched her phone away, eager to assess the girl's gaming prowess. To his surprise, she boasted a commendable Starry Glory rank, primarily excelling as a mage and support. Let me take a look at your sister's skills, Guyu remarked, reaching for Jiang Yunyang's phone. Jiang Yushi, lingering nearby, chimed in, Guyu, my sister is utterly hopeless at gaming. Sometimes, I hesitate to team up with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang retorted with irritation, and yet, your studies are abysmal. Do you think I relish teaching you? But I never asked for your help. Jiang Yushi protested. Such words are unacceptable, Guyu interjected sternly, cutting off Jiang Yushi's protest. Yushi, you neglect your studies, fixated solely on gaming, and you have the audacity to complain? You ought to be grateful for your sister's goodwill, even at the expense of her own studies. He playfully poked her forehead twice. I understand, I was wrong, Jiang Yushi conceded, intimidated by Guyu's fierce demeanor. I won't do it again. With her head bowed, she acquiesced quietly. Yet, she harbored resentment towards her sister for consistently undermining her before Guyu. Once he departed, she resolved to confront her sister for her incessant criticisms. Now, add me as a friend so we can play together, Guyu instructed. taking Jiang Yushi's phone to send a friend request. Shall we rank? Jiang Yushi nodded eagerly. Yes, but I haven't played ranked in over a week, so my rank hasn't improved. Gu Yu, now aware of her gaming obsession, initiated the matchmaking process, inviting both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to join him. Upon glancing at Gu Yu's rank, Jiang Yushi was struck by an overwhelming desire to help him ascend. Gu Yu, I'm quite skilled. I can help you rank up. Gu Yu turned to her, noting the earnest expression on her face, indicating she was genuinely intent on assisting him. All right then, he replied, withholding the information that he had achieved Glory King status in the previous season, with a peak rank of 1800. He figured she might not believe him, as he was currently using a lower-ranked account that would team match with Jiang Yushi or Jiang Yunyang. Very well, I shall lead the way. I excel at playing Xiao Qiao, she declared confidently. As the game commenced, Jiang Yushi, brimming with self-assurance, swiftly selected Xiao Qiao. Sister, since you're not as skilled, you should play support to protect me. Just use Sunbin. Fine, I got it, Jiang Yunyang replied, somewhat reluctantly, disinterested in playing support alongside Jiang Yushi. What will you be playing, Gu Yu? I'll choose Han Xin, Gu Yu responded, assessing the opposing team's composition, which seemed rather fragile, and opted for a jungler role. As the game unfolded, the opposing jungler was Luna, prompting Gu Yu to initiate a strategy by advising Jiang Yunyang. Yunyang, go and disrupt the enemy jungler Luna. Approach their blue area, but don't enter. Understood, she replied. Jiang Yunyang, upon hearing the situation, swiftly dashed towards the opponent's blue area, thus compelling their support to abandon the red zone, allowing her to secure their red buff. Indeed, as Jiang Yunyang arrived at the enemy's blue zone, the opposing support, Zhang Fei, rushed over to safeguard Luna. He successfully seized the enemy's red buff and then proceeded to his own blue area to farm expeditiously. When Luna approached her red zone, she was taken aback, unleashing her frustration on a few jungle creatures before deciding to assist her top laner in securing a level 4. Gu Yu, having anticipated Luna's intentions, followed her to the top lane, ambushing her and the opposing top laner, though he failed to claim a kill. Gu Yu, you are truly remarkable, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, praising him as they secured first blood. Not too shabby, Gu Yu replied modestly, yet his prowess was undeniable. When Luna respawned to contest the blue buff, he claimed her life once more, along with the blue buff itself. At this point, Luna's mental state was likely in disarray. The diamond tier felt exceedingly effortless for Gu Yu. Under his leadership, they swiftly destroyed the enemy crystal within 12 minutes of the match. Gu Yu, we won. Jiang Yushi cheered exuberantly. Our cooperation was commendable, Gu Yu stated. However, Jiang Yushi disagreed, insisting, no, it was your skill that made the difference. Gu Yu chose not to respond, leading the two girls into the second match. Jiang Yushi resolved to perform exceptionally well this time. Reflecting on the previous match where she had boasted about Gu Yu's victory while she herself had secured 3 kills, despite being the highest-ranked player. Consequently, she commanded Jiang Yunyang to assist her. No, I want to play marksman. I dislike playing support, Jiang Yunyang retorted. No way, you will support me, Jiang Yushi insisted imperiously. Jiang Yunyang, undeterred, replied, I refuse to support. What will you do about it? Stop arguing, Gu Yu interjected softly, ruffling Jiang Yushi's hair. Isn't it the elder sister's role to yield to her younger sister? Jiang Yushi found herself without a counter-argument and reluctantly allowed Jiang Yunyang to play as she pleased. As the game commenced, Gu Yu selected the jungler role, opting for the king of Lanling, and began by traversing the enemy jungle. Just as he finished dispatching some jungle creatures, Jiang Yushi inadvertently gifted first blood to the enemy. Cautiously, she cast a furtive glance at Gu Yu, worried that he might think less of her skills. I'll avenge you, Gu Yu declared, charging towards the enemy mid-tower. Previously, Jiang Yushi had managed to weaken the opposing jungler, who was now hiding beneath the tower, attempting to recall. Gu Yu, undeterred by the tower, launched a shuriken, securing the kill. A delighted giggle escaped Jiang Yushi as she felt elated that Gu Yu avenged her demise. Nevertheless, she resolved not to die again, fearing it would be embarrassing to play alongside Gu Yu. Moreover, she was ranked higher than him and couldn't afford to be outperformed. While Jiang Yushi believed herself to be more skilled than Gu Yu, she refrained from vocalizing this sentiment, instead opting to commend his exceptional abilities. Revived, Jiang Yushi cleared the minion wave and began to lurk in the bushes on the lower lane. In the diamond tier, her opponents exhibited a lack of awareness, allowing her to ambush and swiftly eliminate the enemy mage with a well-executed combo. With the kill secured, Jiang Yushi felt an overwhelming sense of delight. knowing that Guyu must have witnessed her achievement. How splendid. Indeed, Guyu had seen her, and he praised Jiang Yushi with commendation. Her heart swelled with joy, and a sweet smile adorned her lips. Guyu merely cast a fleeting glance at her, yet he could not help but smile as well. This girl, when she smiles, is truly enchanting. Guyu felt a similar sense of happiness, reflecting on how adorably naive Jiang Yushi could be. He then glanced at Jiang Yushi's sister, Jiang Yinian, who was decidedly more composed, approaching the game with utmost seriousness, devoid of the myriad of thoughts that occupied Jiang Yushi's mind. Chapter 28. One-on-one. Dare you? After spending 2 days with the two sisters, Guyu had nearly grasped their personalities. The elder sister, Jiang Yushi, was of a playful and somewhat naive disposition, often displaying the temperament of a spoiled young lady, albeit rarely. She enjoyed amusement over academics, and her laughter was infectious, though she occasionally exhibited timidity. In contrast, the younger sister, Jiang Yuxian, embodied maturity and composure. On their first day of acquaintance, it was often Jiang Yuxian who engaged in conversation with him, approaching tasks with careful deliberation, making her the epitome of what many parents would deem an ideal child. With a clear understanding of their characters, Guyu could easily distinguish between the elder and younger sister. For instance, just moments ago, when Jiang Yushi sat down to chat with him, he immediately recognized her. Moreover, he believed he could discern their identities merely by their voices, as personality seemed to dictate sound. Soon enough, they triumphed again in their game, and the trio was in high spirits. Glancing at the time, Guyu announced, "It's time to stop. I have to head to school." "All right." Observing Guyu exit the game, both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian followed suit. "I'm going to study as well," Jiang Yuxian informed Guyu. Turning to her sister, she inquired, "Sister, would you like to join me in studying?" "Fine." Reluctantly, Jiang Yushi was pulled along by Jiang Yuxian, with Guyu trailing behind. "Study well. When I return home, I will check how much you've learned. If it's insufficient, you won't be having dinner, understand?" "Huh." Jiang Yushi's mouth fell agape, astonished by his words. "You're going to inspect my work when I get home?" she thought, feeling as though the sky was falling and inwardly pleading for it not to be so, yet she dared not contradict Guyu. As Guyu spoke, he noticed a box of pastries given to him by Shi Yuner. "Here's a box of pastries. You should give them a try. They're quite delicious." He added, "I'll be leaving now. Study diligently. I'll return to check on your progress." Jiang Yuxian nodded with a smile, while Jiang Yushi remained silent, her expression far from pleased. Guyu paid no mind, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yushi's hair before departing. Upon arriving at school, Guyu realized that attending the afternoon class was somewhat optional, as roll call was nearly a trivial affair. He made his way to the playground. Locating the designated gathering spot where Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Qingyu were already seated, engrossed in their phones. As he approached, Guyu spotted a figure, Tong Fei, casting an unfriendly gaze in his direction. Ignoring him completely, Guyu settled beside his roommates. "You're here. By the way, why haven't you returned to the dorm for lunch these past 2 days?" Zhong Qingyu inquired. "I had matters to attend to." "What matters?" Zhong Qingyu asked, curiosity piqued. Guyu found himself at a loss for words. Having matters should suffice without further inquiry. Zhong Qingyu, upon hearing this, turned his head away. "Come on. It's not like we're not friends anymore. A true friend is concerned about you. If you find it bothersome, feel free to ignore me in the future." Guyu dismissed the comment, replying nonchalantly, "No problem." "What do you mean no problem? You need to clarify that," Zhong Qingyu insisted, throwing an arm around Guyu's neck, determined to keep him in place until he relented. "Teacher S here." "Where?" Zhong Qingyu glanced over and, upon confirming the teacher's arrival, finally released Guyu. In physical education class, there is no need to form a line. Students merely gather together. Once assembled, the instructor begins to take attendance and, upon completion, casually suggests, "Let us practice basketball for a while or form teams to play." This is the essence of university sports classes, particularly the elective ones, where instructors hardly intervene, merely marking attendance before departing. In the first year, we practiced Tai Chi, but now it has devolved to just attendance checks, followed by a casual exam near the end of the term, along with a physical fitness assessment, and that suffices. As the instructor leaves, Guyu feels little inclination to play basketball, especially since Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Qingyu are uninterested. Playing alone would be rather tedious, so he opts to refrain from participation. Just as Guyu takes a few steps, a voice calls out from behind. "What do you want?" Guyu turns around, his tone indifferent. Already aware of the speaker's identity, He had just been pondering whether Tong Fei would act petty and seek trouble, and it appears his intuition was correct. Tong Fei, adopting an air of superiority, declares, "It's nothing. Just thought I'd challenge you to a couple of games of basketball, one-on-one. Are you up for it? What are you doing?" Tong Fei? Looking for trouble? At this moment, Shi Yuner steps forward, angrily confronting Tong Fei. She is well aware that Tong Fei is deliberately instigating a conflict, likely feeling disgruntled over her relationship with Gu Yu. Apologies for the misunderstanding, but essentially, that's the gist of it. Tong Fei retorts. "Yuner, I'm not looking for trouble. The teacher just suggested we team up for some fun, and I merely wanted to challenge Gu Yu to a one-on-one match." This time, Tong Fei does not attempt to appease Shi Yuner, yet his demeanor remains as gentle as before. Gu Yu finds himself internally mocking Tong Fei, pondering how much better it would be to part amicably, especially since they haven't even properly gathered. Why are you only challenging Gu Yu? Why not someone else? Shi Yuner stands protectively in front of Gu Yu, sparking murmurs among the surrounding classmates. What is going on here? Does anyone know? Are you all in the same class as Tong Fei? Do you know? One student interjects. That guy, Gu Yu, is totally poaching. He asks with Shi Yuner now. Seriously? Is that true? Many begin to scrutinize Gu Yu. When the elective course commenced, there were several who admired Shi Yuner, especially since basketball classes are predominantly male with few females. Naturally, her striking beauty caught the attention of many. However, Tong Fei had swiftly marked his territory, dissuading many from pursuing her. While it was known that Tong Fei was courting Shi Yuner, few anticipated that Gu Yu would end up with her. Although they had attended classes together for several months, most had little impression of Gu Yu, as he seemed to be merely coasting through without securing a more desirable elective. One student remarked, "He is not bad-looking, perhaps 3/10 less handsome than me. It makes sense he could win Shi Yuner over." At this point, others chimed in, perplexed. "Gu Yu, what is going on?" Zhang Xingyu, bewildered, quietly inquires as he approaches Gu Yu. Gu Yu casually replies, "It's nothing. I'll explain it to you later." Yu Hanfeng nudged Zhang Xingyu, as it seemed that Shi Yuner was pursuing Gu Yu. Thus, Tong Fei must be feeling envious, right? What? Shi Yuner is pursuing Gu Yu? Zhang Xingyu's face was one of astonishment as he glanced at Shi Yuner and then at Gu Yu, pondering how impressive this young man was. Typically unassuming. He had reached a point where a girl was chasing after him, and it was Shi Yuner, who was exceptionally attractive. Shi Yuner's beauty was among the best in the class, and her lively personality was endearing, often accompanied by a charming tone whenever she spoke, especially when collecting screenshots for youth studies. Otherwise, Zhang Xingyu would not have been so taken aback. "What on earth are you shouting about?" Gu Yu kicked Zhang Xingyu in annoyance, saying that he could keep his thoughts to himself without shouting them out loud, which drew the attention of everyone around. Chapter 29. This statement holds depth. Upon overhearing the conversation, those nearby were taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be true that it's Shi Yuner pursuing Gu Yu? Is that genuine?" The truth remains elusive. However, one must ponder the overwhelming charm of Gu Yu. It is no wonder that Tong Fei has pursued for so long without success, while Shi Yuner seems to have offered herself freely. It would be astonishing if he were not infuriated. As the discussions among the crowd continued, Tong Fei found himself seething with anger, particularly at the utterance by Zhang Xingyu that Shi Yuner was pursuing Gu Yu, which pierced his heart like a dagger. What made him inferior to Gu Yu? Was it merely that Gu Yu was slightly more handsome? Aside from appearances, in what aspect was he lacking? "Gu Yu, dare you to face me in a duel?" "You again, Tong Fei? Are you looking for trouble? Should I inform our instructor about your antics?" Shi Yuner shouted at him, but at that moment, Gu Yu stepped forward, grasping her raised arm and gently pressing it down. "Enough shouting. Let us not pay him any mind," he said, turning to Tong Fei with a calm demeanor. "I decline." Gu Yu outright rejected the challenge, deeming it a waste of time. Tong Fei was taken aback by Gu Yu's dismissal. Feeling as though he had struck a wall of cotton, his strength rendered useless. "You, with your cowardice, even if we were to duel, I wouldn't consider you worthy. And Shi Yuner, is this the best you could find? A coward who lets you chase after him, without a shred of dignity." Tong Fei's rambling turned nonsensical, which only amused Gu Yu. "Shi Yuner, I choose Gu Yu, what's it to you? I simply find you unworthy," she retorted, her patience wearing thin, a tone she had never adopted with Tong Fei before. Gu Yu joined in the mockery. "Have you considered, Tong Fei, that even a coward like Shi Yuner would not choose you? Perhaps you are even beneath that standard." Tong Fei was left speechless, resorting to merely glaring at Gu Yu. "Gu Yu, what does it mean for a man to engage in mere verbal sparring? If you have the spine, face me in a duel." Indeed, a man hiding behind a woman, yet still has the audacity to criticize others. How shameful. If you have courage, step forward like a man. Otherwise, we might truly believe you are a coward. Seeing Tong Fei's friends rallying to his defense, they began hurling verbal assaults at Guyu. What are you all clamoring about? You think you can challenge us? We're not ignoring you out of fear. We simply don't want to see you all lying on the ground, crying. Beware of barking dogs. You are merely venting your impotent rage, Guyu shot back, unfazed. Zhong Qingyu, witnessing the unfolding conflict, jumped in, holding his own against 3 adversaries with admirable resolve. He was a man of loyalty. As the crowd of onlookers grew, drawn by the spectacle, Guyu assessed the situation. If he left now, Tong Fei would likely seek trouble again in the future. It would be prudent to resolve this today to avoid future complications. Tong Fei, whether it be basketball or a duel, choose your path. But let us agree on some stakes, shall we? Upon hearing this, Tong Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right. What shall the wager be? Guyu replied, you may choose the contest. Wrestling would suffice. Should I emerge victorious, you shall refrain from bothering me henceforth. Otherwise, before you approach, you must first bark like a dog. If I lose, then Shi Yuner shall be your girlfriend, as I declare. Before Tong Fei could respond, Shi Yuner interjected with urgency. Guyu, what are you doing? Why should you be the one to claim him as your boyfriend? Observing the quarrel between Shi Yuner and Guyu, Tong Fei's companions began their taunts. Guyu, you really can't back that up, can you? I thought you were more formidable, yet here we are. Clearly, he shows you no respect. Guyu ignored the jibes and turned to Shi Yuner. Your disagreement is irrelevant. Do you doubt my ability to win? Infuriated by his words, Shi Yuner stomped her feet, yet found herself at a disadvantage since Guyu had previously defended her reputation. She felt unable to refuse him. Fine, I agree, she conceded. What shall we compete in? Tong Fei scrutinized Guyu, contemplating the contest. He held confidence in a basketball match, but found it unsatisfactory for settling the score. Guyu had mentioned wrestling, and Tong Fei assessed Guyu's physique. They were of similar height, though Guyu weighed slightly less. However, Tong Fei assumed he lacked strength and skill. As the class monitor, having practiced sports in high school, defeating Guyu posed no challenge. You mentioned wrestling. Basketball takes too long. Are you brave enough to wrestle? Tong Fei proposed, already envisioning the moment of his triumph. Let us do it. Guyu, without hesitation, accepted, wary of any change of heart from Tong Fei. The crowd around them shifted back, creating space for the impending contest. Guyu, do you stand a chance? Tong Fei is the class monitor, Shi Yuner whispered anxiously, standing by Guyu's side. Hearing her words irked Guyu. Yet he flashed a charming smile and replied, do you truly doubt my abilities? This was spoken at a volume that all nearby could hear. Well, that was loaded with meaning. Someone remarked. Indeed, it carries depth, though I hardly grasp it. Tong Fei, however, seemed to understand. His expression darkening with a fierce glare directed at Guyu, as if he longed to pummel him at that very moment. Meanwhile, a friend of Shi Yuner stood in shock, pondering, could it be that Shi Yuner and Guyu are actually together? But there have been no signs. Zhang Caron reflected, her mind swirling with questions. Just when did Shi Yuner and Guyu become an item? They had never shown any signs of affection and hadn't spoken in ages. How could this sudden development occur? Moreover, Shi Yuner rarely went out on dates. Could it be that she had been in a long-distance relationship with Guyu all along? Online romance is also questionable. The implication of Guyu's words. No, I must have overthought it. Guyu's remarks may not have been intended in that manner. Perhaps he was merely referring to his prowess in gaming. In any case, it could not possibly be that sort of thing, absolutely not. If it were, Zhang Caron could scarcely imagine it. Guyu, are you courting disaster? When Shi Yuner first heard these words, she was taken aback, unable to comprehend their meaning. She contemplated saying, how would I know if you can handle it? After all, Guyu struck her as an ordinary young man, somewhat handsome, but certainly not adept in combat, which was why she felt a twinge of concern. Chapter 30. Who would strike you? My hand aches upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd around her. Shi Yuner immediately comprehended the situation, and a surge of anger welled up within her, prompting her to kick Guyu sharply on the thigh. Guyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Stop shouting. There are so many people watching. Guyu had merely intended to make a jest, yet he realized the gravity of his misstep and hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong. Please, don't shout. It will only deepen the misunderstanding. Turning his attention to Tong Fei, he urged, hurry up. I have matters to attend to. The earlier playful exchange between Shi Yuner and Guyu only intensified Tong Fei's sense of affront. Having pursued her for a year, The thought that she might secretly be involved with another man was utterly unforgivable in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he charged towards Guyu, intent on either wrestling or engaging in a fight. Guyu, be careful. Though Guyu's earlier words were indeed excessive, the impending confrontation was primarily due to Shi Yun'er's presence. Don't worry, Guyu replied with a confident smile, which led Tong Fei to believe he had found an opportunity. Dare to disregard me? Today, I shall pin you to the ground and utterly humiliate you. Guyu, don't get distracted. He is right behind you. Shi Yun'er was exasperated. The opponent was charging, yet Guyu still glanced back, seemingly oblivious. I told you. Don't worry. As Tong Fei closed the distance, infuriated by being ignored, he unleashed a punch directed straight at Guyu's head. At that moment, Guyu adopted a serious demeanor. With swift precision, he seized Tong Fei's punch with both hands, yanked him forward, and simultaneously executed a kick, culminating in a throw that left Tong Fei sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. The flurry of movements flowed seamlessly, and within a mere 10 seconds, the confrontation was decisively concluded. Having completed the encounter, Guyu did not wait for Tong Fei to regain his composure. He simply turned and walked away, leaving behind a casual remark, I'm leaving. Realizing Guyu had departed, Shi Yun'er quickly followed. How did he manage that? Still in a daze, she replayed the scene in her mind, having initially thought Guyu was about to be struck, and had nearly rushed in to assist. However, as a girl, her intervention would likely have led to ridicule for Guyu, which nearly drove her to despair. To her astonishment, Guyu, with effortless skill, had dispatched Tong Fei with just a few moves. Wow, Guyu, you were incredibly impressive just now, Zhang Qingyu exclaimed as he hurried over, equally astounded that Guyu had so easily brought Tong Fei to the ground. Previously, he had compared strength with Guyu, feeling utterly outmatched due to their height and weight difference. Guyu stood over 6 feet tall, while he was merely 5'7" and somewhat slender. Knowing Guyu was strong, he hadn't worried much, but he could hardly fathom that with just a few casual maneuvers, Guyu had effortlessly taken down Tong Fei. To observe, Tong Fei is only a few centimeters shorter than Guyu and appears considerably heavier, despite being the sports committee member, indicating some athletic prowess. It is utterly astonishing that he was bested by Guyu. Just mediocre, Guyu remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Tong Fei rose from the ground, watching the retreating figures of the others, nearly choking on his indignation. Tong Fei, are you all right? That kid used underhanded tactics. I saw it all, utterly shameless. Indeed, if Guyu had ambushed you, you could have easily taken on all three. Tong Fei's roommates, seeing his despondent expression, feared he might do something foolish and unleashed a verbal tirade directed at Guyu. Tong Fei remained silent, dusting himself off before departing. As the onlookers lost interest, they returned to their own affairs. Guyu, are you truly that formidable in a fight? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Shi Yun'er exclaimed. Guyu smiled lightly. I wanted to put your mind at ease. By the way, I apologize for what I said earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I do take it to heart. Shi Yun'er shouted angrily, making a move towards Guyu, but he deftly dodged her attempt. Scoundrel, rogue, shameless. Keep your distance from me. Failing to land a hit on Guyu, Shi Yun'er stormed off. Ugh, that wretched Guyu. I shall never acknowledge him again, she lamented, her expression one of utter heartbreak, which made Guyu feel even more regret for his earlier words. Guyu, what are you staring at? She is already gone. Hurry and comfort her. Don't just stand there. Zhang Qingyu nudged Guyu, prompting him to chase after her. Make a proper apology. This truly was my fault. I should never have said such hurtful words to a girl. Shi Yun'er, I'm sorry. Please, take out your frustrations on me. Guyu caught up with Shi Yun'er, blocking her path. No, you, big bad rogue, stay away from me, she retorted, kicking and delivering small punches to him. That really hurts. Guyu remained silent, enduring her blows, for acknowledging one's mistakes requires a certain demeanor. After all, he had endured far worse while training as a sparring partner for wealthy families. Shi Yun'er, exert yourself a bit. I can hardly feel it. Who wants to hit you? My hands hurt. Upon hearing this, Shi Yun'er's temper flared, and she ceased her assault. Moving away, Guyu sighed and pursued her, saying, No, I genuinely wish to apologize. I am a bad person, a rogue, not worthy of consideration. I don't know how to earn your forgiveness, but whenever you feel upset and need someone to vent your frustrations on, seek me out. You can hit me as you please. I'll take my leave for now, but if you'd like dinner tonight, I can treat you. How about some milk tea? Shi Yun'er, still fuming, kicked Guyu once more, insisting, No, stay away from me. At this moment, her anger had considerably diminished, Yet she still had no desire to engage with Guyu. Fine, I will take my leave. If you remain upset, feel free to strike me at any time, Guyu declared before swiftly departing, reminding himself to refrain from provoking women in the future, as it was beyond his capacity to handle. Watching Guyu sprint away, Shi Yuner stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, "You rogue, I do not wish to see you again. Each encounter shall warrant a strike." "Yuner, are you all right?" Zhang Kerong, who had been trailing behind, approached Shi Yuner only after Guyu had completely vanished. "Humph, that scoundrel Guyu. How did I not realize his wickedness before? Indeed, Guyu is truly despicable. The next time we meet, I shall confront him," Zhang Kerong asserted before tentatively inquiring. What is the nature of your relationship with Guyu?" Shi Yuner erupted once more. "I have no connection with him. He is merely a shameless rogue." Zhang Kerong nodded in agreement. "Yes, he is a rogue, utterly devoid of shame." Chapter 31. A girl must always be pampered. Guyu, what brings you back? When Guyu went to find Shi Yuner, Zhang Xingyu was watching from a distance with Yuhan Feng. To their surprise, Guyu was summoned back after just a brief moment with Shi Yuner. With a tone of earnest concern, Zhang Xingyu advised, "Guyu, if Shi Yuner gives you a couple of playful taps, just let her. Girls are like that. You need to indulge them. Why are you back so soon? Just go away." Guyu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xingyu and replied, "I've already pampered her." Pampered her? Zhang Xingyu's expression was one of disbelief. He distinctly remembered seeing Guyu being sent back. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? Not wishing to engage further, Guyu retorted, "Why are you so chatty? Just head back to your dormitory." Sighing, Zhang Xingyu hurried after him. "Guyu, you've never been in a relationship. You can't take things at face value. Girls need constant pampering, and you must buy them nice gifts. I suggest you get a handbag for Shi Yuner. Though a handbag might be a bit pricey, perhaps a lipstick or some other small gift, like cosmetics. Otherwise, she might say she's not angry, but she actually is." Guyu sighed, wondering when Zhang Xingyu had become so meddlesome. After all, he and Shi Yuner were not involved in any way. He had nearly forgotten that Zhang Xingyu was unaware of this fact. He explained, "I have no relationship with Shi Yuner. I just want to apologize, nothing more. Stop rambling. I'm leaving." With that, Guyu walked off, leaving them several paces behind. "Not involved," Zhang Xingyu murmured, glancing at Yuhan Feng to ask, "What do you think?" Yuhan Feng shook his head, uncertain. He dared not draw conclusions lightly and said, "This morning, Shi Yuner gave Guyu a box of pastries." "Pastries? This morning?" Zhang Xingyu suddenly realized he had missed a lot. "Yes, this morning. You weren't in class, and many in the class were discussing it. However, Guyu claimed he wasn't together with Shi Yuner. I initially thought he was pursuing her but hadn't succeeded yet." Yuhan Feng began to analyze. "Tong Fei pursued her for a year without success, and our class president, a wealthy second generation, is also after her, but has failed. I believe Guyu will encounter some difficulties as well." Having heard this analysis, Zhang Xingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shi Yuner is quite beautiful, and attractive girls are undoubtedly hard to pursue. Although Guyu possesses a third of my charm, winning Shi Yuner will require some time. Yuhan Feng remained silent, contemplating. Upon leaving school, Guyu had no particular plans and intended to head straight home. He decided to stop by the market to buy some groceries. At the market, Guyu planned to purchase a fish to prepare a nourishing fish soup for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian. "Boss, I'll take a crucian carp. And please help me prepare it." "Certainly." The vendor selected a large fish, cleaned it, and handed it to Guyu in a bag. Crucian carp and tofu soup. Along with tofu. Tofu was not an immediate concern for Guyu, who planned to purchase meat first, intending to prepare braised pork for the two young girls. After the departure of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyan's parents, it was likely that their circumstances had deteriorated significantly, especially since they no longer had a place to stay. It had probably been a long time since they had savored the delicious taste of braised pork. Upon arriving at the meat stall and recalling the lack of meat at home, Guyu decided to buy an ample quantity, requesting 5 pounds of premium pork belly. He then proceeded to the tofu vendor, where he acquired a block of tofu and some vegetables before leaving the market. On his way home, Guyu halted at a fruit shop, contemplating the purchase of some fruit for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian to enjoy while studying. Upon entering the shop and glancing around, he noticed no one was present. Suddenly, a little girl, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, emerged, asking sweetly what he needed. "I would like some fruit." "I can help myself," Guyu replied. "All right, I will get you a bag," she responded, walking over to fetch one. Guyu surveyed the fruits, considering both the prices and his selections. "I'll take some oranges, 9 bananas, 6 apples, and a generous amount of strawberries. Girls surely love them." That should suffice. Okay. The little girl chirped, leading Guyu to the checkout. Do you know the prices? She inquired. Yes, they're displayed right here, Guyu observed, noticing a screen beside the counter that listed the prices of the fruits. After she calculated the total, the little girl handed him a large bag, signaling him to pack the items inside while waiting with a scanning gun for payment. Guyu completed the transaction, complimenting her. You did wonderfully, before departing. You're also quite handsome, he heard her say as he exited the shop. He turned back to see a well-mannered little girl. Upon returning home, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunan were studying at the dining table. They glanced up immediately upon noticing his arrival and stood up. Guyu, why are you home so early? Jiang Yushi asked. There was only one gym class in the afternoon. Once the roll was called, we were free to leave, so I came back. Oh, she replied, her gaze shifting to the items he was carrying, curious about his purchases. However, after a quick glance, she returned her attention to Guyu, unsure of what to say. I brought ingredients for fish soup and braised pork for dinner, along with some fruit. You can wash them and choose what you'd like to eat, Guyu said, handing the fruit to Jiang Yushi as he made his way to the kitchen to store the groceries in the refrigerator. Emerging from the kitchen, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunan had already placed the fruit on the coffee table, sorting them out. I'll grab a plate, Jiang Yunan said, darting into the kitchen to retrieve one. She took a bit of each fruit and then went back to wash them. If we don't eat these right away, they can be kept in the fridge for an extra day. All right, came the agreement. Jiang Yushi entered the kitchen with a selection of fruits, while Guyu settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Guyu, enjoy the fruit, she said. Within a couple of minutes, Jiang Yinian placed a beautifully arranged platter of fruit before Guyu. Let's share, she suggested. Guyu gazed at the assortment, pleasantly surprised to see that Jiang Yinian had cut the fruit into bite-sized pieces, making it much more convenient. He picked up a piece of banana and savored it, with Jiang Yinian following suit. Jiang Yushi soon emerged from the kitchen, wielding a knife. Sister, allow me, she offered. Jiang Yinian took the knife from Jiang Yushi's hand, and Guyu watched as she began peeling an apple. A hint of concern crept into his mind. Could she handle it? Would you like me to do it? He inquired. No, I can manage, she replied confidently. Just be careful not to cut yourself, he cautioned. Jiang Yinian flashed a silly smile in response to Guyu's concern, her spirits soaring. Chapter 32. As if I have a girlfriend, do not mind me consuming fruit. I shall only partake of a few pieces. The remainder you may take to the dining table, continuing your studies whilst you snack. Very well, I understand. Jiang Yushi settled beside Guyu, her little head tilting slightly to glimpse what he was engaged in. Do not gawk, Guyu gently nudged her head aside with his hand. Jiang Yushi, in response, playfully stuck out her tongue, quickly reverting to obedience. Here, Guyu observed the small hand near his mouth, presenting a piece of strawberry. Was she offering to feed him? He accepted it with his hand and placed it in his mouth, saying, I can manage on my own. Oh, Guyu did not open his mouth to eat, prompting Jiang Yushi to pout, visibly displeased. Moments ago, as she extended the fruit towards his mouth, her heart raced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, feeling that the act was rather intimate. She hoped he would eat it, yet also wished he would not. Her emotions were in turmoil. However, when Guyu accepted it, her mood soured unexpectedly, leaving her puzzled by her own disappointment. Guyu, eat this apple. Jiang Yinian had peeled an apple and cut a piece, offering it to him once more. All right, I'll handle it myself. Guyu repeated his earlier action, taking it from her hand. You two really are something. Who does this? He remarked. You should eat for yourselves and refrain from feeding me. Moreover, if you have any preferences for fruits, do let me know. If there is anything you dislike, I shall not purchase it next time. Simultaneously, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian shook their heads, indicating there was nothing they disliked. That is well, Guyu replied, diverting his attention from his phone and concentrating on the fruit. In no time, the three had devoured nearly all the fruit on the plate. Guyu, my sister and I are off to study. Very well. With Guyu's response, Jiang Yinian took Jiang Yushi by the hand and led her away. Jiang Yushi's expression was one of reluctance, wishing to linger with Guyu a bit longer. She was not keen on studying, having already dedicated over an hour to it. Once the sisters departed to study, Guyu began searching for part-time work on various job platforms. With these two girls around, he could not afford to be without funds. Although the money was initially lent to them, they would need to repay him in the future, and that was a matter for another day. Presently, they were in school, and later, university. Financial resources were essential. He resolved to earn as much as he could, for even beyond that, he aspired to earn money to marry. After browsing job platforms for an hour, Gyu communicated with several clients and finally secured a position. The pay was modest, yet the client seemed amiable. So he did not dwell on the amount. He would complete the task first and then forward it to Yu Huanfeng. Ding ding ding, shortly into the work, his phone chimed. Gyu glanced at it. It was a call from his close friend. Honda, a friend from the Children's Welfare Institution, was perhaps the one with whom he had spent the most time and formed the strongest bond. He was relatively fortunate, having been taken in by his biological parents from the institution during his teenage years. However, he was also somewhat unfortunate, as his parents had another son, his younger brother, with whom their affections were rather lukewarm. At home, life is merely a shade better than in the orphanage. The food is of superior quality, and I have new clothes to wear, yet the joy I once experienced in the orphanage is sorely missed, as I often feel quite solitary. Since the onset of my junior high school years, I no longer resided in the orphanage, for by that time I had acquired the ability to earn a living independently, prompting my departure. This decision was motivated by a desire to conserve the resources of the orphanage and to facilitate my work outside. During that period, I was frequently battered and bruised, making my stay in the orphanage less than ideal. Well-meaning individuals might assume that the orphanage was mistreating its children. Hey, what are you up to? At school? And you? Are you at home? No, I'm also at school. Previously, Honda would often return on Saturdays or Sundays to play with Guyu. But now that two girls have joined the household, Guyu finds himself resorting to fibs with his close friends. Are you free tomorrow? Come over to your place. I'm busy. I have things to do tomorrow and the day after. How about going out instead? Upon hearing this, Honda flopped onto the bed. All right. You keep busy then. Let's plan to hang out next week. Are you gaming? I can manage that. Come on, log in. Guyu closed his laptop, and the two of them immersed themselves in their game. Jiang Yushi had been eavesdropping on Guyu's conversation, and, upon hearing him mention tomorrow's commitments, her mind wandered. Was he really not going to be home? Who was he on the phone with? He was clearly at home. Was it inconvenient for him to admit it? Sister, you're daydreaming again. Oh, I was just thinking for a moment. Jiang Yushi exclaimed in frustration. We've been studying for over 2 hours, and I've barely taken a 5-minute break. Why are you scolding me? Aren't you the sister? If you keep this up, I might just hit you. I'll just take a 10-minute break and then come back. As Jiang Yushi spoke, she got up and ran towards Guyu. Shoo. Guyu quickly gestured for her to be quiet. Jiang Yushi nodded and sat beside him, remaining silent. Good girl. Please don't speak. I'm gaming with a friend. I don't want him to misunderstand. He muted the game microphone and instinctively ruffled Jiang Yushi's hair, soothing her like a child. Okay. I want to say anything. Jiang Yushi nodded obediently, inching closer to Guyu. At that moment, a voice emanated from the phone. Guyu. I can hear a girl talking. Is that from your side? Do you have teammates? Guyu replied, probably a teammate. The marksman is so bad. It must be a girl. Upon hearing this, the marksman typed back, you're the one who's bad. You two aren't playing any better. Guyu felt embarrassed and switched to the team microphone. The support player must be a girl, given her lack of skill. Honda remarked, all right. But it seems like your teammates Haven T turned on their mics. The voice is coming from your end. Are you in a classroom? No, I'm in the dormitory. All alone. Oh. While playing the game, Guyu would glance at Jiang Yushi every time he met his demise. Having this girl sitting beside him made him feel as though he were in a relationship. Engrossed in a game, he found himself accompanied by a girl sitting quietly beside him. This scene closely resembled the fantasies he often envisioned. Particularly striking was Jiang Yushi's beauty, radiant and captivating. Undoubtedly the cherished dream of countless admirers. After a taxing study session, he suggested a brief respite. Would you care to lie down for a while? He inquired. No. I wish to play as well, she replied. I'll let you join me for a match shortly. The current game concluded swiftly for Guyu, who then invited Jiang Yushi to take her turn and join in. Is this your friend? Someone asked. Yes, just a friend, Guyu replied. Honda greeted him cheerfully, saying, hey brother. He has matters to attend to and cannot speak, so please refrain from greeting him, Guyu responded. Haha, understood. As they entered the game, Guyu assumed the role of an archer, while Jiang Yushi took on the support position. When selecting their heroes, Jiang Yushi swiftly chose support upon seeing Guyu's selection of the archer. Chapter 33. No quarreling, just stand behind me. Don't push forward, he instructed. You can attack it with a basic strike. This kill is yours. Feel free to take the health pack under the tower. I bought the bloodthirsty blade. Guyu's words brought immense joy to Jiang Yushi's heart. He truly was considerate, even in gaming, ensuring she received the best. Jiang Yushi beamed with delight. And upon finishing one game, she found herself eager to dive into a second round. Yu gently patted Jiang Yushi's head and said, "We'll play again tonight. I must go prepare dinner now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi instantly stood up, declaring, "I'll help you. I can't always let you cook. I want to cook too, even if I'm not very skilled at it." "All right then," Yu agreed, leading Jiang Yushi to the kitchen. A joyous giggle escaped her lips. She was thrilled to cook alongside Guyu. Perhaps he would even teach her how to cook. Moreover, she could avoid the burden of homework, lest her sister pressure her to study again. At that moment, Jiang Yinian, observing the duo entering the kitchen, lost any desire to study. After playing games with Guyu, her motivation for learning dissipated further. Now, with cooking on the agenda, she pondered foregoing her studies to join them. "You can break this cauliflower into small pieces and wash it, right?" Jiang Yushi inquired. She nodded affirmatively and proceeded to the cupboard, searching for a small bowl to begin her task. Jiang Yinian walked in, disregarding her sister's vegetable preparation, and approached Guyu. "Guyu, I want to cook with you." "No, you should get back to studying. I thought you loved learning," Guyu replied. Before he could say more, Jiang Yushi hurried over, chastising her sister. "You should be the one studying. You haven't done much at all, and you can't even cook as well as I do." Jiang Yinian retorted defiantly. "How am I not as capable as you?" Jiang Yushi protested, indignant. "I am the elder sister. How could I be inferior? You should listen to me and do your homework." "Why should I? Don't try to use your status as my sister against me. It won't work." Jiang Yinian stood her ground, and as the tension escalated, Guyu quickly grabbed Jiang Yinian's arm, pulling her behind him. "You both need to listen to me. No quarreling allowed," he commanded. "You two hardly resemble good sisters. There's no need to argue." Jiang Yushi resumed breaking the cauliflower, quickly. "Otherwise, you'll have to do your homework." Jiang Yinian, "Chop this meat into large pieces. Can you manage that?" Jiang Yinian nodded, affirming her ability. "Good, just be careful. Don't cut yourself, all right?" Guyu genuinely worried about her safety, unsure if either girl had cooked before. Nowadays, it seemed rare for young women to possess culinary skills. They likely seldom stepped into the kitchen. Simply being able to boil instant noodles earned one accolades online. "I'll be careful," Jiang Yinian replied, taking the knife. However, Guyu took it back, dividing the purchased meat into 2 portions. "You will handle this portion, otherwise, it's too much, and we won't finish it." "Okay." Jiang Yinian agreed, continuing to chop diligently. Jiang Yushi cast a sidelong glance, irritably breaking apart the cauliflower. This sister is utterly disobedient and quite bothersome. Why must she always come over to join in? If you enjoy doing your homework, then go ahead. Why do you keep running to the kitchen? And why so close to Guyu? Wasn't it you who said Guyu was a bad person? Had I not trusted him, you would have been living under a bridge. It's infuriating." Guyu began to prepare fish soup, following a method on his phone that suggested frying eggs first. Just 2 would suffice, 1 for each girl. He heated the oil, frying the eggs to perfection, before placing a crucian carp into the pan to sear. Once the fish turned a golden hue, slightly charred, he turned off the heat, crushed it, and added water to commence boiling. "Guyu, I've chopped it up. Is this size acceptable?" Jiang Yunian nudged Guyu, who turned to praise her. "Excellent work. Take this pot, fill it with water, and add the meat. Just bring it to a boil, and I'll handle the rest." "All right, I understand." Upon witnessing Guyu commend Jiang Yunian, Jiang Yushi rushed over to his side. "Guyu, I've also separated the cauliflower." Guyu inspected her work and complimented. "Well done. This will make my stir-frying much easier." "Giggle, Guyu. Is there anything else I should do?" Jiang Yushi beamed with joy. Guyu had not praised her sister in such a manner. "No, there's only one electric pot at home, no other cookware." "Fine then." Jiang Yushi lingered by Guyu's side, assisting him. "Pass me a slotted spoon from over there." "Okay." Jiang Yushi promptly dashed to retrieve it. Seeing the two leaning together, Jiang Yunnan pouted, wishing to be close to Guyu like her sister. "That's enough. Just let it simmer now." Guyu covered the pot and approached Jiang Yunnan. "The meat has been blanched. Allow me." "Oh, do you need anything?" "A basin, please." "I'll get it." As Guyu finished speaking, Jiang Yushi swiftly opened the cupboard and handed the basin to them. Jiang Yunnan quietly huffed, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Guyu noticed this, but was baffled as to why the 2 girls were so eager to help. He could only sigh inwardly. "Remove the meat, clean it, and then wash the basin." "Guyu, let me help." Jiang Yunnan insisted, but Guyu gently pushed her hand away. "It's all greasy. My hands are already oily. So I won't let you touch it. I'll call you when it's time for you to work." After cleaning the pot, Guyu placed the fish soup into the electric pot to boil, using the iron pot to stir-fry the braised meat. While cooking, he explained, "Let me teach you how to braise meat. First blanch it, then stir-fry to render out excess fat. Otherwise, the braised meat will be too greasy. Don't stand too close. The oil may splatter and burn you." Guyu advised the two girls to step back, and sure enough, within moments, the fat from the meat began to sizzle and pop, prompting them to instinctively retreat. Jiang Yunyang observed the sizzling oil with trepidation, fearing that Guyu might scald himself. She exclaimed, "Guyu, perhaps you should refrain from frying. You might get burnt." Guyu responded with a smile, "It's fine, I won't get hurt. You are always so considerate." Jiang Yunyang continued to fret, but it could happen. Jiang Yushi joined in urging Guyu to be cautious, to which he could only respond with feigned sternness, "Why don't you both join me? It's nice to be cared for. Yet I have assured you that I am fine." After his remark, both Jiang Yunyang and Jiang Yushi fell silent. However, after a brief pause, Jiang Yunyang approached Guyu, saying, "Guyu, let me take over." Guyu was merely jesting. He could not genuinely allow them to assist and promptly ushered them away. Chapter 34, Competing for Affection. I did not intend to speak of you. I merely feared you might burn yourself. After ushering the two girls to the kitchen door, Guyu gently ruffled Jiang Yunyan's hair, concerned she might overthink. Jiang Yunyan nodded, her heart brimming with joy, as Guyu noticed her smile resembled that of her sister, both equally sweet. Upon returning to the kitchen, Guyu found the meat nearly cooked, which he then transferred to the pressure cooker to stew. He subsequently poured out the lard and began sauteing the cauliflower. Once the meal was prepared, Guyu glanced towards the kitchen, where the two girls had scampered back to watch from the doorway. "Time to eat. You two can serve the dishes. Such trivial tasks need not trouble me," he remarked. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyan replied in unison, "No need, we will do it." With that, the two girls dashed into the kitchen, one dishing out vegetables, the other serving rice, bustling back and forth between the kitchen and dining table. Guyu patiently waited at the table, and soon enough, the two girls had arranged all the dishes before him. "Let's eat," Guyu declared, grabbing a piece of braised pork, tender and delectable. With a single bite, the flavor dazzled his palate. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyan eagerly joined in, relishing the braised meat, which they had not enjoyed in ages. Ever since their parents' departure, they had been frugal, avoiding dining out, and their culinary attempts had been less than successful, either too salty or lacking flavor, and cooking itself consumed an inordinate amount of time. Observing the girls savoring their meal, Guyu felt a profound sense of happiness. "Guyu, you should eat too," Jiang Yunyan urged, noticing his infrequent servings. She insisted on serving him a portion. "This piece is particularly delicious. You must try it," Jiang Yushi chimed in, selecting the most appealing piece from her bowl and placing it into Guyu's. "You need not serve me. Please focus on your own meals," Guyu replied. However, Jiang Yunyan suddenly pondered a troubling thought. Meat is costly, and Guyu's modest serving suggested perhaps he did not have much money. She recalled his words from that evening. He was an orphan. Where, then, did his funds originate? Additionally, he was still studying, much like herself, without a job. Could he be working part-time? Guyu had mentioned writing novels, which presumably could bring in some income, though certainly not substantial. It was clear that Guyu's finances were limited. His rented accommodation was evidence enough. She resolved not to burden Guyu with excessive expenditures. A simple meal would suffice. Perhaps just one dish a day. Furthermore, fruits were quite expensive now, so she could suggest he buy less. She recalled glimpsing into his refrigerator, which was nearly barren, indicating that he had previously been quite thrifty. His recent indulgence was likely due to her and her sister. Jiang Yunyan decided she would tell Guyu not to feel obligated to cater to her and her sister's needs, as she took small bites of her meal. It no longer tasted as delightful as before. In contrast, Jiang Yushi, with her carefree disposition, remained oblivious to such concerns, especially in moments of abundance. She continued to serve Guyu with meat while heartily enjoying her own meal, which in turn heightened Guyu's appetite. "Would you two care for some soup?" he inquired. "In the soup, there are still 2 eggs. You each take one." Jiang Yunyang was roused by these words and promptly picked up a fried egg, placing it in Guyu's bowl. "This is for you. I won't eat it." "Mine. Give it back," Guyu shouted at Jiang Yushi. Just as Jiang Yunyang placed the fried egg in her own bowl, she had not yet had the chance to respond, when that girl swiftly scooped another egg into her own bowl, a speed she had never witnessed before. "Next time, do not serve me, or I shall let you go hungry." After reprimanding Jiang Yushi, Guyu turned his stern gaze towards Jiang Yunyang. "I prepared 2 fried eggs for you too. If you do not wish to eat them, then so be it. But why must you insist on forcing me to eat them? Are you opposing me? And you? Guyu pointed to Jiang Yushi's forehead. Why are your hands so quick? I had not even the chance to speak before you placed it in my bowl. When studying, I have never seen you move so swiftly. Later, during study time, I will watch you closely. Dare to dawdle and see what happens. And you? Why are you looking down? Guyu then directed his attention to Jiang Yunyang. Later, you shall be punished with washing the dishes. After delivering his admonishments, which left both girls silent, Guyu resumed his meal. His earlier irritation was not genuinely due to Jiang Yunyang serving him the fried egg, but rather the way these two girls seemed to vie for his attention, which irked him immensely. Damn, my earlier expression was somewhat flawed. What do you mean by vying for affection? Guyu scolded himself internally, yet could not conjure a more suitable term to replace it. Once the meal concluded, Guyu ladled himself a bowl of soup. He had to admit, the fish soup was quite palatable, fresh albeit slightly fishy. It was his first attempt at making fish soup. Typically, he would not indulge in such a dish. Perhaps, with practice, he would gain expertise for his next endeavor. Jiang Yunyang, tidy up and place the leftovers in the refrigerator, Guyu commanded. Jiang Yunyang responded with an and began to clean. Jiang Yushi, time for studying. I recall saying I would check how much you've written when we return home. Oh, Jiang Yushi responded softly, shyly rising from her seat, her eyes avoiding Guyu's gaze. At that moment, her heart raced, filled with anxiety over the prospect of Guyu scolding her. Guyu did not finish his sentence, merely observing her as she cautiously approached the coffee table. Earlier, the sisters had piled their books and papers atop it. Let me see what you have written. Guyu squatted down. Jiang Yushi rummaged through her papers and, in a hushed tone, presented 3 sheets. These 3 sheets, quite a considerable amount. Guyu scrutinized them closely, one in Chinese, one in mathematics, and another in English. The Chinese composition was unwritten, while the remainder was completed. The mathematics section had 2 major problems left blank, with some larger questions only partially answered. The English paper was entirely finished. Given Guyu's average proficiency in English, he set it aside without further examination. How much has your sister written? I don't know. Jiang Yushi seemed reluctant to inquire about Jiang Yunyang's work. Guyu pressed further. Is it that you do not know, or is it that Jiang Yunyang has written more? Are you embarrassed? Guyu, shall I write now? Jiang Yushi, with a pitiful expression, extended her small hand and tugged at Guyu's clothing. This endearing gesture made it difficult for Guyu to scold her. Let's wait until later, once the dining table has been tidied up. Guyu glanced at the table, which was already set, yet Jiang Yusin remained busy in the kitchen. Let's hold off for a while. We just finished our meal, and we can study afterward. By the way, do you still have a fever? Guyu placed his hand on Jiang Yushi's forehead without a hint of embarrassment, as he had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, it was not hot. Reflecting on this, Guyu felt he had been somewhat harsh earlier. After all, the girl had suffered from a high fever the previous night, unable to sleep. And now he was expecting her to study in the afternoon. Chapter 35. A conversation with oneself. I will fetch you some medicine. Be sure to take a little, but not too much. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly suffer from a fever tonight. As Guyu stood up, Jiang Yushi tugged at his arm. I can go myself. I shall go. Guyu proceeded to the kitchen, observing that Jiang Yinian had nearly finished tidying up. He inquired, Am I being biased by allowing only you to clean and not your sister? Jiang Yinian shook her head. No. Very well. Guyu said nothing further, merely ruffling Jiang Yinian's hair before commencing to prepare the medicine. Jiang Yushi needed to take antipyretics, while Jiang Yinian only required 2 packets of Banlan Gen. I will prepare this for you. You need not tidy up any longer. Do not wipe anything. Just come with me. Okay. Jiang Yinian washed her hands thoroughly and followed Guyu out, sitting on the sofa. Here's the medicine. You may take this as well. After watching Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian finish their medication, Guyu asked, Will you 2 retreat to your room, or shall I take you both for a game? Let's play a game. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian chorused, their thoughts surprisingly aligned on this matter. After the game, you both must study. Having reached an agreement with the 2 girls, the trio commenced their gaming session. In this round, Guyu played as the support character, Lushan, collaborating with Jiang Yinian in the lower lane. During their midday gaming, Guyu noted that Jiang Yinian's skills were rather mediocre, prompting him to take on the role of support to mentor her. Jiang Yinian, after clearing the minion wave, you should be aware of whether to assist the mid lane. Also, keep an eye on the enemy jungler's position. You must guard against ambushes. If I were the opposing jungler, I would surely be hiding in that bush. As Guyu spoke, he ventured into the bush, only to be startled when the enemy jungler indeed emerged from it. How audacious. One person thinks they can catch me. Yu swiftly utilized his skills to control the situation, executing a series of maneuvers that led to the enemy jungler's swift demise. While Jiang Yinian contributed her damage from the side, the opposing marksman could only watch helplessly as Yu managed to evade their attacks despite taking several hits. Did you grasp what I just taught you? Yes. Furthermore, do not attempt what I just did. Using your character to scout the bush, remember to cast your skills. Yu continued to instruct Jiang Yinian, advising her on when to leave the lower lane to support her teammates. Jiang Yushi, listening attentively, seized the moment to request Yu to teach her how to play. You have already attained starry rank. You are quite skilled. Go and complete your homework. Once the game concluded, Yu directed the two girls to their studies while he returned to work. After an hour, feeling fatigued from his tasks, Yu stretched and settled beside Jiang Yushi. Let me see how much you have completed. Here, a test paper. I have completed half. Yu examined it and complimented. Not bad. If you feel tired, take a break, balance work and rest. Jiang Yinian, the same applies to you. Jiang Yinian shook her head. I'm not tired. Yu remained silent as he picked up the paper written by Jiang Yunyang. He took the mathematics section, contemplating a brief review to see if he could assist Jiang Yushi in her studies. Earlier, Jiang Yunyang had been teaching Jiang Yushi, which had significantly encroached upon her study time. With nothing pressing on his agenda and possessing a solid foundation in the subject, he thought that if he could help Jiang Yushi, it would alleviate some of Jiang Yunyang's burdens. Allow me to teach you this problem, Yu said, analyzing a complex question for 5 minutes before he found his rhythm and began instructing Jiang Yushi. Let y f, x, and we seek the range of this function. We know that f, x, a b1, where a, b. After a few minutes of explanation, Yu concluded, all right. Now you attempt to write this down, and I will cover the answer. Jiang Yushi began to write, her intellect shining through. After all, she was a twin of Jiang Yunyang, and it was improbable for one to excel while the other faltered academically. It was merely that she had not engaged in her studies previously. After a few minutes, recalling what Yu had just explained, she swiftly pinned down the answer. Now, try this one, Yu suggested, presenting her with a similar problem. Jiang Yushi stole a glance at Yu before delving into thought. She wrote slowly. Yu moved to Jiang Yunyang's side. He certainly could not show favoritism. When Jiang Yunyang noticed Yu's presence, a faint smile graced her lips, yet she remained silent. Diligently focused on her work, Yu too said nothing, merely accompanying her. This young lady was far more adept at her studies than her sister, encountering scarcely any questions she could not tackle, even those she struggled with could be mastered with a glance at the textbook. Yu, would you like to see what I've written? Jiang Yunyang inquired, placing her completed worksheet in front of him. Yu picked it up, glancing through it, and praised. Well done. You've written this so quickly, far surpassing your sister. Jiang Yunyang responded with a soft, Yu added, if you feel tired, take a break. Balance work and rest. After speaking, he approached Jiang Yushi and asked, have you finished? She had been biting her pen, a troubled expression on her face, likely indicating her uncertainty. I've finished, but I'm unsure if it's correct, Jiang Yushi said, sliding her paper towards Yu. He began to examine her work. Unsure of its accuracy himself, he decided to cover Jiang Yushi's answers and attempt the problem independently. Upon first glance at the question, Yu found it rather challenging. The previous question had been easy for him to grasp because he had seen Jiang Yunyang's solution, but this one caused him to frown with concentration. However, having been proficient in mathematics before, he soon arrived at an answer. Comparing it with Jiang Yushi's, he noted some discrepancies in the process. Yet the final answer was indeed correct. Exactly. Splendid. Yu remarked, tousling Jiang Yushi's hair. Continue writing. I shall fetch you both some fruit. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen, slicing some fruit and placing it on the dining table, then turned his attention to his work on the coffee table, no longer observing the girls as they studied. By 9 o'clock that evening, Yu closed his notebook and glanced towards the dining table, where Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were still engrossed in their studies. In contrast, Jiang Yuni was quite earnest, sitting upright, while Jiang Yushi nearly rested her head on the table. Yu approached, and just as he reached the two, Jiang Yushi instantly straightened up, feigning attentiveness to her studies. What is she doing? Yu was at a loss for words. This girl was putting on an act even in front of him. Yu, I've been studying diligently just now. Seeing Jiang Yushi still lying, Yu asked with a serious tone, am I to believe my eyes have deceived me? Jiang Yushi pouted slightly, lowering her head, too timid to argue with Yu. All right, I understand. Are you unwell and lacking the energy to study? Yu offered Jiang Yushi an excuse and even touched her forehead. That's enough. You don't need to study anymore. Jiang Yuni, you too. Isn't it exhausting to sit like that? Go take a shower and head to your room to rest. Chapter 36. Such adorable dresses. Jiang Yuni shook her head and said, Guyu, I have only half of my essay left to finish. Please let my sister take a shower first. Jiang Yushi, reluctant to go first, replied, Guyu, you should shower first. All right, just stop writing for now and sit on the sofa for a bit. Maybe look at your phone. Guyu suggested before heading to the bathroom. He usually took just a quick shower, washing off in about 5 minutes before emerging. As he stepped out, he sighed. In the past, when the house was empty, he would simply emerge in his shorts after a shower, but now he had to dress properly. Moreover, even at night, he felt uncomfortable sleeping in clothes. He needed to find a new place soon, especially with the weekend approaching. It was the perfect opportunity to look for a new home. Are you done? Guyu asked as he approached Jiang Yuni. Just a little more, she replied, her handwriting neat and elegant. Observing the well-formed characters on the paper, he noted their gracefulness. Jiang Yuni's delicate hands, fair and slender, glided over the paper with an aesthetic charm. Not bad, she thought, feeling a smile creep onto her face. Although she felt a bit bashful under Guyu's praise, which she found somewhat overwhelming. It's beautiful, much prettier than what Jiang Yushi writes. No need to be modest when it's warranted. As Guyu glanced at Jiang Yushi, he couldn't help but think how her academic performance paled in comparison to her sister's. With similarly lovely hands, her writing lacked the same finesse and seemed less diligent. Are you going to shower? The water temperature is just right. I'd like to shower with my sister. It's a good time to wash my hair. Jiang Yushi replied. Fine, then wait a moment for Jiang Yuni, Guyu said, as Jiang Yushi dashed into the room to retrieve 2 nightgowns. Seating herself next to Jiang Yuni in anticipation. What adorable dresses, Guyu remarked, glancing at the nightgowns in Jiang Yushi's hands. His mind conjuring images of the 2 girls wearing them. Stop, don't think too much. I'll still be living with them for another 2 or 3 months. What a foolish train of thought. Shifting his gaze, Guyu settled onto the sofa and picked up a hairdryer. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi quickly ran over. Guyu, would you like me to dry your hair? No need. It'll be dry in a minute, he replied. He preferred a light drying, enjoying the refreshing sensation of slightly damp hair. Oh, Jiang Yushi said, disappointed as she sat back down, feeling somewhat sidelined by Guyu's independence. Once Jiang Yuni finished her homework, the 2 of them entered the bathroom. Sister, is Guyu sleeping on the sofa again tonight? He went to sleep on the sofa after waiting for us to fall asleep last night. He slept on the sofa? Jiang Yuni exclaimed, surprised, having been completely unaware of this. Jiang Yushi nodded. Yes, I was feeling unwell with a fever last night. When I woke up, I found Guyu was missing, and when I came out, I saw him sleeping on the sofa. Well, we can't really say anything to Guyu about that. Can we? Jiang Yunyang felt quite helpless. Previously, she had been concerned that Guyu would bully the 2 of them, and now, when she wanted him to sleep in the room, he refused to do so. Jiang Yushi also remained silent, equally at a loss for any solution. The 2 of them showered in silence, maintaining their quietude until they were finished. Sister, it seems there are no towels in the bathroom again, Jiang Yushi observed, looking around and confirming the absence. Guyu always hung his towel up after washing it. What should we do? Should we dry ourselves with our clothes or ask Guyu if he has any spare towels at home? Jiang Yunyang pondered, feeling a bit conflicted. Sister, you decide. When the dilemma fell to Jiang Yushi, she too felt quite troubled. We can't keep using our clothes, can we? How about we ask Guyu? Okay. You take the lead, sister. Jiang Yushi clenched her small fists, nervously approaching the door and cracking it open just a little, hiding her body behind it. Jiang Yunyang crouched behind her, noticing that her sister's face had already turned a shade of crimson. Guyu Jiang Yushi summoned all her courage to call out, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her after the words escaped her lips. What's up? Guyu sat up from the sofa, glancing towards the bathroom but not approaching. There are no towels in the bathroom. Do you have any at home? I think I might. Just a moment, Guyu replied, heading into the room, recalling that he had purchased 2 towels initially and had been using only one for nearly 2 years. As he rummaged through the cabinet, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang's hearts raced with anticipation. Guyu's voice rang out. I'm coming in. Make sure to close the door. I'll leave the towel on the sink for you. Okay, Jiang Yushi confirmed, closing the door. I've shut it. All right, I'm entering now. As Guyu's footsteps approached, the sisters' hearts raced even faster. Guyu entered and placed the towel on the sink before stepping back out. I'm leaving now. You can take it, I can't see. Understood, Jiang Yushi replied, opening the door just a crack and peeking out. Seeing that no one was outside, she exchanged a nervous glance with Jiang Yunyang, then hastily opened the door wider, grabbing the towel from the sink and darting back inside. Ah, Jiang Yushi exhaled deeply, touching her flushed face, feeling as if she were burning with fever. She glanced at her sister, who seemed equally flustered. Once they had dried off, they emerged to find Gyu lounging on the sofa, absorbed in his phone. Gyu, Jiang Yushi called out, her face now less flushed, the tension easing. Hearing her voice, Gyu looked up to see the two girls standing shyly beside the sofa, adorning charming pajamas and exposing their delicate, fair legs. Just a glance left him momentarily dazed. They were far more enchanting than any online streamer. Standing in the living room, they resembled two beautiful young ladies. And Gyu felt a fleeting urge to reach out and touch their legs. Time to dry your hair. Upon noticing the sisters' damp hair, Gyu extended the hairdryer towards them. Jiang Yushi accepted the appliance and beckoned Jiang Yunyang to take a seat on the sofa. Observing this, Gyu subtly shifted to the side. As the two settled down, Gyu seemed to perceive a delicate fragrance lingering in the air, reminiscent of shower gel. Jiang Yushi switched on the hairdryer, commencing to dry Jiang Yunyang's hair. With the initiation of the drying process, the scent of the shower gel intensified. How had he not realized before that the shower gel possessed such an enchanting aroma? Gyu rarely used shower gel during his baths, finding it cumbersome to create lather. However, he had indeed experienced it before, yet this was the first time he encountered such a refreshing fragrance. Chapter 37. For the first time, Gyu found himself intently observing Jiang Yushi, who was gently blowing her sister's hair, his fingers gliding through the strands. He mused to himself that the long hair of a girl must feel incredibly pleasant to touch. Suddenly, a desire for romance stirred within him, likely influenced by the two charming girls around him. One must admit, residing with two such beautiful and delightful companions would ignite the longing for a sweet love affair in anyone. After Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni finished styling each other's hair, they effortlessly switched roles, making the task seem rather convenient. Otherwise, managing long hair alone would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Gyu recalled watching a live stream where a girl washed her hair and realized how challenging it could be. Once they finished drying their hair, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni turned their attention towards Gyu, who inquired, "Are you two planning to rest?" Jiang Yushi shook her head, uncertain. "What do you mean by not knowing?" Gyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Shall we play a game? It's 10 o'clock now, and we can go to bed by 11, right? It's Saturday tomorrow, so we can afford to sleep in." "Sounds good," replied Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni in unison. And Gyu led them into a gaming session. During their play, Jiang Yushi was astonished by Gyu's remarkable skills. He not only had a wide array of heroes at his disposal, but also secured the MVP title several times, appearing far more skilled than herself. "Gyu, what was your rank before?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, I was previously in the starry rank, the same as you," he replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yushi began to doubt her own prowess. Was she merely a counterfeit starry rank player who had ascended through matchmaking? After completing 2 rounds, Gyu declared, "It's time for bed. I need to rest as well. Where will you sleep tonight?" Jiang Yushi tugged at his shirt. "On the sofa. Don't coax me into the room. The sofa isn't cold." "Hurry up," he replied, playfully pulling Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni into their room. He wanted to avoid the two girls feeling dejected beside him, which left him feeling conflicted. "By the way, I won't be needing a blanket either, so don't come looking for me," he said as he closed the door behind him and returned to the sofa. Inside the room, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exchanged glances. They anticipated this outcome. "It seems Gyu didn't buy a blanket today," Jiang Yuni remarked. "No, he probably didn't," Jiang Yushi replied. "Sister, Gyu doesn't seem to have much money. He once mentioned that he grew up in an orphanage. He must not have much to spare." "Sister, we should talk to Gyu tomorrow about not spending excessively on food. Otherwise, it will be too costly. And it's not easy for him to earn money while still in school," Jiang Yuni suggested. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's remind Gyu to spend less. We don't need to eat lavishly. All right, we will talk to him tomorrow." Upon awakening from her slumber, Jiang Yushi groggily opened her eyes to find the room dimly lit but not dark. "What time is it?" Upon reaching for her phone, Jiang Yushi glanced at the time, which read just past 6 o'clock. Should she venture to the restroom? She felt a twinge of indecision. The electric blanket enveloped her in warmth, making the idea of leaving the cozy cocoon rather unappealing. However, recalling that it was Saturday and that Gyu had mentioned the luxury of sleeping in the night before, she reluctantly extricated herself from the bed. As she stepped out of her room, Her gaze was immediately drawn to the sofa. Just as the previous day, Guyu was curled up on it, appearing rather uncomfortable in his slumber. It struck her that he lacked even a single pillow. Contemplating retrieving one of the pillows from her or her sister's bed to offer to Guyu, she hesitated. Realizing it would be inconsiderate to awaken him from his sleep for such a trivial matter, she dismissed the thought. Standing beside the sofa, Jiang Yushi gazed at Guyu, momentarily captivated by his handsome features. Although she was aware of his attractiveness, this was the first time she had scrutinized him so intently. As she continued to observe him, a smile crept onto her face, revealing her infatuation. After a few minutes, she quietly rose and made her way to the restroom. Upon her return, she pondered whether to invite Guyu to the bedroom for a more comfortable sleep, as she had already awakened. Yet, apprehensive about his potential rejection and concerned that rousing him would disturb his rest, she ultimately chose to forego the idea. By 8 o'clock, Jiang Yuni also stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the brightness of the room, sunlight streaming through the window and casting warm rays upon the bed. To evade the intrusive light, she instinctively shifted closer to Jiang Yushi, nearly pushing her off the bed. After getting up and adjusting her attire, Jiang Yuni glanced at the time before stepping out of the room. Surely Guyu would be awake by now? Upon exiting, she found him still asleep on the sofa, oblivious to the world around him. He had stayed up late the previous night, engrossed in videos until past 1 o'clock before finally succumbing to sleep. Crouching beside him, Jiang Yuni blinked curiously at his sleeping form. After several seconds, she dashed back into the room, lifted the blanket from Jiang Yushi, and gently brought it back to cover Guyu, being careful not to disturb his slumber. Guyu, sensing a weight upon him, turned slightly but remained ensconced in his dreams, not yet fully awake. Satisfied that she had not disturbed him, Jiang Yuni returned to the room. Glancing at her sister, noticing that Jiang Yushi had scarcely covered herself with the blanket, with her long legs exposed, Jiang Yuni reasoned that it would make little difference whether she covered her or not. Instead, she decided to fetch a jacket to keep her sister warm. With the morning approaching 9 o'clock, she pondered when Guyu would awaken and whether she should prepare breakfast. However, what could she possibly make? Her culinary skills were limited to porridge, and she had no knowledge of preparing buns or fried dough sticks. Perhaps she could prepare a bowl of porridge for Guyu. If he did not fancy it, she could simply eat it herself. Jiang Yuni made her way to the kitchen, measuring out half a cup of rice, washing it thoroughly, and placing it into the electric cooker. During her parents' absence, she had frequently made porridge, so she felt quite confident in her abilities. Last night's fish soup remained, and it could be reheated. Jiang Yunyang retrieved the fish soup once more, placing it in a separate pot to warm, while concentrating on preparing porridge, diligently stirring to prevent it from sticking. Once the porridge reached a thick, viscous consistency, Jiang Yunyang extinguished the flame and sampled it. It was satisfactory, albeit lacking ingredients like cabbage, carrots, and corn, which would have enhanced the flavor. The fish soup was also warmed, retaining the same delightful taste as the previous evening. She covered the pot to prevent it from cooling and exited the kitchen. At that moment, she was uncertain of what to do next. Guyu had yet to awaken, and neither had Jiang Yushi. Feeling a sense of ennui, she sat beside Guyu, waiting for him to stir. Chapter 38. You two cannot starve me before long. Guyu stretched lazily and noticed the thick covering draped over him. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Yunyang, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Caught in the act, Jiang Yunyang felt a sudden shyness and lowered her head, unable to meet Guyu's gaze. Sitting up, Guyu glanced at the quilt enveloping him, pondering when this girl had covered him up. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang spoke. Guyu, I made some porridge. Would you like to try it? Surprised by her revelation, Guyu looked at Jiang Yunyang, momentarily confusing her with Jiang Yushi, and thought, can she really make porridge? Pointing to the quilt, Jiang Yunyang explained, I covered you this morning. It has only been a short while. All right, Guyu replied, then inquired, has your sister woken up? Hearing Guyu fail to recognize her, Jiang Yunyang responded, slightly displeased, I am the younger sister. My elder sister is still asleep. Ah, so she is the younger sister. Guyu scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to clarify. Just now, you were gazing at me with such an innocent, somewhat dazed expression. I thought you were Jiang Yushi. I apologize for not recognizing you. Noticing Jiang Yunyang's disappointment, he continued to explain and apologize. Jiang Yunyang's mood lightened considerably as she replied, it's all right. Even our parents sometimes cannot tell me apart from my sister. Come, let us see the porridge you made. It must be delicious. Guyu rose and led Jiang Yunyang to the kitchen. Upon opening the pot, a plume of steam wafted out. Still warm. It seemed this girl had just finished cooking it not long ago. It smells so good. Truly wonderful, he exclaimed. But is this all? Did you only make this little? Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, I only made enough for you. I was unsure when you would wake up, and my sister is still asleep. I was afraid if I made too much, we wouldn't finish it. Very well, Gyu said as he retrieved 2 bowls and served the porridge. It wasn't too little after all. Go check if Jiang Yushi is awake. Okay. Jiang Yunyang dashed to the door of the room. She merely glanced at Jiang Yushi before returning to Guyu's side. Sister is still asleep. All right, then let us eat, Guyu replied. Merely thinking that Jiang Yushi was indulging in her slumber, completely unaware that she had already woken up and was just lying in bed, stretching her legs. Unnoticed by Jiang Yunyang. And you've even warmed the soup. How thoughtful. Guyu remarked as he took out the leftover braised pork from yesterday to share with Jiang Yunyang. With just a bowl of porridge, Guyu paired it with a piece of meat and consumed it eagerly. He then poured himself a large bowl of soup, finishing it in one swift motion. Noticing Jiang Yunyang staring at him, seemingly wanting to say something, Guyu spoke first. Eat slowly. There is no need to watch me. Oh, Jiang Yunyang replied quietly, continuing her meal. Suddenly, Guyu glanced toward the entrance and saw Jiang Yushi emerging from her room, still clad in her nightgown. Looking as though she had just awakened, her eyes barely open as she rubbed them with her small hands. What are you eating? Jiang Yushi approached, bending down to inspect the table. As she bent down, the sight was quite something. The girl was clad in a nightgown. And just a fleeting glance from Guyu revealed much more than he anticipated. Taking a seat, Guyu could hardly address the earlier scene. Instead, he grasped Jiang Yushi's arm and gently urged her to sit, then remarked, I haven't prepared your meal. Let me take you out to eat. Oh, it's quite all right. Jiang Yushi replied, unaware that it was Jiang Yuni who had not cooked, mistakenly believing it was Guyu's culinary efforts. Had she known her sister had neglected to prepare a meal, she would have certainly found a moment to tease her. Come, let us go out to eat. And Jiang Yuni can join us as well. It was already past 10, and they would be having lunch together. Guyu took hold of Jiang Yushi's arm and guided her to her room. You should change your clothes first. Upon returning to the dining table, Guyu noticed half a bowl of porridge in Jiang Yuni's bowl and said, Stop eating. I'll take you out to eat. Jiang Yuni declined. No, I can't waste food. After a moment's thought, Guyu suggested, How about I finish it, and then we can go somewhere else? At this statement, Jiang Yuni's imagination began to wander. Would Guyu really be able to enjoy the porridge she had already tasted? Observing the expression on her face, Guyu quickly amended, I was just joking. Take your time with your meal. He underestimated the extent of her shyness. It would be wise to maintain a bit of distance in the future. Once Jiang Yushi had changed her clothes and emerged from her room, she held a comb in her hand, fixing her hair. Watching her, Guyu felt a sudden urge to assist her, rationalizing to himself that it was merely to alleviate her burden, nothing more. When Jiang Yuni finished her meal, Guyu intended to clear the dishes, only to be preempted by Jiang Yuni, who swiftly took the dishes into the kitchen. He could only sigh internally, this girl. Now that we're done, what would you like for lunch? The trio soon stepped outside. It was already 10:30, so it could indeed be considered lunchtime. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni expressed their willingness to eat anything. Then let us wander around a bit. There are plenty of small shops nearby. Just let me know what you wish to eat. Guyu led them out of the community, marking the first time since Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had followed him home. The neighborhood bustled with activity, and after a few steps, they arrived at a narrow street, reminiscent of a quaint alley. Within the alley, various food vendors offered enticing snacks and unassuming little restaurants. Is there anything you fancy? Perhaps some fried skewers? Noticing the girls had remained quiet, Guyu halted before a fried skewer stall. Choose what you desire. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni whispered among themselves, selecting a couple of skewers, and then turned to Guyu, saying, Guyu, why don't you pick some too? Very well. Guyu chose about 10 skewers, which were reasonably priced at 1 yuan each. Once fried, the three of them ambled along, savoring their treats. At that moment, Jiang Yuni recalled the importance of being frugal and leaned toward Guyu, saying, Guyu, we can keep our expenses low when we eat. My sister and I are fine with anything, so you needn't spend excessively on us. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. Yes, Guyu, earning money is not easy. We shouldn't be wasteful. We'll repay you, but it may take some time. In response to the kindness of the two girls, Guyu smiled and replied, Rest assured, I can certainly afford a meal. Just the usual fare. You two can eat to your heart's content without worrying about bankrupting me. Moreover, there's no need to rush to repay me. With an IOU in hand, I have no fear of you defaulting. By the way, Guyu, We will write you an IOU as soon as we get home, Jiang Yuxian exclaimed, realizing she had merely spoken of it without actually drafting one for Guyu. There's no hurry. We can discuss it when we get home, Guyu continued as he led the two of them on a stroll. They exited the narrow alley and arrived at a bustling street. How about some rice noodles for lunch? He suggested. Sounds good to me, they both agreed. With that, Guyu guided them into a rice noodle shop. Since it was not yet mealtime, there was only one table occupied by customers. What flavor would you like? Guyu inquired. Jiang Yuxian called out, I would like the golden broth rice noodles. Jiang Yuni added, I would like the clay pot rice noodles. Chapter 39. Surprises await at home. Guyu ordered a bowl of tomato rice noodles and then inquired, well, would you like to add? No. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunian simultaneously shook their heads, both wishing to spare Guyu some expense. Observing their reactions, Guyu glanced at the available garnishes and declared, then let us add a chicken leg. Once seated, the noodles were quickly served, smooth and delightful in texture. Guyu consumed his meal rather swiftly, finishing the bowl in mere minutes. In contrast, the two young ladies savored their food slowly. After all, it would be unbecoming for girls to devour their meals as ravenously as he did. Guyu busied himself with videos while he waited. Guyu, are you full? I might not be able to finish this, Jiang Yunan remarked. Guyu was uncertain whether Jiang Yunan was being sincere, replying, you should eat. If you can't finish, let me know. Jiang Yuxi chimed in, Guyu, I might not be able to finish mine either. Your appetite is larger than your sister's. Go ahead and eat. He encouraged. Guyu had noticed during their meal yesterday that Jiang Yuxi had a slightly greater appetite than Jiang Yunan, despite their similar figures. Jiang Yuxi's personality suggested that she was indeed a hearty eater, while Guyu could believe Jiang Yunan's claim of not being able to finish her meal. He found himself skeptical of Jiang Yuxi's assertion. Would you like to try some? A few moments later, Jiang Yunan extended her small hand toward him. Guyu glanced at her bowl and noted there was indeed little remaining. I've had my fill, but please don't starve. Jiang Yunan replied in a delicate tone. I want to go hungry. Consequently, Guyu took Jiang Yunan's noodles and finished them in just a couple of bites. Guyu. Jiang Yuxi attempted to interject. But he interrupted her. You eat your own. I know your appetite. You had 2 large bowls of rice yesterday. Oh. Jiang Yuxi pouted, not entirely convinced. She reasoned that her larger consumption last night was due to the long absence of braised pork, which had been exceptionally delicious, and that she typically did not eat so much. After their meal, Guyu led the 2 girls outside, contemplating whether to take them out for entertainment or return home instead. If they were to go out, where should they go? Do you two have any places in mind that you wish to visit? Upon his inquiry, both Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan shook their heads, indicating there was nothing they particularly desired to do. What about things you want to buy? Perhaps clothes? I assume you didn't bring much from home. And what about study supplies or practice exercises? He added, do you need any hair ties? Guyu noticed Jiang Yuxi had tied her hair with a single, plain black elastic band. Is there anything you need? Jiang Yuxi turned to Jiang Yunan. Jiang Yunan shook her head. We brought all our study supplies. We have everything we need. Very well, let us stroll back home then. Guyu, inexperienced in matters of romance, was unsure where to take the girls for an outing. Though Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan's suggestions were helpful, he genuinely lacked any ideas. Taking a different route home, Guyu led Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan past a sizable supermarket, thinking it would be a good idea to pop in for a look around. Previously, the home was solitary, with little to eat. The snacks I purchased were solely spicy strips ordered online. As for girls, they are often associated with the sweetness of milk. Aren't they? It's no wonder their voices carry a delightful lilt, evoking a sense of tenderness. As they strolled leisurely along the street, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunian held hands, taking in their surroundings. Sister, we've been here before. Our home is in that direction. Yes, I remember, Jiang Yunan replied. A wave of melancholy washing over her, realizing that their home would no longer lie in that direction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxi also felt a twinge of sorrow. Lowering her head, the joy from earlier fading. With their parents gone, the notion of home felt irrevocably altered. Guyu had been quietly observing the two, noting their transition from happiness to despondency, and he felt a profound urge to protect them. That direction, is it? Guyu mused, glancing toward where Jiang Yuxi had pointed, contemplating inquiring about the house situation. He thought perhaps he could cover the mortgage himself. After all, renting a place would also incur expenses, amounting to 20 to 30,000 annually. It seemed more sensible to help these 2 girls with their mortgage instead. However, he wouldn't spend his money without some form of acknowledgement. He would need them to write him an IOU. Don't be sad. I have a surprise for you both when we get home, Gyu said, gently ruffling Jiang Yushi's hair. She looked up, her sorrow dissipating significantly at the mention of a surprise. Yes, a surprise. But you both must smile. Do you understand? Understood, Jiang Yushi responded promptly. Her smile not entirely rooted in genuine joy, yet still sweet. Jiang Yunan mirrored her expression, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she eagerly anticipated the surprise Gyu promised. Let us first purchase a few items. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, Gyu led them inside. Buy whatever you desire. He grabbed a shopping cart and steered them toward the snack aisle. I don't want anything, Jiang Yunan said, tugging on Gyu's arm, reluctant to spend money. How could that be? There is no girl who doesn't love snacks, Gyu replied, skeptical. Jiang Yushi. You choose. I don't want anything either, Jiang Yushi shyly retorted, though she indeed wished to indulge, the thought of spending Gyu's money leaving her hesitant. Neither of you, is it? Gyu exclaimed in exasperation, realizing the two girls often opposed his suggestions. Am I to push this cart back empty? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunan felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought. How about we buy a bag of chips? I'll buy it myself, Gyu decided, opting for silence as he pushed the cart, gathering various delectable snacks along the way. Before long, the cart brimmed with treats. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunan lagged behind, whispering to Jiang Yushi, sister, should we tell Gyu not to buy more? We already have plenty. Jiang Yushi replied, you go ahead. We just refused everything earlier. And it seems Gyu might be a bit upset. Should I really say something? Jiang Yunyang, wary of displeasing Gyu, shook her head and resolved not to go. She thought to herself that snacks would not spoil, and she could savor them slowly. If she took her time, Gyu might not purchase them again next time. After selecting a considerable number of items, Gyu deemed it sufficient and contemplated buying 2 boxes of milk for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. However, upon turning around, he discovered that the two had strayed quite far from him. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yunyang, Gyu called out, and they immediately rushed over. Choose which one you wish to drink, he instructed, gesturing towards the array of various milk brands, the flavors of which he was unfamiliar with. It was best to let them decide. Don't even think about saying you won't buy any, Gyu added sternly, rendering Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang momentarily speechless. Chapter 40. What are you looking at? The milk? Why check the price? Gyu snapped again. Jiang Yunyang replied this time, milk is essentially the same. Indeed. Gyu realized that regardless of the brand, the primary ingredients were largely similar, as long as there were no additives. Alright then. Let us check the price and take a look at the ingredients and composition. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang began comparing their options and eventually settled on a selection priced at just over 30 yuan for a box of 24 cartons, which was quite economical. As they approached the checkout, Gyu noticed someone ahead carrying a basin, prompting him to recall that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang still needed household essentials. Right, let us buy you two some daily necessities. He guided them to the household goods section, where he selected towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and facial cleanser, as well as cosmetics. Although he decided to postpone that purchase for later online browsing. Observing the radiant complexions of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, he noted that they looked beautiful without makeup. Their skin naturally fair and visibly tender, the kind that could glisten with just a gentle pinch. Is there anything else you need? Gyu pondered carefully, unable to think of anything further, and thus led Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to the checkout and then home. Upon returning, Gyu unloaded their purchases and said, feel free to indulge in the snacks. Don't hold back. Jiang Yunyang responded, I want tea. I'm just concerned you might not want any, Gyu retorted. He picked up a lollipop, unwrapped it, and offered it to Jiang Yunyang. She hesitated momentarily before parting her soft, rosy lips to accept the treat. Gyu then unwrapped another for Jiang Yushi, who was much more eager. Gyu, you should have one too, Jiang Yunyang insisted. Watching Gyu as he finished unwrapping lollipops for both her and her sister, neglecting to take one for himself. In response, Jiang Yunyang unwrapped another and held it to Gyu's lips. This girl, Gyu thought helplessly, bemused by how someone so lovely could also possess such a kind heart. May I ask you both something? Do you know how much mortgage you still owe on your house? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Gyu's motive for the inquiry. Jiang Yunyang proposed, sister, should we tell Gyu? Jiang Yushi readily agreed, sure. We still owe 160,000 yuan, she explained. An uncle from the court informed us and even gave us a document. I'll go fetch it for you. As Jiang Yunyang dashed into her room, Jiang Yushi leaned closer to Gyu, nearly pressing against him. Guyu, why are you asking this? She inquired. You mentioned giving us a surprise when you returned home. Doesn't it relate to our house? Jiang Yushi's eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed at Guyu, thinking to herself how wonderful it would be if he could help them redeem the house. It was the home where she had lived for over a decade, sharing countless memories with her parents, and she did not wish to lose it. If, deep down, she contemplated, if Guyu could indeed reclaim the house, she wouldn't mind even if he were to tease her. How clever. If only your learning were as astute, Guyu remarked, playfully pinching Jiang Yushi's face, which was delightfully soft to the touch. This girl was no fool. She grasped his intentions immediately. Upon hearing the remaining mortgage balance, Guyu contemplated whether it would be possible to redeem the house. With only a little over 100,000 left, it was not a significant sum for him. Currently, the mortgage was merely in default. Given the short duration, it had yet to reach the point of auction. He believed that with a visit to the court to settle the outstanding payments, reclaiming the property should not pose much difficulty. Having spent these few days with the two girls, Guyu felt a sense of responsibility and did not wish for them to truly be left homeless. After all, he would still need to assist them in the future, so offering a little more help was no burden. Really? Jiang Yushi exclaimed with excitement, her small hand tightly clasping Guyu's larger hand. Guyu, does this really relate to my family's house? Can you help us get it back? The house was left to my sister and me by our parents, and if you could reclaim it, I would consider you my boyfriend. Stop. Guyu interjected, his eyelids twitching at her words as he quickly covered Jiang Yushi's mouth. Don't say such things, and whether we can retrieve the house is still uncertain. Okay. Jiang Yushi grinned widely, her smile seemingly unending, her little hands still clasping Guyu's without letting go, despite his lack of a firm assurance. She trusted that someone as kind as Guyu would undoubtedly help her and her sister reclaim their home. What is going on? Jiang Yuni suddenly emerged, having overheard her sister's outburst from the room. She approached, puzzled by the commotion. Little sister, Guyu said he will help us get our house back, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, shaking Guyu's hand in excitement. What? Jiang Yuni was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Guyu in disbelief, a mix of excitement and anticipation flooding her, leaving her at a loss for words. All right, I'm merely inquiring. Whether we can recover it is still unknown, Guyu said, beckoning Jiang Yuni over. She joined him on the other side, where Guyu was still holding onto his hand, her small fingers nestled in his, momentarily forgotten. Oh, Jiang Yushi released her grip, yet was unsure where to place her hands afterward. Guyu glanced at the documents. One was a notice of seizure, the other a notice of overdue payment. Jiang Yuni. Did they leave any contact number we could use? No, they only visited our home. But for the past 3 months, the bank has been calling daily, asking for repayment. Jiang Yushi replied, Please give me the bank's phone number. Is it a customer service line or something? Guyu inquired. It's not. They said it was a manager from the bank, but we don't have the specifics, Jiang Yushi explained, providing him with the number. Guyu reviewed the number before dialing. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian anxiously gazed at their phones, their hearts yearning to reclaim their home. After a brief interval, the phone rang, yet it remained unanswered, the persistent busy tone resonating in their ears. Guyu speculated that it was likely Saturday, and perhaps the person was not at work. There was no rush. Sunday might also be a non-working day, and if the call could not connect, they would try again on Monday. The document contained the bank's address, as well as the details of the court that had imposed the seizure. Guyu resolved to seek further assistance on Monday. It was all right. There was no need for haste. Although they had already lost the house, the prospect of its auction now seemed to glimmer with hope, far more encouraging than their previous despair. Shall we play a couple of games? Guyu discerned the tension and excitement within Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian, so he refrained from insisting they complete their homework. Very well. The trio engaged in a few rounds of gaming. After 2 matches, the sisters returned to their studies, while Guyu commenced his work. Chapter 41. Write 10,000 first. Then save up, Guyu. Shall we draft a promissory note for you? As dinner time approached, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni walked over. Guyu readily consented. After all, he had only just met these 2 young ladies a few days prior, and it was essential to formalize the agreement, as it would not do to part with his money without documentation. Very well, let us compose a promissory note based on the amount mentioned here. However, you may also choose to write it on Monday, as I am not entirely certain. Having discussed it while doing their homework, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni replied, Let us write it now. As you wish, Guyu said, and the 2 sisters produced a piece of paper, searching online for a template for a promissory note. In a matter of minutes, Guyu observed as they completed the note and inscribed their names upon it. Jiang Yushi pushed the note towards Guyu, saying, Guyu, We haven't placed our fingerprints yet. Gu dismissed the concern, stating, "It's all right. Writing it is sufficient for now. The fingerprints can be added later." He did not believe that the sisters would later deny their obligation. Their current demeanor suggested otherwise. Even if circumstances changed, this promissory note would suffice, even without a fingerprint. "What shall we have for dinner?" he inquired. "Anything is fine," they replied. "Gu, please don't prepare too many dishes. One will suffice for the two of us." Upon hearing this, Gu teased, "What, are you trying to save me some money?" Jiang Yuni lowered her head, a hint of shyness evident. Softly responding with an affirmative hum, Gu chuckled, then playfully retorted, "Silly girl, you too ought to pay. Do not forget your debt to me." "Oh, in that case, we shall draft a promissory note and treat you to dinner." "Yes, we will write a promissory note and host you," they echoed. Seeing their earnestness, Gu smiled and replied, "Very well, then you shall treat me." Jiang Yuni rose, declaring, "We will go fetch some paper to write the promissory note." "You are really going to do it?" Gu quickly grasped Jiang Yuni's arm, saying, "There is no rush. Let us save up first. Writing a note for each meal seems rather tedious, don't you think?" Jiang Yushi, ever astute, suggested, "Gu, we could write a larger sum initially, perhaps 10,000. And then save up." She believed that Gu was genuinely kind-hearted and would not simply ignore their debts once the note was written. If he were to neglect them, he would have done so the previous night. And if he intended to deceive her and her sister, why would he have mentioned that he would consider her his girlfriend? The way he covered his mouth proved his sincerity. Enough of this. Let us focus on dinner for now. The three of them stepped outside. But Gu felt a bit troubled, uncertain of where to take the two young ladies for a meal. There was a night market over a kilometer away, but it was rather far, requiring at least a 15-minute walk. Riding an electric bike would allow him to take only one of them. Gu began to contemplate purchasing a vehicle, having visited Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni school yesterday, which was also a fair distance away, approximately 3 kilometers. He realized that in the future, when they attended school, they would either have to take the bus or hail a taxi. If he were to acquire a vehicle, he could conveniently drive them to school each day. By the way, the school does offer accommodation, doesn't it? Gu suddenly pondered this matter, questioning why Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni did not choose to stay in the school dormitory when they had nowhere else to go. Surely the accommodation fees were not exorbitant. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, when you two find yourselves without a place to stay, why not consider the school dormitory? It would certainly be preferable to residing beneath a bridge. Jiang Yuni raised her head and replied to Gu, "We have contemplated it. But the school requires payment for an entire year, not just a month. That amounts to 2 semesters, totaling 2,000 yuan, which is more expensive than renting outside." "I see," Gu responded, refraining from further comment, inwardly cursing the inflexibility of the school. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, in their situation, could easily be classified as impoverished students. What special considerations could be made? "Is there anything you wish to eat?" Gu led the two of them some distance away. Yet neither spoke, compelling her to inquire. "Anything is fine. Gu, whatever you like, we will eat. Truly, I have to take charge of everything." Gu playfully tapped the heads of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, and after the taps, she affectionately rubbed their small heads, their adorable demeanor prompting another silent sigh from Gu. "Let's have the roasted goose rice." This fast food establishment was one Gu had frequented several times. The prices were reasonable, even cheaper than those at her own school, and the place appeared quite hygienic. Upon entering, Gu asked, "What would you like to eat?" Jiang Yushi was the first to respond, "Roasted goose with spare ribs." Jiang Yuni quickly followed, "I'll have roasted goose with char siu." After they had ordered, Gu opted for roasted goose with hand-pulled chicken. Within minutes of sitting down, the meals were served, accompanied by 3 bowls of complimentary soup. "Is it satisfactory?" "Delicious." "Quite rich," Jiang Yushi said, offering Gu a piece of spare rib. "You should try the spare rib." "The char siu is also delightful," Jiang Yuni added, offering Gu 2 pieces, while Gu reciprocated by serving both of them some hand-pulled chicken. After their meal, the trio returned home, as there was nothing pressing to attend to. On Sunday, Gu set an alarm for around 8 in the morning, intending to go look at cars. He had long desired to purchase one but had always believed it unnecessary, as he could manage with his electric bike. Hence, he had postponed the purchase. Upon waking, Gu noticed the living room was empty, indicating that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni were still asleep. He grabbed a piece of paper from the table and left a note before heading out. "Hey, are you awake?" "Not yet," Hondo inquired. "What is up? Is there something you need?" "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock. I'm heading to your school to pick you up and take you to see some cars." "See cars?" Honda, instantly alert at the mention of cars, exclaimed. "Are you buying one?" "Indeed. I wish to buy a car, so I thought I would go and take a look. Honda, filled with excitement, responded, Great. I'm already up. He scrambled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom to tidy himself up. If he was going to look at cars, he certainly needed to present himself well. Appearing disheveled was out of the question. Gyu was on the verge of buying a car. He found himself wondering when he would be able to do the same. As Honda engaged in his morning routine, he found himself lamenting the fact that he had long envied Guyu's choice of a major that allowed him to earn extra income. Now that Guyu was contemplating purchasing a car, Honda's envy intensified. By 9 o'clock, Guyu arrived at the entrance of Honda's school. Having waited there for some time, upon seeing Guyu approach, Honda inquired, What kind of car are you thinking of buying? Guyu, uncertain, replied that he had no specific ideas and was merely planning to browse. Do you have any recommendations? Just as Honda was about to respond, Guyu added, But please, no foreign brands. With a sigh, Honda retorted, I, too, am not fond of foreign brands. Their specifications are so lacking, some don't even come with a large display screen. Who would want to buy a foreign car? He continued, As for domestic options, there are plenty of excellent vehicles available. If you're considering an electric car, you might look into BYD. If you prefer a traditional fuel vehicle, your choices multiply. I used to like Geely, but now I favor Changan. And if your budget allows, you could even purchase a tank. Chapter 42. No more lazing about so. How much are you thinking of spending? Honda contemplated, realizing he might be overthinking it. He assumed that even if you were to purchase a vehicle, it would likely be under 100,000. However, a car valued at 100,000 would still be quite commendable after all. One would be among the ranks of car owners. Guyu replied, Under 300,000. 300,000? Honda was utterly astonished. His mouth agape as he gazed in disbelief at Guyu. Where on earth did you amass such wealth? Did you win the lottery? With a calm smile, Guyu responded, No, I've simply earned a bit from previous ventures, worked part-time this year, and made some from writing novels. Though most of it stems from the money I earned during middle school when I endured some hardships. Very well then, Honda replied despondently. Reflecting on their shared upbringing in a children's welfare institution, he felt disheartened knowing that his friend could afford a 300,000 yuan vehicle while he still relied on his parents for tuition fees. Sighing, Guyu patted Honda's shoulder. Why the long face? Have you been disheartened? Honda nodded a little. But honestly, which period of earnings is greater for you, the past or the present? The past, Guyu admitted. Currently, I'm not making much. My part-time coding gigs often yield no offers. Or I end up with meager contracts that pay a few hundred yuan after days of work. Writing novels isn't lucrative either. Most of my income comes from that earlier phase. Understood, Honda said, feeling less envious. He recognized the struggles Guyu had faced, daily injuries and hardships that were difficult to fathom, even painful to contemplate. Let us go car shopping. For 300,000. We might as well look at a Benz. Imagine driving a Benz and finding a girlfriend. Your life would be complete. Honda exclaimed, hopping onto Guyu's electric scooter. Continuing to chatter. Shall I look up a dealership on the map? Guyu sighed, no need to check out the Benz, nor the BMW. We won't be looking at those. Immediately, Honda concurred, True, our domestic brands have risen, and those cars are becoming quite ordinary. Let's skip them. 300,000. Let me think, Guyu. What about the SU-7? It accelerates from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds and has an appealing design. ISNT it often mentioned as a young person's first car, and it fits right into our budget. Moreover, the S7 is considerably ahead in performance. But it has poor sales. Let us pass on that, Guyu replied. Do you prefer a sedan or an SUV? I favor a sedan, Guyu said. For my first car, I'd rather not opt for an SUV. I still prefer the elegance of a sedan. Honda shared this sentiment, agreeing. I too plan to buy a sedan for my first car. SUVs are rather unattractive and do not suit our status. Are you inclined towards a gasoline or electric vehicle? After a moment of contemplation, Guyu said, Either is fine. How about we go check out the SU-7? Honda eagerly agreed. Absolutely. I've only seen it online. The only real one I've spotted was on the road, and there's a stunning purple one at our school that I've been too shy to approach. Let us go. I'll search for directions. Honda activated the navigation and then handed his phone over, stating, It's 6 kilometers. Is your electric bike charged? Yes. I charged it the day before yesterday. I didn't use it yesterday, so it's still full, replied Guyu. Upon hearing this, Honda waved his hand dramatically and declared, Let us set off. Let's go. Guyu echoed his enthusiasm and twisted the throttle on his electric bike, racing ahead. After nearly 20 minutes of riding, Guyu finally arrived at the SU-7 4S dealership. Upon arrival, he inquired at the entrance, "Can I ride my electric bike inside?" The security guard replied, "Yes. Just turn left inside. There's a designated area for electric bikes at the end." "Thank you," Guyu responded, riding inside. Upon entering, he spotted several SU-7 cars parked outside, in shades of purple, gray, and white, each radiating its own unique charm. Honda approached one of the cars, touched it, and exclaimed, "This car is absolutely stunning. When you buy it, let me drive it for a couple of days." "All right. But I haven't decided if I'm going to purchase it yet," Guyu replied. "Let us go in and take a look." As they ventured inside, they noticed a considerable crowd. Being a large city, it was no surprise that there were many potential buyers. "Let us find a car that isn't surrounded and sit in it for a moment. The salespeople aren't required to accompany us at the SU-74S. So we can explore freely," Honda suggested, observing that the sales staff were not hovering around. The two wandered through the expansive showroom, which was well spaced with vehicles. After a round, they found that each car had onlookers gathered around it. "This place is bustling with people," Honda remarked to Guyu. "What should we do? Just wait? We can't ask others to step aside, can we?" Guyu, feeling helpless, replied, "I suppose we'll just wait and browse. Perhaps someone will leave, and we can take our turn." "Okay." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni awoke from their slumber. Both had stayed up late the previous night, excited about Guyu helping them retrieve their home. "Sister, I had a dream last night," Jiang Yushi said, stretching her arms. "What dream?" Jiang Yuni inquired. "I dreamed that we returned home, and it was just like before. I even saw Mom and Dad." At this, a wave of sadness washed over Jiang Yushi. "But we're going home now, and Guyu is coming with us." Then, when Mom and Dad asked who Guyu was, I realized something was off, and then the dream ended. Jiang Yuni replied, "I didn't dream at all. But what time is it now?" Jiang Yushi fumbled for her phone, glanced at the time, and exclaimed, "It's 10 o'clock. Hearing this, Jiang Yuni quickly sat up, surprised that they had both managed to sleep in until 10. Guyu must have been waiting for quite some time while they lingered in bed. In a flurry, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni got dressed and rushed outside. "Guyu!" Jiang Yushi instinctively called out as she emerged, only to find the sofa empty of his presence. "Is he in the kitchen?" she wondered, dashing towards that direction, but found no one there either. The bathroom? The home is quite modest, easily surveyed at a glance, leaving little else but the bathroom or the outdoors. "Sister, Guyu must have stepped out, right?" Jiang Yunyang approached Jiang Yushi. "You called out earlier, and Guyu did not respond. He must not be at home." "Guyu, are you at home?" Jiang Yushi called out once more, yet silence lingered, confirming his absence. Thus, the two ventured to the bathroom, peered inside, and indeed found it empty. "Sister, let us wash up first. Guyu likely had matters to attend to outside." Jiang Yunyang pondered that she must not indulge in slothfulness again, lest she remain oblivious to Guyu's departures. What could he possibly be up to at this hour? Today being Sunday, there are no classes. She could not fathom it. After finishing her ablutions, Jiang Yunyang exclaimed, "Sister, let us study." "Oh." Jiang Yushi, still reluctant to engage in studying, yearned to linger and enjoy some leisure time. Chapter 43. The third coincidence. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of paper on the coffee table, prompting her to rush over and pick it up. It read, "Guyu has stepped out for a moment. I will return by noon. If I am not back, you two should go out for a meal. If I am not back by 11, I will send you both a message." After reading the note, Jiang Yunyang inquired, "Sister, shall we go out for lunch? Or perhaps we could prepare something at home?" Jiang Yushi replied, "Cook? It seems we have no vegetables at home. There's leftover braised pork from the night before last in the fridge. We didn't eat it yesterday." "All right then. Let us heat it up and see if Guyu returns by noon." Having made their plans, Jiang Yunyang pulled Jiang Yushi to the dining table. Observing her disinterest in studying, Jiang Yunyang remarked, "If Guyu comes back and sees you haven't written anything, you'd better explain yourself well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi immediately resolved to study diligently, seizing her papers and diving into her work. Meanwhile, Guyu spent over an hour at the S4 dealership before finally settling into a car. "Finally, I'm in," he thought. After Honda joined him, he began to explore the interior of the vehicle, commenting on the pleasant tactile sensation. "It should be leather. This too seems to be leather." "Classmate Xiaoyai, please take the passenger seat," he said. Honda, unsure of what else to say, mumbled, "It's nothing, just calling you." Guyu examined the car interior. He and Honda had already sat in the back seat, which offered ample space and felt comfortable. Now, seated in the driver's position, Guyu couldn't determine if the seat was unsuitable for him or if the steering wheel was simply too low. Having not driven since obtaining his license, he was uncertain of what felt normal. Not bad. I think it's quite good. It would be even better if I could take it for a test drive. Guyu nodded, agreeing, indeed, it would be best to inquire with the staff about a test drive. As they conversed, Guyu adjusted the seat on the car's large screen, finding it much more comfortable. The steering wheel should also be adjustable. He noticed that many models featured this capability, and the SU-7 undoubtedly did as well. Classmate Xiao AI, please take the driver's seat, he called out. How do you adjust the steering wheel? You can simply tell me to raise or lower it. Raise it a bit, Honda exclaimed, astonished by the advanced features. Wow, it can do that? It should be able to. I'm not sure if all models have this. Let me take a look. Honda began to tap around on the car's screen, eager to explore every feature. At that moment, two girls approached the car door, speaking sweetly to Guyu. Hello, handsome. Have you finished looking? Guyu looked up to see that both girls were quite attractive. One, particularly charming, could easily score an 8 out of 10, with a cute appearance and gentle demeanor. The other girl, slightly taller and not far behind in looks, could be rated at 7.5. All right, we've seen enough, Guyu replied. Honda gazed at the two young women, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Ladies, please, take a seat. We've finished. Upon Guyu's exit from the car, the girls politely expressed their gratitude. Summoning his courage, Honda initiated a conversation. No need to thank us. Are you also interested in purchasing a SU-7? We're still students, one of them replied, but we are quite fond of it. We came to take a look today since we had some free time. All right, Honda scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Like Guyu, he had never been in a romantic relationship and had little experience conversing with girls. His moment of boldness had quickly left him speechless. Guyu, noticing Honda's desire to engage, initially hesitated to speak. After all, these young women could afford cars while he could not even afford one himself. However, upon hearing that they were students, he thought there might still be a chance. Thus, he assisted Honda, saying, Oh, you're students? So are we. I'm from Chuanhai University, and he's from Chuanhai University of Science and Technology. The two girls were taken aback. Really? We're also from Chuanhai University of Science and Technology. Is that so? Honda's heart raced at this unexpected coincidence. How delightful. Guyu chimed in quickly, teasing Honda. You fool. Do you really think they're just pulling your leg? Asking if it's true, don't you feel foolish? I'm Guyu. He introduced himself. Honda promptly followed suit. I'm Honda, majoring in automation, currently in my 3rd year. The girl in the driver's seat responded, Hello. I'm Lu Yuding, majoring in accounting, also a 3rd year. The other girl added, I'm Bai, and I'm in accounting as well. How fortuitous. Honda nodded vigorously, still flustered from Guyu's earlier comment. Guyu continued to play the wingman. By the way, my buddy here is single. If you two lovely ladies are also unattached, that would make it a 3rd coincidence for today. Lu Yuding smiled shyly. We are single. What about you, Guyu? You've introduced your friend, but not yourself. I have a girlfriend, Guyu replied. Honda looked at him, puzzled, sensing his confusion. Guyu added before he could speak, how about we grab lunch together? We could head back to school in the afternoon. That sounds good, Lu Yuding nodded. Too shy to decline. Bai, who had been quiet aside from her introduction, remained silent. Guyu nudged Honda again. Hey. You were just showing off your knowledge about the car. Why don't you tell the girls more about it? Honda scratched his head, his face reddening slightly. He stammered. This car is very advanced. Do you want to see what the little AI can do? It can adjust the seats, steering wheel, and has many other features. Guyu, listening to Honda's presentation, shook his head in disbelief, feeling the awkwardness in the air. He imagined the two girls must also feel quite uncomfortable, responding with forced enthusiasm. Yet, he thought it was good for Honda to gain some experience. Even if this attempt at flirting didn't succeed, there would always be another opportunity. With time, he would surely become more adept. It appears we cannot proceed. Let us regard this as an opportunity to gain experience, for there seems to be no alternative. Very well, we shall cease our observations and allow others their turn. Lu Yuding and Bai disembarked from the vehicle and inquired, Are you here to purchase a car, or merely for entertainment, like us? Honda replied, My brother is interested in buying, and I have accompanied him. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yuding and Bai turned their gaze towards Guyu, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Lu Yuding remarked, How affluent you are. I too wish to buy, but I suppose it will take a considerable time to earn enough. Guyu responded with a smile, I am merely here to browse. If I were to buy, it would only be through a loan, for I cannot afford to pay in full. Chapter 44. Is everything all right with him? The loan is quite impressive. However, since you are still in university, how will you repay it? Upon hearing this, Guyu realized that she must be thinking that it was purchased by her family, a notion that any rational person might entertain. After all, we are all university students. Why should I be idling in class every day while you are earning money? Let us hold off on the purchase for now. We shall see when we have funds during our internship in our senior year. That makes sense. Glancing at the time, which was past 11, Guyu inquired, do you still wish to continue looking? Liu Yuding checked her phone as well and replied, that's fine. We would like to take a couple of photos. Guyu, ever the facilitator, suggested, that's a splendid idea. Honda can edit the photos after taking them. He can enhance them for you. Otherwise, with so many people around, the photos might not be visually appealing. Honda can remove the other individuals from the images. Upon hearing this, Honda looked at Guyu, contemplating how to convey that he was not adept at photo editing. He struggled even to take decent photos, let alone edit them. Liu Yuding, upon hearing this, turned to Honda with a bright expression, asking, can you actually edit photos? Can you remove other people as shadows? I have some pictures that I couldn't edit properly. Using AI only made them blurry. Would it be possible for you to edit a few for me? Honda scratched his head and replied, sure. At that moment, he thought that if necessary, he could always find someone online to edit them. For now, he would simply agree. Thank you so much. Liu Yuding responded sweetly, and upon hearing her voice, Honda's thoughts transformed. He felt compelled to master photo editing, even if he had no prior knowledge. Shall we take some pictures now? Can you two take photos? Not really. We've never taken pictures for girls before. But we can give it a try. That's fine. By now, it was noon, and the crowd in the store had significantly thinned. Guyu and the others found a less crowded vehicle to take pictures of the two girls. Crouch down, like this. Guyu started instructing Honda. Although he had little experience, he had seen tutorials on his phone and figured crouching would enhance their leg length. After capturing several images, the four friends stepped outside, where a few cars stood undisturbed, allowing them to take pictures freely. That's enough. We've taken plenty. Liu Yuding and Baiyu approached, and Honda quickly suggested, shall we find a place to eat? Sure. Is there somewhere to eat around here? Guyu replied, there's a shopping mall about a kilometer away. We can go there. Liu Yuding nodded. All right, shall we head there now? You three can take a taxi. I rode my electric bike here, and we'll catch up with you shortly. At that moment, Honda finally had a revelation. All right, we'll wait for you. At home, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni anxiously watched the clock, pondering why Guyu had not sent them a message yet. Could it be that he had other matters to attend to? Or perhaps he simply forgot. Yuni, should we reach out to Guyu? Jiang Yuni replied. Let us wait until noon. If he hasn't messaged us by then, we can start cooking. That works. Jiang Yushi leaned on the table, having waited since 11 o'clock. Her motivation for studying long gone. Nian Nian, shall we rise early tomorrow? Otherwise, we may not know when Guyu leaves, she suggested. Tomorrow, we have school. All right. Jiang Yushi replied, continuing to rest on the table, feeling rather listless and somewhat irritable. Guyu had promised to send a message by 11. Why hadn't he done so? Surely nothing unfortunate had happened to him. Jiang Yushi's heart was similarly troubled, devoid of any desire to study. Her pen spinning idly as she awaited her phone to buzz. Suddenly, the phone screen illuminated, and both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Inian reached out. Leaning together to view the notification, it was a message from Guyu. You two must have been anxious waiting, he had written. After parting ways with Honda, he promptly messaged them, certain that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Inian had yet to eat. I have matters to attend to at noon, so I want to be home. You both should go out to eat. Understood, Jiang Yushi replied, glancing at Jiang Inian. Should we ask him what he is up to? Jiang Inian hesitated. Should we? Guyu has mentioned it. Perhaps he prefers we remain uninformed. Moreover, it is his private matter. Fine, Jiang Yushi acquiesced. Guyu sent another message. Haven't you eaten yet? The two girls replied candidly, not yet. Hurry and go eat. I'll transfer you some money. After sending the message, Guyu suddenly recalled that their WeChat accounts were unavailable, their funds frozen. He added, there's a backpack in the cupboard, inside. You'll find a black wallet containing money. All right, we know. We have money too, they replied. Go eat quickly, and I'll bring you some treats in the afternoon. Having kept the girls waiting for so long, he felt he owed them a delicious compensation. In the kitchen, Jiang Inian washed the rice while Jiang Yushi retrieved the leftover dishes, placing them in the pot to reheat. How much water should I add to the rice? Jiang Inian pondered, poking at it with her finger. The online advice suggested up to the first knuckle, but she was skeptical, as she often ended up with either too much or too little. It doesn't team matter. It's just for us, she concluded. Meanwhile, Honda and the others arrived at the mall. Should we go in or wait for Guyu? He inquired. Lu Yuting responded, let us wait a bit. He asked your friend, right? He won't blame you for not waiting. Honda shook his head. No, we've grown up together. Our bond is quite strong. Thus, the three found a spot outside the mall to wait. Before long, Guyu arrived, and the four regrouped. What shall we have for lunch? He asked. You and I are flexible. What about you? Guyu replied. You choose. I tend to struggle with decisions. Honda chimed in. Yes, pick whatever you desire. We're at a loss. Shall we venture inside to see? Let us go. Upon entering the mall, the four ascended the stairs, and Guyu remarked. I just checked online. The dining area is on the 3rd floor. All right. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they spotted a promotional sign for an arcade to the left of the elevator. Guyu glanced to the left and noted the arcade's location. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Honda, suggesting that after their meal, he could invite the girls to the arcade for some fun. Perhaps to play claw machines. Meanwhile, Honda was still leading the way, incessantly inquiring about the two girls' dining preferences. Suddenly, Bayu interjected. How about we opt for a buffet? It's been ages since I last had one. I checked on my phone, and the buffet here is quite reasonable. Priced at 76 per person. Honda agreed, expressing his approval. Yes, I too find buffets delightful. We can eat whatever we desire. Chapter 45. Birthday. Without inviting himself and his sister, Honda approached the buffet restaurant and inquired. Excuse me, how much is it per person for four? The receptionist replied. 89 per person, with a 2-hour dining limit and a deposit of 20 each. Upon hearing the price, Bayu suggested, let's purchase a group deal. I noticed earlier that it cost 76. All right, they agreed. The group accessed the group buying option and each paid their share. Once inside, Lu Yuting asked, shall we go get some food? Yes, Guyu responded, taking Honda by the arm. There is an arcade over there, if you're interested. We could suggest going there later. Honda thought this was a good idea and said, sure, but do you think those two would be interested in me? Guyu was taken aback by this comment, responding, those two? You really think so? I can't say for one, but for two. You definitely would stand a chance. Honda anxiously clarified that that's not what I meant. I was asking which one I might have a chance with. Guyu pondered for a moment, noting that Lu Yuting had been the one speaking, while Bayu seemed somewhat reserved or aloof, having hardly engaged in conversation. However, he sensed that Lu Yuting's responses were rather indifferent, perhaps joining them only out of a reluctance to decline. It's hard to say. Which one do you like? Honda analyzed. Lu Yuting is quite attractive and adorable, and she speaks softly. As for Bayu, we've hardly exchanged a few words. She seems difficult to connect with. Guyu patted Honda on the shoulder. I'm not sure either, but ultimately, it's up to you. Don't fear if things don't work out. Just do your best. Honda felt uncertain, wondering if they would actually find him appealing. With an average appearance, an ordinary height, and a modest family background, he realized that he would have to rely on himself to save for a bride price in the future. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his self-esteem plummeted, leading him to contemplate giving up. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Lu Yuting and Bayu asked, what do you think of that guy? Lu Yuting replied somewhat dismissively, I don't know. I just don't feel anything. She continued, but Guyu is quite handsome and plans to buy a car. So his family must be well off. He is also from Chuanhai University, so his studies must be good. He'll likely earn more in the future. What do you think? Bayu responded, I think he is all right, but Guyu is just too handsome. A man like that probably has had many relationships. I suspect he is a playboy. Lu Yuting asked, how do you figure that? Bayu explained, it's a known pattern. Handsome guys online often turn out to be playboys. Plus, Guyu is just as striking in real life. Online figures often use filters and makeup, but he is naturally that good looking. Don't you think many girls would approach him in the street? Lu Yuting considered this and agreed. All right then. I'll just treat him as a friend. I don't feel anything for Honda. He is just average looking and studies an ordinary major. I heard that this field leads to factory work, and I don't want to date someone from a factory. Bayu remained silent, though she thought Honda wasn't too bad and seemed to have never had a girlfriend. During the conversation earlier, Bayu could sense his nervousness, as his face turned crimson. The profession is commendable, especially given the current difficulty in finding employment. Working in a factory can indeed be quite lucrative. Guyu and Honda returned with their belongings, shortly followed by Lu Yuting and Bayu. Observing the variety of items they carried, it was evident they had made thoughtful selections, unlike himself and Honda, who had hastily grabbed whatever came to hand. Lu Yuting took a seat and remarked, let's begin our meal. If it's insufficient, we can always get more. No problem, replied Guyu, as he placed the meat slices into the pot, while Han attended to the grilling beside him. This establishment offered an all-you-can-eat hot pot and barbecue, which was quite delightful. During the meal, the four of them engaged in minimal conversation, merely commenting on which dishes were delectable, noting when the meat was cooked, and little else. After finishing, Liu Yuding announced, "We plan to visit another place this afternoon, so we won't be returning to school with you." Honda, upon hearing this, realized that their idea of visiting the arcade had been dashed. However, it mattered not. He understood that perhaps they were simply not interested in him, and any overtures on his part would likely bear little fruit. As they prepared to leave, Bai suggested, "Let's add each other on WeChat. We forgot to do that earlier. Please send us the photos we took, and if editing is too much trouble, don't bother." Sure, they all agreed. And after connecting on WeChat, they parted ways. Noticing Han Da's dejection, Guyu comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Failure is the mother of success. Besides, we haven't truly failed, have we? We shared a meal together just after meeting. That's something other boys might not achieve." "Oh," Honda replied simply, then asked, "Where to next? Back to school? I can give you a ride." Guyu rode his electric scooter, escorting Honda back to school before heading to a dessert shop, intending to purchase some sweets. Earlier, while at the buffet, he had noticed Bai selecting numerous small cakes and thought that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni would surely enjoy them as well. He had promised to buy them something delicious, so he felt compelled to deliver. Upon entering the dessert shop, Guyu realized it was his first visit. He had never been there before. "How expensive," he murmured, frowning at the prices of the desserts. 10 yuan for a cake the size of a palm, 30 for one the size of a hand, and over 20 for a tiramisu. This was certainly not within the reach of the average person. He made a modest selection, spending over 100 yuan on a particularly adorable cake. After securing the cake, Guyu rode home, imagining the delight on the girls' faces when they saw the cake he had bought. Creaking open the door, Guyu found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni at the dining table, diligently working on their homework. Upon hearing the door, their little heads quickly turned. As the door swung open, Guyu's silhouette appeared in the entrance. "Guyu!" Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exclaimed in unison, springing to their feet and racing to the door. "Close the door," Guyu requested, his hands occupied with the items he carried. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni noticed what he held, and upon closer inspection, they saw it was a particularly beautiful cake. Why did Guyu buy a cake? Could it be his birthday today? He has gone out for a matter, celebrating a birthday with friends. Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of sadness, realizing that Guyu had not invited either her or her sister to his birthday. Jiang Yunian glanced at the cake that Guyu was carrying, surprised by its abundance. She pondered why Guyu had bought a cake. Did he enjoy eating cake? Why was he so silent? Guyu stood there, perplexed, wondering why these two girls displayed no excitement. Shouldn't they be delighted to see him enter with the cake he had purchased for them? Jiang Yushi finally broke the silence, asking, "Guyu, is it your birthday today?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunian suddenly understood. Of course, one must buy a cake for a birthday, and today must indeed be Guyu's special day. Chapter 46. Still not humming? "Guyu, happy birthday!" exclaimed Jiang Yuxian, influenced by Jiang Yushi's words. "Guyu, I wish you a happy birthday as well," Jiang Yushi echoed, having been swayed by her sister. Guyu was speechless. These two girls certainly had vivid imaginations. He placed the cake on the coffee table and said somewhat irately, "What do you mean it's my birthday? If it were my birthday, I wouldn't keep it a secret from you two. This is for you both. I mentioned I would bring back some treats for you at noon, hence the cake." "For us?" Jiang Yushi pointed to herself, a look of disbelief on her face. Jiang Yuxian mirrored her surprise, astonished that Guyu had bought a cake for her and her sister. "Guyu, you are truly wonderful," Jiang Yushi said. And in a burst of enthusiasm, she rushed to Guyu's side and tugged at his arm. Guyu felt a bit taken aback by their reaction. While he had anticipated their joy, the reality of it left him somewhat unaccustomed. "All right, let us eat the cake. What did you two have for lunch?" Jiang Yushi pouted, recalling that they had leftovers and hadn't dined out. She hesitated to share this with Guyu. Noticing Jiang Yushi's downcast expression, Guyu understood and asked, "Did you eat at home?" "Yes," Jiang Yushi replied softly, and Guyu chose not to pry further, sensing her embarrassment. "Come on, let us enjoy the cake. I hope you both like it." "I do," Jiang Yushi responded quickly, her voice bright and melodious. Guyu guided Jiang Yushi to sit, then pulled Jiang Yushi in to join them as well. The cake was modest, only 5 inches in diameter, but it should suffice for the three of them. "There are also some other desserts here that you can enjoy," Jiang Yushi replied, that's enough for us. We can save some for later tonight. Absolutely. Go ahead and open it. With excitement, Jiang Yushi unveiled the cake, which was beautifully decorated with an array of small candies that Guyu had intentionally chosen. It's so lovely. Jiang Yushi gazed at the cake, almost reluctant to eat it. It was a gift from Guyu for her and her sister. No. I must take a photo. Guyu, may I take a picture? Of course. With Guyu's consent, Jiang Yushi stood to retrieve her phone, returning promptly to capture the moment with the cake. All right, let us eat. Were you full from lunch? Jiang Yushi shook her head, replying, I'm full now. Guyu turned to Jiang Yuxian, who had remained silent. He felt a bit guilty for focusing on Jiang Yushi and neglecting her. Here, a fork for you to enjoy the cake. Okay. Jiang Yuxian placed her little hand on Guyu's arm and asked, Guyu, was this cake expensive? Guyu wondered if she was concerned about the cost and replied, not at all. Feel free to indulge. Oh. By now, Jiang Yushi had cut the cake, placing a slice onto a small plate, and offered it to Guyu. Guyu, you eat first. Seeing this, Guyu opened his mouth, and Jiang Yushi fed him a piece of cake. All right, no need to feed me. You should eat as well. Jiang Yushi did not heed the suggestion, and once more, she offered the fork to Guyu, insisting, you bought the cake. You should have the first piece. With a sigh, Guyu reluctantly opened his mouth but then added, I can eat by myself. You two should also partake. As he spoke, Guyu sliced a piece for Jiang Yuxian and handed it to her. No need to feed me. I can manage on my own. Turning away, Jiang Yushi brought the fork to her own mouth, leaving Guyu somewhat perplexed. Eat by yourself, or else I shall be stern with you. Guyu took another bite, and then turned to Jiang Yushi with a mock frown. Understood, Jiang Yushi replied, eagerly taking a bite. The sweetness made her little head bobble joyfully, and she exclaimed, Guyu, would you like a bite of mine? Jiang Yuxian nervously interjected, and Guyu did not decline, taking a mouthful. Is it delicious? Jiang Yuxian nodded. Yes, it's delightful, though quite expensive. I assent it. Actually, my sister and I could have skipped it. Guyu remained silent, his next thought thwarted by the realization that he had already committed to buying them cake in the future. Having bought it, we might as well enjoy it. It's not as if the cost of one cake matters. Or should I say, I feel like having cake now, may I? Of course, Guyu, you should eat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi lifted the plate, offering the cake to Guyu once more. Eat by yourself. Guyu playfully tapped her on the head. Knowing she understood his intent, she was merely being mischievous. Jiang Yushi pouted slightly at the tap, feigning displeasure while rubbing her forehead with her little hand. This girl. When Guyu saw her hand drop and she gleefully resumed eating the cake, he playfully tapped her head again, admonishing, That's what you get for being so whiny. Do you dare to sulk? Jiang Yushi's gaze shifted to Guyu after being tapped, and he queried, Still sulking? Oh, I won't he sulk anymore, she replied, lowering her head while thinking to herself, Is he trying to knock some sense into me? I won't pay him any mind next time. Humph. Observing her pout, Guyu mused that she was still unyielding. Finish your cake. Why stop now? Having consumed just over half, Jiang Yuxian set her plate down, prompting Guyu to inquire, Why have you stopped? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. The cream is too rich, she replied. Guyu concurred. He too was losing his appetite, finding the cake base delectable but the cream excessively heavy, especially after his hearty lunch. Guyu, I'm off to study. I still have many assignments to complete. All right, go ahead. Jiang Yuxian departed, while Jiang Yushi showed no inclination to leave, sitting cross-legged on the couch, continuing to munch away. Guyu, would you like a bite? No. Oh. Jiang Yushi persisted in her eating, and Guyu retrieved his phone, noticing a message from Honda. He opened it, reading, Guyu, how do I edit this photo? I can't figure out how to edit images. He sent a message to Yuhan Feng, informing him. Honda found it peculiar that Yuhan Feng could manipulate images. Guyu replied, Not really. But we need to create pages for our freelance work, so I asked him to find an artist. Surely, that person can do it. Oh. Does that cost money? It's a monthly fee, but to put it simply, it doesn't require any payment. All right, I'll cover that. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Guyu opened the chat with Yuhan Feng and relayed the conversation. His gaze then caught Jiang Yushi, who was intently observing her phone. As soon as Guyu glanced over, Jiang Yushi quickly retracted her head. What are you peeking at? Jiang Yushi mumbled, I wasn't peeking. You were the one hiding things from me. Guyu remained silent. Observing this, Jiang Yushi leaned in again. Guyu, what were you discussing about image manipulation earlier? Chapter 47. Does Guyu have a girlfriend? Suddenly, Guyu recalled a matter of significance, his impending vehicle purchase. While he had settled on the make, the color remained elusive. Earlier that day, I had accompanied a friend to explore various cars, during which we encountered two young ladies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi instinctively remarked, "Two girls? They didn't do anything to you, did they? What are you thinking?" I playfully tapped Jiang Yushi on the head in annoyance, bemused by her apparent lack of insight. I continued, "Those two girls attend the same school as my friend, who, coincidentally, is single. I thought I might play matchmaker and even help the girls by taking their photographs, promising to send them edited versions courtesy of my friend's photo editing skills. But that is inconsequential. What truly matters?" Jiang Yushi interrupted once more, prompting me to shoot her an exasperated glance. "What is so important?" I inquired. Jiang Yushi stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, insisting it was important nonetheless. "Were the girls attractive? Did they ask for your WeChat? You haven't mentioned that. And, by the way, do you even have a girlfriend?" Jiang Yushi suddenly posed this question, having unconsciously assumed Guyu was still single, although he had never explicitly stated his relationship status. Moreover, he had never divulged whether he harbored feelings for anyone. What am I thinking? If Guyu has someone he likes, then so be it. Let us get back to the matter at hand. Guyu had also contemplated something. Was this girl perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy upon hearing about other girls? No, I must maintain some distance from those two. Oh, what matter? Jiang Yushi dismissed her earlier musings, but as she glanced up, Guyu noticed her face had flushed considerably. "I was thinking of buying a car. Do you know about the SU-7? Jiang Yushi nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes. It's absolutely stunning. I adore it." With that, she exclaimed, "Guyu, are you planning to buy the SU-7? "Precisely. You're quite perceptive." Guyu acknowledged, instinctively raising his hand to ruffle her hair, but awkwardly lowered it, recalling his decision to keep a distance from her. Jiang Yushi tilted her head, puzzled by his earlier gesture that had been abruptly halted. "Guyu, are you still working on your problems? Come here for a moment." "Oh." Jiang Yinian promptly rose and approached, having overheard the exchange between Guyu and Jiang Yushi. She had wanted to join them but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to intrude without being summoned. Once seated beside Guyu, she said, "I want to buy a car. Likely the SU-7. I was hoping you two could provide some insights, though I'm still uncertain about my choice. I checked out the vehicle with a friend today and found it quite appealing. What are your thoughts on the SU-7? Do you have any other commendable sedan recommendations?" Jiang Yunyang replied, "The SU-7 is splendid, particularly attractive. I am quite fond of it. As for other vehicles, I am not well versed in them, as my attention seldom strays to automobiles." No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Yushi wrapped her arms around Guyu, exclaiming, "Guyu, why not purchase the SU-7? I adore it. What about you, Jiang Yunyang? Do you like it?" "I too find it appealing," Jiang Yunyang responded. Observing their enthusiasm, Guyu felt no inclination to explore other options, as all three shared a mutual fondness for the SU-7. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. The preferences of these two young ladies should not dictate his choices. One must select according to personal taste. "Let us focus on the SU-7, he declared. Guyu then opened his phone to search for the various colors of the SU-7, inquiring, "If we were to buy it, what color should we choose?" "Undoubtedly purple. I absolutely adore the hue. Just look how exquisite it is," Jiang Yushi exclaimed, extending her small hand to swipe at the images on the screen. "Sister, you cannot solely consider your own preferences. You ought to inquire about Guyu's favorite color," Jiang Yunyang interjected. Jiang Yushi, feeling defiant, retorted, "But Guyu just asked me which color I thought was best. What is wrong with my answer being purple?" "Let us avoid any quarrels," Guyu suggested, worried that the sisters might argue. "No bickering, please." He felt that his previous tone had been too gentle and added a firmer note. Nevertheless, Jiang Yushi clung tightly to his arm, making him feel slightly awkward, hence his softening demeanor. "Purple is indeed a fine choice, but I've noticed many online prefer gray, blue, or even orange for a sportier vibe." Guyu was genuinely torn. Selecting a color was a significant decision as it would be unchangeable later. "Jiang Yunyang, what color do you favor?" Jiang Yunyang peered at her phone and murmured, "Do you want to know what I like?" Guyu nodded, "Yes." "Could you rank the colors?" "All right then. I believe orange is the brightest, albeit a bit glaring. Next is purple, which is lovely, and gray is equally appealing. I am not fond of blue. I find it less striking than orange. As for white and black, they seem mismatched with the SU-7. Then it's settled. Guyu, simply choose purple." Jiang Yushi chimed in, shaking Guyu's arm playfully, which prompted him to tap her gently on the head. "Let go. It's unbecoming for a young lady to cling to another man's arm. Oh, Jiang Yushi realized her faux pas and released her grip, though she still leaned closely against Guyu. After a brief silence, Guyu finally stated, "Purple it is. Let us go ahead and order it in that color." Jiang Yushi beamed with satisfaction, saying, "Guyu, you cannot go wrong by heeding my advice. And regarding the wheels, I shall decide without your input," Guyu declared. "Let us have a say in that too." Jiang Yushi protested, slipping her arm back through the gap to cling to Guyu and playfully pout. Guyu was utterly speechless and exclaimed in frustration, "There are only 2 models, and with the size option, there's truly not much to choose from." Oh, Jiang Yushi glanced over and realized that it was indeed the case. Guyu intended to select the plum blossom design, which she also favored. The only decision left was the color of the interior. White, black, red, or purple, which one to choose? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yushi declared, "Purple." "You only know purple," Guyu said, tapping Jiang Yushi lightly on the head. "What about you, Jiang Inian?" Jiang Inian pondered for a moment and replied, "I also think purple is a good choice. Aren't you going for a purple car? If you choose a purple car, having a purple interior would create a nice harmony." After hearing this, Guyu muttered, "But I'm not particularly fond of purple." Earlier that day, he had visited the dealership and found the purple car quite stunning. Of course, gray was also appealing, being his 2 favorite colors. As for orange, it gave him a sense of striking beauty, although he feared it might become tiresome after a while. Chapter 48. A little distance from boys in terms of interior design. Guyu favored white above all else. It appeared exceptionally aesthetic, clean, and orderly. As for the purple, while it indeed complemented the exterior paint, it rendered the interior somewhat dim and lacking the bright ambience one would desire. Jiang Yunyang inquired, "Guyu, what color do you prefer?" "White," he replied. "I visited the 4S dealership today, and the white option was particularly striking, clearly neat and spacious. The purple, however, seems a bit too dark and does not compare to white." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi remarked, "But we have chosen the purple paint. Won't it clash with the white interior?" "It should not," Guyu asserted. "Many vehicles at the dealership feature white interiors. Other colors are quite rare." Suddenly, Guyu had the idea to search for videos online. "Let us look for some videos." "That works," Jiang Yushi agreed. Soon, Guyu found a video on selecting interior colors, and the 3 of them gathered around his phone. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang leaned in so closely that they almost nestled against Guyu, causing him to sigh inwardly. What foolish girls. Utterly unaware of maintaining some distance from boys. After the video concluded, Jiang Yushi mused, "Actually, white is quite nice. It certainly appears cleaner and brighter than purple." Jiang Yunyang concurred, "Yes, I also think white is better." Seeing their agreement, Guyu decisively declared, "Let us go with white, then. By the way, I recall we can also choose a car refrigerator. Should we opt for that? It will cost an additional 2,000. "Absolutely, we should get it," Jiang Yushi replied. "You want everything, don't you?" Guyu teased, reaching out to her. Jiang Yushi quickly dodged, exclaiming, "Don't hit me. It hurts. You'll make me silly." Noticing her slightly aggrieved demeanor, Guyu lowered his hand and spoke gently, "I want to hit you." Jiang Yushi muttered under her breath, "Humph. You better not hit me again. It really does make one silly." Guyu ignored her and turned to Jiang Yunyang. "What do you think?" Jiang Yunyang pondered for a moment and replied, "I think having a small refrigerator in the car could be useful, although 2,000 seems rather steep." Guyu stroked his chin, contemplating, "I'm not particularly concerned about the 2,000. Let us just choose the refrigerator. Who knows if it will be useful or not?" "Guyu, is there anything else we can select?" "Nothing else, I believe." Guyu resumed his online search, saying, "There's also the sound system. But it seems unnecessary since the car already has one. Would adding another really enhance the music experience?" Jiang Yushi wholeheartedly agreed. "Yes, it seems unnecessary. How much is the sound system?" 6,000. Jiang Yushi shook her head. "Let us skip it." Guyu also decided against it. Jiang Yunyang poked Guyu, asking, "How much do you intend to spend on this?" Guyu confidently replied, 300,000 for the top-tier model. Jiang Yunyang, slightly concerned, asked, "Guyu, is your budget sufficient for such a large amount?" Guyu chuckled, boasting with confidence, "A mere 300,000 is hardly a substantial sum." After boasting, Guyu glanced at the dilapidated house he had been living in for over a month, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his inability to produce the 30,000 he had claimed. He quickly attempted to justify himself, saying, "Well, I am quite frugal. My living conditions may not be great, but I do have some savings from my earlier years." Jiang Yuxian said nothing further. Yet her curiosity about Gu Yu's financial situation lingered. He had mentioned being an orphan and still attending school, so where could he have earned his money? All right, you two should focus on your studies. You need to prepare for school tomorrow, Gu Yu insisted, shooing Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuni away. He then reclined on the sofa and began watching videos on Su 7, searching for anything noteworthy. After a while attempting to finalize his car order on his phone, he discovered that the Max sound system did not require additional upgrades, thereby saving him 6,000 yuan. However, the 21-inch wheels were quite appealing, perhaps. Yu found himself grappling with indecision, always striving to choose the best option. Yet, the cost was significantly higher, and he pondered the potential expenses of repairing a tire should it get punctured. How should he proceed? Should he work harder to earn more money? Gu Yu resolved to start working, recognizing that earning money was the only sensible approach. By 5 in the afternoon, Gu Yu closed his notebook and approached Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuni. One was studying diligently, while the other begrudgingly engaged with her work. I am heading out to buy groceries. Would either of you like to join me? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxian immediately raised her hand and exclaimed, Gu Yu, I want to go. I can help with grocery shopping. She sprang from her chair and grabbed his arm. Gu Yu gently removed her small hand from his arm and replied, You should stay home and finish your homework. Jiang Yuni is coming with me. From now on, whoever does not study properly will stay at home. He then took Jiang Yuni by the arm and headed out, leaving Jiang Yuxian feeling quite dejected. As they reached the door, Gu Yu turned back, and Jiang Yuxian thought to herself, I knew it. Gu Yu would never leave me alone at home. Seeing her smile, Gu Yu was puzzled by her inexplicable joy, but he dismissed it from his mind. With a serious tone, he warned her, I have seen how much you have written. If you don't finish at least one test paper by the time I return, you won't be having dinner. Jiang Yuxian's smile vanished, replaced by a look of despair. I'll be back to check on your progress, Gu Yu stated, ignoring her as he led Jiang Yuni outside. As the door closed behind them, Jiang Yuxian stomped her feet in frustration, muttering about Gu Yu only taking Jiang Yuni with him. Jiang Yuni, too, felt slighted. Her sister had not even uttered a kind word in her defense. What a bothersome sister. Perhaps it's better if she stays behind. Gu Yu and Jiang Yuni made their way downstairs, hopped onto the electric scooter, and he patted the back seat, saying, Be careful getting on. All right, Jiang Yuni replied as she steadied herself on Gu Yu's shoulder, and together they set off for the market. Upon their arrival, Gu Yu inquired, Is there anything you wish to eat this evening? Jiang Yuni shook her head, uncertain, and replied, I am open to anything. Very well, let us meander and see what catches our eye. The market was bustling with activity as they neared dinner time, filled predominantly with elderly patrons, while the presence of the younger generation was scarce. As Gu Yu and Jiang Yuni navigated through the crowd, they appeared somewhat out of place. Spotting a stall selling beef, Gu Yu contemplated preparing a dish of boiled beef and asked, Do you and Jiang Yuxi enjoy beef? We do, she replied. Excellent. Then we shall have boiled beef for dinner. Approaching the stall, Gu Yu addressed the vendor, Sir, I would like 30 yuan's worth of beef, sliced, suitable for boiled beef. No problem, the vendor responded promptly, slicing a chunk of beef and then proceeding to cut it into slices. After completing the purchase, Gu Yu pondered what else they might need, but lacking a specific idea, he decided to wander aimlessly alongside Jiang Yuni. Chapter 49. No change next time. If only we could bring that girl Jiang Yuxi here. She would certainly express her cravings, unlike Jiang Yunyang, who is far too sensible, asking for nothing at all. However, Jiang Yuxi does not dedicate herself to her studies. When faced with an exam, she spends at least 10 minutes daydreaming. And had Jiang Yunyang not been watching her, she might have dawdled for 20. Boss, we'll take 15 large prawns, and please assist in cleaning the shrimp veins. The prawns here are quite expensive, averaging nearly 3 yuan each, a luxury that Gu Yu typically cannot afford. Gu Yu, should we buy more? Jiang Yunyang tugged at Gu Yu's arm, noting that they already had enough dishes. No more, but we need some vegetables to accompany the boiled beef. Let us purchase a few and head home. All right. On their way home, Gu Yu, riding his electric bike, spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn and promptly stopped. Jiang Yunyang, aware of his intent, surmised he was likely to buy some for both herself and her sister. What kind do you want? As anticipated, he was indeed buying for them. Just the hawthorn will do. Jiang Yunyang chose this option, knowing it was the most affordable. What about Jiang Yuxi? What flavor does she prefer? She likes hawthorn as well. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu shot Jiang Yunyang an incredulous glance. You little one, are you only thinking about saving money? If you do this again, I might just give your head a gentle knock, you know? Jiang Yunyang lowered her head, unable to meet Guyu's gaze, but internally resolved not to change her ways next time. Given their financial constraints, with Guyu already bearing the burden of providing for both her and her sister, she felt it unjust to squander money needlessly. What difference would there be between her and the internet as petite fairies? Boss, how much for the hawthorn and strawberry? The vendor, while handing over the candied hawthorn, stated the total was 25. Guyu, eyeing the vendor sharply, inquired how much. The vendor, noticing Guyu's intense stare, explained, the hawthorn is 7 yuan and the strawberry is 18. I assure you, once you taste my candied hawthorn. Hey, young man, wait. I've packed it for you. Without allowing the vendor to finish, Guyu instructed Jiang Yunyang to sit tight and accelerated away. Damn it. They really do price based on appearances. The 5 yuan hawthorn is now 7, while the 12 yuan strawberry has jumped to 18. Thinking I would buy just because a girl is sitting behind me? If Jiang Yunyang weren't there, I would have had a word with that vendor. Seeing Guyu leave upon hearing the prices, Jiang Yunyang felt a mix of joy and disappointment. She was glad that the candied hawthorn was too expensive for Guyu to purchase, yet disheartened at the absence of the treat. Although she did not want Guyu to buy them, the lack of the candied hawthorn still left her feeling let down. Guyu, the candied hawthorn is too pricey. My sister and I don't really enjoy them, so there's no need to buy. Indeed, that vendor is overpricing. Does he think I am unaware of the actual prices? Let us find another vendor. Jiang Yunyang quickly interjected, no need, my sister and I truly don't like them. Guyu, however, was not swayed by her words and firmly declared, I like them. As Guyu rode his electric bike to another shop, he decided to place an order directly through a group purchase, benefiting from considerably lower prices. 2 skewers cost merely 12. After a 2-kilometer ride, he arrived home and opened the door, only to find Jiang Yushi not glancing his way. He pondered whether she was feigning concentration on her studies or sulking because he hadn't taken her out. Curiously, he wondered how much she had written. Guyu pulled a chair and sat beside Jiang Yushi, who remained silent, turning her head away. She was upset. In that instant, Guyu concluded that his assumption was correct. Impressive work, he remarked, noticing the substantial amount she had written. He reached out to ruffle Jiang Yushi's hair, but she seemed reluctant, shifting away slightly. I brought you some candied hawthorn, strawberry flavor. Oh, Jiang Yushi responded, lifting her head at the mention of the treat. Guyu addressed Jiang Yushi and Jiang Enian, saying, you two can stay here. I'll go prepare dinner. Just save 1 candied hawthorn for me. The rest are yours. As Guyu entered the kitchen, Jiang Enian placed the candied hawthorn down. Sister, Guyu specifically bought this for you. I'll go help him out, she said. Humph. That girl only knows Guyu. You might as well marry him, Jiang Yushi retorted, casting a glance at the 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. She took out the strawberry skewer, took a bite, and found it sweet and utterly delightful. She decided to wait until Guyu finished cooking before indulging further. Not wanting to overindulge, she placed the candied hawthorn on the coffee table. After dinner, Guyu noticed the untouched candied hawthorn on the table and handed it to Jiang Yushi and Jiang Enian. You two eat first, just leave one for me. Have one yourself first, Jiang Enian insisted, offering the candied hawthorn to Guyu. Initially, Jiang Yushi hesitated to pass it to him, but after a moment of inner conflict, she relented and handed it over. Guyu took a bite, then refrained from eating more, waiting for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Enian to save one for him. Once they finished the candied hawthorn, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Enian returned to their studies as they needed to prepare for school the next day. Guyu didn't allow them to study for long and sent them to their rooms by 9 o'clock to sleep. Sister, how much money do you think Guyu has? Jiang Enian suddenly asked as they lay down. Jiang Yushi looked at her sister, puzzled. What brought this on? Jiang Enian replied, Guyu wants to help us get our house back, and now he plans to buy a car. He seems quite wealthy. But Guyu is an orphan, Jiang Yushi noted. He is still in school. How does he earn money? It's quite a considerable sum. Intrigued, Jiang Yushi reflected. Guyu often works, so he must be earning something, though I'm not sure how much. Gazing at the ceiling, Jiang Enian remarked thoughtfully, it's impressive. Guyu has been an orphan since childhood, growing up in an orphanage without parents, yet he can earn so much. Indeed, Jiang Yushi responded. He is remarkable. But we must also strive to earn money in college. Otherwise, we want to even be able to afford our tuition. When it comes to tuition fees, Jiang Yushi fell silent, for the money they had left might only suffice for one person's education. As for the other, would they have to forego schooling? Jiang Yuni also pondered this. When the time came for university, would she still have to borrow money for tuition from Guyu? Yet, if she refrained from seeking assistance from Guyu, where would she and her sister procure such a sum? Sister, you must study diligently, otherwise. How can you possibly face Guyu to ask for tuition? As she prepared for sleep, Jiang Yushi, who had been lost in thought just moments ago, turned her back to Jiang Yuni, lying down with a sigh, thinking to herself that all this talk of studying was merely about her slightly better grades. Chapter 50. My relationship with her classmates. Ding ding ding. The morning bell tolled at 7 o'clock, rousing Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang from their slumber. For today marked the return to school. Upon awakening, Jiang Yunyang promptly donned her attire and declared, Sister, I shall step outside to see if Guyu has awakened. Very well. Jiang Yunyang exited, her gaze falling upon the sofa where Guyu sat with his head bowed, his eyes still closed. He had been engrossed in writing a novel the previous night, experiencing a surge of inspiration that kept him awake until 2 in the morning. Now, the alarm had summoned him at 7, leaving him in a state of drowsiness. Guyu, are you still not awake? Jiang Yunyang inquired. He shook his head and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Today, she was clad in her school uniform, radiating youthful exuberance. Please, go and freshen up. Once you are done, we shall go out for breakfast. Upon saying this, Guyu suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire how Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang planned to manage their lunch. Will you two be eating at school? Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, the school has a cafeteria. Guyu continued, and what about dinner? What time do you finish classes? At 8:30, we have evening self-study. Understood. After Jiang Yushi emerged from the restroom, Guyu made his way to the room, contemplating that meals at school required either cash or a meal card. He decided to provide the girls with some money. 500 should suffice. Replenishing the meal card would be adequate as the school meals were reasonably priced, averaging only a few dollars per meal, enough for a week. When Jiang Yunyang returned from the bathroom, Guyu handed her the money, stating, This is for your meals. Do you use a meal card? Yes, we do, but we one team eats so much. I have my own money, and my sister and I still have some left. Seeing Jiang Yunyang evading him, refusing the money, Guyu firmly grasped her arm, placing the money into her hand. Take it. No refusals. Make sure to enjoy some good food. Studying is exhausting, and a hearty meal will give you strength. Do not skimp on this. Guyu earnestly advised. Uncertain if the girls would heed his words. Let us go, first to have breakfast, and then I shall take you both in a taxi. Jiang Yunyang hurried back, insisting. No need. My sister and I can take the bus. Taxi, Guyu asserted emphatically, leading the two out. After they had breakfast, he watched them head off to school. Once Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had departed, Guyu suddenly remembered that he had neglected to inform them he would pick them up in the evening. As they did not carry phones, prohibited at school, and with classes ending at 8:30, they would have to return by bus. Given that he resided in an older neighborhood without access to the subway, they were left with no choice but to take the bus. Guyu resolved to arrive early that evening, planning to wait for them and arrange a taxi, should they need it. Upon arriving at school, Yu Hanfeng approached Guyu, inquiring, Guyu, are you certain you wish to register for that competition? Yes, I will join you. Very well. I will go to the student committee to sign us up. With that, Yu Hanfeng departed to register, stating, I am registering for the computer competition alongside Guyu. Xia Xiaotong cast a glance at Yu Hanfeng before retrieving her small notebook and opening it. Yu Hanfeng also noticed that the number of students who had signed up in their class was quite substantial, already amounting to 6, with himself and Guyu included. That would make a total of 8 participants. The teacher had mentioned a requirement of just 5 individuals. What would become of the additional 3? Just as Xia Xiaotong was about to inscribe a name, Shi Yuner turned around from the front, stating that Guyu should come to sign up himself, otherwise, she wouldn't allow it. Oh, I'll go fetch Guyu, she declared. Yu Hanfeng had initially intended to pose a question, but Shi Yuner's abruptness made him retreat. Yuner, why are you calling Guyu over? Didn't you say it had nothing to do with him? Shi Yuner replied, her face clouded with displeasure. It indeed has nothing to do with him, but signing up must be done personally. Otherwise, can I claim I registered for the entire class? Xia Xiaotong chuckled lightly, teasing. All right then, I'll write my name down. Ignoring her, Shi Yuner turned away, internally fuming, that insufferable Guyu, after that incident. He didn't even send me a message. Am I to suffer in silence? Humph, what a rogue. For the past few days, she had been explaining herself, while he appeared unfazed, neglecting to offer an apology, infuriating her further. The more she thought about it, the more vexed she became, yet she felt powerless against Guyu. Should she confront him? That seemed impractical. Guyu, come here, Shi Yuner called, urging him to register himself. What? Guyu, still engrossed in his phone, was taken aback by the unexpected summons. Why is Shi Yuner asking me over? Isn't that the responsibility of the class committee? Yu Hanfeng, feeling anxious, replied. I didn't dare to ask. You should just go over, or she might get angry. Fine, Gu acquiesced, aware that Shi Yuner was intentionally provoking him. However, considering his recent actions, he felt compelled to remain cheerful and composed despite the absurdity of the situation. Upon approaching Xia Xiaodong, Gu glanced at Shi Yuner. Uncertain of what to say. Please help me sign up, he requested. Xia Xiaodong did not respond, instead eyeing Shi Yuner, contemplating whether she ought to register. It was perplexing that Shi Yuner had summoned him and then turned away, leaving Xia Xiaodong in a state of confusion. I'll take a look, Gu said, observing the names on the list and noticing Shi Yuner's name among them. Her academic performance was commendable, so it was not surprising to see her listed. After placing the notebook down, Gu approached Shi Yuner, but she instantly turned her head away. Would you like some milk tea? I can buy you a cup after class, he offered. I don't want any, stay away from me, she retorted, pushing him aside. Gu, feeling helpless, returned to his seat. What's wrong? Are you still mad at her? Upon sitting down, Zhang Xingyu leaned over to inquire. Gu shot him a glance. Just go away, don't say unnecessary things, we're merely classmates. Zhang Xingyu feigned understanding. Oh, I see. Gu, too weary to respond, simply laid his head down on the desk, intending to catch some sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni arrived at school, parting ways to head to their respective classes. After Jiang Yushi entered the classroom, several friends gathered around her desk, revealing that she had quite a number of companions in class. Yushi, what have you been up to these days? One inquired. Indeed, it's been such a long time since you last attended school. Just a couple of days ago, a handsome young man came to request leave on your behalf, claiming to be your cousin. How old is he? Faced with their questions, Jiang Yushi replied. I didn't want to mention it earlier, but I was unwell with a fever last week. And Qiu, why are you so curious about my cousin? What is it to you? Would you like me to introduce you? Qiu quickly clarified. I was merely asking out of curiosity. You never mentioned having a cousin before. Humph, don't you dare have any designs on him, Jiang Yushi retorted. As if I were interested. Then what were you asking about just now? Just making conversation. Chapter 51. Classmates, yet you aspire to be my boyfriend Cici. I have brought you a warm patch and some snacks. As class was about to commence, a boy placed several warm patches on Jiang Yushi's desk, accompanied by a few bags of snacks. I don't want them, Jiang Yushi remarked, glancing at the boy before pushing the items back towards him. Cici, please take them. You've been unwell. This will help you feel warmer. I noticed you didn't respond to my previous messages, which made me quite worried about you. The boy, Su Jiang, had been pursuing Jiang Yushi since shortly after they were assigned to their new classes. Jiang Yushi once again returned the items he had placed on her desk, responding, I appreciate your concern, but there is truly no need for you to worry about me. Additionally, Su Jiang, I've asked you not to bring me gifts, and please refrain from calling me Cici. If you utter it once more, I will promptly inform the teacher that you are disrupting my studies. Su Jiang, somewhat humbly, replied, Cici, please don't be upset, I mean no harm. I understand that you wish to focus on your studies and have no interest in a relationship. I assure you, I feel the same way. Would you just accept this, please? Jiang Yushi stood up, her voice raised in anger. Su Jiang, I just told you not to call me Cici, yet you did. If you say it one more time, I will immediately go to the teacher. Hearing this, Su Jiang apologized and then turned to leave. Another day of being dismissed had come to an end. Returning to his seat, Su Jiang reflected on the early days after the class division. Back then, she had sat diagonally in front of him and had taken the initiative to greet him. She was exceptionally beautiful, her smile radiant and sweet, making him hesitant to approach her. Yet, she was remarkably kind, often asking him if he wanted snacks she had purchased and playfully teasing him. Whenever he brought snacks, she would eagerly grab a handful and enjoy them immensely. He recalled the days when he would buy her breakfast, moments when she would graciously accept his offerings. However, as time passed, she abruptly informed him that she did not harbor feelings for him and requested he stop buying her things, expressing her disinterest in romance. Subsequently, she began to ignore him, no longer coming over to share snacks, and even rejecting his gifts. Her demeanor towards him grew increasingly irritable, and when seats were rearranged in class, she warned him not to sit near her. Su Jiang, still unable to win her over? A classmate inquired. Su Jiang nodded. I've told her numerous times that I am not interested in a relationship, yet she continues to disregard me. Of course she would pay you any mind. I previously mentioned that you were being overly sentimental, and you didn't believe me. Just look at the other boys. Jiang Yushi converses with them effortlessly. Why does she ignore you? You are just a classmate, and yet you dream of being her boyfriend. How naive of you, Su Jiang retorted. But she treated me better than the other boys in the past. I was the first to be asked if I wanted snacks whenever she had them. It was to anyone else. Jiang Yushi must be concerned about delaying her studies, which is why she is ignoring me. Once we reach university, my deskmate shook his head upon hearing this. After all, the boy sitting closest to her is you, while other boys are nearby as well. Yet she still chose to inquire with another boy first. Su Jiang exclaimed, "Impossible, she." Just then, the teacher arrived, and I knew it was indeed impossible. We would discuss it after class. Jiang Yuxian faced a similar dilemma. Nian Nian, your cousin is quite handsome. I caught a glimpse of him as he entered the classroom to bring you something. He is indeed quite striking. Does your cousin have a girlfriend? Jiang Yuxian, while organizing her papers, replied, I don't know. Aren't you familiar with your cousin? Not really. Bali pondered for a moment. It seemed she truly wasn't familiar, as Jiang Yuxian had never mentioned him before. After the second class ended, Guyu climbed up from his desk and left the classroom. Where is Guyu going? I don't know. Probably to the restroom. Exiting the teaching building, Guyu hopped on his electric bike and rode to a nearby milk tea shop. Contemplating buying a cup of milk tea for Yuner, he decided to buy just one for her. He couldn't afford more, and if he bought for her roommate, should he also buy for her friends? Ultimately, he purchased a cup of strawberry taro grape milk tea. Unsure of its taste, but aware it wasn't cheap, equivalent to 2 of his meals. Upon returning to the classroom, Guyu entered from the back, hoping to avoid drawing attention with the milk tea. Yuhan Feng, please place this on Yuner's desk. Guyu had no intention of delivering it personally, fearing gossip. So he instructed Yuhan Feng to do so. All right. As Yuhan Feng departed, Zhong Qingyu leaned closer. Wait, you bought just 1 cup? Guyu retorted, what? Do you want one too? Zhong Qingyu scratched his head, pretending to be shy, but really, he wouldn't mind. Fine. I'll get you a pack of milk tea powder one day. You can make a cup yourself. Hearing this, Zhong Qingyu sat alone, lamenting, once you have a girl, you forget your brothers. Guyu, observing him, remarked nonchalantly, there's no more milk tea powder. Zhong Qingyu quickly fell silent, approaching with a flattering demeanor. That's acceptable. Get a few more packs. 1 pack isn't enough to drink. Guyu ignored him, focusing on Yuhan Feng, who approached Yuner with the milk tea. Without a word, he placed it down and returned. Yuner paused, then turned around, noticing Guyu watching her, and angrily turned away. Yuner, Guyu bought this for you. Yes, he just asked this morning and immediately went out to get it for you. How thoughtful. Yuner dismissed the milk tea to the side, nonchalantly stating, I don't like it. Whoever wants it can have it. Moreover, this is from Yuhan Feng. It has nothing to do with Guyu, so you don't need to speak carelessly. Oh, I understand. Since it's from Yuhan Feng, it means it's fine to drink, unlike if it were from Guyu. Indeed, do take your first sip and allow me a taste as well. This milk tea appears rather luxurious, something I seldom indulge in. I shall not drink it, Yuna retorted, still sulking. However, after persistent encouragement from her roommates, she reluctantly took a sip. To her surprise, it was quite delightful. Yet, the rogue Guyu, that scoundrel, I shan't forgive you for a mere cup of milk tea. Guyu, what is the status? When will you make your move? Zhang Qingyu inquired, placing his hand once more on Guyu's shoulder, resembling a curious child. Guyu shot him a fierce glare. You dare speak carelessly again, and I shall teach you a lesson. Do you believe it? Oh. Zhang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by Guyu's intimidating demeanor, retreating in his seat. Chapter 52. Packaging oneself after returning to his seat, Yuhan Feng spoke. Guyu. I've placed it on her desk. I saw it, Guyu replied. By the way, the project I took on last week is complete. I've tested it thoroughly, and everything is in order. I will send it to you at noon. You can forward it to the client. Guyu responded, all right, when the payment comes through. You'll still take 60? Yuhan Feng firmly rejected. No, we agreed on a 50-50 split. You don't always have to look out for me. Okay, Guyu said, patting Yuhan Feng on the shoulder. 50-50 it is, but when we start working, or if you venture into entrepreneurship, you must ensure you claim what you rightfully deserve. Yuhan Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. By the way, the photos Honda sent me yesterday have been edited by the graphic designer, but she seemed somewhat reluctant, stating it was beyond the scope of our agreement. She said not to approach her again, as she wouldn't assist. Fair enough, Guyu remarked, uncertain about the terms Yuhan Feng had with the designer, considering she was not his choice. I won't seek her out again. What photos are you talking about? Zhang Qingyu interjected, leaning in with curiosity. I'm planning to buy a car, Guyu replied. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. mirroring Honda's reaction from the previous day. What? You're buying a car? Noticing Gu Yu's displeased expression, Zhong Qingyu scratched his head. Did I raise my voice a bit too much? He glanced around, realizing several classmates were now looking their way, intrigued by the conversation. Gu remained unfazed. Knowing that once he acquired the car, it would be evident as he would use it to transport Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni to and from school. What kind of car are you planning to buy? Zhang Qingyu asked in a hushed tone, with Yuhan Feng also displaying keen interest in Gu Yu's decision. Having seen the photos from the dealership featuring the Su7, he wondered if Gu Yu intended to purchase one. That car does not come cheap. Priced between 200,000 to 300,000. Moreover, the two girls in the photos appeared quite attractive, likely accompanying Gu Yu to the dealership. He was curious about their relationship with Gu Yu, but they probably had no significant connection. It was more likely related to Han. Gu Yu was pursuing Shi Yuner, who was far more beautiful than those two girls, being the class beauty, even deserving the title of the department's flower. You know the Su7, right? Zhong Qingyu asked, incredulously. Of course, who wouldn't he know about the Su7? Zhong Qingyu looked at Gu Yu in disbelief. Wait, you're buying a Su7? That's quite a sum. Even the base model costs around 200,000. Where would you get that kind of money? Are you taking a loan? Gu Yu, not wanting to reveal his financial situation, merely nodded. Yeah, a loan. Zhang Qingyu pondered. If it's a loan, that's manageable. What is the down payment? I'm not sure. I just want to buy it, but I haven't made a decision yet. Gu Yu was unaware of the down payment requirements, so he fabricated a response. All right, but what prompted you to consider buying a car? Zhang Qingyu fell silent again, deep in thought after posing the question. Gu Yu is still single. A girlfriend. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyu seemed to have an epiphany as he glanced at Shi Yuner ahead. As if everything had fallen into place. Shi Yuner was undeniably beautiful, and many suitors had previously pursued her, yet she had turned them all down. Now that Gu Yu wished to court her, although he was quite handsome, he was not the first attractive man to seek her affection. Even wealthy heirs had attempted to win her over. If Gu Yu aspired to succeed, he undoubtedly needed to refine his image. After all, for a man, purchasing a car was the first step in this endeavor. After all, it would be rather incongruous for him to take Shi Yuner out on a date while riding an electric scooter. Women, after all, value their dignity. She would likely look down upon such an arrangement. It was purely a matter of wanting to buy a car, nothing more. I understand. After this round of analysis, Zhang Qingyu, wearing an enlightened expression, patted Gu Yu on the shoulder. Now you understand. Gu Yu was at a loss for words, thinking how everything seemed to be crystal clear to them, even more so than to the foolish son of a landlord. Do you truly understand? Gu Yu then turned to Yuhan Feng, who nodded. I comprehend a bit. If you're short on funds, I have some living expenses left. Though it's only a little over 3,000, I can lend it all to you. Forget it. What do you understand? I'm simply looking to buy a car. At that moment, the classroom fell silent as Gu Yu noticed the teacher entering. He felt no desire to explain himself to the two of them, nor did he have any obligation to do so, and thus began to focus on his studies. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The three of them rose, preparing to head to the computer lab for the next lesson. Gu Yu, Yuhan Feng, come here for a moment. Gu Yu turned around and approached Xia Xiaodong, inquiring. What is the matter? About the competition, please wait a moment. Xia Xiaodong called over several other classmates, gathering a total of 8 individuals, 4 boys and 4 girls. A well-balanced mix. Gu Yu, so you're planning to buy a car? The tone was unmistakable. Gu Yu turned to the speaker, Ouyang Yunshin, the class monitor. Though he had an ordinary appearance, his family was quite affluent, making him a minor heir in his own right, driving an E-class vehicle. However, their relationship was far from cordial. In their freshman year, Gu Yu had heard that being a class committee member came with benefits, such as gaining favor with the instructor and enhancing one's chances for scholarships, so he had considered running for the position. Ouyang Yunshin had the same ambition, and they had clashed over the role of class monitor, with Gu Yu ultimately prevailing, which had left Ouyang Yunshin with a lingering resentment. Gu Yu was now suspicious of Ouyang Yunshin's sudden approach. The tone of his voice suggested that he was not well prepared. Gu Yu surmised that this encounter might pertain to Shi Yuner. This young man, relying on his family's wealth, had attempted to flirt with Shi Yuner on the very first day of school, believing it would be effortless, only to be met with her indifference, which must have been quite embarrassing for him. Now rumors circulated that Gu Yu was pursuing Shi Yuner. She had even gifted him a box of pastries the other day, and perhaps the incident during gym class had reached the ears of their classmates, further provoking Ouyang Yunshin's jealousy. Yes, I'm thinking of buying a car. Oh, what kind of car? I'm not sure yet. I just want to. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshin, with an air of superiority, stated, Guyu, as the class monitor. I bear a certain responsibility for the well-being of my classmates. I comprehend your desire to purchase a vehicle, yet one must act within their means. It is unwise to rashly plunge into such commitments, lest one finds oneself in a regrettable predicament, lamenting their choices. After a brief pause, Ouyang Yunshin added with a teasing smile, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to advise you against acquiring a car for the sake of maintaining appearances, particularly through online loans. Should you find yourself unable to repay, it would be quite troublesome when the creditors begin to hound our instructor, causing unnecessary distress. Guyu responded coolly, oh, understood. Chapter 53. We must have faith in Guyu at this moment. Sure Yuner was observing the two of them. Just a while ago, when Ouyang Yunshin was mocking, she was infuriated, fearing that Guyu would retaliate. To her astonishment, Guyu remained remarkably composed, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Ouyang Yunshin was equally bewildered. How could this young man be so unfazed? Not only did Guyu retort with just a single line, but he also turned his head away, refusing to meet Ouyang's gaze. Ouyang felt a profound sense of humiliation, as if his words had landed on a punching bag, completely ineffectual, only to be countered with a blow. Guyu, this is quite unreasonable. I offered you a kind reminder, yet you chose to ignore it entirely, Ouyang Yunshin admonished, only to find Guyu growing increasingly irritated. Thank you for your kind reminder, Guyu replied coolly, then turned his attention to Xia Xiaodong. If there is something to discuss, please do so quickly, otherwise, we'll be late for the next class. Guyu's demeanor only served to infuriate Ouyang Yunshin further, leaving him seething with frustration. Oh, Xia Xiaodong interjected promptly, we have 8 participants for the upcoming competition, but only 5 can compete. Therefore, the teacher has scheduled a test next Wednesday, and the top 5 will participate. Understood. I'll take my leave now. With that, Guyu and Yu Hanfeng departed, while Zhong Qingyu, who had been lingering nearby, followed suit. Ouyang Yunshin cast a dark glance at Guyu's retreating figure, silently vowing, so you wish to compete? I shall ensure you cannot participate. As they exited the classroom, Zhong Qingyu glanced back and muttered, Ouyang Yunshin is truly insufferable. I cannot stand him. Guyu merely smiled, responding, if a dog bites you, would you retaliate? Retaliation is definitely not the answer. I'll just strike back next time. Guyu added. Zhong Qingyu nodded, indignant, exclaiming, yes, strike back. I've had enough of him in our class. With a bit of money, he struts around, casting disdainful glances as if he were above us. He approached you out of nowhere, and you ignored him. He is utterly bothersome. Let us not dwell on him. It's not worth it. Guyu remained indifferent. He had never regarded Ouyang Yunshin as significant. Guyu. At that moment, Shi Yuner hurried to catch up with him. Guyu halted and turned to face her. Do not take Ouyang Yunshin's words to heart, she advised. Guyu smiled faintly, inquiring, do you truly believe I would? Seeing his expression, Shi Yuner pouted, whether you care or not is beside the point. I came to check on you out of concern, and you question me instead. I'm leaving now. With that, she turned to walk away. Guyu, what is the matter with you? Speak kindly to her. Zhong Qingyu chastised him, his tone laced with exasperation. Hurry, go after her. You must appease the girl promptly, otherwise, it will be challenging later on. She keeps score. Guyu lightly pushed Zhong Qingyu aside, insisting, it's fine, stop nagging. Furthermore, what do you know about love since you've never experienced it? Upon hearing these words, Zhong Qingyu protested, exclaiming, how can you say that? I've had several relationships during high school. Guyu scoffed, uninterested in his boasting. As noon approached, while Guyu partook of his lunch, his thoughts wandered to Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang. They must have just finished their classes, he mused. Had they eaten yet? What were they having? Guyu felt a pang of concern for the two girls, fearing they might skimp on a decent meal to save money. In the school, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang had just concluded their classes and made their way to the cafeteria, queuing for their meals. Yunyang, what do you wish to eat? Anything is fine. You choose first. When it was Jiang Yuxi's turn to select her dishes, she surveyed the offerings and decided on fried chicken, stir-fried mushrooms, and a serving of rice. Yunyang followed suit, picking 2 dishes as well, before they found a place to sit and began to eat. Do you think Guyu has eaten yet? Jiang Yuxi pondered. He probably has, Jiang Yunyang replied. We finished class at 11:40. So he must have had his break around the same time. Jiang Yuxi continued to murmur, I wonder if Guyu has gone to check on our house. During class earlier, this thought had occupied her mind, leaving her distracted and unable to focus on the teacher's lecture. He should have, Jiang Yunyang said. her own heart racing with anxiety about the possibility of losing their home. "We must trust Guyu," Jiang Yushi affirmed. "Yes, we should." Around 2 in the afternoon, Guyu, free from classes, left his dormitory and headed to the bank. Upon arriving at the bank's entrance, he retrieved the phone number Jiang Yunyang had provided and dialed. The first attempt failed to connect, but on his second try, the phone rang and was answered. "Hello, is this the bank manager?" Guyu inquired. "Yes. How may I assist you?" came the response. Guyu explained, "I have a property that has been overdue for 2 months and has been seized by the bank. I would like to settle the loan. Is that still possible?" The bank manager frowned at this information and asked, "How long has it been seized? Has the court notified you about an auction?" "About a week. I have not received any notice for auction," Guyu answered. "A week? That is still manageable, though the process may be complicated. Please come to the bank," the manager replied. "I am outside the bank now. I will enter shortly. Are you inside?" "Yes, come in," the manager said. Guyu stepped into the bank, where the manager, appearing to be around 40 and dressed in a suit, approached him with a stern demeanor. "Let me first gather some information," he said. Guyu followed the manager to a seat and recounted all he knew about the situation. "So, you wish to pay off the entire loan at once?" the manager asked. Guyu nodded. "Yes, I have checked, and it seems feasible." The bank manager replied, "It is possible, but it will be rather cumbersome. As you are aware, we have submitted the overdue account to the court, and they have seized the property. Handling this will involve considerable effort and expenses." Guyu engaged in conversation with the bank manager, only to swiftly realize something amiss. It appeared he had been frightening himself. "Manager, I am not quite clear on what you have just stated. Would it be acceptable if I return tomorrow accompanied by 2 classmates who are studying law? This would facilitate our communication." Classmates studying law?" Guyu nodded. "Indeed, I am a student at Chuanhai University, and I have a few friends who are pursuing law." "Chuanhai University, you say?" The manager scrutinized Guyu, noting his youth. Perhaps he was indeed genuine. "Very well, there is no need to summon anyone. What I mentioned earlier were merely the worst-case scenarios. I shall check with the court now. Please hold on for a moment. Once I have inquired, it may not be as troublesome as anticipated." Guyu politely replied, "Thank you for your assistance." Chapter 54. Do you like me? Before long, the bank manager returned, holding several sheets of paper. "Brother," he inquired, "what is your relationship with the homeowner of this property?" Guyu paused momentarily before responding, "It belongs to my uncle, who has since departed." "Very well. However, brother, this property is rather troublesome. The overdue period is quite lengthy, and we have already submitted it. If you wish to reinstate the contract, the cost will likely be considerable. Please take a look." Guyu accepted the document and glanced over the terms, his eyelids twitching at the sight of the exorbitant fees, which far exceeded the outstanding mortgage. He snapped a photo and asked, "Manager, this seems excessive. Is there any possibility of reducing it?" The bank manager furrowed his brow and shook his head, appearing quite distressed. "It's difficult. I will need to request approval from higher-ups." Guyu resolved to seek assistance and said, "All right, I will gather some funds. But I presently cannot afford such a large amount." Noticing his predicament, the bank inquired, "Do you know any classmates working in the court? If so, it might reduce the costs." Guyu shook his head. "I do not know anyone in that field. I only have a few acquaintances from law school. In that case, there is little we can do. However, I will initiate an application on your behalf, but we must act quickly, as the property is about to enter the auction process." "It will be too late then." "Understood. I will expedite my efforts." The bank manager remained silent for a few moments before urging, "Please do so promptly. Within these next couple of days, or else the property will be irretrievable." "Thank you. I will go and secure the funds." With that, Guyu left the bank, clutching the documents. At that moment, another staff member approached the manager and asked, "How did it go?" "Uncertain, but it should be fine," the manager replied. He had reviewed the property records and learned that the original homeowner had vacated and that there were only 2 daughters still in school, clearly unable to afford any payments. After some analysis, while he was unaware of Guyu's exact relationship with the property, it was clear that he had mentioned being a relative and had come to reclaim the house. Otherwise, the 2 girls would have nowhere to go. Hence, he was determined to raise the necessary funds to retrieve it, alleviating the staff members' concerns. Moreover, the young man was rather straightforward. Had he claimed to know several friends in the court, the manager might have genuinely offered him a discount. Once outside, Guyu mounted his electric scooter and returned home. As he examined the list on his phone, he felt a sense of dismay. The amount was exorbitant, over 100,000, seeming unreasonable to him. He strongly suspected that the bank manager had deliberately inflated the figures to exploit him. For instance, did he truly need to hire a lawyer to petition the court? And why was the lawyer's fee exceeding $60,000? Gu pondered, resolved not to suffer in silence. He opened WeChat, contemplating whom to consult. Whom could he approach? His acquaintances in law were quite few, and their relationships were tenuous at best. Perhaps it would be wise to seek out a lawyer? Guyu reclined on the sofa, enveloped in a sense of melancholy. After much contemplation, he concluded that hiring a lawyer would merely be a waste of money, particularly local attorneys. While the expanse of Chuanhai was vast, there was no guarantee that they would advocate for his interests when faced with the bank. Senior, are you there? Good afternoon. I hope to trouble you with a matter. You see, I have a cousin whose parents have unexpectedly passed away. Due to financial constraints, they can no longer keep up with the mortgage, and now they have nowhere to turn. I was thinking of helping her settle the mortgage, and the bank has provided me with a fee statement. Could you take a look for me? After sending the message along with the bank statement, Gu initiated a transfer of 1,000 yuan, noting, "For tea with you, senior." The recipient was a senior he had met during his freshman year, who was both kind-hearted and exceptionally beautiful, a renowned figure on the campus beauty list. He reached out to her because they had shared a decent rapport, and she had once looked after him. Moreover, she had jokingly suggested introducing one of her friends to him as a potential girlfriend. Thus, she was the closest connection he had among law students. After sending the message, Gu waited, pondering whether she had simply not seen it or was reluctant to respond. He had harbored fears of being deleted from her contacts, but fortunately, that had not occurred. I suppose I shall wait. Perhaps she is busy now. I might receive a reply tonight, but if not, I may have to spend more money tomorrow or consider hiring a lawyer. Around 6 in the evening, while engrossed in a game, a message appeared on his screen. Little you, what prompted you to message your senior? It's been over a year since we last spoke. Not even a festive greeting during the new year. Upon seeing the message, Guyu quickly exited the game and entered the chat interface, only to be met with another message from Linia. Oh, so you have something to discuss with your senior? Guyu, feeling a rush of anxiety, hastily organized his thoughts. Another message followed. Sigh, you never check in on me. I've been interning, and you haven't asked whether I've found a job, if I'm tired, or if I'm happy. These words sent a shiver down Guyu's spine. While he sensed Linia was teasing him, he could not dismiss the possibility that she was genuinely lamenting. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, senior. I didn't mean to disturb you. I was afraid of intruding. I realize now my mistake and will make it a point to regularly send you greetings. At that moment, Linia, upon seeing Guyu's message, opted for a voice note instead of typing. He answered the call and cheerfully greeted, Hello, senior. How have you been? Not much, just attending classes. What about you? Where are you interning? Is the work exhausting? Don't overexert yourself. Make sure to rest. Guyu rambled on in earnest flattery, only to be met with Lin Yihe's cool response. Guyu, if I hadn't mentioned these things, would you have ever thought to ask me about them? Upon hearing this, Guyu immediately retorted with a serious tone, How could that be? I've always been thinking about you, senior. I merely refrained from messaging you out of concern for disturbing you. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Lin Yihe feigned anger and exclaimed, What do you care about me for? Then she playfully added, Do you like me? Guyu hurriedly clarified, Senior, it's not that kind of affection. It's concern, genuine worry. Please, stop teasing me. At that moment, Lin Yihe, reclining on her bed, stretched lazily and replied with a playful huff, What teasing? You haven't reached out to me in over a year, and now you suddenly speak of concern? Truly, a man's words can be deceptive. Chapter 55. Are you in a relationship? Guyu felt extremely awkward, unsure of how to respond. Besides, it wasn't as if he hadn't messaged in over a year. He flipped through his messages and discovered that his last communication had been 9 months prior, not quite a year. Lin Yihe's voice broke the silence. Hey, speak up. Senior, I apologize. Is that acceptable? Not really. Then I shall treat you to a meal. Lin Yihe retorted, You really think too highly of yourself. Do you have any idea how many handsome, wealthy young men invite me out? You think you can just take advantage of that? Guyu replied, Indeed, of course. Senior, you are so beautiful, the top belle of Chuanhai University, pursued by countless admirers. I must be dreaming. However, you are not just beautiful, you are also kind. If it weren't for your recognition, I wouldn't have made it into the student council. So not only are you lovely, but you also have a good heart. As for those handsome, wealthy young men wanting to dine with you, they must have some ancestral fortune. Stop. No need for such flattery. Lin Yihe interrupted, pausing for a few seconds before thoughtfully asking, Guyu, are you in a relationship? Huh. No, why do you ask, senior? Guyu responded, puzzled by her inquiry. Linny, he replied. Oh, it's just that you never used to flatter anyone like this. If you had, I surely would have introduced Rua to you as a potential girlfriend. Senior, please stop joking. It frightens me. Lin he scoffed. You only pretend to be scared. Oh, I see. Is there something you need help with that has prompted you to speak so sweetly? Perhaps? What do you mean, perhaps? Lin he exclaimed in frustration. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin he angrily declared, I won't help you. You only come looking for me when you need something. You can't even spare a greeting otherwise. Guyu scratched his head, at a loss for how to respond. Wasn't Lin he different before? Had she perhaps experienced a heartbreak? Senior, please stop joking. You've made me so nervous that I've misspoken. Think about it. With so many handsome, wealthy young men pursuing you daily, yet you choose to call me. I must feel quite anxious. You're trying to trick me, senior. That is not fair. I don't care. You must regard my feelings, right or wrong. All right. Whether right or wrong, it makes no difference. Seeing Guyu silent, Lin he decided to stop teasing and said, Tell me about this matter. What is going on? Okay. Guyu recounted the situation to Lin he, who, upon hearing it, asked with curiosity, Guyu, weren't you an orphan? Where does this cousin come from? Have you found your parents? Not really. Guyu had already devised an excuse earlier that afternoon. You see, their parents were philanthropists and cared for me at the orphanage when I was young. So I just referred to them as uncle and aunt and consider her my cousin. Is that so? All right then. Senior, do you think we really need to pay that much? Liniha remarked, no need. The bank manager harbors ill intentions. You only need to repay the loan, as you won't require such a large sum otherwise. Those two girls are rather pitiable. I shall lend you a hand and inquire about it tomorrow. All right. Thank you, senior. I will treat you to a meal when you have the time. I want tea per take. That is fine. Just let me know whenever you wish to eat, and I shall be at your service. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Liniha began to suspect that he might be in a romantic relationship. You've become quite the smooth talker. Honestly, have you been dating this year? Guyu sighed. Why was everyone so preoccupied with his love life? I swear, I'm not dating. Oh. With Guyu's solemn vow, Liniha readily accepted it. You should hurry and find a girlfriend. It would be a shame to waste such handsome looks. All right, I shall heed your advice, senior. Liniha inquired further. Shall I introduce you to someone? No need. Guyu promptly declined, without a trace of hesitation. None of Liniha's close friends hailed from ordinary families. She herself had been picked up in a Rolls-Royce during her university days, and her car was worth millions. His blunt refusal stung her. Fine. I shall go cry alone. With that, Liniha ended the call. As she heard the phone beep, Guyu finally exhaled. Feeling relieved, chatting with her was truly exhausting. Send me the documents. There should be a notification from the court. Sure, I will send it right away. After sending the documents, Liniha said, all right. Await my news tomorrow. By the way, am I short 1,000 yuan? Haha, Guyu sent a meme of rubbing his hands together. Senior, I made a mistake again. I've already slapped myself a few times. Liniha replied with a satisfied emoji that's more like it. Guyu continued. This is for treating you to milk tea. You should accept it. Absolutely not. Next time, treat me to milk tea, sending money ISNT sincere. All right, my mistake. I will treat you to milk tea next time. Guyu reclined on the sofa and stretched, feeling that the housing situation had been resolved. He imagined Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang returning home and being overjoyed upon hearing the news. By the way, what time is it? Guyu suddenly realized it must be quite late. Checking the clock, he saw it was 7:30 in the evening. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang finished school at 8:30, and he could reach them in 10 minutes on his electric bike, allowing him time for dinner. He hadn't eaten yet. He often found himself too lazy to cook when alone. Sometimes, engrossed in work or writing, he would postpone eating until late, only venturing out for a meal when the night market was nearly closing. Recalling this, Guyu felt fortunate that he had gone out for dinner later that day, and grateful for the rain that had driven the street vendors away, prompting him to visit that barbecue shop instead. But perhaps it was mere luck or fate. Such connections often felt so natural. Guyu gathered his things and ventured out, riding his electric bike to a nearby vendor area. Boss, I'd like a fried chicken leg, please. Having ordered a fried chicken leg, Guyu proceeded to request a serving of fried rice, and then began to indulge in his meal. Within a span of a mere 10 minutes, he had finished dining. Upon arriving at the school of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, the clock indicated only 8:10. After waiting for 20 minutes, during which he engaged in watching videos and playing games, Guyu found himself growing uncomfortable from sitting on the roadside. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Guyu patted his backside and made his way to the school entrance, awaiting the emergence of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. Meanwhile, inside the school, the sisters were busy organizing their belongings. Once they had gathered their things, they convened together. "Sister, shall we take the bus home tonight?" "Yes, let us take the bus. I borrowed some change from a friend this morning." Jiang Yushi revealed the coins she had borrowed. "I also borrowed some, for Yuan." Chapter 56. A moment's inattention as the two conversed, they strolled towards the school exit, yet their dialogue soon gravitated towards a familiar subject. "You must have gone to inspect our house by now," Zhang Yinian remarked. "Sister, let us refrain from inquiring about it once we return home. It would seem as if we are pressuring Guyu. Furthermore, he has classes to attend and may not even have the time, so we ought not to ask." "All right," Jiang Yushi replied, though her curiosity was piqued. Deep down, she understood that Guyu had merely promised to assist her and her sister. He bore no obligation. To offer help is a kindness, while to withhold it is simply his right. If she were to press Guyu, it would be her fault, and it might even render her bothersome. Upon exiting the school gates, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian proceeded towards the bus stop, when suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yinian, over here." Guyu stood at the forefront, scanning the throng of departing students. His keen eyes easily recognized them, for despite their school uniforms, their beauty and tall stature made them stand out. As the pair emerged, Guyu immediately called out. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian turned to see him waving from a short distance away, and they dashed towards him, radiant smiles gracing their faces. "Guyu, what brings you here?" Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "I've come to pick you both up." "Let's go," Guyu replied, leading them to the roadside. "I'll hail a cab for you two to ride home." "And what about you?" Jiang Yinian inquired, noticing his omission of himself from the plan. "I rode my electric bike," Guyu explained with casual ease. "Then we should take the electric bike home as well," Jiang Yushi suggested, but Guyu playfully tapped her forehead, chiding, "Are you foolish? An electric bike cannot legally carry two passengers. What if an accident occurs? In that case, we shall take the bus," she countered. Guyu turned his gaze towards Jiang Yinian and stated, "We can discuss the bus tomorrow. Today, we shall take a cab." His fingers moved swiftly across his phone, already arranging for a ride, the driver accepting the request almost instantaneously. Observing Guyu's efficiency, Jiang Yinian fell silent, aware that any further protestations would be futile. "Have you adjusted well to classes after such a long break?" he inquired. Both girls responded in unison, "Yes, it was wonderful, just as before." "That's good to hear," Guyu continued. "By the way, I have some delightful news to share with you both." "Delightful news?" Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Yinian mirrored her excitement, eagerly awaiting Guyu's revelation. "Guyu, does this mean we can reclaim our house?" Jiang Yushi implored, wrapping her arms around his, pulling him closer. Guyu, bemused, tapped her head once more, exclaiming playfully, "We are outside the school. A young lady should not be so heedless. Tugging at a boy like this." "Oh," she responded, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yushi gently rubbed her head, releasing her grip. Yet her face was still alight with excitement as she gazed at Guyu. "Let's discuss it at home." "All right." Neither Jiang Yushi nor Jiang Yunyang pressed further. They already harbored their own conclusions. When Guyu spoke of good news, it surely pertained to the house. He would not deceive them. "The car has arrived. You two should get in." Guyu ushered Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang into the vehicle, and after they departed, he mounted his electric bike and hurried home. As he traversed the road, Guyu contemplated finalizing the purchase of a car that very evening, for he was in dire need of one. Had those two eaten dinner? Passing a street bustling with vendors, he suddenly recalled whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had dined. They must have eaten, but if they had their meal at 5:30, they would surely be hungry by now. Glancing around, Guyu decided to procure a portion of grilled cold noodles and a fried egg pancake for them as a late-night snack. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had alighted from the car, choosing to wait for Guyu at the entrance of the community rather than heading inside. Before long, Guyu arrived at the community gate and spotted Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang standing by the roadside. He parked the bike and inquired, "Why are you two waiting for me instead of going home?" Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang lowered their heads, hesitant to respond. Guyu did not intend to chastise them. He merely found it unnecessary for them to wait. "Let's go home." He rode his electric bike while Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang walked alongside him. And together they returned home. Upon reaching the entrance, Gyu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring them the keys to their house. Even if Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang returned, they would be unable to enter. At that moment, Jiang Yushi spoke up. You didn't bring the keys. So my sister and I thought we would wait for you here. Ah, my apologies, Gyu said as he unlocked the door. Once inside, he handed them the food he had purchased. This is for you. Consider it a late-night snack. Thank you, Jiang Yushi replied, placing the food on the dining table. She then fixed her gaze upon Gyu, her gem-like eyes twinkling captivatingly. What are you staring at? Are you bored? Gyu teased. Is your backpack not heavy to carry? Oh. Jiang Yushi removed her backpack and set it on the sofa, and Jiang Yunyang followed suit. Do you have homework tonight? Gu Yunyang answered, yes, as she began to gather her materials. Don't start just yet. You both should eat what I brought. Jiang Yushi watched as Guyu retrieved the food, and upon his return, she promptly sat beside him. By the way, regarding your house, you can reclaim it. After saying this, Jiang Yushi suddenly leaped towards Guyu, arms wide open. Guyu, you are so wonderful. Guyu was taken aback by Jiang Yushi's embrace, momentarily caught in her affectionate grasp. Be good now. Guyu playfully pinched Jiang Yushi's cheek, though it did nothing to diminish her radiant smile. With a beaming expression, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, Guyu, you are truly amazing. When can we return home? Let us wait a few more days. I've only mentioned that you can reclaim it, but it hasn't been finalized yet. At this moment, Guyu had already removed Jiang Yushi's arms. This girl was infuriating. Just moments ago, she had set his heart racing. Ah, it was all the same. As Jiang Yushi's arms reached out once more, Gyu sighed internally and pushed her arms away again. Eat this and quickly finish your homework, he instructed. Noticing his actions, Jiang Yushi smiled and replied, all right. She picked up the grilled cold noodles from the table, opened the package, and found it still warm. Jiang Yushi took a large bite and glanced at Guyu. I can manage on my own. Guyu immediately discerned her intentions and took the grilled cold noodles from her, tasting a bite himself. Do I still need to take another bite of this pancake? Jiang Yushi nodded and said, yes, Guyu, you go ahead and eat first. Guyu took a bite, then stood up. You two enjoy your meal. I shall go and gaze at the moon. Chapter 57. An expensive feast approaching the window. Guyu noticed that the moon was absent tonight and the sky was overcast, suggesting an impending rain. Indeed, upon checking the weather forecast, he confirmed that rain was expected at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Guyu, when did you have your meal? Within a minute, Jiang Yunyang and Jiang Yushi arrived beside him. I had fried rice at 8 when I came to pick you up. And I also bought a large chicken leg, Guyu reported, as though briefing his superiors. Otherwise, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang would undoubtedly inquire further. And you two? What did you eat for lunch and dinner? For lunch, we had fried chicken frames, sauteed mushrooms, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, and shredded pork and garlic sauce. For dinner, Guyu listened, finding the 2 dishes quite sufficient for the 2 girls. Well, don't skimp on meals. Eat whatever you desire, understood? Jiang Yushi nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I certainly will. Hearing her assurance, Guyu truly felt at ease, confident that she would not deprive herself when it came to food. Guyu, this is the last bite. We've each had 2 pieces of the 6. Jiang Yushi handed over the grilled cold noodles again, and Guyu, feeling somewhat apathetic to elaborate further, took another bite. After Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang finished their meal, they rushed to the dining table to start on their homework. Guyu settled onto the sofa, intending to finalize his car order. He took out his phone and executed a series of operations, having already contemplated his choices beforehand. Thus, he completed the configuration in less than 3 minutes. After finishing, Guyu meticulously reviewed everything. One could not afford to be careless, as a wrong choice could lead to prolonged regret. No problem. With the configuration confirmed, Guyu, his heart racing with excitement, trembling hands pressed the order now button. After completing the payment, Guyu remained elated, as he would soon possess his very first car. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he opened his notebook and began to work on earning money. Regardless of the circumstances, making money was paramount. Tuesday, with a light drizzle, Guyu awoke to a dimly lit room, suggesting that it was still raining. Peering out the window, the sky appeared gloomy, and it was difficult to ascertain whether it was indeed raining. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were also roused by the alarm clock within the darkened room. Jiang Yunyang got out of bed to switch on the lights. It feels rather cold. After sitting up, Jiang Yushi immediately felt the chill, instinctively rubbing her arms. Sister, hurry and get up. Stop dawdling. Jiang Yunyang was already dressing and soon headed outside, just as Guyu emerged from the bathroom. Go wash up. It seems to be raining outside. After freshening up, we shall go for a meal. All right. Jiang Yunyang entered the bathroom, followed by Jiang Yuxi emerging from the room. Observing this, Guyu entered the room and retrieved an umbrella. Once Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang were ready, the three of them stepped outside. Descending the stairs, a gentle drizzle fell outside. Guyu extended the umbrella he held to Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuxian, offering a single umbrella. I have a hood on my jacket. You both can share it. All right, Jiang Yuxian replied, accepting the umbrella and opening it as the three of them strolled towards the community exit. During breakfast, Guy remarked, I'll arrange for a taxi to take you both to school later. From now on, you can take a taxi in the morning and return by bus in the evening. What do you think? Jiang Yuxian countered, Guyu, we could actually take the bus in the morning too. We just need to wake up a bit earlier. No need for that. Your academic load is substantial at this time. Taking a taxi is sufficient. I want to be responsible for you in the evenings. Guyu insisted firmly. Jiang Yuxian chose not to argue further, and after finishing their meal, the two girls departed for school. With no classes during the first period, Guyu watched the two girls leave before returning home, intending to catch up on some sleep. Previously, he had risen at 7:40, but now he had to wake up at 7, which left him feeling somewhat deprived of rest. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Linia. He quickly answered, Hello, senior. Good morning. Linia replied, I've taken care of your matter. When you have time, head to the bank. I'll give you a contact number. It's the bank manager. Just call him when you arrive. I've already communicated with him. You only need to pay off the outstanding amount. The process to unfreeze the property requires some steps, but I've expedited it. It should take about 7 working days. Guyu, astonished by the speed of her assistance, realized that just last night at 6 o'clock he had called, and now, glancing at the clock, it was 9:10 in the morning. Typically, courts and banks opened at 8:30, meaning this had all transpired within approximately 40 minutes, if not less. Truly impressive. Thank you, senior. You are incredibly kind. When you have time, I would love to treat you to a grand meal. Lin Yiha responded, I'm quite busy these days, perhaps in a couple of days. Prepare some money. My idea of a grand meal is rather expensive. Guyu chuckled in reply, Rest assured, I can manage to cover the cost for our meal. All right, goodbye, he said. Ending the call, Lin Yiha sent him a phone number, which he noted was not the previous bank manager's number. One couldn't help but wonder about Lin Yiha's family background. It was now 8:30, and he was amazed at how quickly things had progressed. Such matters are typically cumbersome, requiring various documents, reports, and processes, with responses often met with the vague promise of awaiting notification and indefinite wait. He had underestimated Lin Yiha before. While he had known her family was wealthy, it now seemed they also wielded influence. Determined to resolve the matter promptly, Guyu decided to head directly to the bank. Upon arrival, he dialed the number Lin Yiha had provided. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged, not the same person from yesterday. It appeared a different individual had stepped in. One had to wonder, did the bank have an abundance of managers, or was it merely a matter of maintaining appearances by assigning the title to anyone? A gentle voice greeted, You must be Guyu, right? Please, follow me. Guyu followed him into an inner room, whereupon he rose to pour 2 cups of tea, subsequently handing over a few sheets of paper. Have a look. Miss Lin has already made the necessary arrangements, and all unwarranted charges have been waived. As Guyu examined the documents, he confirmed their accuracy, noting that the total was indeed significantly lower than what the previous individual had quoted him, reduced by several tens of thousands. Aside from the loan, the remaining charges amounted to only a few thousand. Very well, may I settle this loan in one payment? Certainly. Once you've made your decision, I will assist you with the process. Guyu nodded and began to complete the formalities with the bank manager, who worked with commendable efficiency, finishing the task in just over 10 minutes. Here are all the receipts. Please keep them safe. Additionally, the property is still registered in the names of the 2 young women's parents. When you have the opportunity, do take them to amend this. Thank you. I will make sure to take them at my earliest convenience. Chapter 58. Are you still unhappy? Upon exiting the bank, despite having spent over 100,000, Guy remained in high spirits. His thoughts drifted to the joyful expressions of Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang from the previous evening. The mere idea that they could return home in a week was almost beyond imagination. Would Jiang Yuxi, in a moment of excitement, perhaps even plan a kiss on him? Slapping himself lightly, Guyu chided his own fanciful thoughts. That evening, as Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang emerged from school, they paused at the school gate, scanning the surroundings. After a few minutes without spotting Guyu, Jiang Yushi remarked, Guyu said we should take the bus home ourselves. He probably won't be coming. All right, sister. Let us head to the bus stop. The two sisters made their way to the bus station, and once the bus arrived, they boarded it to return home. Meanwhile, Guyu had also left his home, arriving at a nearby bus stop to meet Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. He had set out at 8:40. Glancing at the bus routes, it was only 7 stops away, approximately a 15-minute journey, making his timing just right. First, he decided to buy a late-night snack for the girls, knowing that their rigorous studies often left them hungry, especially after an early dinner. Guyu rode his electric bike to the night market, purchasing a bowl of wontons and a braised meat roll before returning to the bus stop to wait. Before long, a bus pulled up, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, with their backpacks, disembarked. Spotting Guyu seated on his electric bike, Jiang Yushi exclaimed joyfully, Guyu, and hurried over to him. Guyu, hee, she giggled, momentarily at a loss for words, her smile infectious enough to lift the corners of Guyu's mouth. Let us go home. Okay. As they walked beside him, Guyu rode his bike, listening to the sisters chatter about their day at school. Guyu, we have a test tomorrow. It's a weekly exam. A weekly exam? Guyu paused, momentarily bewildered. He thought only monthly exams existed. Had he missed something during his own school days? Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, during weeks without monthly or mock exams, the school holds weekly tests. Oh, we didn't have that when I was in school. Perhaps it was due to the quality of my institution. Indeed, it was evident that Guyu's school was average, as he had only managed to rank within the top 30 to gain admission to Chuanhai University. By the way, Jiang Yushi, what was your rank in previous exams? Huh. Jiang Yushi glanced at Guyu, reluctant to disclose that information. However, Jiang Yunyang interjected, sister usually ranks between 100 and 150. Guyu then turned to Jiang Yunyang and inquired, and you? My last mock exam placed me 57th. Generally, I rank around 50, with my best being 26. Sister's best was over 80. I ranked 81st, which is quite commendable. Jiang Yushi, feeling indignant beside them, muttered under her breath that every time grades were mentioned, her sister could not cease her chatter, as if she were eager for Guyu to recognize her academic prowess. That's impressive, over 80 ranks. You should be able to enroll in Chuanhai University, right? Jiang Yunyang nodded in agreement. Yes, that's possible, but I'm afraid my sister might not perform well this time. Considering we haven't attended school for a week, and I'm in the same boat. Guyu pondered for a moment before declaring, when we get home, I'll study alongside you too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi's lips curled into a smile. All right, Guyu, you teach me. Guyu shot her a fierce glance. When I teach, I can be rather stern, so don't blame me if I speak harshly. Oh, Jiang Yushi fell silent, her little hands tugging at her backpack strap repeatedly. Once home, Guyu placed the snacks he had purchased on the coffee table, stating, let us have a late-night snack before tackling our assignments. Okay, Jiang Yunyang observed her sister's lack of movement and took the initiative to open the food. Glancing at Guyu, you should eat too. I'll just have a couple of wontons. Guyu scooped one up with a spoon and popped it into his mouth, nearly spitting it out at the moment it touched his tongue. Wow, that's hot. The wonton spun around in Guyu's mouth for several seconds before he finally swallowed it. It's really hot. You two should blow on it before eating. I won't have any. Guyu poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. By the way, here's the receipt for the house. I've paid off the mortgage. We'll just need to go to the property bureau to transfer the ownership. At this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang immediately looked up, their gazes fixed on Guyu. Guyu, you're truly wonderful. Seeing Jiang Yushi getting up, Guyu instinctively recoiled a bit, fearing that she might rush into his arms. He quickly added, all right, stop. Guyu reached out and placed his hand firmly on Jiang Yushi's head, making her halt. And only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, affectionately ruffling her hair. I understand you're happy, but as a girl, you shouldn't always run over to boys, all right? If I hadn't stopped you just now, would you have leapt into my arms, you silly girl? At Guyu's words, Jiang Yushi's cheeks flushed, feeling a warmth spread across her face. I would never leap into your arms, she protested, retreating while still grumbling about Guyu. I just wanted to express my gratitude, but you keep avoiding me. Humph, I'm not unattractive. Even if I did leap into your arms, it would be you benefiting from it, and you wouldn't even be pleased. Jiang Yushi pouted, clearly displeased. Guyu, thank you. My sister and I will definitely repay you double in the future, Jiang Yunyang said, standing beside Guyu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. All right, I understand. Guyu responded. The moment he noticed the glimmer in Jiang Yinyan's eyes, he quickly reached out to pat her cheek. For joyful occasions, you mustn't cry. Hee. I won't cry, Jiang Yinyan replied, though she fell silent, as that feeling was beyond words. The departure of her parents was indeed a misfortune. Yet she and her sister have now encountered Guyu, a stroke of serendipity. Guyu is truly exceptional, remarkably kind, surpassing all measures of goodness. Thank you, Guyu. Jiang Yunyang took a step back and bowed to Guyu, an unexpected gesture that took him by surprise. I am truly grateful for your unwavering support. Time and time again, for both me and my sister. As she raised her gaze once more, tears had already begun to cascade down her cheeks. And her voice quivered with emotion, rendering her at a loss for words. Don't cry. Didn't we promise not to cry? Guyu immediately approached her, gently wiping her tear-streaked face. The sight of this girl in tears tugged at his heartstrings, filling him with an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Chapter 59. You must come stay at my house, please don't cry, all right? Guyu gently wiped away the tears from Jiang Yunyang's face, only for another droplet to escape from the corner of her eye, leaving him quite anxious. Each time she cried, it truly pained his heart. Jiang Yushi, come over and comfort your sister. Reluctantly, Guyu turned his gaze towards the seated Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yushi, seemingly indifferent, replied nonchalantly, she'll be fine after a while. Always speaking ill of me, yet wanting me to console her, it's simply impossible. Though, I feel like crying too. Watching Guyu tenderly brush Jiang Yunyang's cheeks, Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of displeasure, wishing for his comfort for herself. However, if she pretended to cry, he would surely scold her mercilessly, wouldn't he? Guyu, I won't cry anymore. Jiang Yunyang dabbed at her face with her tiny hands. Upon hearing this, Guyu chuckled, that's more like it. If you cry and ruin that lovely little face, you won't look beautiful anymore. Come on, you haven't finished your wontons yet, and there's still the chicken roll. Hurry and eat. Guyu guided Jiang Yunyang to sit on the sofa, holding a takeout box from which he served a wonton, bringing it to her lips. Jiang Yunyang opened her mouth slightly and took a bite, her face finally breaking into a smile. With her tear-streaked cheeks, that smile was breathtaking, akin to flowers blooming after a torrential rain. Here, you have one too. With an equitable spirit, Guyu offered Jiang Yushi a wonton as well. Though she was not particularly eager to eat, she found it hard to refuse and reluctantly parted her rosy lips. Does this girl seem upset? Guyu noticed something amiss in Jiang Yushi's expression. Could it be that she resented his earlier jest about her rushing towards him? He had indeed meant it in jest. But perhaps she took it to heart? No matter, she was carefree. She would likely forget it soon enough. In recent days, Guyu had come to understand the personalities of the two girls quite well. Jiang Yushi was bold and carefree, and such matters would likely not trouble her for long. By the way, there's more I didn't mention earlier when you ran over to me. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang looked at Guyu, suddenly tense. Had he perhaps some bad news to share? Guyu continued, here's the thing. The loan has been repaid. The house has been reclaimed. However, we must go through the process, which will take 7 working days. Essentially, you won't be able to return to your own home until next week. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yushi responded, Guyu, it's all the same to us. Whenever Jiang Yunyang and I can go home is fine. We're not particular about the timing. During their stay with Guyu, she had grown fond of this place, accustomed to life with him. Jiang Yunyang felt similarly. The thought of leaving Guyu now was something she would resist with all her heart. Guyu, what's wrong? Jiang Yunyang inquired, noticing a hint of melancholy on his face. Nothing, Guyu replied, saying nothing further as he leaned back against the side. Initially, he had thought that since they needed to rent a house anyway, it would be better to help Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang reclaim their home. 1. It would bring joy to the girl. 2. They would have their own little haven. Secondly, I shall no longer need to rent a place, for I can simply move into their home. Otherwise, I would be relegated to sleeping on the sofa each night. However, after reclaiming the house, Guyu felt a certain discomfort. As a young man, residing in the home of 2 young ladies seemed somewhat inappropriate. Initially, he had entertained the notion of cohabitating with them while offering some measure of care, but after much contemplation this afternoon, he realized that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had been managing quite well on their own for the past 3 months since their parents departed. Aside from the unresolved mortgage issue, they appeared to be thriving. Furthermore, as a young man, what right or capacity did he possess to look after them? It felt rather untenable. Guyu, what is wrong with you? Seeing Guyu lost in thought, Jiang Yushi hurried over and tugged at his arm. Gazing at her delicate visage, Guyu noted how oblivious she was to the distinctions between genders. Did she not realize that her face was a mere 5 centimeters from his? Why are you so close? He retreated slightly, saying, perhaps I should discuss this with you both. After some reflection, he decided it was best to broach the subject now rather than later, as once the house was unencumbered, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang would undoubtedly return home. There was little difference in timing. Guyu, please hurry up and speak, Jiang Yuxi urged, her impatience evident as she shook his arm, with Jiang Yunyang joining her side. Well, how should I put this? I had been considering renting a place. As my current living space is too cramped, just one room, where you both occupy the bedroom, leaving me to sleep on the sofa. Thus, I thought of renting a new place. But then I contemplated your home and changed my mind, thinking I could just return to your house to live. Sure, Guyu, you can come to my home. We have 2 rooms, Jiang Yuxi interjected before he could finish. Jiang Yunyang nodded in agreement. Yes, Guyu. You must stay at my house since you helped us reclaim our home. Jiang Yuxi continued. Just come to my house. We have everything you need. You could stay, and should we let Guyu stay in our parents' room? Jiang Yunyang pondered this aloud, feeling it was inappropriate for him to occupy their parents' space, especially since they had left. She turned to Jiang Yuxi and suggested, Sister, let us have Guyu stay in our room, and we can take our parents' room. All right. Jiang Yuxi replied, shifting her gaze back to Guyu and inching closer. So, you will stay in the room with me and my sister, and we will occupy our parents' room. Is there anything else? Guyu, feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, was unsure how to respond. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang were exceedingly warm, and he found himself somewhat out of his depth. Jiang Yuxi, Jiang Yunyang, I've considered this, and I believe it would be inappropriate for a young man to reside in your home. Therefore, my current intention is for you both to return home and rent a place. I will remain here, but I will visit you often. Absolutely not. As soon as Guyu finished speaking, Jiang Yuxi emphatically rejected him. Subsequently, Guyu felt his arm enveloped in Jiang Yuxi's embrace, causing his heart to race with an unexpected fervor. He instinctively wanted to extricate himself. Observing this, Jiang Yuxi tightened her grip, resolute in her insistence that he must stay at her home. Nian Nian, quickly hold on to Guyu. If he refuses, don't let go. Upon hearing this, Guyu instinctively attempted to withdraw his other arm, but it was too late. Jiang Yuxi's sister, Jiang Yinian, had similarly ensnared his arm in her embrace. Witnessing her sister's actions had stirred a pang of jealousy within her, and thus she followed suit. Chapter 60. Always startling me, Guyu was left speechless. He found himself at the mercy of the 2 little girls. With his arms firmly embraced, he felt unable to move. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently brushed against them, leaving him quite helpless. A flush crept onto Guyu's cheeks. Jiang Yuxi had been intently gazing at Guyu's face, noticing his blush. Lowering her gaze, she realized that she, too, was slightly flushed, for her sensations were far more intense than his. Guyu, you must come stay at my house. Please say yes. Jiang Yuxi cooed sweetly, while Jiang Yuni chimed in, adopting a similarly endearing tone. Guyu, you've helped both me and my sister. You're paying rent for a place, so why not stay at my home? I beg you. At that moment, Guyu felt an absence of emotional burden and replied, All right, I agree. Now please let go. Oh. Jiang Yuxi loosened her grip on Guyu's arm, and Jiang Yuni did the same. As he regarded the 2 girls, he noticed their cheeks were slightly flushed. As for himself, he felt his heart racing and a warmth spreading through him. He wasn't quite sure if he was blushing, but if he were to be embarrassed by these 2 girls, it would be quite mortifying. This was his first time being so close to girls, even if they were just 2 young ones. Yet, they were not insignificant at all. Have you 2 done your homework? What time is it? Are you still studying? Guyu pulled his arm from Jiang Yuni's grasp and checked the time on his phone. It was already 9:40. How quickly time flies. They had finished school at 8:30, and it would take them until nearly 9 o'clock to reach the bus station. After chatting, here they were at 9:40. Reflecting on his own school days, he recalled that he often returned home late as well, and after a brief study session, he would have to sleep. Waking early the next morning. People often said work was exhausting, yet at least with work, the hours were somewhat predictable. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., or 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It was nothing like school, where he had to rise at 7 a.m. and didn't finish until 9 p.m. Especially when he heard tales from the 4 provinces of Shanha, the situation sounded even more daunting. Quickly, go study, or I'll lose my temper. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni were still lingering, dawdling. Guyu stood up sternly, gathering his things to head to the dining table for their studies. He followed them, settling beside Jiang Yuxi to study together. With Guyu at her side, Jiang Yuxi became much more diligent in her studies, fearing she might slack off and be reprimanded. This is how you write it. Just memorize the formulas, Guyu instructed. Don't tell me you can't even memorize the formulas? Jiang Yushi replied timidly, I can. But I just happened to forget. Noticing this, Guyu turned to Jiang Yuni and inquired, do you have any notes? Any formulas or such? Yes. Jiang Yuni produced a notebook, and Guyu opened it to find it filled with formulas, several pages dedicated to each subject. All right, you can apply this one here. Guyu guided Jiang Yushi through the formulas, gradually recalling the problems from his high school days. They studied until 11 p.m., at which point Guyu announced, time for bed. Do you two need to take a shower? Jiang Yushi remembered she hadn't showered yesterday, so she took Jiang Yuni and headed to the bathroom. Soon, the two emerged from their showers, clad in charming nightgowns, and Guyu's gaze instinctively gravitated towards their long, slender legs, elegant and straight, reminiscent of figures from a captivating video. However, these two girls were undeniably real, unlike many in videos that often appear artificially elongated. After drying their hair, they prepared for bed. Guyu had already set up the hairdryer for them. Having tested it moments ago, it now emitted a gentle warmth. Observing them as they took turns drying each other's hair, a smile crept onto Guyu's lips. If they were to broadcast this moment live, one could only imagine how many viewers would flock to their stream. Once their hair was dry, Guyu presented a thick, plush blanket, declaring, this is a new comforter I bought for you both. You shall use it while I take the old one. Jiang Yushi felt the blanket he had handed her. Its texture remarkably smooth, and promptly refused. No, Guyu. You should use the new one. Nian Nian and I will stick with the old. Jiang Yunian echoed her sentiments, insisting on returning the blanket. It's not that I don't want to use it. It's just that you two should have it first. This blanket is quite large. And if I were to sleep on the sofa, it would inevitably touch the floor and get dirty, necessitating a wash. The old one can simply be discarded if it gets soiled. Therefore, you both shall enjoy the new one for a few days. I've provided my reasoning. You cannot refuse. After speaking, Guyu hurried to retrieve his own blanket from another room, disregarding their protests and ushering them into the bedroom. Every time, he found himself having to be courteous, sigh. Focus on your exams, he reminded them. Jiang Yushi nodded in affirmation. Observing her demeanor, Guyu added, if you don't perform well, there will be no dinner for you. Oh, Jiang Yushi fell silent, unwilling to engage further, feeling intimidated by his threats. As the two girls departed for school, Guyu hopped onto his electric bike and made his way to class. Guyu, are you prepared for the afternoon exam? Han Feng inquired. Guyu felt somewhat exasperated. Was preparation truly necessary? With their skills, they would undoubtedly outshine their peers. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly, his own nerves still palpable. At that moment, Zhang Qingyu interjected, Guyu, how are things between you and Shi Yuner? Guyu chose to ignore him, immersing himself in his computer screen. The class was a computer science lesson held in the computer lab. Noticing Guyu's disinterest, Zhang Qingyu refrained from further probing and began tinkering with his computer. Shortly thereafter, the teacher entered and commenced the lesson. Guyu engaged earnestly, as he always did in this subject. Occasionally, the instructor would present new concepts, and failing to pay close attention could lead to genuine confusion later. After an hour of class, Guyu found himself daydreaming about Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian. Surely, they had already completed one exam. Guyu, hearing a voice beside him, he looked up to see the class representative, Xia Xiaotong. The first exam of the afternoon is in the adjacent classroom. The teacher is setting the questions. Guyu replied with a smile, all right, understood. After Xia Xiaotong finished speaking, she departed, and not far away, Ouyang Yunshin revealed a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Smile? By afternoon, that smile would vanish. At noon, in the cafeteria, Guyu inquired, what are you two having? Yu Hanfeng replied, I'll just get a dish. Guyu, disinterested in the cafeteria's selection, glanced at other counters and said, I'll go for spicy hot pot. Zhang Qingyu, would you care to join me? Are you inviting me? Zhang Qingyu asked. But Guyu turned away and walked off. What do you think you are? A female university student? Even if you were a female university student, it still wouldn't suffice. As Guyu approached the spicy hot pot area, he was suddenly poked in the waist. Behind him, Tong Jintang, while choosing her ingredients, noticed Guyu's silhouette, which increasingly resembled the person who had collided with her earlier, particularly due to the similarity in their attire. Chapter 61. A handsome enemy is still an enemy upon careful observation. She realized that he was indeed the person who had bumped into her last week. To her surprise, fate had brought them together once more in this very place. With a cold snort inwardly, Tong Jintang thought to herself that today she had finally caught him. She turned to her friend Kong Jianai, who was selecting vegetables, and said, Jianai, do you see that person ahead? Which one? Kong Jianai asked, her gaze wandering, though it frequently returned to Guyu. The reason was simple, just moments ago. She had caught a glimpse of Guyu's profile and realized he was quite the handsome fellow. If it weren't for her own modesty, she would have approached him for his WeChat contact. The one in black, Tong Jintang pointed out, spotting Guyu dressed in black. Kong Jinai's excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, I see him. I noticed him earlier when he turned his head. He is really quite handsome. Seeing her friend's starry-eyed expression, Tong Jintang felt a surge of irritation. She muttered under her breath, Handsome? Are your eyes deceiving you? What's wrong? Kong Jianai replied, bewildered by the unexpected reprimand. Remember last week when I was bumped into by that arrogant guy at school? Tong Jintang prompted. Last week, Kong Jianai mumbled, suddenly lifting her head in realization and exclaiming, Is it him? Shoo, keep your voice down, Tong Jintang urged, glancing at Guyu, who was oblivious to their conversation. Guyu had indeed heard Kong Jianai's shocked outburst, but he had no interest in the commotion, especially involving girls. He knew that if he were to catch their attention, it would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River without a chance of being cleansed. Come on, let's go over and confront him, Kong Jianai suggested, tugging at Tong Jintang's arm in an attempt to approach Guyu, only to find Tong Jintang rooted to the spot. Which one? Aren't we going to confront him? Kong Jianai asked, perplexed by her friend's hesitation. Tong Jintang replied with exasperation, We're in the cafeteria. Confronting him here would be embarrassing for me. Besides, it was just a minor collision. There's no need to berate him. Yet, he would certainly be more embarrassed. Let's go over, at the very least. We can make him treat us to a meal and get a free dinner out of it, she suggested. Sounds good, Kong Jianai agreed eagerly. However, a moment later, she pondered, isn't that a bit too lenient on him? Not at all, just trust me on this, Tong Jintang reassured her. After all, she acknowledged that the last incident did involve her unexpectedly appearing from a side path, so it wasn't entirely Guyu's fault. Her frustration stemmed from not having confronted him at the time. Thus, the two girls approached Guyu from behind, and Tong Jintang poked him in the side. When Guyu turned around and saw Tong Jintang, he was momentarily taken aback, stepping back in surprise. What a coincidence to run into her again. Fancy seeing you here. Are you also enjoying some spicy hot pot? He asked, realizing he had no choice but to greet her, albeit awkwardly. He hoped she wouldn't act unreasonable as she had previously. Otherwise, he feared he might end up trending on the school's hot topics. With a smile, Tong Jintang replied, Yes, what a coincidence. I am also here for spicy hot pot. Seeing the smile at the corners of her mouth, Guyu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was not here to cause him trouble. How about this? Let me treat you to a meal. Tong Jintang raised her large eyes, surprised by his promptness. Is it really that simple? Guyu thought to himself, relieved yet somewhat bemused. After all, what could he do if she wasn't satisfied? A few sharp words from her could easily lead to his public condemnation. Nevertheless, despite his apprehension, Guyu maintained his composure and added, Let us agree to put aside the misunderstanding from the last time you bumped into me. What do you mean by that? Tong Jintang immediately protested. Although she was aware that it was likely her fault, Guyu's words struck a nerve. Guyu urged her to quiet down, saying, Let us eat first, shall we? There were many people around, and Tong Jintang felt self-conscious, thinking she could confront Guyu later. It wouldn't be a big deal to admit her fault just this once. Guyu glanced at Kong Jianai, who stood behind Tong Jintang. Is she your friend? He inquired. Hello, I'm Tong Jintang's roommate, Kong Jianai replied. Kong Jianai wanted to continue the conversation, but was quickly silenced when Tong Jintang pinched her waist. Realizing the situation, this was an adversary. An attractive adversary was still an adversary. Have you two made your selections? Not yet, Tong Jintang replied. Resuming her decision-making with Kong Jianai, Guyu waited beside them, feeling somewhat helpless. Even a simple meal seemed to be a challenge today. Meanwhile, Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Xingyu had already collected their meals and were approaching the spicy hot pot area, curious to see if Guyu was ready. Why is Guyu standing behind those two girls? Zhong Xingyu was the first to notice something odd, while Yu Hanfeng remained oblivious, only seeing Guyu standing there. He thought the two girls were unrelated to him. Guyu usually kept his distance from girls, often rejecting those who approached him. It was unusual for him to be standing behind them. Let us go take a look. Guyu, what are you doing standing there? Have you made your choice yet? Upon seeing them approach, Guyu replied, I have something to attend to. You two go ahead and find a place to eat. There's no need to wait for me. At that moment, Tong Jintang turned her head and glanced at the two boys, realizing they were Gu Yu's roommates. What is going on? Zhong Xingyu tugged at Gu Yu, urging him to turn away from Tong Jintang. He then whispered, I don't see any connection between you and those two girls. As he spoke, Zhong Xingyu glanced back and noticed Tong Jintang and Kong Jinai were also looking in their direction, solidifying his suspicions. Moreover, the two girls were rather attractive. One was as stunning as the famous star, with large eyes, while the other, though slightly less striking, was still exceptionally beautiful and dressed adorably. Gu knew that Zhong Xingyu would not believe him if he simply stated there was no connection, so he clarified, just a friend. A friend? Zhong Xingyu looked back again, astonished that Gu had such beautiful friends, wondering why he had never known about them before. How come I never knew about such gorgeous friends? Later, I will explain it to you. For now, you should find a place to dine. Gu gently pushed aside Zhong Xingyu and approached Tong Jintang, inquiring, Have you made your selection? Yes, I have. The three of them proceeded to the counter, where Tong Jintang expressed, I would like it mildly spicy. So would I, echoed Gu, who then retrieved his phone to make the payment. After which each person received a number tag. Meanwhile, Zhong Xingyu and Yu Hanfeng remained, their gazes fixed on the trio. Hey, what do you think is the relationship between Gu and those two girls? Yu Hanfeng shook his head, unsure. After a moment, he tugged at Zhong Xingyu, urging, Let us go. Zhong Xingyu remained still, observing, I find Gu increasingly enigmatic. First there was Shi Yuner, and now he is dining with two such beautiful girls. It seems this fellow has some intriguing depths. Chapter 62. What concern is singleness to me? Have you awakened? Or have you been possessed? Zhong Xingyu murmured to himself. While Yu Hanfeng, at a loss for words, retorted, It seems you've indulged in too many novels. What do you mean by that? Zhong Xingyu protested, gesturing towards Gu. Look, Gu is about to pay. Indeed, he is. Turning around, he noted that the two girls had not settled their bills. It was Gu who was treating them. Yu Hanfeng observed this with curiosity, but he sensed that Gu was reluctant to discuss his affairs. So he refrained from asking further. Gu, noticing that Zhong Xingyu had not yet departed, felt exasperated and was tempted to give him a kick. Those two friends of yours? Gu inquired. Roommates, Zhong Xingyu replied, adding, and all single. Upon hearing this, Tong Jintang snapped. What concern is singleness to me? Such a fiery temperament she had. Gu thought to himself, weary of engaging, reflecting that after treating her to a meal this time, their next encounter would render them as strangers. Moreover, it was evident that she had collided with him last time when she emerged from a side path. Yet here she was, expecting him to treat her again. His good nature was the only reason she was spared a reprimand. Why don't you two find somewhere to sit? I'll go seek my roommates, Gu suggested. Tong Jintang contemplated this, preferring not to remain in Gu's company, and nodded in agreement. Observing her response, Gu inwardly sighed, relieved to be free from her presence. Farewell then. Next time we meet, let us act as if we are strangers. And do not mention the incident again, lest my temper flare. With that, Gu hastily departed, provoking Tong Jintang's ire. Humph, I will mention it. What of your foul temper? Mine is no better, she defiantly declared. Jinai, let us go. Tong Jintang then pulled Kong Jinai away. Meanwhile, Zhong Xingyu and Yu Hanfeng had already begun to search for a dining spot, glancing back at Gu as he turned away. Seeing Gu return, Zhong Xingyu asked with confusion, Gu, why are you back? What about those two? Last week, the pretty girl bumped into me, insisting that I was the one who collided with her. Unreasonable. Today, she insisted I treat her to a meal, Gu explained. After hearing this, Zhong Xingyu appeared skeptical, thinking Gu was fabricating excuses. Even Yu Hanfeng shared his disbelief, pondering that such a beautiful girl would not behave in that manner. Gu, you have changed. Zhong Xingyu finally remarked after a long silence. Gu, perplexed, questioned, In what way have I changed? Well, Zhong Xingyu fell silent again, then asserted confidently, You, my friend, are undoubtedly seeking romance. I am 100% certain of it. Moreover, you are not being honest, first with Shi Yuner, and then those two girls earlier. Suddenly, Zhong Xingyu slammed the table, startling both Gu and Yu Hanfeng, and pointed an accusatory finger at Gu. You intend to be a womanizer. You've got some nerve, Gu retorted, without hesitation, delivering a swift kick to Zhong Xingyu. If you keep spreading rumors, we shall step outside and settle this. Zhong Xingyu brushed the dust off his trousers and asserted more confidently, See? I was right, you're anxious. At this point, Gu was unwilling to engage in further conversation and simply replied, Let us discuss this outside the cafeteria later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu recalled how Guyu had swiftly dealt with Tong Fei earlier and felt disinclined to practice outside with him, opting instead to focus on his meal. This won't he do? Guyu is about to enter a relationship, and it's certain he will succeed. After all, he is quite handsome. Girls tend to be drawn to someone tall and attractive like him. If he starts dating, that would leave only himself and Yu Hanfeng as the remaining singles in the dorm. What if Yu Hanfeng secretly starts dating as well? No. He must meet some girls. He absolutely cannot be the last one to find a partner in the dormitory. Moreover, being a third-year student without any romantic experience is somewhat embarrassing. But which girls should he get to know? Zhang Qingyu thought about the girls in his class. Yet he hadn't made any effort to speak to them over the past 2 years of college. Suddenly pursuing someone now seemed inappropriate. But he realized he didn't have any acquaintances among the girls. Zhang Qingyu scratched his head, feeling troubled. Even his meal had lost its appeal. Tang, what is his name? She asked. Him? Just him? Tong Jintang pointed at Guyu, and Kong Jianai nodded in agreement. Right, you don't still not know his name, do you? Tong Jintang felt a bit awkward. She had indeed never asked Guyu for his name, and she had only told him her own last time. I'll go ask him, she said, noticing there was still a seat available near Guyu. So she and Kong Jianai walked over. Upon reaching Guyu, he frowned, wondering what this girl wanted again. Can we sit down? Sure. Tong Jintang and Kong Jianai settled across from Guyu, which immediately made Zhang Qingyu feel quite nervous. Since Guyu and Yu Hanfeng were seated on the opposite side, he found himself alone, and naturally, Tong Jintang and her friend sat beside him. In an instant, Zhang Qingyu became self-conscious about his eating, unsure if he should continue or even greet them. He glanced at Kong Jianai, who was quite beautiful. He had noticed her before. Zhang Qingyu began to fantasize. Just as he was contemplating starting a relationship, a girl sat next to him. Could it be that the matchmaker of fate had heard his wish and was making a connection for him? After they sat down, Guyu remained silent, curious to see if Tong Jintang would speak first. Tong Jintang, however, wasted no time and directly addressed him. I still don't know your name. Guyu. Tong Jintang repeated. All right, I'll remember that. I'm Kong Jianai. Kong Jianai smiled as she introduced herself, feeling that Guyu was quite nice, handsome, tall, and cool. Not at all unpleasant. Jianai, what a lovely name, Guyu remarked, prompting an even brighter smile from Kong Jianai. You're quite handsome as well. Which Zhang Qingyu's voice interrupted, and everyone turned to him, immediately noticing the flush on his face. Damn, he really is blushing. What is going on? Zhang Qingyu appears to be shy around girls. Otherwise, how could it be that his face flushes whenever a girl sits beside him? He had never mentioned any aversion to the opposite sex before. Could it be that the presence of a girl next to him makes him feel bashful? As everyone observed him, his tension escalated, and his face turned an even deeper shade of red. Stuttering, he introduced himself. I am Zhang Qingyu, Guyu's roommate. Hello. While speaking, he stole a glance at Kong Jianai, only to quickly avert his gaze. Guyu suddenly understood. Perhaps this lad had developed an infatuation upon seeing her for the first time. Hello, Kong Jianai replied, also noticing Zhang Qingyu's blush, but choosing not to dwell on it, redirecting her attention to Yu Hanfeng instead. In comparison to Zhang Qingyu, she found Yu Hanfeng to be more agreeable to her senses. Chapter 63. Until next time, my name is Yu Hanfeng. Greetings to you all. Yu Hanfeng noticed Kong Jianai's gaze and introduced himself with a calm demeanor. Number 91, 92, and 93. Please proceed to the spicy hot pot counter. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air. Guyu stood up, and Tong Jintang along with Kong Jianai followed suit, the three departing together. Zhang Qingyu immediately touched his face, feeling quite warm, and promptly turned to Yu Hanfeng, asking, Is my face red? Yu Hanfeng nodded. Yes, a bit. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu felt extremely embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into the ground. How could a simple greeting with a girl cause his face to flush? What must she be thinking? He scolded himself for being useless but felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Yu Hanfeng, I have something to attend to. I'll be going now. Believing that staying any longer would only increase his humiliation, Zhang Qingyu grabbed his tray and hurried away. Yu Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden urgency. At the spicy hot pot counter, Guyu collected his portion and added some coriander and sesame sauce. He glanced at Tong Jintang and Kong Jianai, who merely sprinkled a bit of scallions, seemingly not fond of coriander. It seemed that girls generally did not appreciate coriander. He pondered whether Jiang Yuxi and Zhang Yuxian shared the same sentiment. Where are you two headed for a meal? Will you join me? Tong Jintang surveyed the restaurant, noting the limited seating available during peak hours. She felt it would be impolite to leave after Guyu had invited her to dine, so she replied, "I'll join you." "All right." Upon returning to their seats, Guyu noticed Zhong Qingyu was missing and inquired of Yu Hanfeng, whereas Zhong Qingyu. He said he had something to do and left. Guyu, perplexed, thought to himself, what on earth? I was hoping to introduce him to someone. Although Tong Jin'eng had her flaws, Guyu found Kong Jian'ai quite pleasant. She could easily score an 8 in looks, standing around 166 centimeters tall, dressed adorably, and exuding a lively and cheerful spirit. He couldn't help but wonder if she had a boyfriend. Surely not. Otherwise, she would likely be dining with him. I should finish my meal too. Yu Hafeng felt that lingering might disrupt Guyu, contemplating his own departure. Let us return together later, Guyu suggested, leaving Yu Hanfeng with no choice but to remain seated. While he felt somewhat awkward, he had little else to occupy his mind. As they ate, Kong Jian'ai initiated conversation. "Guyu, what is your major?" "Computer science." "And yours?" "Digital media arts." Hearing this, Guyu was momentarily at a loss regarding the specifics of her major and politely remarked, "That sounds like a great field." Tong Jintang detected Guyu's politeness but harbored doubts about whether he truly understood what the major entailed. "Do you know what our major entails?" "Somewhat. Digital media encompasses journalism. And I've heard that in your field, appearance matters to some extent. That must be advantageous for you both," Guyu replied. As he spoke, Tong Jin'eng shot him an exasperated glare, as if he were a simpleton. After finishing the conversation, Yu Hanfeng nudged him and whispered, "Guyu, this is not journalism. It should be classified as design." "Design?" Guyu responded, somewhat perplexed. Yu Hanfeng nodded. "Yes, the graphic designer I found studied this, so he knows a thing or two." Kong Jin'ai added, "What Yu Hanfeng said is quite accurate. This is not journalism, but rather design, which could also be considered art, as it involves bringing illustrations from paper to the digital realm." Guyu quickly reacted, praising, "That makes it even better. Your salary will surely be quite high in the future." Tong Jin'ang shot Guyu an exasperated glance, indifferent to whether he noticed. "Your major is even better. Computer science earns more." "No way, it definitely doesn't pay as much as yours." As they continued their conversation, their meal came to an end. Tong Jintang pulled Kong Jian'ai up, saying, "We're leaving now. See you next time." "Not looking forward to it," Tong Jin'ang retorted, puffing up in annoyance. After leaving with Kong Jian'ai, Tong Jin'ang began to complain, "You silly girl. Just because he is handsome, you can't stop chatting, can you? Should I help you get his WeChat?" "What are you talking about?" "I thought it would be awkward not to chat, so I said a few words. Besides, he seems quite nice." "Are you crushing on him?" "Of course not." Kong Jian'ai turned her head away, prompting Tong Jintang to press her even more. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Xingyu was lying on his bed, and upon hearing someone enter, he put down his phone and began to reflect on his actions. "Zhang Xingyu, are you asleep?" Guyu entered the dormitory and noticed him lying still, approaching to inquire. Zhang Xingyu did not respond, leading Guyu to think that this guy, having suddenly left, was likely too shy to talk to the girls. "Wake up. That girl just asked why you left so suddenly and mentioned wanting to add you on WeChat. It's a pity you didn't stay." At this, Zhang Xingyu bolted upright, startling Guyu into taking a couple of steps back. "Really? Guyu, you aren't deceiving me, are you?" Observing Zhang Xingyu's reaction, Guyu was certain that this guy was indeed too bashful to engage with the girls and had fled instead. "It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Hanfeng." Yu Hanfeng was taken aback, internally muttering, "What does this have to do with me?" She was asking about your sudden departure." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with regret for having left so abruptly. "Why did I leave?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Striking the wall with his palm, he retained some rationality, opting not to use his fist, as that would be painful. "All right. Next time I'll introduce you to a couple of attractive girls," Guyu remarked, but Zhang Xingyu did not respond. Guyu paid him no mind and returned to his seat. By nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Guyu glanced at Zhang Xingyu, who was still lying down, uncertain whether he had fallen asleep. "I'm leaving," Guyu called to Yu Hanfeng, and the two departed the dormitory. Upon entering the examination room, several classmates had already gathered. Upon seeing Guyu walk in, Ouyang Yunshin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Guyu, I inquired with the teacher, and it seems this exam will be quite challenging. If you do not secure a spot in the competition, do not be too disheartened." In response to Ouyang Yunshin's provocation, Guyu remained unruffled, stating, "It's quite all right. I am merely passing the time by participating. Whether I qualify for the competition is of no consequence. However, as for you, class monitor, during my tenure as class monitor, Our class consistently achieved the highest scores. I have faith that you will excel as well. Ouyang Yunshin laughed heartily and replied, Of course, I shall be first. Do you dare to wager on it? Guyu shook his head. I trust you, class monitor, and I shall not bet. Chapter 64. Never mind you again. The nonchalant demeanor displayed by Ouyang Yunshin filled Guyu with an intense frustration, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Observing Ouyang Yunshin's expression, Guyu speculated that he must be seething with anger. At that moment, Guyu pondered how he could provoke Ouyang Yunshin to bleed a little. This fellow had repeatedly dared to challenge him, truly believing he was easy to bully. Just as Ouyang Yunshin tilted his head and turned to leave, Guyu conceived a plan. Class monitor, Ouyang Yunshin turned back and inquired, Is there something you need? With a smile, Guyu responded, Class monitor. Didn't you just suggest a wager? I'm curious about the stakes. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshin's heart soared with delight. Simultaneously contemplating a wager that would compel Guyu's agreement and cause him considerable distress. As for his own confidence in securing the top position, Ouyang Yunshin felt assured. A couple of days prior, he had approached a teacher, offering 2 bottles of liquor and some cigarettes. Consequently, the questions posed to Guyu and Yu Hanfeng would be the most challenging, while he had already secured access to his own exam questions. Achieving a perfect score was merely within his grasp. What shall we wager? He pondered, yet hesitated. At this moment, Shi Yunu approached. Concerned that Guyu might act impulsively and end up regretting it, Ouyang Yunshin exuded an air of certainty, perhaps employing some underhanded means. His academic performance was mediocre, failing to even make it into the top 10 of the class. Even if he did, it was merely due to the extra points awarded by teachers for his frequent assistance. After all, as class monitor, he often helped teachers with tasks, which naturally resulted in a higher average score compared to his peers. However, when it came to actual learning, Ouyang Yunshin's abilities were rather average. Shi Yunu believed that merely achieving a middle-ranking position in the class was commendable. Yet, with such qualifications, he still dared to compete and wager against Guyu. Shi Yunu found it hard to believe there was no ulterior motive behind his actions. Now, with his repeated provocations towards Guyu, it was evident that Guyu would not consider the consequences, potentially leading to his own detriment. Guyu, come with me. Shi Yunu pulled Guyu's arm, leading him outside. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Yunshin felt a surge of anger wash over him. So they really are together now? He thought. When I pursued you, you completely ignored me, and now you're with this good-for-nothing Guyu. Clenching his fists, driven by his pride, he longed to humiliate Guyu before everyone. Merely causing Guyu to lose face was insufficient. He wanted Guyu to beg for his favor, to be reduced to a state of subservience. Outside the classroom, Shi Yunu, visibly upset, admonished, Guyu, why stoop to his level? What if you lose the bet? Look at Ouyang Yunshin. He appears so confident. Would he dare act this way without some assurance? Think carefully. He might have some tricks up his sleeve that embolden him to boast about his guaranteed victory. Shi Yunu's earnest words resonated with Guyu, who, noticing her worried demeanor, found himself momentarily taken aback. Why was she suddenly so concerned for him? Was it because he had defended her against Tong Fei that morning? Or perhaps it was due to the afternoon when he had once again confronted Tong Fei. Is this all there is to your interactions with Shi Yunu? Just these 2 instances? Can one truly call a girl like that? Guyu, speak up. Shi Yunu was so incensed that she felt like kicking Guyu. Do not fret. I am quite confident, Guyu reassured her. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunu inquired, What confidence do you possess? Guyu replied, Do you know what the examination will entail? Shi Yunu shook her head. How could she possibly know? Only the teacher would be privy to such information. However, if she maintained a good rapport with the teacher, she suddenly came to a startling realization and exclaimed, I do not know, but what if the exam questions are set by the teacher? What if Ouyang Yunshin has managed to curry favor with the teacher? Ouyang Yunshin was so self-assured, claiming he would undoubtedly secure the top spot. Perhaps he had indeed sweet-talked the teacher and might already be privy to the questions. That does make sense. Guyu pondered, stroking his chin. If he were to offer the teacher a couple of cigarettes, obtaining a question would not be a daunting task. Yet, Guyu's concern was not that Ouyang Yunshin might know the questions, but rather that the teacher might assist him in securing first place. Alone. Even if he obtained the questions, he had ways to manage Ouyang. However, if the teacher intervened on his behalf, the outcome would be far less certain, and he would almost certainly lose. The teacher would likely refrain from such favoritism. Guyu found himself in a quandary. Should he gamble with Ouyang Yunshin? Or perhaps engage in a minor wager? All right, I understand. A small bet should suffice, right? Even a minor gamble is out of the question. Listen to me. Do not bet with him. Shiryun Air pouted, feeling frustrated that Guyu was still disobedient despite her insistence. Was maintaining his pride truly that significant? Guyu leaned in closer, prompting Shiryun Air to instinctively recoil, pondering what he intended to do. I know you mean well for my sake, but just a small wager. I promise I won't get carried away. You needn't worry. After saying this, Guyu entered the classroom, glancing at the time. The teacher should be arriving soon. Watching Guyu hurry away, Shiryun Air stomped her foot in annoyance. If you choose to heed my advice, so be it. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Guyu had not been like this before, especially during their freshman year when he served as class monitor. His personality had been remarkably amiable. Ouyang Yunshin had approached him back then, yet Guyu had never engaged in conflict with him. What had changed? Wasn't it said that men mature over time? To Shiryun Air, it seemed Guyu was becoming increasingly childish. Upon Guyu's entrance, Ouyang Yunshin approached him directly, provocatively asking, "Have you made up your mind? If you were too cowardly to gamble, simply admit your ineptitude." Guyu paid little heed to Ouyang Yunshin's taunts, instead letting out a sigh. Ouyang Yunshin, perplexed, hesitated to continue his provocation and feigned sincerity, saying, "Have you realized your mistake? As the esteemed class monitor, I possess great magnanimity. You ought to apologize." With numerous classmates observing, he felt it inappropriate to let Guyu lose face. He then turned to the others in the class, asserting with righteous authority, "Let this matter pass. Do not spread rumors that Guyu, in a bid to save face, voluntarily challenged me to a wager." "Understood, monitor. We're all classmates, rest assured. We will keep this to ourselves. You need not worry, I shall remain silent as well." "Indeed, Guyu. Refrain from acting impulsively in a bid to showcase your valor next time. Fortunately, this transpires within the confines of our classroom. Had it been outside, it would have been quite embarrassing, not only for you, but also for those who recognize you as part of our class, including our classmates and the counselor." The two speakers included Ouyang Yunshin's roommate and a classmate who joined in the mockery. Xia Xiaorong could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "How has Guyu brought shame upon himself? He merely inquired about the stakes. He hasn't even specified them yet. Can't you all engage in a civil conversation?" "Enough of the bickering," Guyu interjected, then turned to Ouyang Yunshin. "Class monitor, my earlier sigh was not intended to convey that sentiment. You have misconstrued my meaning." "Misconstrued what?" Ouyang Yunshin's gaze returned to Guyu. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 65, Struggling despite financial constraints, infuriating me, Guyu remarked. "I propose we engage in a modest wager, with the intention of securing some funds that could serve as a prize for our classmates participating in the competition. What do you think?" "Absolutely," Ouyang Yunshin responded eagerly upon hearing about the gamble, a domain in which he thrived. He promptly replied, "I wholeheartedly support this initiative. How can our classmates represent our class without any form of reward? I believe a sum of 10,000 yuan would be quite appropriate. Don't you agree, Guyu?" The figure of 10,000 yuan had been meticulously contemplated by Ouyang Yunshin. He feared that proposing a larger amount might intimidate Guyu into withdrawing from the wager. Upon hearing such a substantial sum, Shiryun immediately interjected, "No, 10,000 yuan is excessive." Xia Xiaodong added, "Class monitor, I too feel that 10,000 is too much. Perhaps a smaller amount, like 200 or 300, would suffice." Ouyang Yunshin would not acquiesce to such trivial sums. He desired Guyu to make a significant contribution. He retorted, "A few hundred yuan? That's entirely insufficient. It wouldn't even cover a meal at Heideleo for our classmates participating in the competition. I firmly believe we need this prize. 10,000 is already on the lower side. It should be several tens of thousands. Enough to provide each representative with a new laptop. Considering we study computer science, what better reward could there be than a laptop?" As he continued, Ouyang Yunshin began to veer from his initial stance, yet he maintained his lofty demeanor. Guyu, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming joy. Ouyang Yunshin truly lacked foresight. "Bravo. Let's applaud our class monitor for his generosity in providing each participant with a laptop." "Thank you, class monitor," Guyu exclaimed, initiating applause. Upon witnessing this, Yu Hanfeng quickly joined in the clapping. Shiryun soon caught on to Guyu's intent and proclaimed, "I too express my gratitude to the class monitor for rewarding each participant with a laptop. Let us applaud." In no time, the other students followed suit, clapping in unison. Guyu and Ouyang Yunshin were at odds, yet they had emerged as the greatest beneficiaries, incurring no loss whatsoever. Moreover, they felt a sense of gratitude toward Guyu. Without him, this laptop reward would not have materialized. While it was possible Ouyang Yunshin might reconsider, they all knew him well, for the sake of his pride. The likelihood of him retracting his words was slim. As Ouyang Yunshin listened to the applause, his face turned a shade of green. He was genuinely at a loss for how to respond. Damn you, Guyu, he thought, casting a murderous glare at Guyu, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. However, at that moment, Guyu spoke up, "Class monitor, allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone. But this expense should not fall solely on your shoulders, as this suggestion originated from me," Guyu said, pretending to take out his phone, then continued, "Class monitor. I only have a little over 500 left for my living expenses this month. Yu Hanfeng, how much do you have? Let me take a look. Could you lend me some?" Guyu reached for Yu Hanfeng's phone and, in front of everyone, declared, "May I borrow 300 yuan from you?" Yu Hanfeng nodded in agreement. "Sure, Yuner, how much do you have left? Could you lend me a bit as well?" "No," Sure Yuner replied, arms crossed, casting a glare at Guyu, her heart seething with frustration. In that moment, if not for the others present, she would have liked to scold him thoroughly. "Are you foolish? Ouyang Yunshin has already said he would pay for everyone's laptops himself. You've already taken advantage of him, and still want to borrow money? You have no money but still act tough. It infuriates me." Seeing her reaction, Guyu turned to Xia Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, do you have any living expenses left? Could you lend me some?" Xia Xiaodong hesitated. I still have 700. Then may I borrow 300? Xia Xiaodong glanced at Shi Yuner, unsure whether to lend the money. After all, Shi Yuner looked very angry. As a good friend, would she be upset if she lent it? But if she didn't lend it, it would be too ungracious towards Guyu. "I don't have enough for my living expenses, but I can lend you 200. Once Xia Xiaodong agreed, Guyu and several other classmates began borrowing money. Not much, just 100 or 200 each. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshin watched Guyu borrowing money, his teeth grinding in irritation. This meager amount was utterly insufficient. After borrowing, Guyu turned to Ouyang Yunshin, "Class monitor. I can only take out this much. The remaining money will be handed over to you." This the amount Guyu borrowed didn't even total 1,500. While he himself needed to come up with at least 20 or 30,000. Ouyang Yunshin felt a deep sense of imbalance. "Class monitor. You want to go back on your word, will you?" Guyu is borrowing money to buy laptops for classmates participating in the competition. Shi Yuner's voice rang out, leaving Ouyang Yunshin with no room to argue. He had just proclaimed that Guyu borrowing money was for the benefit of the classmates. And if he said no or claimed he didn't have the funds, he would lose face in front of the entire class. Finally, Ouyang Yunshin gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, as class monitor, I should provide some encouragement for our classmates participating in the competition." "Great, class monitor. Let us entrust this money to our class representative to manage. And the specific laptop to be purchased will be decided by a vote among the classmates representing our class in the competition." Guyu turned to Xia Xiaodong. "Please open your payment code." "Oh." Xia Xiaodong opened her payment code, and Guyu quickly transferred all the money over. Then he looked back at Ouyang Yunshin, who appeared furious and somewhat dazed. "Class monitor, could you transfer 20,000 first?" Ouyang Yunshin glared at Guyu, gritting his teeth as he said, "Guyu, you really are something." "Huh? What do you mean?" Guyu scratched his head, feigning innocence as if he truly understood nothing. This action left Ouyang Yunshin infuriated, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His fists were clenched tightly, yearning to strike that infuriating face of Guyu at any moment. However, Ouyang Yunshin relaxed his grip, and as the anger surged within him, clarity washed over him in an instant. He had meticulously arranged for his upcoming examination, having already secured the questions in advance, ensuring a perfect score of 100 was within his grasp. There was no way Guyu could surpass him. Furthermore, he had even requested the teacher to assign Guyu the most challenging question, making it even less likely for Guyu to outshine him. In that moment, he had been solely focused on how to make Guyu suffer, inadvertently allowing himself to be led astray by Guyu, causing him to forget his own strategy. Chapter 66. Does Guyu truly hold a chance of victory? Upon reflection, it is clear that I possess the upper hand in this situation. It is merely that I have not managed to secure a definitive defeat for Guyu. Even in the most unlikely scenario, should Guyu emerge victorious, my losses would be minimal. Among the 8 participants in this examination, aside from Guyu, there are Yu Hanfeng, Shi Yuner, and Xia Xiaodong. One of the remaining 3 is a dormitory mate, another is a close acquaintance, and the last is a girl who once aspired to be my girlfriend. Though her appearance did not meet my standards, hence I did not harbor any interest. At the very least, these 3 individuals are on my side, and they would not dare to claim my notes. Guyu and Yu Hanfeng are bound to be eliminated, leaving only Xia Xiaodong or Shi Yuner to potentially secure a notebook, and I am not in dire need of this monetary gain. Nevertheless, the fact that Guyu has not faced a more significant consequence leaves a sense of imbalance within me. I transferred some money to Xia Xiaotong just as the teacher entered the classroom. Observing this, everyone moved forward. Once assembled, it was time to draw questions. Each participant would receive a different question, with varying degrees of difficulty dependent on chance. Is everyone ready? I stepped forward and replied, Teacher, we are all prepared. My two companions echoed, we are fine too. Guyu added his agreement, yet upon hearing the teacher's words, he began to harbor suspicions regarding the integrity of the questions. Despite this, he refrained from disputing with the teacher. Guyu Shiyuner tugged at his arm, though she found herself at a loss for words at that moment. Guyu turned to smile at her, reassuring, do not worry, I am confident. Hearing this, Shiyuner retorted, what confidence can you possibly possess? It is evident that Ouyang Yunshin has struck a deal with the teacher. You are completely oblivious, yet you still feign assurance. Humph. It was wise of me not to lend you money earlier. Just wait until you find yourself broke, unable to afford even instant noodles. Shiyuner recalled Guyu's earlier request for money, feeling a surge of frustration. He need not have borrowed so much. Now, she was left with no funds to repay him. Regardless, do not come to me for loans, even if you are reduced to eating steamed buns every day. I will not lend you a penny. All right, let us proceed to draw the questions. The teacher powered on the computer, and we gathered around to witness the display of the lottery results. Guyu speculated that this drawing tool was likely created by the teacher, as it was highly probable that the questions had been predetermined. There are a total of 8 questions. Take a look. Guyu stood beside the teacher. Glancing at the screen, he quickly discerned that 2 questions were markedly more difficult than the others, while there was one question that stood out as significantly easier than all the rest. Shiyuner, standing beside Guyu, nudged him back and also noted the discrepancies among the questions. Fortunately, she sighed in relief, for the 2 most challenging questions were not insurmountably difficult. However, even so, in comparison to the simplest question, the difficulty is at least threefold. Shiyuner pondered that this meant Guyu had to tackle a problem 3 times more challenging than that faced by Ouyang Yunshin. Although Guyu was indeed a capable student, Ouyang Yunshin, despite his lackluster performance, could the disparity be surmountable? Furthermore, this examination was allotted a mere 2 hours. I understand that 2 hours is a brief span, yet during the school competitions, each contest is also confined to the same duration. Thus, I insisted on this time frame to assess your speed and capabilities. Otherwise, if I granted you 5 hours, judging by your past performances, you would likely complete it, rendering the examination devoid of significance. The drawing of lots commenced. As the teacher pointed, the names of Guyu and his peers began to swirl upon the screen. 1 moment, 2 moments. Moments later, it came as no surprise that Guyu was assigned the most arduous question, and the same fate befell Yuhan Feng. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshin's name prominently lingered on the simplest problem. At that instant, a smirk graced Ouyang Yunshin's lips as he provocatively gazed at Guyu, who, however, steadfastly avoided his gaze, rendering his taunt as ineffective as striking cotton. Guyu, do you see? If Ouyang Yunshin lacked confidence, would he dare to provoke you so brazenly? Let this be a lesson for you, to temper that impulsiveness of yours. Shiyuner mused silently, incensed by Guyu's actions. Were it anyone else, she would not have been ruffled by such trivialities. All right, you may disperse and take your seats. Do not sit together. This classroom is spacious, so maintain some distance. Upon the teacher's instruction, Guyu vacated the podium, surveyed the room, and settled into a seat at the back. Ouyang Yunshin, glancing at Guyu as he took his place, couldn't suppress a self-satisfied smile. Are you hoping to conceal your tears from the back row? Noticing this, Shiyuner chose a seat not far opposite Guyu, ensuring she could keep an eye on him. Once everyone was seated and the computers checked, the teacher announced the commencement of the exam. They had merely 2 hours. More accurately, Guyu might only have 1 hour. To secure victory, he needed to complete the exam within this hour or even less to execute his subsequent plan. From the moment the examination began, Guyu's fingers flew across the keyboard with astonishing speed. Over the past year, he had tackled every imaginable assignment and dabbled in various programming software in pursuit of profit, honing his coding skills to perfection. As time passed, Guyu completed approximately half of the questions. At that juncture, Ouyang Yunshin stretched languidly in his seat. Indeed, he had finished ahead of schedule. His gaze drifted toward Guyu, who was still furiously typing away, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Spare your efforts. That question cannot be completed in less than 3 hours. What significance does your struggle hold? Teacher, I have finished. Ouyang Yunshin suddenly raised his hand. drawing the attention of his fellow examinees. The teacher nodded in approval, praising, "Well done. Although your topic is not the most challenging, completing it in just over an hour demonstrates your diligent effort in your studies." He added, "You may move about freely, but please do not disturb your fellow classmates during the examination." "Of course, teacher," responded Ouyang Yunshin, who then glanced back at Guyu, only to find that Guyu had not lifted his gaze, completely oblivious to him. "Go ahead and write," he thought. "The outcome is already determined. What further purpose does your writing serve? Do you genuinely aspire to place in the top 5? How absurd. If you manage to finish within 2 hours, I will take your surname, Gu." Chapter 67. Teacher, are you not mistaken? Ouyang Yunshin inwardly mocked Guyu, as if it could bolster his sense of superiority. Soon, Guyu ceased his rhythmic tapping on the keyboard. This minuscule task was trivial, indeed, a mere trifle. He glanced up at Ouyang Yunshin, who was also observing him. Noticing Guyu's gaze, Ouyang's lips curled into a derisive smile, his eyes reflecting an air of disdain. Realizing that Ouyang Yunshin was not focused on the computer, Guyu turned his attention to the teacher, who was engrossed in his phone, having switched off the computer at the podium. Fortune favored him. Guyu proceeded to manipulate the computer, aware that the systems in this computer class were interconnected, with the teacher often controlling all the devices from a single unit. This knowledge provided him with a sense of confidence. Guyu had previously experimented with how to control all the computers. It was not a daunting task for him. Indeed, it was exceedingly simple. With deft movements, Guyu swiftly altered the display on his screen to mirror that of the main computer. Then, with a decisive keystroke, all the connected computers flickered to black. A moment of surprise washed over the room, but before anyone could react, the screens returned to normal. No one deemed the brief blackout significant, as the school's computers were notoriously old and frequently encountered minor glitches. A fleeting blackout hardly warranted concern. At this moment, Guyu's screen revealed Ouyang Yunshin's exam questions, laid bare before him. Bribing the teacher, was it? One could only imagine the sum spent, but alas, that money would prove wasted. Guyu's fingers danced across the keyboard, revising Ouyang Yunshin's meticulously crafted code in just a few minutes. Success. Once more, all the computers blacked out for a second before resuming normal function. What a wretched machine, always flickering to black. Some students silently cursed the school's technology, musing that should it black out again, they would have no choice but to report it to the teacher. After all, another interruption might jeopardize their exams. "Teacher, I have finished as well," Guyu announced, raising his hand, drawing the collective gaze of his classmates. "Impossible," came a low growl from Ouyang Yunshin, who fixed a penetrating stare on Guyu. "That question was exceedingly difficult. You cannot have completed it so swiftly." "Is that so?" Guyu replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Class monitor, thank you for the reminder. Perhaps I overlooked some details. Allow me to verify." Ouyang Yunshin glared at Guyu, wholly unconvinced that he could finish so quickly. It was a ruse. Guyu must know he could not complete it and was attempting to provoke him. "Ah, Guyu, am I so easily rattled? Let you revel a bit longer. Soon enough, you shall find yourself at a loss." No sooner had Guyu completed his work than Yuner followed suit, and soon after, one classmate after another declared their completion. "Teacher, I have finished as well." As the last student raised their hand, the teacher stood up from their seat and praised, "Well done. Everyone has completed the task at a commendable pace. I would like to first commend Ouyang Yunshin, who is our class's first student to finish the assignment." Upon hearing this, 2 students began to applaud. However, it was only them. Guyu, Yuhan Feng, and Yuner were certainly not going to clap, and Xia Xiaotong merely pretended, leading to an awkward silence. The teacher chose not to say anything further and inquired, "Who among you would like to share their work first?" After the question was posed, none of the 8 students raised their hands, not even Ouyang Yunshin. The protagonist always makes their entrance last, and Ouyang Yunshin had long considered himself the main character. "Guyu, would you mind sharing your work first?" After Ouyang Yunshin finished speaking, Yuner interjected, "Teacher, let me go." At her interjection, Ouyang Yunshin sneered dismissively, thinking, what use is it to shield Guyu? Will they not view his work anyway? Alright, let's first look at what Yuner has done. The teacher led the class to Yuner's computer, and they all leaned in to observe as the mouse glided across the screen. "Very good, well done. However, here are some flaws." The teacher pointed out a few mistakes and continued, "Out of 100, I will give you 81, Yuner. Do you have any objections?" "None." Yuner shook her head. 81 was already quite high, and as for a perfect score, it was nearly impossible since no one's code was devoid of minor issues. Xia Xiaotong then spoke up. Teacher, can I go next? Certainly. The group moved to Xia Xiaotong's computer, and the teacher quickly assigned a score of 86. Although Xia Xiaotong was slightly slower, she did not raise her hand immediately upon finishing like Shi Yuner, opting instead to review her work thoroughly. Yu Hanfeng, well done, 85. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing that Yu Hanfeng received 85, Ouyang Yunshin's eyes widened, and he pushed forward, exclaiming, how is that possible? Teacher, did you make a mistake? The teacher glanced at Ouyang Yunshin. Despite the favor he had shown him, he could not give arbitrary scores with all the students watching. No problem. Although it took a bit longer, Yu Hanfeng's work was exceptionally well done. Ouyang Yunshin remained skeptical, gripping the mouse tightly as he reviewed the work. The more he saw, the more anxious he became. How could this be? Completed in 2 hours, and still so well done? Ouyang Yunshin's grip on the mouse tightened further. If Yu Hanfeng had finished, then surely Gu Yu could as well. No, absolutely not. Teacher, I suspect Yu Hanfeng cheated. This task could not possibly be completed in 2 hours, let alone with such quality. After Ouyang Yunshin spoke, the teacher frowned, as this accusation put him in a difficult position. Cheating? How could one even prove that? Check for plagiarism? Absurd. Haha, Gu Yu chuckled lightly, and Ouyang Yunshin shot him a resentful glare. What are you laughing at? It is nothing, merely that the class monitor has grown accustomed to simplicity, leading him to believe that nothing is achievable. As he spoke, Gu Yu patted Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder, urging him to demonstrate. Yu Hanfeng glanced at the teacher, who nodded in approval. Subsequently, he seated himself and began to strike the keyboard with remarkable speed. How astonishing! How could he possibly achieve such velocity? Does he not even need to contemplate? In that moment, all the students present were utterly astounded by Yu Hanfeng's rapidity. Even the teacher, in the depths of his mind, could not help but compare himself to Yu Hanfeng, realizing that he would likely fall short, while he might possess a greater understanding of intricate programming concepts. When it comes to these straightforward problems, he truly cannot rival Yu Hanfeng's swiftness. Chapter 68. This is the third time you've done this. How are you writing so quickly, Yu Hanfeng? Yun Er inquired with curiosity. Yu Hanfeng stood up, scratching his head as he replied, my family's circumstances aren't great, so I thought I'd earn some money. Then, Gu Yu told me there are tasks available online, so I began accepting them. However, the remuneration for online tasks is quite minimal, which compelled me to write rapidly. Gradually, my speed improved. Upon hearing this, the others present gazed at Yu Hanfeng in astonishment. While they spent their days gaming, he had already begun earning money through his writing. No wonder he wrote so swiftly. Very good. Keep up the effort, the teacher remarked, giving Yu Hanfeng a pat on the shoulder, before continuing. Who's next? Let it be me. The class monitor surely deserves to make a grand entrance, Gu Yu stated, leading the teacher and others to his computer. Ouyang Yunshin, overhearing this, chuckled with pride. Of course, I must take center stage. This time, you've shown some awareness. But it's of no use, it's too late. At the front, Ouyang Yunshin muttered again. Yu Hanfeng earns money from tasks daily. I can't believe Gu Yu is doing the same. However, when he actually observed Gu Yu's code, his eyes widened in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly, even harboring the impulse to smash the computer before him. Not bad. 89 points, the teacher announced after grading. Ouyang Yunshin shot a murderous glare at Gu Yu. Noticing this, Gu Yu smiled and remarked, class monitor, you're so impressive. You must be in first place. Ouyang Yunshin shrugged off his arm, declaring loftily, I know that without your telling. Gu Yu, you've gained an advantage this time. Just wait for the next. As the teacher approached Ouyang Yunshin's computer, he began moving the mouse, only to quickly notice something amiss. Ouyang Yunshin, engrossed in thoughts of how to embarrass Gu Yu next time, paid little attention to his own screen. What is this? The teacher furrowed his brow in confusion. Ouyang Yunshin, what on earth are you doing? You were given the questions, yet you still can't write them? What am I supposed to do with this? Teacher, what is this nonsense Ouyang Yunshin has written? It's completely off topic. Gu Yu muttered. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshin immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yu, exclaiming, Gu Yu, what are you babbling about? My work is 100 times better than yours. 100 times? Take a look for yourself, Gu Yu retorted with a disdainful smile, stepping back to make room. What's wrong with me looking? Ouyang Yunshin shot back, turning to his screen. Where is my writing flawed? Come, point it out for me. All right, class monitor. You want me to point it out? Gu Yu said to the teacher. Teacher, the mouse, please. The teacher remained composed, standing tall as he stated, enough with the pointing. Ouyang Yunshin, 85 points. What? Ouyang Yunshin exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the score. Teacher, what have I learned incorrectly? Why am I receiving 85 points? The teacher was left speechless. 85 points? This writing is utterly worthless, barely deserving of a score of 50. The 85 was surely an inflated mark. Class leader. Let us take a look. Allow me to analyze this for you. Guyu took the mouse and continued, Class leader. Doesn't it seem that something is amiss here and below? Ouyang Yunshin focused intently and was momentarily bewildered. This was not how he had written it. Class leader. There is also this. And here as well. These. Guyu pointed out numerous errors, and Ouyang Yunshin erupted. Guyu, you're being deceitful. You must have tampered with it. I clearly wrote it without any mistakes. You must have employed some underhanded tactic. Guyu, you are truly shameless. Upon witnessing the multitude of errors, not only Ouyang Yunshin but also several classmates around them were incredulous. Logically, even if Ouyang Yunshin had not studied diligently, he should not have made so many mistakes. Shi Yuner stroked her smooth chin, having just reviewed Ouyang Yunshin's code, and found it rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Ouyang Yunshin had bribed the teacher to assign the two most difficult problems to Guyu and Yu Hanfeng, while he received the simplest one. Surely he could have obtained the questions from the teacher in advance, couldn't he? Yet, how could there be so many errors? Was it possible that Guyu truly orchestrated this? But how could Guyu have accomplished that? Guyu had no desire to argue with Ouyang Yunshin and stepped aside. Retorting, Class leader, I haven't wronged you. Why do you always slander me? If not you, then who? I clearly wrote it correctly. Tell me why it has turned out this way. Ouyang Yunshin shouted furiously, resembling a madman. Guyu replied nonchalantly, how would I know? Moreover, I never touched your computer. What could I possibly have altered? You. Ouyang Yunshin intended to say more but was interrupted by the teacher, who said, all right, Ouyang Yunshin. This is indeed your lack of diligence. However, do strive to improve yourself in the upcoming school competition. Guyu, wait for me. Ouyang Yunshin stormed off in anger. The teacher, observing this, chose not to intervene and announced the names of the top 5. First place, Guyu. Second place, Xia Xiaotong. Third place, Yu Hanfeng. Fourth place, Ouyang Yunshin. Fifth place, Shi Yuner. All right, you 5 should gather and prepare for the school competition in half a month. Understood, teacher. Once the teacher departed, Shi Yuner immediately grabbed Guyu's arm, saying, come with me. Outside, Shi Yuner questioned Guyu, how did you manage this? Guyu feigned ignorance. Responding, what do you mean, how did I manage it? Ah, that hurts. Guyu quickly removed the small hand from his waist, and Shi Yuner, exasperated, exclaimed, don't tell me that Ouyang Yunshin's code has nothing to do with you. Even he, as incompetent as he is, should not have made so many mistakes. You must be behind this. He quite clever. As Guyu acknowledged, Shi Yuner seized him again, provoking a sharp cry from Guyu. Why are you pinching me again? He exclaimed. Shi Yuner retorted angrily. You clearly have a solution. Why didn't you tell me? I worried for you for so long. Guyu sighed. I don't even know if it will succeed. What if I tell you, and it fails? Wouldn't that just give you something to laugh at? You. Shi Yuner, infuriated, reached out once more, but this time, Guyu swiftly grasped her arm. He couldn't quite fathom why girls had such a painful way of pinching. A single pinch was already quite agonizing, and he certainly did not wish to endure a third one. This is the 3rd time you've laid hands on me. Guyu exclaimed. In response, Shi Yuner boldly asked, so what if it's the 3rd time? Guyu, feeling helpless, replied, it just hurts. Chapter 69, he impatiently scolded himself, urging, come on, just tell me how you managed to do it. Guyu glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and responded. You are aware that the computers in the school's computer lab are interconnected, right? Shi Yuner looked bewildered. Interconnected? What do you mean? One computer can control all the computers in this classroom. Upon hearing this explanation, Shi Yuner suddenly understood and exclaimed, Guyu, you controlled Ouyang Yunshin's computer? At that moment, she recalled that her own computer had experienced 2 blackouts, which must have been orchestrated by Guyu. Did you also cause my computer to black out? Guyu chuckled. You're quite clever. Now, Shi Yuner grasped why Guyu dared to gamble against Ouyang Yunshin. Yet, she remained curious about how Guyu completed the problem so swiftly and managed to hack into the system to control Ouyang Yunshin's computer. Guyu, do you have more questions? Shi Yuner inquired, how did you write so quickly? Moreover, controlling Ouyang Yunshin's computer must be quite complex, right? Can you really finish both the problem solving and computer control in just 2 hours? Guyu explained, hee. You just heard Yu Hanfeng mention that I introduced him to some tasks, right? So, I'm about on par with him. I often take on tasks to earn money. Besides, you know I'm an orphan. so I have to think of ways to support myself. Yu Hafeng has his parents to cover his tuition, but I must earn mine myself. Thus, I've tinkered with various things, mainly out of curiosity, not knowing if they could generate income. So I constantly experiment with unfamiliar techniques. As for controlling the computer, I had previously written some hacking codes during my free time, which isn't particularly difficult. So it was quite simple to take control of Ouyang Yunshin's computer this time. Is that so? Shi Yuner began to admire Gu Yu. He relied solely on himself yet excelled in everything he undertook. All right, let us stop chatting. There are people behind us. Gu Yu glanced back to see Yu Hanfeng and Xia Xiaodong following not far behind. Oh, Shi Yuner followed Gu Yu as they walked further back. While Yu Hanfeng and Xia Xiaodong hurried over, Xia Xiaodong asked, Gu Yu, the money from you and Ouyang Yunshin is still with me. What should we do about it? Gu Yu pondered for a moment, murmuring, in total, it's over 20,000, enough to buy 5 computers, averaging 4,000 each. Which certainly won't get us any decent machines. How about we simply purchase some cost-effective computers? We shouldn't pass up a good deal. Otherwise, we could ask Ouyang Yunshin for more money, though he might be furious. Alternatively, we could each contribute some more money to buy the computers we like. What do you think? Upon hearing Gu Yu's proposals, Xia Xiaodong was at a loss for words. She had initially thought the money from Gu Yu and Ouyang Yunshin was for something else entirely. She never imagined Gu Yu actually intended to buy computers. Gu Yu, should I give you the money first? No way, you must hold on to it. Gu Yu, after refusing, reassured, rest assured, Ouyang Yunshin will not seek you out. That fellow is quite proud, and with his luxury car, he is not in want of money. At worst, he'll just lose some pocket money or perhaps take 2 fewer girls to the hotel to discuss ideals. Xia Xiaodong, bemused, felt a sense of camaraderie, realizing she had inadvertently taken a side in this matter. Nevertheless, it was quite fortuitous. After all, Gu Yu had managed to procure a computer for himself, hadn't he? Gu Yu, if you truly possess a computer, I shall treat you to a lavish seafood feast. Upon hearing Xia Xiaodong's words, Gu Yu grinned mischievously. Very well. But be warned, I have quite the appetite. I could easily devour 3 king crabs, 5 Australian lobsters, 8 abalone weighing 3 pounds each, and 10. As Gu Yu enumerated his extravagant desires, Xia Xiaodong stared at him wide-eyed, her expression tinged with mock menace. All right, that will suffice. Just invite me out to dine when you have the chance. Xia Xiaodong remained silent, pouting slightly, aware that Gu Yu was jesting, but feeling an urge to retaliate physically. Noticing the lull in conversation, Yu Hanfeng turned to Gu Yu and said, Gu Yu, I no longer require that computer. You can keep the money. Gu Yu playfully punched him. Come on, how could I accept my good friend's money? Absolutely not. Let us go. It's almost 5 o'clock. Shall we head to the cafeteria together? Let us do that. The 4 of them strolled to the cafeteria, discussing their meal choices when Shi Yuner playfully pinched Gu Yu's waist again. What now? Gu Yu, can you speak properly? Shi Yuner called out, momentarily making Gu Yu question whether he had been the one to pinch her. Shi Yuner, you pinched me, and now you don't want me to speak? Shi Yuner turned her head away, unwilling to engage with him. Very well, Gu Yu conceded to her silence, yet his lack of response only fueled her irritation. She had thought that since Gu Yu's money was tied up in a bet with Ouyang Yunshin, he would be short on funds and thus intended to cover their dinner expenses while lending him some money as well. Little did she know that a gentle pinch would provoke his impatience. Humph, I'll let you go hungry and see how you manage without money for food. What shall we eat? How about we order roast duck? Just the 4 of us? Xia Xiaolong replied. I'm in. I can partake as well, Shi Yuner added. While Gu Yu, disregarding Yu Hanfeng, led them to the roast duck counter. At precisely 5 o'clock, the cafeteria was relatively empty, and the roast duck counter was devoid of patrons. Excuse me, 1 roast duck, half a pound of beef, half a pound of tripe, and a serving of duck blood. Please. After placing his order, Gu Yu turned and inquired, Is there anything else you wish to eat? Shi Yuner retorted irately. You've ordered nearly everything that could be ordered. There is nothing left. Xia Xiaodong asked, Gu Yu, do you think we'll be able to finish all this? Of course, Yu Hanfeng eats a lot. At that moment, Yu Hanfeng suddenly raised his head, bewildered. When have I ever eaten so much? Moreover, I am not concerned about the sufficiency of your meals. Yu Hanfeng and I can manage with just a little, but when dining with you ladies, how can I be so petty? Yu said with a chuckle, to which Shi Yuner retorted, Humph, as if losing face would be the end of the world. What is going on? Do you notice that Shi Yuner seemed to be deliberately opposing him today? Had some nerve gone awry? Or perhaps he had inadvertently offended her? Or Guyu speculated that it might be because he had concealed something from Shiryuner earlier, causing her to fret for a while and thus become upset with him. Guyu, let us split the bill. I'll transfer my share to you, Xia Xiaoang suggested as she watched Guyu take out his phone to pay. No need, consider this my treat for both of you. But please don't let me foot the bill next time. Oh, fine, I'll treat you next time. Shiryuner thought to herself as she observed Guyu paying once again, wondering if he truly needed the money. Chapter 70. What are your thoughts on Xia Xiaodong? Just a moment ago, she was borrowing from here and there, and now it seems she has managed to outsmart Ouyang Yunshin. No, wait, there's also myself. I was just considering that Guyu had no money to lend me, yet he has now covered over 100 for the meal. Surely he has funds remaining. But what if Guyu paid this amount out of pride? The conflicted Shiryuner desperately wanted to inquire if Guyu had any living expenses left, but hesitated to broach the subject. Just a moment ago, she was on the verge of asking, yet the unfriendly tone he had taken led her to reconsider. At this moment, Shiryuner had completely forgotten Guyu's mention of buying a car yesterday. Otherwise, she would not be so troubled. Once the roasted duck was ready, the group found a place to sit, marking the first time the four of them dined together. There were only 2 duck legs, meant for the 2 of you. You Han Feng and I will pass. Thank you. Xia Xiaodong unceremoniously took one of the duck legs, and Shiryuner did the same. Guyu began to indulge in the roasted duck, the taste of which from the school cafeteria was merely mediocre. The duck was ordinary, not greasy, and paled in comparison to that from outside establishments. Nevertheless, it was still roasted duck, far more appetizing than plain rice. Guyu devoured piece after piece, displaying no pretense of decorum in front of the 2 girls, finishing 2 large bowls of rice in no time. Observing Guyu eat heartily, Shiryuner found his handsome face imbued with a comical charm, causing her to stifle a laugh. Dining with girls, he showed no signs of embarrassment. A touch of refinement would be welcome. However, it was quite pleasant. A boy being overly refined could come across as effeminate. For instance, the thought of a boy delicately eating a peach made her feel nauseous. Despite her inner musings, Shiryuner secretly admired Guyu's demeanor. He was far superior to those boys who pretended to be charming in front of girls. I'm full, Guyu declared as he finished first. Within a minute, Yu Hanfeng also set down his chopsticks. Xia Xiaodong and Shiryuner, those slower eaters, finished their modest portions shortly thereafter. There's still so much left, Guyu remarked, glancing at the remaining food, then nudged Yu Hanfeng, saying, go get a takeout box and pack some rice for Zhong Qingyu. Tell him this is a special treat for coming first in today's exam. Yu Hanfeng hesitated for a moment, thinking that this might not be appropriate. Packing food for Zhong Qingyu was fine, but claiming it was a special gesture felt somewhat deceptive. After the packing was done, Guyu turned to Xia Xiaodong and Shiryuner, saying, Yu Hanfeng and I are leaving now, goodbye. Goodbye, Xia Xiaodong and Shiryuner replied, then headed towards the girls' dormitory. Guyu and Yu Hanfeng walked back to the boys' dormitory. Hey, what do you think of Xia Xiaodong? Guyu asked. Huh? Yu Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just days ago, Guyu had been pursuing Shiryuner, and now he was asking about Xia Xiaodong. How was he supposed to reply? Guyu, I believe. Well, I support you. It is perfectly fine for you to like Xia Xiaodong. She is indeed quite beautiful and lively. However, what about pursuing Shiryuner? Goodness. What is going on in your mind? Guyu delivered a swift kick to Yu Hanfeng, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Wasn't that the implication? Then why did Guyu inquire about Xia Xiaodong? Observing that Yu Hanfeng had yet to comprehend the situation, Guyu exasperatedly called out. What do you think of Xia Xiaodong? I was considering introducing you. Huh? Yu Hanfeng was taken aback. An introduction for himself? He hurriedly shook his head, as if confronted by calamity. I can't do it. Xia Xiaodong would definitely not be interested in me. There's no need for an introduction. Upon hearing this, Guyu felt even more speechless. Brother, please don't be so self-deprecating. How can you know that Xia Xiaodong wouldn't be interested if you haven't even tried? What if? Yu Hanfeng persisted in shaking his head. There is no what if. Xia Xiaodong is stunning. She would surely seek a handsome, capable man or someone from a well-off family. I'm not good-looking, lack capabilities, and come from a poor rural background. Xia Xiaodong seems to be from the city. She would never look my way. Please, don't speak of this to her. Sighing, Guyu lamented the lad's inability to see his own worth. Could he not possess a modicum of self-confidence? Even if it meant being labeled an average guy, that would suffice. All right, I want to press you, but I must counter a few points you made earlier. First, with our looks and your height of 178 centimeters, how can you claim to be unattractive? Second, who says you lack capability? Are you not making money now? Just tell me how much you earn monthly. Yu Hanfeng pondered for a moment before replying. If I solely freelance coding, I can earn 3 to 4,000 a month. Adding the weekend gigs, I could make over 4,000. See? And you're still in school, yet you can earn that much. Is that not a sign of capability? As for your family background, what does that truly matter? If you have your own abilities, who cares about your family situation? Yu Hanfeng continued. Dating requires expenditure. Girls' items can be expensive. Lipsticks, cosmetics, all can cost thousands, and handbags, even the cheaper ones, start at several thousand. Furthermore, when thinking about marriage, one must consider buying a house, paying for a wedding, and purchasing a car. My family cannot assist me. I must earn it all myself, which will take a long time. I do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship. Enough of this, Gu thought. Realizing he was somewhat at a loss against Yu Hanfeng's arguments, he wanted to point out that dating does not necessitate immediate concerns about houses and cars. Yet, Yu Hanfeng believed in not wasting a girl's time. One should only date when ready for marriage. As Gu departed, he found himself reflecting on Yu Hanfeng's words. His own thoughts mirrored Yu Hanfeng's. The purpose of a romantic relationship was to provide a home for the girl, not merely to engage in fleeting romance, for otherwise, one could be termed a scoundrel. Although I possess the means to purchase a home and a vehicle, and my living conditions pose no challenge, I am acutely aware that the funds I have amassed are finite. There will inevitably come a day when they are exhausted. Currently, my earning potential is rather modest, barely reaching 20,000 a month. If that girl is truly remarkable, I yearn to bestow upon her an abundance of gifts, adorable dresses to fill her wardrobe, a spacious home, exquisite jewelry that she adores, and carefree adventures together. A sudden desire to earn more money has surged within me. Now in my 3rd year, I am on the brink of entering my final year where internships await. Yet, how substantial can a salary from a job truly be? It would also impede my ability to earn from side ventures. Should I embark on an entrepreneurial journey? But what would that entail? A wave of frustration washes over me. Chapter 71. Carrying myself to feed my sister as the clock struck 8 in the evening. Zhang Yuxi and Zhang Yunyang emerged from their school, elated after performing splendidly in their examinations. Not far from the school, 2 motorcycles idled nearby. Ah, the twin school beauties. Upon spotting Zhang Yuxi and Zhang Yunyang, someone leered. Who are they? One individual abruptly leaped from the motorcycle, gazing towards the school entrance, confirming the presence of the twins. Li Chong quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Duan Lianhu. At that moment, Duan Lianhu was immersed in a heated gaming session at an internet CAF. Seeing his phone ring, he answered impatiently, "What is it?" "Brother Hu, I've spotted the twin school beauties from that night." "Where?" "Right at their school's entrance." Li Chong glanced again and added, "They're waiting for the bus. Should I intercept them?" "Wait, let me think for a moment." Duan Lianhu set down his phone, recalling how Guyu had forcefully pushed him into the water that night, causing his veins to bulge with anger. That guy was indeed formidable in a fight, capable of sending opponents flying 2 meters with a single kick. Even 3 or 5 opponents were no match, and 6 or 7 would pose a considerable challenge. Should he still seek revenge? He was sure of Guyu's background, but his ruthless approach suggested he was no ordinary person. The mood for gaming dissipated, and Duan Lianhu lit an incense stick, inhaling deeply as he contemplated his next move. After a few moments of reflection, he concluded that it was not worth it. Times had changed. He was no longer a minor, and the consequences of a fight could lead to serious repercussions. "Brother Hu, are you still there?" Li Chong's voice broke through his thoughts, having forgotten to hang up. "Yes, I'm still here. What is up? Should I go intercept them?" "The bus is about to arrive." "Don't go. They attend school daily. They want to escape. Your presence would only raise suspicion. Just wait." "Understood, Brother Hu." Guyu, as the bus arrived, Zhang Yuxi joyfully hopped off. Earlier, while the bus was in motion, she had spotted Guyu waiting on his electric scooter at the bus stop. Upon disembarking, she rushed to his side. "Guyu, I feel I did exceptionally well on today's exam." "Really? That is fantastic." With a silly grin, Zhang Yuxi caught a whiff of something delicious. "Guyu, did you buy something to eat again? Is your nose particularly sensitive, huh?" Guyu noticed Zhang Yuxi peering into the basket of his scooter, her lips pursed adorably. "Let us go home and eat," he said. "All right." The trio strolled leisurely towards home. Upon reaching the ground floor, Guy remarked, "Here are the keys for you too." "I'll park the scooter." "No, we'll go up together," they replied. Guyu chuckled ruefully, parking the scooter while the 3 ascended the stairs together. He gently nudged Zhang Yuxi to the front, taking his place behind her alongside Zhang Yunyang. "Zhang Yuni, Was this examination particularly challenging? I didn't converse with that girl earlier. The entire time was filled with Jiang Yushi's continuous chatter, leaving Jiang Yuni somewhat at a loss for words. How could Guyu refrain from saying anything to her? It was manageable, albeit somewhat difficult, as the teacher's questions tended to be rather challenging. What score do you anticipate achieving? Approximately 630, I suppose. Not too shabby. Guyu himself scored over 630 and was admitted to Chuanhai University. Jiang Yuni's score might be slightly underestimated, likely around 650. Ensuring her admission to Chuanhai University, without a doubt. Yet, I wonder which institution this girl aspires to attend in the future. It's quite possible that these two girls will choose the same university. Upon returning home, Jiang Yushi eagerly opened the bag she was holding to see what delectable treats Guyu had brought her. Roast duck. Guyu, do you eat duck legs? Jiang Yushi plucked a duck leg and offered it to Guyu's mouth. Upon witnessing this, Guyu thought, if you aren't going to eat it, then I shall. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Jiang Yushi then reached for a second duck leg. However, as she brought it toward her mouth, she thought of her sister. She paused, realizing there were only 2 legs. She had given one to Guyu, but what about her sister? Sister, this is for you, Jiang Yuni said. You eat it. I'm fine with just the duck meat. Jiang Yushi protested, declaring, I am the elder sister. I share delicious food with my younger sister. I don't need it. Though she voiced this, her little mouth betrayed her as she discreetly swallowed, hoping Jiang Yuni would decline and say she didn't want it. In that case, she would reluctantly consume the duck leg herself. Guyu interjected, Jiang Yuni, you should eat it. After all, she didn't want it. All right, Jiang Yuni replied, accepting the duck leg and taking a hearty bite. It was delectable. Silly girl, will you still share with me next time? Guyu asked with a grin, noticing that Jiang Yushi had just sighed, likely regretting her earlier stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yushi replied, of course. Whether I eat duck legs or not is irrelevant. Fine, next time I want to share with you. No, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, tugging at Guyu's arm playfully. I am just. All right, Jiang Yushi pouted, realizing she had barely finished her statement before wanting to retract it. I was just teasing you, she giggled. Understanding the jest, she decided not to dwell on it and reached for the roast duck. Go wash your hands. Aren't your little paws dirty? Guyu remarked. Jiang Yushi opened her hands for inspection. They were fair and clean, indeed. However, since Guyu had insisted, she had no choice but to rise and head to the restroom. Jiang Yuni also stood up, intending to wash her hands, but was restrained by Guyu's grip on her arm. Finish the duck leg first, Guyu said, pulling a piece of the tenderest meat from the belly for Jiang Yuni. Though fatty, the meat was flavorful and undoubtedly the best part. Here, you must savor it, otherwise, when your sister returns, she will gobble up all the delicious bits in no time. As Jiang Yunyang watched Guyu prepare delicious morsels for her, her heart swelled with joy, surpassing even the flavor of the meat itself. She opened her mouth, momentarily rendering Guyu speechless, his raised arm pausing in midair. Was she inviting him to feed her? Upon seeing Jiang Yunyang close her mouth again, her cheeks flushed with shyness, Guyu hurriedly extended the meat towards her. This time, Jiang Yunyang bashfully opened her mouth to bite into the delicacy, her heart racing in tandem. At that moment, Jiang Yushi, having just washed her hands, dashed out and was abruptly halted by the sight before her. Guyu was feeding his sister roasted duck. Jiang Yushi's heart sank in an instant. Guyu had never fed her, insisting she wash her hands instead. Yet here he was, secretly feeding their sister, bringing the morsel to her lips with his own hand. With a soft whimper, Jiang Yushi turned and fled into the room. Chapter 72. One would never deceive oneself. Guyu watched as Jiang Yushi dashed into the room, the smile that once adorned his face fading into a solemn expression. This girl, is she upset because she witnessed me feeding Jiang Yuni a piece of meat? Is she feeling jealous? In a fleeting moment, Guyu chastised himself internally for neglecting his own advice to refrain from becoming too intimate with the two girls. Gu, my sister. Jiang Yuni, understanding the reason behind Jiang Yushi's abrupt departure, recognized that just as she felt displeased when her sister embraced Guyu, Jiang Yushi must be feeling similarly. It's all right, I will go comfort her. You take your time eating. Accepting responsibility for his actions, Guyu resolved to soothe Jiang Yushi himself. He tore off a generous piece of duck meat and entered the room. Jiang Yushi lay on the bed, her delicate face buried in the pillow, projecting an air of sorrow. Cici, Guyu gently called from the bedside. Upon hearing this endearment, Jiang Yushi's forlorn expression softened considerably. It was the first time he had referred to her as Cici. Yet, moments earlier, he had been feeding his sister and had sent her away. Cece, what troubles you? Are you unwell? I brought you a large piece of the finest meat. Would you like to have some? Yu, unsure of how to console a girl, realized the futility of his attempts. Soothing one would only upset the other, leading to an endless cycle of distress. Oh, Jiang Yushi revealed her face, sitting up on the bed. At a loss for words, she remained silent. Have a piece. This is the most delectable part of the roasted duck. I have prepared it just for you. Thank you. Jiang Yushi did not reach for it, yearning instead for Yu to feed her, and thus she opened her mouth. Seeing this, Yu sighed internally and brought the meat to her lips. In no time, Jiang Yushi devoured several pieces. Yu inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell? If so, you can rest a bit longer. If you're all right, shall we go out and play some games?" In a soft, childlike voice, Jiang Yushi replied, "I feel fine. When you went to wash your hands?" I thought Jiang Yuni had finished her duck leg yet, so I wanted her to finish before washing up. Yu offered this explanation as he led Jiang Yushi out of the room. Is that so? Jiang Yushi pondered, feeling less troubled by his previous explanation. Yu had not deliberately sent her away to feed her sister the roasted duck. He certainly would not deceive himself. Upon reaching the living room, the three of them gathered together, tearing into the roasted duck. Yu also fed the two girls the choicest morsels, concerned that if they grew unhappy again, it would lead to further complications. Once the roasted duck was devoured, they all grabbed their phones and began playing games. Yu had previously asked, and both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had no homework, having just completed their examinations, with teachers generously assigning no tasks. As they entered the game, Yu remembered to maintain some distance from the girls. Thus, he chose a solo lane hero, allowing him to play independently. Otherwise, if he played a jungler role, assisting one would likely upset the other, resulting in another round of unhappiness. Yu found himself in a predicament, having gallantly rescued two young ladies. Yet his days were now fraught with worry. He feared that one or the other might be displeased on any given day. Upon witnessing Yu achieve a kill in the game, Jiang Yushi complimented him with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Yu, you are truly remarkable." Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, merely chuckled and then fell silent, focusing intently on the game. Before long, 2 rounds of the game concluded, and Yu suggested, "Shall we do something else? Perhaps watch a drama or retire for the night?" Jiang Yushi replied, "I would like to watch a drama. Would you care to join me?" "No. I am certain I would not enjoy what you girls are watching," Yu responded. "But Yu, how can you know if you don't give it a chance?" Jiang Yushi persisted, playfully grasping his arm, only to have him evade her touch, reminding himself to maintain a respectful distance. "I need to use the restroom." "You two can start without me," Yu said before heading to the bathroom. After attending to his needs, he took a quick shower. Upon exiting, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni enthusiastically huddled together, engrossed in their phones. Indeed, when he was absent, the two young ladies seemed to harmonize splendidly. Yu quietly seated himself at the dining table, engrossed in his own phone, careful not to disrupt their enjoyment. "Yu, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuni soon noticed his presence and approached him. "Just watching some videos." "Are you two planning to shower?" she inquired, observing his slightly damp hair. Yu nodded, "Yes. I've finished. If you wish to shower, go ahead." Without further ado, Jiang Yuni dashed to retrieve a hairdryer from beneath the coffee table for Yu. She was unsure why he hadn't fetched it himself, but sensed he had his reasons and decided against asking. "I can manage on my own," Yu stated. But as Jiang Yuni moved to dry his hair, he swiftly took the hairdryer from her, murmuring, "It's not necessary. It's almost dry. It must be dried." Jiang Yushi chimed in, having turned off her phone and approached him with a charming pout. "Yu, I can style your hair. It won't look good if you do it that way." As she attempted to seize the hairdryer from him, Yu would not yield, standing up and asserting, "It's fine. It's already dry." "All right then," Jiang Yushi conceded, her earlier enthusiasm dimming as she realized she would not be able to style his hair. Yu felt compelled to keep a respectful distance. The following day, Yu, Jiang Yushi, and Jiang Yuni rose early as usual for breakfast before heading to school. Today, the results of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni's examinations were announced. Jiang Yushi's ranking had dropped a few places, though her score remained nearly unchanged. Similarly, Jiang Yuni's rank had also declined, yet she still scored over 650. It was reasonable that their results suffered, having missed over a week of school. However, Jiang Yushi sat in the classroom, frowning as she fretted over how to explain her performance to Yu, wondering if he might criticize her. Yu was rather stringent with Jiang Yushi's studies, recognizing the gravity of the matter at hand. He could not afford to be overly gentle with her, lest she take her studies lightly. "Cece, I cannot solve this problem. Have you completed it? No, Jiang Yushi replied, promptly covering her paper and turning her head away. Su Jiang, witnessing this, could only awkwardly retreat, feeling increasingly disheartened each time. Cici, Su Jiang is actually quite infatuated. Li Qiqi, has Su Jiang bribed you? Are you speaking on his behalf? Li Qiqi quickly backtracked. Cici, I was wrong, alright? Next time, I will help you drive him away. Observing Li Qiqi's plea for mercy, Jiang Yushi moderated her temper. That's more like it. You shall be the one to chase him off next time. Deep down, Li Qiqi sighed, regretting her earlier words. Chapter 73. Is Guyu biased? As evening classes concluded, Guyu remained at the bus stop awaiting the two girls. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yushi, much like the previous day, joyfully bounded over to Guyu's side. Observing her approach, Guyu couldn't help but smile wryly, recognizing the gluttonous spirit within her. Let us go home. Have the exam results been released? Jiang Yushi gently prodded her fingers and replied softly, They have. The timidity in her voice led Guyu to suspect that she had not performed well. Had she excelled, she would have eagerly shared her results to invite his praise. Her current hesitance suggested apprehension about his potential reprimand. What about you, Nian Nian? I didn't do well either, Jiang Yinian responded. After hearing this, Jiang Yushi nodded seriously at Guyu, asserting, Guyu, the exam was really difficult. My poor performance doesn't reflect a lack of effort. Guyu chose to ignore Jiang Yushi's plea and affectionately ruffled Jiang Yinian's hair, offering comfort. It's all right. It's just one exam. Don't be too hard on yourself. I won tea. I'm sure I'll improve next time, Jiang Yinian declared, her little fist pumping with newfound confidence from Guyu's encouragement. Guyu was truly kind. Despite her disappointing results, he refrained from any harsh words and instead provided solace. What about me, Guyu? Jiang Yushi, feeling neglected, anxiously pointed at herself. Guyu elongated his response, feigning contemplation, before finally stating, Tonight, you are forbidden from playing games. You must study for at least 2 hours. Ah, Jiang Yushi exclaimed in dismay. Is Guyu biased? He is always so partial. When my sister performs poorly, nothing happens, but when I do, I am punished with no games and an obligation to study for 2 hours. By the time I get home, it will be past 9. Does that mean I will have to study until 11? I want to even have time to play on my phone before bed. Returning home, Guyu retrieved the barbecue he had purchased, teasingly remarking, Let me see your scores. Those with poor grades 1T get to eat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, If I can't eat, then I want to show you my scores. If you're going to withhold food based on grades, just ask for my ID number instead of all this chatter. Dear sister, Guyu is surely just joking with you. Jiang Yinian interjected in a bid to console her, but Jiang Yushi turned away, refusing to acknowledge Guyu. Guyu, here is our class report card, Jiang Yinian presented. Guyu accepted it and scanned from the top down. The highest score belonged to a girl named Qin Songwan, followed by a boy named Tian Yang. The third and fourth places were also occupied by boys, with Jiang Yinian ranking 5th. With a score of 651, she placed over 60 in the entire school, trailing the top of her class by more than 30 points. And the highest score in the school was an impressive 690. Well done. Guyu passed a skewer to Jiang Yunyang, who smiled as she took a bite. Guyu, could you refrain from buying late-night snacks for me and my sister in the future? Yesterday it was roasted duck, today it's skewers. It's quite an expense, honestly. My sister and I could do without them. Who said it was for you too? Guyu stretched languidly and replied nonchalantly, I bought them for myself out of craving. You two merely benefit from my indulgence. Jiang Yunyang immediately countered, Guyu, you're lying. It's clearly for my sister and me. You're just making excuses to avoid discussing it, claiming it's for yourself. Before she could finish her retort, Guyu presented another skewer to her lips, which she eagerly bit into. Cici, may I take a look at yours? No. Jiang Yushi remained sulky, thinking to herself that he could at least try to appease her. I want to be angry if you do. I can look myself, can't I? Guyu opened Jiang Yushi's backpack and retrieved her report card. The scores were 615th, ranking 8th in the class and 101st in the school. Jiang Yushi, didn't you say you didn't do well? Huh. Jiang Yushi turned her head, puzzled. She indeed felt she hadn't performed well. Although her class rank remained unchanged, her overall school ranking had dropped by several places, which certainly indicated a poor performance. Guyu continued, Cici, you mustn't be so modest next time. 8th in the class, if that's not good, then what does that make my rank of several places lower when I was in school? This skewer has less fat. Oh. Jiang Yushi accepted the skewer and began to eat. Guyu complimented her again, and for a moment, Jiang Yushi's irritation faded. Though she didn't share as much joy as she had the previous day, her words were fewer. Guyu, my sister and I are going to study now. I'll join you both. Do you thought that by tutoring Jiang Yushi, he could help the two girls improve their grades, so he planned to study with them daily. The following day, after class, Guyu was called over by Shi Yuner and Xia Xiaodong as he prepared to leave. Guyu, what should we do about the money? It's been a day, and Ouyang Yunshin hesitantly asked, but it can't just sit with me. Guyu replied. Let us discuss it on our way to the cafeteria. As they walked together, Guyu inquired, Xia Xiaotong, how much do you have in total? Over 21,000. Why? Dividing it among 5 of us. Let's see how much each gets. Xia Xiaotong took out her calculator, and after some calculations, Guyu added, check the computers available at that price range, and then inform Ouyang Yunshin. We can simply purchase the computer directly. Ouyang Yunshin likely wouldn't inquire about it. So once they settled on a computer, they could just inform him. Guyu, I know about computers. I can recommend some for you. Zhang Xingyu recommended several options to the group, suggesting that now is an opportune time to purchase a computer with numerous reputable brands available, such as a certain well-known brand. Yao Yao Lingqian, a certain renowned manufacturer, and another distinguished brand, among others. These brands boast numerous offline stores and convenient after-sales service. There are also smaller, niche brands available. However, given your budget of just over 5,000, I would advise against them, as these lesser-known brands tend to offer average quality at lower price points. After Zhang Xingyu presented a variety of brands, Guyu and the others deliberated and decided to select from the prominent names. Let us consider Yao Yao Lingqian first. Shall we? That sounds agreeable. I concur. I am in agreement as well. All 4 of Guyu's companions expressed their approval, rendering any further consideration of Ouyang Yunshin's opinion unnecessary. A simple notification would suffice. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Guyu and his companions settled down to eat together. Xia Xiaotong inquired, Guyu, the teacher mentioned that we should practice together. Do we still need to rehearse? I don't believe so. There isn't much to practice. Just leave it to me and you Hanfeng when the time comes. However, Chapter 74. Only a flicker of concern crossed Guyu's eyes as he remarked, we are likely to lose this competition. That scoundrel Ouyang Yunshin will not allow us to win. Since we are in the same group, he will undoubtedly create obstacles for us. Therefore, we should not place too much emphasis on this contest. We all have computers now. Why should we care? Xia Xiaotong pouted, her irritation palpable. You may not care. But what about me and Yuner? If we secure first place, we can include that on our resumes, which would significantly ease our job search. The campus recruitment fair is approaching, and the conclusion of the competition coincides with it, making it highly beneficial for our endeavors. Furthermore, the school tends to recommend outstanding students to companies. Shi Yuner chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Exactly. You only think of yourself and never consider others. Yu felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. It wasn't that he was indifferent, it was just that in gaming, teammates were often preoccupied with their own performance. What could he do? Guyu, you owe me, Shi Yuner declared, suddenly appearing in front of him just as he seemed at a loss for what to do. Owe you? How do I owe you? He replied, puzzled. With a cheerful grin, Shi Yuner said, you can take on gigs and make money, right? I want to join you, and you Hanfeng. Can that be my compensation? Yu considered this, realizing he had no objections. However, he needed to consult Yu Hanfeng first, as Shi Yuner joining would reduce the profits he could earn. Surely, Yu Hanfeng would agree, right? He patted Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder and said, if she joins, she will want a share of the earnings. The sudden responsibility was thrust upon him, and Yu Hanfeng paused for 2 seconds before responding, I don't mind. All right, but how we split the earnings will need to be determined by me, Yu replied. Shi Yuner readily agreed, that works for me. Noticing this exchange, Xia Xiaoang hesitated before speaking up, Guyu, I also want to make some money. Guyu rubbed his temples and said, I have no objections. But you need to ask Yu Hanfeng, Shi Yuner. Yu Hanfeng replied, I can manage. Shi Yuner added, I can too. Great, we are now a team of 4. Guyu thought, suddenly struck by an idea. With the impending internship for their senior year approaching, he had yet to devise a plan for his own internship. He contemplated entrepreneurship, but lacked the resolve and direction. Perhaps this was the moment to take action. With 4 people, they had sufficient manpower, after all. The team that developed Black Wukong consisted of only 5 or 6 members. However, he was uncertain about what kind of business to pursue. Software? Games? Or was there something else? Perhaps establishing a gaming company to test the waters? Guyu fell into deep contemplation, realizing he could not act recklessly. He needed to find a job to gain industry insights first. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guyu spoke to Yu Hanfeng. "Help me craft a resume. And make it a bit exaggerated." Yu Hanfeng exclaimed in surprise. "A resume? Are you looking for a job?" Guyu nodded and expressed his thoughts, stating that the current approach was not viable. Thus, he aspired to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, albeit uncertain about the specific domain of his venture. He resolved to first gain insights by learning from various companies across different industries. "You may wait for the campus recruitment fair to decide," he added. "I shall take the lead." As he spoke, Guyu threw a decisive punch into the air. Upon witnessing this, Yu Hanfeng mirrored his action, declaring, "Guyu, I will join you." At that moment, Zhong Chengyu also rushed over, exclaiming, "Don't forget about me, Guyu. I feel that with my current skills, I won't secure a decent job anyway. If you establish a company, I will come on board, as long as I don't require a salary." "You're serious about not needing a salary?" Guyu chuckled, redirecting the conversation. "Let us first focus on crafting our resumes." Lying on his bed, Guyu opened various recruitment apps to begin his job search. He described himself as a third-year computer science student at Chuanhai University, boasting extensive experience that surpassed that of peers with 5 years in the industry. He was capable of independently developing software and had no salary expectations. Once he sent out his information, particularly highlighting his lack of salary demands, he quickly received numerous interview invitations and began to sift through them. This company specializes in metaverse game development. This one provides intelligent data services for the automotive sector. This one focuses on operating systems and interactive tools. This one is involved in medical equipment. And this one develops testing tools. After a lengthy discussion, Guyu struggled to find a fitting opportunity. When he inquired with HR, they seemed uninformed, failing to provide details about the company's projects, merely urging him to come in. After considerable contemplation, Guyu shortlisted a few companies, one in game development, another in big data, and the last in the AI sector. He had little prior exposure to the latter two, while the gaming company aligned with his aspirations for future entrepreneurship, as he pondered that developing games might be promising. "When can I schedule the interviews?" Guyu messaged the 3 companies, and it wasn't long before their HR representatives responded. One scheduled for that afternoon at 3:30, another for the following morning, and the last for the afternoon of the next day. After making his selections, he continued his search for more suitable opportunities. "Guyu, what do you think of my resume?" Yu Hanfeng approached with his laptop. After reviewing it, Guyu noted that the template seemed to have been sourced online, containing much extraneous information. "You can discard the school experience section. It's not beneficial. In the personal skills section below, you should write this. And you've been too conservative. I possess many skills, not only development, but also testing and operations. Those should be included." Skeptical, Yu Hanfeng asked, "Guyu, do you really possess all those skills?" "Whether I do or not, just write it down," Guyu replied. "All right then. I want to attend my afternoon classes. I'll go for the interview. Please help me request a leave." "Understood," came the response. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Guyu emerged from the school, heading to a company located conveniently within a short distance from his institution for an interview. Upon arriving at the office building, he parked his vehicle and entered the premises. Experiencing this environment for the first time, having only seen such places on television before. While Guyu was in the lobby coordinating with the HR representative, a group of 4 or 5 impeccably dressed men and women passed by him. He paid them little mind and continued on his way toward the elevator after finalizing his arrangements with HR. However, just then, a voice called out from behind him, prompting him to halt. "Hello, Mr. Yun. I am Jian Baiquan, the business department manager of Jiexing Changxing Technology. Welcome to our company for your visit." Upon hearing this, Guyu turned around to find the well-dressed group showering compliments upon a woman. Chapter 75. We met downstairs. The woman appeared to be around 25, exuding youth and beauty, dressed in a manner that radiated maturity and sensibility, embodying the quintessential style of a domineering corporate female executive. Guyu felt a twinge of curiosity about her role. As he was interviewing today at Jiexing Changxing Technology, a throng of admirers surrounded her, suggesting she might be a prominent figure within the company. "Hey there, young man." A man in his 30s approached Guyu with a friendly smile. "Please wait a moment. Our esteemed guest is behind you. You might want to take the next elevator, and I'll transfer 200 yuan to you later." Understanding the importance of maintaining cordial relations before his interview, Guyu acquiesced, though he wondered what made this guest so significant. What kind of esteemed guest warrants such ceremony? He inquired. The man remained silent and guided Guyu several steps back. The woman approached, casting a glance at Guyu, her demeanor radiating arrogance. The man beside her whispered, "Brother, don't stare. I'll send you that 200 later." Upon hearing this, Guyu turned away, feeling unimpressed. I've never encountered a female executive before, but I have two just as beautiful at home. If she doesn't want to be looked at, she shouldn't appear in public. If she does, she should be more gracious. As Guyu mused, the elevator doors opened, and the group entered. The man pulled out his phone, seemingly preparing to transfer money, and casually asked, "Which company are you with?" "I'm here for an interview at your company," Guyu replied. The man scrutinized Guyu for a moment before asking, "Do you know me?" "No." "Then how do you know you're here for an interview at our company?" Guyu pointed toward the entrance, explaining, "I heard you calling for your esteemed guest when you arrived." "I see," the man said. "I'm from the business department. Best of luck with your interview." He patted Guyu on the shoulder, having opened the payment app on his phone, but then he hesitated. Guyu felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. Upon learning he was there for an interview, the man seemed reluctant to part with the money. Did he think Guyu would hesitate to ask for it? Fearing it might jeopardize his interview, the man continued, "Which school did you graduate from? You look quite young. Did you just finish?" Guyu replied coolly, "I'm from Chuanhai University, and I haven't graduated yet." Upon hearing this, the man began to lecture Guyu, "Not graduated yet? Finding a job these days is tough. Our company, however, is quite formidable. That woman who just arrived is from Yuhai Group, the largest investment company in Chuanhai. Are you familiar with Yuhai Group? They have a foothold in almost every industry and are the leading conglomerate in Chuanhai. Their visit to our company for evaluation should certainly signify something substantial. If you join us now, your future could be exceedingly bright. So be sure to put forth your best effort." A man spoke incessantly to Guyu, who, growing somewhat impatient, realized that after all the chatter, the underlying message was merely for him to be more considerate. "Your company is quite formidable. Even Yunhai Group is keen to invest in you. With a promising future ahead of me upon joining, it seems prudent for me to refrain from discussing the matter of the 400 yuan. Guyu chose not to respond, and at that moment, the elevator doors opened, allowing them to ascend to the upper floors. Once they emerged, the man turned to Guyu and said, "Best of luck with your interview. I shall take my leave now," before departing. The receptionist noticed Guyu entering with someone from the company and did not intervene, granting him access without delay. Guyu settled into a waiting area, retrieving his phone to contact HR. "I've arrived and am in the waiting area." HR replied promptly, "Good, please wait for me for 2 minutes." Shortly after, a woman in her 30s approached, noticing that Guyu was the sole occupant of the rest area. "Guyu?" she inquired. He nodded in affirmation. "Very well, follow me." As they walked through the premises, Guyu observed the considerable size of the company. An entire half floor was dedicated to their operations. While surveying his surroundings, he spotted the woman from downstairs, now being escorted by a man in his 40s. "Let us pause here for a moment," HR said, stopping Guyu, evidently to allow the woman to pass. Once she had moved on to another area, HR led Guyu into a conference room. After they seated themselves, HR requested, "Let me see your resume." "I did not bring it," Guyu replied. "You didn't bring it?" HR looked at him in astonishment. In this day and age, there are still candidates who attend interviews without a resume? Guyu explained, "It is not that I neglected to bring one. Rather, a resume is merely a single sheet of paper and cannot encapsulate my true excellence." Upon hearing this, HR scoffed derisively. "I acknowledge your affiliation with Chuanhai University, but our company is not lacking in candidates from prestigious institutions such as Shuemu University and Daido University. Do you truly believe you surpassed them?" Calmly, Guyu replied, "As a current junior, I can assert that compared to my peers from these two universities within the same major, I outshine at least 90% of them." "Such audacity is rare," HR remarked, rising from her seat. Guyu, sensing that he may have overstepped, feared that she might dismiss him from the interview. "Wait a moment. I will fetch you a written test. Please complete it for my review." Relieved by this turn of events, Guyu confidently responded, "Certainly." No sooner had HR exited than the door to the conference room swung open again, revealing the woman. The man accompanying her remarked, "This must be the HR personnel conducting interviews. Yoon, I will show you to another area." The woman interjected, "No need. I am quite interested in observing the standards for recruitment at your company." Noticing the leadership presence at the door, Guyu stood up, recognizing that remaining seated would not be appropriate. "Hello, Yoon." Yoon Shiyu approached Guyu and replied, "Greetings. Please take a seat." "Thank you." Guyu waited for her to sit before he settled down as well. "We have met downstairs." "Indeed, we have," Yoon Shiyu remarked at that time. You were waiting for the elevator ahead of us, but someone from their company approached you and exchanged a few words. Subsequently, you graciously yielded the elevator to us. This is the first time Guyu has encountered such a situation, and he momentarily was at a loss for her intentions. Was she inquiring why I relinquished the elevator? Surely, I cannot divulge that they offered me 200 yuan. Mr. Gu. The representative from Jiexing Chongqing informed me that you are their esteemed guest. Hence they inquired whether it would be possible for you to take the next elevator. As I had no pressing schedule, I acquiesced. Chapter 76. I look forward to investing in your company. Junior at that moment. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and the HR representative returned. However, as soon as she opened the door, she realized something was amiss and exclaimed in surprise, "Chairman?" Once she regained her composure, the HR hurriedly said, "Chairman, do you wish to use this conference room to discuss matters with President Yin? Allow me to tidy it up for you." She then turned to Guyu, instructing, "You may step outside and wait for me." Guyu was equally taken aback to discover that the man was the chairman. The personnel at Yu-Hai Group truly demonstrated their prowess, with the chairman personally accompanying them during company visits. Just as he was about to rise, the chairman interjected, "There's no need for that. President Yin wishes to observe our interview process. You may proceed with your interview as usual." "Ah, understood, Chairman, President Yun," the HR responded. Approaching Guyu, she nervously asked the chairman, "I have already inquired about the interviewee's basic information. Should I ask again?" Upon hearing this, Guyu thought, "Do you take me for an NPC? Asking again. That warrants additional compensation, you know?" At this juncture, Yin Shuyu interjected, "As the HR of the company, you ought to afford the interviewee the respect they deserve, since you have already gathered the interviewee's information. Do you not consider the implications of asking again simply because I am present?" After her statement, the HR immediately apologized. "President Yun, I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. While I was merely expressing my viewpoint, an apology should also be extended to the interviewee." She turned to Guyu, saying, "I apologize." "It's quite all right," Guyu replied. The HR continued, "Chairman, President Yun, I am now prepared to administer a written test to the interviewee. These are our company's examination questions." This time, instead of passing the questions to a female candidate, she placed them directly in front of Guyu. "Do you have his resume? I would like to take a look." The HR, visibly tense, was at a loss for words. Guyu, standing beside her, replied, "I didn't bring my resume." Yun Shiyu chose not to press the matter further, conceding, "Very well." Guyu, unfazed by the two, began to tackle the questions. To him, they posed little challenge, merely a series of technical queries. He completed all 10 questions in under 10 minutes. "Here you go," he said. Though his answers were somewhat succinct, yet anyone versed in the technical field could discern their correctness. After taking the paper, the HR held another set of questions, complete with answers, and upon comparison, she found that Guyu had answered them all correctly. This individual certainly did not exaggerate his capabilities. It was commendable if an average interviewee managed to score 60 points, especially those who tended to write slowly. Moreover, he had just exhibited his prowess with the most challenging questions, which were not designed for freshly graduated students, but rather tailored for seasoned programmers boasting over 5 years of experience. "Chairman, all answers are correct. Would you like to review them?" The chairman turned to Yun Shuyu, inquiring, "President Yun, what are your thoughts? Please continue with the interview. I shall not intrude any further." As Yun Shuyu stood up, Guyu also rose and respectfully asked, "President Yun, may I request your contact information?" He had pondered this for a while, recognizing it as an opportunity to connect with an investment firm, for he might indeed seek investment in his future entrepreneurial endeavors. For an individual lacking background and influence, establishing connections with someone from a prominent company like Yu-Hai Group is no small feat, let alone seeking their investment. Yun Shuyu inquired, "Are you aware of what I do?" Guy responded, "Not quite, but I know you are associated with Yu-Hai Group." A faint smile graced Yun Shuyu's lips as she asked, "Oh, and why do you wish to have my contact information? Are you considering joining us at Yu-Hai Group?" Guyu shook his head, clarifying, "Not at the moment. Although I may entertain that idea in the future. The reason I seek your contact is that I might venture into entrepreneurship myself. And Yu-Hai Group is the largest investment firm in Shanghai. Having a connection could prove advantageous, at least ensuring I have access when I seek investment." "How old are you? Which university do you attend?" 21, Shanghai University. A smile flickered across Yun Shuyu's face, making her appear more approachable. "You're still an undergraduate," she noted. Realizing she too was a graduate of Shanghai University, Guyu promptly addressed her as senior. "Which graduating class do you belong to? You seem younger than I am." You can't be more than 2 years my senior, right? Are you in your third or fourth year? Third year, she replied. That makes me 2 years your senior. Recognizing their shared academic background, Yun Shiyu turned to the girl beside her, who appeared to be her assistant. Please add him to your contacts. Guyu immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Yun Shiyu smiled. No need for thanks. I look forward to investing in your company in the future, junior. Guyu responded earnestly. Senior, I will work hard to ensure you receive ample returns. At that moment, the female assistant approached. She appeared to be of a similar age to Guyu. I'm Louis, please add me, she said. Guyu introduced himself, then turned back to Yun Shiyu. Senior, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. It's all right. My name is Yun Shiyu, she replied. Guyu, eager to flatter, said, Senior, I just remembered. You were the campus belle from the previous year at Chuanhai University. I had heard about you in my freshman year, and seeing you today, I must say, you are indeed as beautiful as everyone described, perhaps even more so. Yun Shiyu chuckled lightly, her demeanor sweet, before taking her leave. As she departed, Guyu turned to the HR representative. I trust one have passed the written exam. Shall we move on to the practical assessment? The HR replied, well, your relationship with General Yun needs to be reported to the chairman after she leaves. Would it be all right if we got back to you tomorrow? No problem. Guyu affirmed. With nothing else to occupy his time, he exited the company, feeling quite pleased with his day's encounter with the heiress of an investment firm. He surmised she must indeed be the daughter of a prominent family or a close relative. Otherwise, how could someone just a year out of university already hold a position of such authority at Yunhai Group? Evaluating investments and receiving compliments from the chairman of a well-established company? Moreover, her surname is Yin, and the chairman of Yunhai Group also shares the same surname. According to the narrative of the television drama, Yun Shiyu must undoubtedly be the young lady of the family. Even in reality, her status is likely connected to the chairman as a relative. Stepping outside, Guyu glanced at the time. It was just past 4 o'clock, and he headed straight home. Upon returning, while browsing through his phone, he noticed a message from his landlord inquiring whether he intended to continue renting the apartment. The residence shared by Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang came to mind. Guyu began to calculate, recalling that Lin Yihe had mentioned 7 working days. If counted as 7 days, the time for the house to be unsealed would fall on the following Thursday or Friday. His own lease was set to expire in 5 days. Counting today as 1 day, he had merely 4 days remaining, meaning he would need to vacate by Wednesday. With 2 nights left, Wednesday night and Thursday night, where would he go during this time? Guyu found himself in a quandary. He certainly could not continue renting this apartment, as the lease required a minimum of 6 months. Although the payment was made monthly, the contract stipulated a 6-month term. Should he spend the remaining 2 days in a hotel? He resolved to proceed with that plan. For it was possible that the house might not take the full 7 days to become available, and he could potentially move out 2 days early. Chapter 77. Today, I was accompanied by the senior. I have decided not to renew the lease and will be moving out. After informing the landlord, Guyu rode his electric bike to Jiang Yushi's home. Upon arrival, he found the door still sealed, indicating he would have to return in a couple of days. Inside the Jiexing Changxing company, the HR manager inquired of the chairman, Chairman, what shall we do about the young man we interviewed today? Should we hire him? The chairman replied, let us bring him on board. He has a slight connection to Yun Shiyu, which might prove beneficial for the Yunhai Group's investment in our company. Besides, we are not in a position to turn away an additional employee. The HR manager acknowledged, understood, I will notify him. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Guyu received a message from HR. Guyu, you have passed the interview. When can you start working at the company? The monthly salary is 16,000, with a 15-month salary structure. Performance evaluations will yield bonuses, and the company also provides housing and meal allowances. What do you think? Is it really that simple? Guyu pondered, suspecting Yun Shiyu's influence. Had he not greeted her today, she might not have called him junior, and the interview would likely not have gone so smoothly, perhaps even resulting in no further interviews at all. The conditions are quite favorable, but let me think it over. How about I give you a response by next Monday? He suggested, contemplating 2 more interviews scheduled for the following day. HR agreed. All right. The prospect of a salary of 16,000 suddenly made Guyu reconsider his entrepreneurial aspirations. With a minimum annual income of 200,000, it was hard to ignore. However, he reminded himself that without the few words exchanged with Yun Shiyu, he might not have passed the interview, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance. Ultimately, working for someone else meant entrusting his future to them, One disagreement could lead to dismissal. Entrepreneurship remained the true path. The next morning, after seeing Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni off to school, Guyu headed to the company where he was to interview. This company was quite distant from the city center, but boasted its own office building. Upon arrival, Guyu discovered he was not alone. There were 5 other candidates, 2 males and 3 females. Are you here for the interview too? A girl with an average appearance and a bun hairstyle asked Guyu. He nodded, responding, yes, I'm here for the interview. You all are too, right? Yes, we are. Which school do you attend? Are you a recent graduate or still studying? She inquired. Guyu replied, Chuanhai University. I'm in my 3rd year. Chuanhai University? In your 3rd year? 2 others gasped in surprise. The girl exclaimed, you're looking for a job in your 3rd year? Is this an internship? But it seems like it's not time for internships yet. Oh, I'm interning. But there isn't much left to learn at school, so I thought I'd try working, Guyu explained. Hearing this, the others regarded him with newfound respect. Please. It's just Chuanhai University. What is so impressive about coming out in the 3rd year? One of them scoffed. During my junior year, I also had an internship. Guyu glanced at the boy who had just made a cutting sound. He was dressed in a suit and wore glasses reminiscent of gold-rimmed ones, albeit without the gold. His appearance bore a slight resemblance to a character named Gao Qixing from a particular television drama. Overall, he resembled a male sales representative from a beauty or cosmetics company, somewhat effeminate in demeanor. Noticing Guyu's gaze, he lifted his head and, with an air of arrogance, inquired whether Guyu was there for a programmer position or another role. Guyu shot him a glance, thinking to himself that this fellow was rather conceited. He chose not to respond directly and countered with a question, what about you? The girl in front replied, I am interviewing for a human resources position, but it might also involve sales. Another girl chimed in, I am too, just like her. Upon further inquiry, Guyu discovered that the 3 girls were all interviewing for clerical positions, while the haughty boy and another young man were vying for programmer roles. Guyu stated, I am here for the programmer position. Immediately, one boy's face fell into a frown, while the arrogant boy exhibited a disdainful attitude. Oh, another candidate from Chuanhai University, could this interview be doomed once again? Chuanhai University is hardly worthy to be my rival. What about you? Which university do you represent? The frowning boy replied, I am from Chuanhai Industrial University. The other boy, with arms crossed and an air of superiority, declared, I am from Mushi University, pursuing a graduate degree. Upon hearing this, Guyu understood why his mention of Chuanhai University had elicited such contempt. However, the boy's reaction was rather exaggerated. While Chuanhai University may not be on par with Mushi University, it certainly ranks among the top 10 universities in the country and is not vastly inferior. To his surprise, he found himself interviewing alongside a senior from Mushi University today. It seemed likely that they would merely serve as a backdrop for the senior. Xiao Tizho smugly remarked, you need not feel disheartened. During the interview, you may glean some experience. Who knows, perhaps you'll succeed in the next interview. Or if the company is hiring 2 or 3 people, you might be selected as well. Really? I merely hinted, and you've taken it as a show of superiority. Guyu thought to himself, yet he refused to let the arrogance go unchecked. With a subtle smile, he replied, you are right, senior. We shall certainly learn from your experience. We never anticipated that students from our institutions could interview alongside a senior from Mushi University. We must observe closely how you approach the interview. However, senior, I believe this company may not be suitable. My companion and I, despite our average qualifications, have secured interviews. While a distinguished graduate student from Mushi University like yourself should carefully consider this opportunity. Hearing this, Xiao Tizho could easily discern the underlying implication in Guyu's words, which clearly suggested that a graduate student from Mushi University should not be competing alongside him. Thank you, but I have already made my considerations. You should also take this opportunity to learn, as chances to interview with someone of my caliber are rare. Guyu chuckled, haha indeed, as the 2 individuals conversed. Several bystanders discreetly distanced themselves, as the palpable tension was evident to all. One of them hailed from Chuanhai University, a 3rd-year student who had ventured out before even commencing an internship, presumably a top scholar. The other, a graduate student from Shuimu University, carried a prestigious reputation that spoke volumes. Neither was willing to concede to the other, and a palpable fear of potential conflict loomed in the air. You may approach, called out the HR, who soon emerged to usher Guyu and his companions inside. Xiao Tizho strode confidently at the forefront, exuding an air of charisma alongside the HR personnel. Guyu walked in the middle with another male student, yet he overheard the three young women behind him whispering, "That person from Shuemu University is insufferably arrogant. I truly wish to avoid interviewing with him." Chapter 78. Successful interview. As I arrived, I greeted the others, but they barely acknowledged me upon hearing that I was from a lesser-known university and that my interview might be for a sales position. Nonetheless, it was quite gratifying to see that handsome guy getting taken down a peg. If he is so impressive, why does he even need to interview? Why is there no designated person to welcome him? It's truly perplexing. After all, he came in with such an air of superiority. Sigh. He is a graduate from Mushui University. If I were in his shoes, I might also walk around with such arrogance. Although that handsome guy just received a verbal reprimand, I am certain that in the upcoming interview, he stands a far better chance of success than I do. Several individuals entered a conference room, and, once seated, the HR representative said, "Please submit your resumes." Unlike the previous day, you had taken the initiative to print a resume, as not having one would have been quite awkward. After receiving the resumes, the HR placed Xiao tissues on top and remarked, "Xiao Tizho, is it? I'm familiar with your background. If you pass the written test, we can discuss salary and benefits directly." "Certainly," Xiao Tizho replied, casting a challenging glance at Guyu, as if to say, "Do you see the difference between us?" The HR continued to peruse the resumes, and, upon reaching Guyu's, looked up and inquired, "Who is Guyu?" "I am," Guyu responded. The HR's expression turned serious. "Guyu, currently in your third year with no internship experience. How do you account for the skills listed here?" Guyu explained, as noted. "I am proficient in nearly all of them and can provide proof through exams or practical assessments." "Proficient?" The HR's tone conveyed skepticism. Guyu nodded. "I am quite capable. Over 80% proficiency. I have even developed software as a part-time job and have engaged in various types of projects." "Very well," the HR replied. Moving on to inquire about the others. After completing the inquiries, the HR left the room to retrieve several sets of examination papers, distributing them to Guyu and the others. "You have exams as well?" Guyu questioned, noticing the three young women holding their papers. Were they required to answer questions for a clerical position? Upon reviewing the content, Guyu realized that the questions were not directly related to their field of study, but rather assessed cognitive abilities. As he glanced at his own paper, he found the questions rather challenging, even more so than those from the previous day's exam. However, this posed no obstacle for Guyu. Within a mere 10 minutes, he completed the test with remarkable accuracy and submitted it to the HR. Seeing this, Xiao Tizho smirked, assuming Guyu must have submitted a blank paper. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tizho finished his own exam and handed in his paper, while the HR had already graded Guyu's. "Guyu, quite impressive. This test is notoriously difficult. Most programmers struggle with it, yet you scored 80%. Thus you have successfully passed the interview." Guyu smiled and replied, "Thank you." Xiao Tizho looked on in disbelief at the HR, then glanced back at Guyu, pondering whether the questions were truly that challenging. "May I take a look at that test?" he asked. "Certainly." The HR handed the question to Xiao Tizho, who, upon reviewing it, experienced a profound shift in his mindset. Such a challenging problem, some aspects of which he had no inkling about, yet a mere undergraduate in his third year managed to solve it. What then? Had he truly learned during his 3 years of graduate study? At that moment, Xiao Tizho felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Only moments ago, he had looked down upon others, and now he found himself thoroughly rebuffed. "Xiao Tizho, you scored 90 points, which is quite commendable. Please wait a moment. We shall discuss your salary shortly." "Guyu, your salary discussion will have to wait. I need to confer with the project department first, and I will update you by next Monday," the HR responded. "All right, may I leave now?" Guyu inquired. "Certainly," the HR replied, and Guyu promptly stood up to depart. Later in the afternoon, Guyu arrived at the final company where he was to interview. Much like the previous day, he was the sole candidate present. He tackled several questions, and a project team leader came over to ask a few more. Guyu successfully navigated the interview, and they even disclosed the salary, a monthly wage of 7,000, with performance bonuses of 3,000 and an annual bonus ranging from 20 to 30,000. Upon returning home, an old client sent Guyu a project proposal. This client was a software company that specialized in online promotions and software development. However, Guyu suspected that this company was merely a FAAD, lacking technical personnel and primarily focused on securing contracts to resell them for profit. After reviewing the requirements and pricing, Guyu replied, "The demands are excessive and cumbersome. I could consider it if the price were increased by 5,000. The other party responded, "Brother, this is the price we received for the project. We truly cannot increase it. 2,000 is the lowest we can offer. If this doesn't work for you, feel free to explore other options." Confidently, Guyu recognized that such projects were not typically inexpensive. If the company indeed lacked technical staff, any transfer to another company would likely not yield profits. It was merely Guyu, a university student, particularly Yuhan Feng, who struggled to secure contracts, accepting any opportunity that promised even a modest gain. "Fine, I will send you the contract," came the response. "Okay," Guyu replied. The other party was swift, and soon the contract was sent over. After Guyu signed it, he messaged Yuhan Feng, informing him of the new project, an application akin to a local matchmaking service, with a reasonable price that promised profit. "The four of us, including Shi Yuner and Xia Xiaodong, can complete it in just over a week," he continued. Upon seeing the message, Yuhan Feng replied with a smiley emoji, "Please send it over. I happen to have some free time. I will create a group chat and share it there so we can discuss how to proceed," Guyu said. Once the group was established, as Shi Yuner and Xia Xiaodong joined, they inquired, "Guyu, why did you create this group? Is there something you need? You two wanted to earn some extra money with us, right? I've secured a project." "Really?" Xia Xiaotong sent over a cat with wide eyes emoji, her inquisitive gaze eliciting a sense of exasperation from Guyu. Could these two young women genuinely handle such work? Guyu was convinced that Xia Xiaodong and Shi Yuner were not up to the task, and he felt that they might inadvertently hinder Yuhan Feng. Shi Yuner inquired, "What project are we discussing? How much can we earn?" "It's a matchmaking assignment within the same city. If we execute it well, each of us could earn 3,000. He replied. Xia Xiaodong then asked, 3,000 per person? Is that to be divided equally? Indeed, the total is 12,000, which we will split among the three of us. However, I must clarify that I may not always be available to work alongside you. So you three will likely have to shoulder more of the workload, he explained. Xia Xiaotong, with a playful confidence, assured him, no problem. If you take on the project, feel free to demand more. Shi Yuner concurred, yes, why not ask for a bit more? Guyi responded, previously, Yuhan Feng and I divided the tasks equally. So it's best we continue this way to avoid complications. Soon, the four reached an agreement, and Guyu dispatched the requirements to the group chat, leaving the execution of the project in their capable hands. Yuhan Feng, please guide Xia Xiaodong and Shi Yuner on how to proceed. Make sure those two don't make any mistakes. Guyu expressed his concerns about their capabilities to Yuhan Feng. Understood, Yuhan Feng said, scratching his head, pondering how to address the situation if they faltered later on. Chapter 79, Misunderstanding within the confines of the school as the final lesson concluded. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang gathered their belongings and exited the premises. It was Friday, heralding a weekend reprieve, thus they were relieved of the obligation of evening study. Upon reaching the bus stop, they squatted by the roadside, both experiencing discomfort from their monthly cycles. Sister, shall we purchase sanitary pads first, or head home? They had lost track of time, and the onset of their periods had taken them by surprise. They had borrowed sanitary pads from classmates. Perhaps we should buy the pads first. Otherwise, we would have to explain it to Guyu upon returning home. That seems reasonable. After deliberating, they boarded the bus, only to find every seat occupied, compelling them to stand. As the journey progressed, Jiang Yuxi pressed her hands against her abdomen, feeling increasingly unwell. The gentle sway of the bus, coupled with the driver's sporadic braking and sudden accelerations, exacerbated her discomfort, leaving her somewhat dizzy. Jiang Yunyang fared little better, grasping the handrail tightly and leaning against her sister for support. With each stop the bus made, they finally disembarked and immediately sought refuge by the roadside. Sister, does your stomach hurt? Not too badly, Jiang Yunyang replied. If yours is quite painful, I can go buy the sanitary pads alone, and you can head home. Jiang Yuxi shook her head. Let us go together. Relenting, Jiang Yunyang agreed, and after a brief respite of 5 minutes by the roadside, they rose to continue their quest. Recalling the last outing with Guyu, Jiang Yuxi remembered there was a supermarket to the right upon exiting their residential area. Following the road, they soon spotted the supermarket. Inside, they swiftly located the section for sanitary pads and selected a reasonably priced package before proceeding to pay and exit. Upon their return home, they knocked lightly on the door, only to discover an unsettling silence within. Guyu, are you home? Jiang Yuxi called out, knocking again, yet still receiving no response. Sister, perhaps Guyu is still in class? Jiang Yunyang speculated, noting that classes had ended at 5:30 p.m., and she was uncertain of Guyu's schedule. Or he may be preoccupied with something else. Yes, let us wait. Jiang Yushi settled at the threshold, lamenting that she and Jiang Yunyang had forgotten to inform Gu Yu about their early dismissal. They were left wondering how long they would need to wait. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes prior, Gu Yu, glancing at the clock as it approached 6, decided to venture out for dinner. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had just alighted from the bus and were on their way to purchase sanitary pads, thus fortuitously missing each other. Gu Yu casually selected a nearby fast food establishment to satiate his hunger. It was a commendable eatery, known for its affordability and popularity among patrons. Offering a meal of 4 dishes and soup alongside ample rice, all for the modest price of 10 yuan, it was a regular haunt for Gu Yu. As he savored his meal, he pondered whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had already finished their dinner. He had previously inquired. The 2 girls' school dismissed at 5:30 for dinner, which lasted 30 minutes. Now, it was past 6, and they should have finished eating. It was Friday, and he wondered whether they would attend school tomorrow. In any case, Gu Yu would not be going. Suddenly, Gu Yu recalled another matter. If the girls did not have school tomorrow, would they still attend evening study today? The school housed boarders, and it would be impractical to release students at 8:30. Otherwise, many would struggle to return home, and it would be cumbersome for parents to pick them up. Gu Yu glanced at his phone again, noting the time was 6:10. If Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni finished school at 5:30, they must have already arrived home by now. Realizing this, Gu Yu hurriedly finished his meal. Since he wasn't home, and they didn't have a key, they would have no choice but to wait outside. Yuni, when do you think Gu Yu will return home? Leaning against the door, Jiang Yushi clutched her stomach, feeling quite restless. I don't know. It should be soon. Jiang Yuni replied, contemplating the time. Analyzing the situation, she concluded that Gu Yu must have just finished class and was likely dining in the cafeteria before heading home. Do you think Gu Yu might linger at school for a bit? Jiang Yushi queried. Or perhaps go out to play? Jiang Yuni looked at her sister, sensing that her discomfort was prompting her incessant questions. Sis, does your stomach hurt that badly? I'm okay, just bored, and I'm unsure when Gu Yu will return. Jiang Yuni stated. He should be back shortly. With that, they both fell silent. Just then, they heard footsteps in the corridor, quickening their pace. Jiang Yushi spoke again. Yuni, do you think Gu Yu is back? Jiang Yuni rose from the floor and peered down, spotting Gu Yu's figure clearly. Overcome with excitement, she shouted, Gu Yu. Upon hearing the call, Gu Yu looked up, realizing that the 2 girls had indeed finished school early today. I'm back. Wait a moment, Gu Yu replied, quickening his ascent, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time, taking less than 10 seconds to reach their floor. Jiang Yushi, hearing Jiang Yuni call out to Gu Yu, hurriedly got up and rushed to the staircase to wait. Sorry, I forgot you 2 would be finishing early today. Gu Yu apologized as he reached them, noticing the smiles on their faces, though they seemed slightly displeased. Upon seeing Jiang Yushi, he noticed her frown, as if she were blaming him for not being home. At that moment, Gu Yu felt a surge of irritation. I can be very good to both of you. I just apologized. But it's not entirely my fault that you couldn't get into the house. Usually, school ends at 8:30. And I've always been there to pick you up from the bus station. Today, you didn't tell me you finished early. And now you're frowning at me because I returned late. Gu Yu was genuinely upset, reflecting on how well he treated Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, while they frowned at him for not anticipating their early dismissal from school and their inability to enter the house. Although a smile graced his lips upon his arrival, Gu Yu found himself unable to accept this expression deep within. At that moment, Jiang Yushi gently grasped Gu Yu's arm, to which he sternly replied, Let go. Do not pull my arm. Startled by Gu Yu's harshness, Jiang Yushi looked up in disbelief, perplexed as to why she had incurred his ire. Furthermore, the tone in which Gu Yu rebuked her was markedly different from before. It was genuine anger rather than a mere pretense. Gu Yu then opened the door and proceeded to sit on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. Chapter 80. Encountering 2 ungrateful wolves, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang entered and closed the door, standing still at the entrance, uncertain how to react to Gu Yu's cold demeanor and irate tone. Sister, what is wrong with Gu Yu? Jiang Yunyang whispered. Jiang Yushi shook her head. I don't know. He seems quite upset. Should we ask him? I'll go. Jiang Yunyang felt that since her sister had been scolded, she could not let her go alone. However, just as she was about to approach, she paused again. Sister, what should I say? I don't know. Jiang Yunyang felt helpless and had to come up with something on her own. She approached the sofa and gently poked Gu Yu, who was engrossed in his phone. Gu Yu, are you unhappy? No. Gu Yu replied indifferently, then coldly added, Don't stay so close to me. Startled, Jiang Yunyang instinctively shifted away. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yushi approached as well, but before she could reach Guyu, he remarked, "Don't come too close. Guyu, if there is something bothering you, you can talk to us. Please don't be upset." "I am not upset." Guyu moved to the side and continued, "If you two have nothing to do, you can go to your room." "Fine, I'll go to my room. You both can stay out here." After speaking, Guyu stood up and left. He thought to himself that he had only been away from home for a brief 20 minutes, yet these two girls were frowning at him, expressing their displeasure as if he had wronged them. Why should he continue to be so kind to them? He had even rushed home without finishing his meal, only to be met with this. The more he reflected, the angrier he became. Previously, he had found them quite obedient and understanding, willing to treat them with kindness. He had offered them a room to stay in while he chose to sleep in the living room each night. They were struggling to pay off their mortgage, and without much thought, he had decided to help them, wanting to bring them back to a happier home. Every day, when they went to school, he would take them by car, and upon their return, he would wait at the bus station for them, always bringing them treats. When he was alone, he could eat whatever he wanted, but for their sake, he had been thinking of taking them out for meals and buying them delicious snacks. To save them time spent on the bus, he even purchased a car, intending to drive them to school and back, hoping to give them more time to rest. Although the car was his, and he would have bought one eventually, it wasn't he initially meant for them. He had planned to wait until after graduation. Yet now, after only a few days, they were frowning at him because they had to wait at the door for a short while. They truly resembled ungrateful wolves in his mind. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang seemed no different from the little fairies found online, no matter how well he treated them. They remained oblivious and would turn against him over the slightest oversight. Outside, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang sat on the sofa, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. What was troubling Guyu today? Why was he in such a foul mood? They were at a loss about how to comfort him. Yet, Guyu was unwilling to speak to them, even urging them to keep their distance. The two sisters could scarcely think of a solution. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Guyu shouted, "If there's nothing important, don't come looking for me. If there is, don't bother either. You two can sleep on the sofa tonight. If you don't like it, find somewhere else to stay." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, standing at the door, felt a pang of sadness at his words. Quick to react, Jiang Yushi suddenly proposed, "Yunyang, could it be that Guyu is angry with us? Otherwise, why would he want us to leave? He has never been this harsh before." Jiang Yunyang pondered deeply, trying to discern what might have upset Guyu. Could it be that their early return today made him think they had skipped evening study sessions? "Sister, do you think Guyu is upset because he believes we returned home without attending our classes?" She speculated. "It's possible, but he hasn't behaved this way before." But what could be the reason? The two stood at the door, helplessly staring at the closed door. After a moment's contemplation, they resolved to apologize to Guyu before discussing anything further. Just as they were about to knock, Guyu opened the door. After uttering those harsh words, he had reflected for a moment, feeling increasingly disillusioned with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. His previous kindness towards them now felt like a regretful choice. Seeing the two sisters at the door, their hands raised as if to knock, he realized it was time to clarify matters. "Guyu, we're sorry," they began. "Please don't be angry anymore. We didn't mean to upset you. We returned early today, but we still attended our classes. It's Friday, and school ended earlier than usual. If you're upset with us, please tell us, scold us if you must. We can take it," Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang pleaded, tears streaming down their cheeks. Yet, the two girls remained resolute, wiping away their tears, refusing to let themselves fully cry. Observing this scene, Guyu felt an unsettling familiarity. Recalling a similar moment when they had cried in the past, he had forgotten the specifics, only remembering how much it had pained him to see them in distress. However, now he regarded them with an expressionless demeanor, showing no inclination to offer them comfort. Having grown up as an orphan, his heart was inherently kind yet also hardened. If someone had wronged him, he seldom chose forgiveness. As the saying goes, if there is a first time, there will surely be a second. A wise horse does not return to graze where it has already fed. The tales of the farmer and the serpent, Donghua and the wolf, as well as the incident involving Hao Jian and the elderly lady, serve as poignant reminders that having endured such experiences once, one would undoubtedly refrain from allowing them to recur. "Please, do not obstruct the entrance." After a moment, Guyu spoke softly, prompting Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to hastily step aside, their little faces tinged with tears. Guyu settled onto the sofa and beckoned them over, saying, "Come, take a seat." Obediently, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang approached, and sat down, their voices trembling as they implored, "Guyu, my sister and I are unsure of our missteps. Please tell us how we might amend our ways. We beg you, do not harbor any anger towards us." Chapter 81. The arrival of Aunt Flo. Guyu maintained a stoic expression as he replied, "There is nothing amiss. There is no right or wrong. It is merely a matter of perspective. How you choose to conduct yourselves is your affair, and similarly, I have my own way." He continued, "Your house will soon be unsealed, so once that occurs, you may vacate. As for the mortgage I have been repaying on your behalf, I shall seek reimbursement after your graduation." He added, "If you wish to stay here for now, I will not force you to leave. However, do not expect a room. If you can fit on the sofa, then do so, or find a solution of your own. If you choose to depart, that would be splendid, as it would spare me the burden of concern." With that, Guyu reclined on the sofa, feeling a twinge of sadness as he spoke. After over a week of companionship, he had genuinely come to appreciate the two young ladies. They were obedient and remarkably perceptive. Yet, in this moment, he felt as though he had been dealt a blow. However, perhaps it was for the best, as at least their true feelings were now laid bare. Had they concealed their sentiments until later, he might have found himself more invested, only to suffer greater disappointment. Guyu pondered that had the girls not expressed their feelings today and he had moved into their home, should they later express discontent, he might have been provoked to react with anger. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Inian were unable to contain their tears, which streamed uncontrollably down their cheeks, obscuring their vision. Jiang Yushi rushed to Guyu, grasping his arm, her words tumbling out in disarray. "Guyu, please, tell me. What have I done wrong? Don't send my sister and me away, please." The sight of her crying deeply stirred something within Guyu. He felt a pang of compassion. Yet, he steeled his heart, recognizing that enduring prolonged pain was less preferable than a swift resolution. He would not allow sentiment to sway him. "You need not cry. If you wish to stay, you may. Once your house is unsealed, you can return home. And that will be that. As for where you have erred, I can only say there is no error. It is simply that I no longer wish for you to remain." Pausing momentarily, Guyu rubbed his eyes, feeling discomfort. "Truth be told, I did not know what to expect from you both. You have presented yourselves as well-behaved and charming. I cannot ascertain if this is your true nature. However, there is no need for you to act in such a manner for any reason." At a loss for further words, Guyu reflected that had the girls not been so considerate, he might have been compelled to expel them the very next day. If they had boldly insisted he sleep on the sofa upon first arriving, he could have easily found himself throwing them out on the spot. "Enough of this," he said. "Wipe your tears. I am retreating to my room." Guyu reached out to pry Jiang Yushi's small hand from his grip, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yushi wrapped her arms around him tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. "Let go," Guyu exclaimed in frustration. "No, I want to let go. Woo-woo. Guyu, I know I was wrong. You can scold or hit me. Just please don't ignore me and my sister, all right?" Jiang Inian rushed over, tears streaming down her face, as she choked out, "Guyu, what have my sister and I done wrong? We will change. Please don't send us away. Even if you do, we still want to thank you for helping us. But I want to understand where we went astray, and we sincerely apologize." Upon hearing Jiang Inian's words, Guyu let out a gentle sigh. The sight of the two girls crying profusely softened his once unyielding heart. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Inian, I have treated you both rather well, haven't I?" They nodded eagerly. "Yes, Guyu, you have been exceptionally kind to us, saving both me and my sister, providing us with a place to stay, and even retrieving our house, spending a great deal of money, and so much more." Hearing their heartfelt expressions made Guyu feel even more pained. "Yes, I have been good to you both. But what about you? I genuinely did not know you two would finish school early today, so when you returned home, I was not there, and you had to wait at the door for over 10 minutes. And yet, upon my return, you both appeared happy on the surface, but were secretly frowning, looking displeased. Do I owe you anything? I treat you well. And yet because I was unaware of your early dismissal, you frown at me and wear unhappy expressions." Jiang Yushi, feeling deeply wronged, cried out, "Guyu, I didn't tea. Guyu, I truly didn't tea. I wasn't tea unhappy, nor was I displeased, and I certainly didn't tea frown at you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, nearly soaking his clothes. Jiang Inian echoed her sentiments, crying out in distress, "Guyu, neither my sister nor I were unhappy. I swear." Guyu took a deep breath and replied, "Am I mistaken in my observations?" He forced himself to let go of the frustration and added, "Enough of this. And stop crying. It's not good for your eyes to cry too much. Guyu, I understand now. You misunderstood my sister and me. Jiang Inian suddenly recalled her sister's discomfort, which might have led Guyu to misinterpret their expressions. It's true. It must be that. Guyu. My sister and I are on our periods today, and she is feeling a bit unwell. I am too, but we truly weren't frowning at you. What? Guyu exclaimed, his composure unraveling at this revelation. Are you both serious? Jiang Yunyang raised her small hand and declared, I swear. My sister and I are absolutely not unhappy about coming back late. We truly are not. If not, then let me. She paused, all right. Let us not discuss it further. Guyu swiftly placed his hand over Jiang Yunyang's lips, hurrying to comfort her. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I apologize to both of you. Please, do not cry. At that moment, Guyu found himself at a loss, having inadvertently caused a misunderstanding that left the two girls in tears. Sighing, he lamented, had I known. Regret gnawed at his heart. He was simply not one to express himself well and often hesitated to communicate his feelings. Consequently, he had wounded these two young girls deeply. Please, don't cry. I apologize. I promise it won't happen again. Chapter 82. I carry you. Guyu fetched a tissue from the coffee table, incessantly wiping away the tears of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. The two girls were crying even more fervently, no matter how much he tried to comfort them. Tears continued to stream down their faces, leaving him with nothing but apologies. In a matter of seconds, Guyu had uttered countless I'm sorries. Yet, his words seemed futile. Each drop of their tears pierced his heart with an ache. Please don't cry. Let us not cry for now, all right? You can vent your frustrations on me. It's perfectly fine, he implored gently. Jiang Yushi, through her sobs, replied, We want to hit you. We want to cry. Guyu insisted once more. You can hit me. Just stop crying. I was wrong for not clarifying things and unfairly accusing you both. Apologies won't suffice. Vent your frustrations on me. Hit me as hard as you need to. Jiang Yunyang shook her head. No. Guyu, you have been so good to us. We won't blame you. Exactly. As long as you're not angry with us, Jiang Yushi echoed. I'm not angry at all. The fault lies with me. You both should be upset and take it out on me, Guyu reassured them. We're not angry, they chorused, as they dabbed at their tear-streaked faces. Their cheeks were flushed from crying, and Guyu's heart ached for them. He felt he deserved a few slaps himself for causing them such distress. He continued to wipe their tears away, tenderly caressing their delicate faces while offering words of comfort. After a moment, the flow of tears finally subsided, though their bodies still trembled with quiet sobs. It's all my fault. Later, you both can hit me as hard as you wish, he conceded. No hitting, came Jiang Yushi's tearful protest. I want to hit you either, Guyu. You did nothing wrong, Jiang Yunyang echoed. All right. Save your frustrations for another day when you're feeling down. By the way, it seems you both have your period. Your stomachs must be hurting. Go lie down in your room, Guyu suggested, reaching out to help Jiang Yushi up, but she was too weak from crying. And her stomach pains had intensified since returning home, rendering her unable to stand. Concerned, Guyu asked, What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting? Guyu, I'm fine. Jiang Yushi insisted, struggling to stand yet appearing visibly pained. Seeing this, Guyu quickly helped her lie down. Should I take you both to the hospital? He inquired. Jiang Yushi firmly refused. No, I'm really okay. Guyu pondered. Menstrual pain might not warrant a hospital visit, and considering Jiang Yushi had just cried so intensely, she likely lacked strength but was not in grave danger. Still, he pressed on, Jiang Yushi, don't put on a brave face. I have the means. We need not worry about expenses. If you truly feel unwell, I will carry you both downstairs to the hospital. Jiang Yunyang, you too. It's not good for girls to endure discomfort. Don't hesitate. Otherwise, I will feel even more guilty. At this moment, Jiang Yunyang had already risen to her feet and said, Guyu, my sister and I are perfectly fine. We merely have our monthly visitor. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. Guyu, I assure you, I am also well. There is no cause for concern. Fearing that Guyu might persist in his worries, Jiang Yunyang added, I promise I am fine. There is no need to visit the hospital, truly. Jiang Yushi joined in the assurances, and upon witnessing this, Guyu replied, All right, let us first retire to the room to rest. If things do not improve shortly, you both must promise to inform me immediately, and we shall head to the hospital. If necessary, we can go now. However, you two must not pretend to be all right. Otherwise, well, just know that you cannot continue like this. I promise. So do I. Guyu sighed, realizing there was no other option. Very well. I shall take you to the room to lie down. May I carry you? Jiang Yushi nodded, feeling somewhat bashful. That would be fine. With that, she was lifted by Gu Yu and they proceeded to the room, where he gently placed her on the bed. Jiang Yunyang followed closely behind, and Gu Yu urged her to join them on the bed, covering both with a blanket. I will fetch you both some hot water. Stepping outside, Gu Yu delivered a self-inflicted punch to his own forehead, vowing to be more thorough in his inquiries next time. As he boiled the water, he recalled the two young ladies were experiencing their monthly cycle and wondered if they had purchased sanitary pads. Thus, he returned to the room where Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were whispering to one another, their expressions still marked by a hint of grievance. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yunyang immediately looked his way, prompting Gu Yu to ask, I just wanted to check. Have you bought sanitary pads? Jiang Yunyang nodded, affirming they had. Oh, as long as you have. Gu Yu stepped back outside but soon remembered that the two had not brought any with them when entering the room. He re-entered to inquire. Where are they? I can bring them to you. Jiang Yunyang replied, They're in my backpack. Very well. Gu Yu approached the sofa, opened the backpack, and discovered only a single package of sanitary pads. Seeing this filled him with regret. A girl who could only afford one package had been misunderstood by him, causing his own tears to flow. Sighing deeply, Gu Yu took the sanitary pads and returned, saying, I will go buy you both another 2 packages shortly. By the way, how much did these cost? Jiang Yunyang whispered, Not much. She then added, There is no need to buy more. This is sufficient. Gu Yu, sensing the situation, chose not to press further, though he believed that the pads Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had purchased were likely not expensive. You both wait here, give me 5 minutes, and I shall return post-haste. Taking the sanitary pads, he placed them in the living room, grabbed the car keys, and swiftly exited. Arriving at a nearby supermarket, Gu Yu entered and inquired, Excuse me, where can I find sanitary pads for women? The salesgirl pointed in the direction, over there. Thank you. Gu Yu dashed over, scanning the shelves filled with various kinds of sanitary pads, though he was utterly unfamiliar with the options available. However, Gu Yu was indifferent to his understanding of the matter. He believed that purchasing the more expensive items sufficed, and so he opted for a variety of products, regardless of their potential utility. He collected 5 or 6 packages in succession and then acquired a bag of brown sugar, intending to prepare sweetened water for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian upon his return home. Lacking further knowledge on the subject, he proceeded to the checkout. Excuse me, he inquired. Is there anything else a girl might need during her menstrual cycle besides brown sugar water? The cashier, scanning items, responded, Not much. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you could search online? All right, thank you. Gu Yu completed his purchase and swiftly returned home. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yunian, here are the sanitary pads I just bought. They are of high quality, each costing several dozen yuan. Please take a look and let me know which ones you prefer, and I shall procure more. You both rest. I will prepare a bowl of brown sugar water for you. Chapter 83. Startled, Gu Yu exited the room, the hot water he had boiled earlier now ready. He retrieved 2 bowls and poured in some brown sugar, dissolving it with care. Carrying the sweetened water into the room, he remarked, It's a bit hot, so please let it cool before drinking. Thank you, came the response. Gu Yu, filled with contrition, replied, No need to thank me. I was unjust to you both earlier. Changing the subject, he added, You both should rest. I shall close the door for you. Considering the possibility that the 2 girls might need sanitary supplies, he stepped outside and gently shut the door behind him. Once seated on the sofa, Gu Yu pulled out his phone and began to search for information regarding what to pay attention to when a girl is on her period and what might alleviate discomfort. Regarding such matters, aside from the ubiquitous advice to drink more hot water, he found himself at a loss. Ginger slices, brown sugar, and white fungus were recommended for brewing a soup to ease menstrual cramps. Similarly, red dates, goji berries, and brown sugar were suggested for a comforting concoction. Angelica, goji berries, and astragalus were mentioned for nourishing the blood and alleviating pain. Goji berries, brown sugar, ginger slices, and longan were also deemed suitable for consumption during this time. After perusing for quite some time, Gu Yu scratched his head in confusion. Why did each video present differing advice? Was there no standardization? With a sense of resignation, he scrolled through the comments section, where one particular remark startled him. You should not consume brown sugar during your period. It invigorates the blood and may exacerbate the symptoms. Was this true? Gu Yu searched further and, after a thorough investigation, it appeared to be accurate. Yet, this contradicted the multitude of videos that included brown sugar as a recommendation. Moreover, his prior online searches had suggested that girls should drink brown sugar water during their periods. Feeling utterly perplexed, Guyu realized he lacked female friends to consult. If only he had someone to ask for clarity. After some additional research, he resolved to adhere to the online advice. Brown sugar was permissible in moderation, as were white fungus, goji berries, red dates, and longan. A little of each should suffice without any adverse effects. Determined, Guyu prepared to leave. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuxian had likely not dined yet. School let out at 5:30, and he surmised the cafeteria might still be serving dinner. Another thought crossed his mind. What foods would be beneficial for girls during their periods? Thus, he sat on his electric bike, once again delving into his search. After a lengthy exploration online, Guyu rode to the local market. Owner, I'd like 3 pounds of pork ribs, please, cut into pieces. He intended to make a nourishing rib soup, as the internet suggested that ribs were beneficial. After completing his purchase, he continued to wander through the market until he reached a meat stall. Do you have any pig liver? And blood? None left. We sold out. Seeing the situation, Guyu moved on to another vendor, only to encounter the same response. Thus, he inquired at stall after stall until, at last, he found a vendor with a generous portion of pig liver. Pig liver is known for its blood-nourishing properties, and he planned to prepare a stir-fry with it that evening. Regrettably, after inquiring at all the stalls, he found no one selling pig blood. Within the supermarket, one might encounter pre-packaged items, however. Guyu suspected that such products were likely counterfeit, composed of artificial coloring and edible gelatin, offering no benefits. The same could be said for restaurants, leading him to relinquish that option. Nevertheless, Guyu consulted with a vendor and arranged to reserve some pig's blood for himself the following afternoon, with the proprietor graciously agreeing for an additional 10 yuan. Boss, please hand me a bunch of spinach, he requested, having read online that it could replenish energy and blood. Since he also relished its taste, he purchased an entire bundle. This was nearly sufficient. He organized his items and proceeded to a large supermarket. The variety of items he sought was extensive: white fungus, red dates, goji berries, etc., and he feared that smaller shops might not stock them. After an extensive search and inquiries with several salespeople, Guyu finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. His menstrual cycle was set to last 7 days, prompting him to buy enough supplies for the entire duration, spending over 200 yuan. Upon returning home and placing his purchases down, he approached the door to his room, uncertain whether the two girls were still in considerable discomfort. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yunyang and Jiang Yuxi simultaneously glanced toward the door. Guyu, you may enter. All right. Guyu opened the door, observing Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang sitting up. He quickly urged, lie back down, don't sit up. I just wanted to check if your stomach pains have eased. Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, it feels a bit better. Concerned that the two girls might not be entirely truthful, he pointed at her with a serious expression. You mustn't deceive me, understand? It has genuinely improved, just a little, she replied, turning his attention to Jiang Yuxi, who had been the most distressed earlier and whom he had scolded multiple times. He asked gently, does it still hurt? His tone was now remarkably tender, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. Not really, just a tiny bit, Jiang Yuxi responded. Guyu realized she was likely embellishing her discomfort. Yet he felt helpless. There seemed to be no effective remedy. Even a visit to the hospital might not yield results. Rest well, I will prepare dinner for both of you. He gently ran his fingers through Jiang Yuxi's hair before turning to leave. After Guyu departed, Jiang Yuxi gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on his previously aloof demeanor, which felt uncharacteristic. She recognized Guyu's inherent kindness, especially in moments like this when he showed such concern for her. Yet, she mused, if she had indeed erred, he might revert to that stern disposition. Sister, should I step outside to see Guyu? Perhaps help him with cooking? She inquired. He would probably send you back. Jiang Yunyang replied knowingly. I understand, but we should at least acknowledge him, right? All right, I will accompany you, she agreed. With their decision made, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang rose together and exited their room. Meanwhile, Guyu was in the kitchen, experimenting with a soup made of goji berries, red dates, longan, and white fungus when suddenly two figures appeared at the doorway. Surprised, he inquired, what are you two doing out here? Guyu, we wish to assist you in cooking. Jiang Yuxi replied. Oh, Guyu was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by the utter lack of understanding displayed by the two girls. Without further ado, he strode to the kitchen entrance, grasping one delicate arm in each hand, and ushered them back to their room. Sit down, lie on the bed, and do not let me catch you two emerging again, he declared with an imperious tone. before observing them settle into bed and then exiting the room. Were they frightened by his earlier fierce demeanor? Did they fear that he might not allow them to contribute? Or that they might be sent away? He resolved to take the time to properly explain things to these two girls later. He considered himself to be a generally amiable person, yet felt unappreciated for his kindness towards them, especially since they had shown him displeasure over trivial matters. Chapter 84. Irresistibly tempting as Guyu pondered. He meticulously prepared the ingredients he had purchased, washing them thoroughly. He poured 3 bowls of water into a pot, adding 30 grams of brown sugar. Uncertain about the precise quantity, he carelessly scooped a spoonful, recalling that the internet had advised against excessive use of brown sugar. Once the water reached a boil, he added red dates and longan. He had sliced 5 red dates and generously included 10 longans, having removed their pits beforehand. After boiling for 2 minutes, he introduced the white fungus, allowing it to simmer for an additional 3 minutes. Following an online tutorial with almost perfect adherence, he added goji berries after the 3 minutes elapsed. Once the goji berry, red date, longan, and white fungus soup was ready, Guyu served himself a spoonful, eager to taste the delightful concoction. After it cooled slightly, he sampled it and found it sweet and exceptionally delicious, even for a young man like himself. He subsequently filled 2 bowls and carried them to the doorway of the room. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yunyang, I'm coming in," he announced. "All right, come in," came the response. Guyu gently nudged the door open with his foot and said, "I made soup for you both. I tasted it, and it's splendid. You should try it." Seeing this, Jiang Yunyang reached out to take a bowl, but Guyu cautioned, "Careful, it's hot." Wait a moment. He had found it quite hot himself and had placed a bit of tissue beneath the bowls for safety. Setting the bowls on the bedside table, he advised, "Wait a while until it cools a bit." "Okay," Jiang Yunyang replied. Jiang Yushi then nestled further into the bed and remarked, "Guyu, why don't you sit down?" "No need, I'm off. You two can drink it when it cools." With that, Guyu departed, heading back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. There remained over a bowl of soup in the pot. Guyu found a large bowl to transfer it into, planning to heat it again for later. However, he reconsidered. It wouldn't be right to serve them reheated soup. It must be freshly made. Thus, he took a spoonful for himself, savoring the delightful flavor, indulging in spoonful after spoonful. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had no spoons. He quickly set down his bowl, washed 2 spoons, and brought them back to the room. Upon entering, he found that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had yet to take a sip. Guyu checked the temperature of their bowls, finding it just right, as he had tasted it earlier. They should be ready too. "Here are your spoons," he said, handing a bowl to Jiang Yunyang, who had just sat up. Noticing her pale complexion, Guyu hesitated before asking, "Shall I feed you? Or would you prefer to drink it yourself?" Jiang Yushi, looking down, softly replied, "Either is fine. Let me feed you then." Having hurt the girl earlier, he felt it was only right to make amends. Open wide, Guyu scooped a spoonful and brought it to Jiang Yushi's lips. She opened her mouth slightly and took a gentle sip. "Is it good?" he inquired. Jiang Yushi nodded. "It's delicious." Guyu turned to Jiang Yunyang, who was drinking on her own but kept glancing over at him. Only when he met her gaze did she lower her head. "Will one feel neglected if I tend to the other?" Jiang Yunyang pondered. "If you find the bowl too hot, put it down for now, and I shall hold it for you later." "Oh, all right." As she spoke, Jiang Yunyang set the bowl aside. Guyu, upon noticing, instantly grasped the girl's intentions, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. "Open your mouth," he urged gently. Without further ado, Guyu continued to feed Jiang Yushi. The warmth of his tenderness enveloped her, soothing her heart. The sting from his earlier reprimand had faded significantly. After Jiang Yushi finished her bowl, Guyu shifted to the other side, maintaining his silence as he began to feed Jiang Yunyang. This girl, too, bore a pale visage, marked by traces of previous tears, evoking a sense of tender compassion in those who beheld her. Once both had finished, Jiang Yushi poked Guyu, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Is there more?" "Indeed." Guyu replied promptly, "I shall prepare another bowl for you." "Not for me," Jiang Yushi quickly interjected. "I wish for you to have some. When you cook next time, could you make some for yourself as well?" "I have already had a bowl," Guyu replied, observing Jiang Yushi's expression. "Do you doubt me?" Jiang Yushi shook her head, assuring him of her belief. Guyu dashed to the kitchen, returning with the remnants in a bowl. "See, I truly have some," he insisted, consuming a couple of mouthfuls. "Is that satisfactory now?" Jiang Yushi nodded softly, responding with a gentle, "All right, rest now. I shall prepare dinner for you both." Guyu announced as he approached the door, turning back to say, "You may change your clothes. And have you used the sanitary pads I bought for you? Jiang Yunyang shook her head. Not yet. Do so promptly, and then inform me of your preferences for the next purchase, Gu Yu instructed, not allowing them a moment to respond before shutting the door behind him. He began by simmering pork rib soup, knowing it required a longer cooking time. With practiced hands, Gu Yu blanched the ribs, added seasonings, and set them to stew. Next, he moved on to stir-frying pig liver, which had already been sliced at the market. He rinsed it thoroughly in clean water to eliminate any blood. Stir-frying pig liver necessitated a vigorous approach with ample oil, otherwise it would lack flavor. Having gleaned this knowledge from several renowned chefs online, Gu Yu proceeded with confidence, pouring in oil, stir-frying vigorously, and then adding chopped scallions. The liver was tender, ready within minutes. After tasting a piece and nodding in approval, he moved on to the last ingredient, spinach, which he simply boiled and prepared for a cold dish. Once finished, Gu Yu approached the room and knocked on the door. Jiang Yunyang's voice called from within, "You may enter." Pushing the door open, Gu Yu announced, "Dinner is ready. When would you like to eat?" Jiang Yunyang glanced at Jiang Yushi, who replied, "We can eat now." Seeing Jiang Yushi rise, Gu Yu walked over and said, "If your stomach feels uncomfortable, you need not eat just yet. Wait until you feel better." "No, I can eat," Jiang Yushi insisted. With that, Gu Yu led them both out. At this moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian had changed into a different nightgown, distinct from the previous one. It was white, with a short hem, revealing their delicate legs. When the covers were lifted moments ago, Gu Yu found himself momentarily entranced, utterly captivated by their allure. "You two sit down. I will fetch the dishes. Do not follow me in, or I shall be displeased." Gu Yu felt it necessary to caution the two girls, fearing they might not heed his words. "This pig liver can nourish the blood. Do you both eat pig liver?" Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian nodded, confirming their willingness to partake. "As long as you eat," Gu Yu continued, bringing forth the rib soup. "You may drink the soup or savor just the ribs. It is up to you. Additionally, I have prepared a small amount of rice. Since you both are unwell, it would be wise to consume more vegetables and less rice." Chapter 85. Gentle Comfort. Jiang Yunyang observed that Gu Yu had only served himself 2 bowls of rice and inquired, "Gu Yu, what about you?" "I have eaten outside," he replied. "Then do have some more. You can eat the ribs and vegetables, all right?" Jiang Yunyang's gentle insistence left Gu Yu with no choice but to take a bowl and join the two girls for the meal. Watching them relish their food, Gu Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet a pang of regret lingered in his heart, recalling how sorrowfully they had cried just moments before. "Gu Yu, here you go," Jiang Yunyang said, placing a piece of rib into his bowl. He remained silent, savoring the morsel in one swift bite. Soon, dinner concluded, and Gu Yu declared, "I'll clean up. You two should rest. Hurry, and don't even think of offering to help." "All right, Gu Yu, you're so kind." Hearing this, Gu Yu affectionately ruffled Jiang Yushi's hair, gently running his fingers through it as he remarked, "I'm not that good. I did make you cry just now, which was rather unkind of me. If you're still upset, feel free to hit me a couple of times. Go ahead, strike as hard as you need to feel better." "No." Jiang Yushi shook her head in refusal, nuzzling against Gu Yu's large hand, relishing the sensation of his fingers in her hair. Although he had inadvertently caused her tears earlier, it was a misunderstanding. He was not truly like that. Just as he was now, preparing soup for himself and his sister. Cooking dinner. Every action spoke volumes of his caring nature. Gu Yu gently combed through Jiang Yushi's hair a couple of times, and then playfully tousled Jiang Yunyang's hair as well, saying, "All right, now go inside. Call me if you need anything. If you feel unwell, let me know. Remember, no concealing discomfort from me, or I shall be upset." "I want tea," she assured him, as he watched Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang enter the room. Still as obedient as before, he pondered how he could have misjudged them. Such a grave error was truly unforgivable. Later that evening, Gu Yu glanced at the clock, uncertain whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had drifted off to sleep. At 10 o'clock, they might very well be resting. Approaching the door, he gently knocked twice, hoping that if they were awake, they would hear him. If they were asleep, his knocking would likely not disturb their slumber. After the 2 soft knocks received no response, Gu Yu surmised that they had indeed fallen asleep. Cautiously, he opened the door, finding the room illuminated. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were nestled together. Jiang Yushi curled up while Jiang Yunyang lay flat, her small hands resting before her, sleeping soundly. The serene expression on Jiang Yushi's face indicated that she had improved considerably. Gu Yu observed them for a minute, then quietly closed the door. Stepping outside to write a note, "When you awaken, please call me. I will prepare soup for you both. Returning to the room, he placed the note on the bedside table, turned off the lamp, and exited the room. Time to rest. Guyu settled onto the sofa and set his phone alarm for 2 o'clock in the morning. Earlier, he had perused numerous accounts online concerning the menstrual discomfort experienced by many women, with several stating that they were often roused from slumber by the pain. Consequently, Guyu contemplated rising around 2 or 3 o'clock to check on the matter. At 2 in the morning, Guyu was awakened by the sound of his alarm. After stretching lazily, he groggily pulled himself up from the sofa. Upon opening the door, he was met with an impenetrable darkness within the room, prompting him to step outside and activate the flashlight on his phone before re-entering. Was she unwell? Crouching by the bedside, Guyu observed Jiang Yushi, who was huddled tightly, pressing against Jiang Yinian, her posture more curled than when she had first fallen asleep. As he gradually raised the beam of his phone, he noted the evident discomfort etched on Jiang Yushi's face. She was clearly in pain. What should he do? Guyu felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself utterly at a loss. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yinian, he noticed that she too had curled up, her expression less contorted than Jiang Yushi's, yet still far from serene. Returning to Jiang Yushi's side, he gently caressed her face with his thumb. Should he perhaps massage her abdomen? It might alleviate her discomfort, but it felt inappropriate. Guyu slumped onto the floor, having contemplated every possible course of action, yet none seemed viable. Finally, he resolved to proceed with the massage, reasoning that doing so over her clothing would likely be harmless. With a flutter of trepidation, he delicately slipped his hand beneath the covers, his heart racing. It was his first experience engaging in such an intimate act, and it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. He imagined that if he had a blood pressure monitor, it would surely register a reading of 150. As his hand began to move cautiously, he was careful not to inadvertently touch any other part of Jiang Yushi's body. Upon making contact with her abdomen, Guyu took a few deep breaths to steady himself and gently placed his hand upon her soft belly. How tender! The sensation of touching a girl's abdomen sent his heart racing even faster. Her skin felt velvety, with a slight protrusion indicative of a small belly. Jiang Yushi, curled up, had some flesh pressed outwards, and as Guyu continued to massage, the sensation became strikingly vivid. At that moment, Jiang Yushi sensed the presence of a large hand upon her abdomen. Due to the menstrual pain, she had been sleeping lightly, yet she did not awaken, lost in a very shallow dream state. However, as Guyu continued his gentle ministrations, she felt a measure of relief in her belly, further diminishing any inclination to rouse from her slumber. After about 10 minutes, observing the gradual easing of discomfort on Jiang Yushi's face, Guyu thought to himself, thank goodness. It seems that his efforts were somewhat effective. Withdrawing his hand from the covers, he proceeded to Jiang Yinyan's side, mirroring his earlier caution as he slipped his hand beneath the blanket and placed it upon her small belly. Jiang Yinyan felt the unusual sensation on her abdomen, and her consciousness began to awaken. Someone was tenderly massaging her belly. Realizing this, she shifted her small hand to rest upon Guyu's larger one. This action startled Guyu, prompting her to wonder if she had awakened the girl. As Jiang Yunyang touched Guyu's hand, her awareness sharpened. Whose hand is this? Upon opening her eyes, she glimpsed a faint light, followed by the gaze of Guyu fixed upon her. Guyu? Jiang Yunyang murmured, then rubbed her eyes, pondering if she was merely dreaming. Guyu softly replied, it's me. I noticed your stomach was hurting, so I thought to massage it for you. I haven't touched anywhere else. As he spoke, Guyu withdrew his hand, and Jiang Yunyang realized this was no dream. She had fallen asleep, and Guyu had come to check on her, concerned for her discomfort, offering a gentle rub to her belly. Chapter 86. It's all my sister's fault, Guyu. What time is it? Jiang Yunyang pondered for a moment, recalling that after dining with her sister, she had returned to her room and soon succumbed to slumber. It's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock? Jiang Yunyang was taken aback by the realization of how long she had slept. Just as she was lost in thought, Guyu spoke. Then I shall take my leave. Don't go. Jiang Yunyang exclaimed instinctively upon hearing Guyu's intention to depart. After her outburst, a hint of shyness washed over her, and she softly added, I still have a bit of a stomachache. What should we do about that? Guyu scratched his head, tentatively suggesting, how about I give it a gentle rub? Jiang Yunyang nodded, her voice barely a whisper as she consented. Due to her faint reply, Guyu could scarcely hear her. Once he realized, he slipped his hand beneath the covers and gently placed it on Jiang Yunyang's abdomen, beginning to massage her tenderly. Guyu, would you like to lie down? I can make some space for you. No need. This is sufficient, he replied, continuing his gentle ministrations. He could never truly bring himself to lie on the bed, Such an act felt too intimate. After a while, they sat in silence, simply gazing at one another. Is it feeling any better? Guyu inquired. Jiang Yunyang responded with a soft, I will go and tend to your sister now. You should rest well. Guyu declared. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang said, I need to use the restroom. Of course, the light is on outside. Let me assist you. Guyu helped her sit up and then glanced at the floor, arranging her slippers neatly. Jiang Yunyang had already thrown back the covers, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like feet. As she slipped her feet into her shoes and rose to leave the room, Guyu gently resumed massaging Jiang Yushi's small belly. Jiang Yushi hummed softly. Her body no longer curled up, instead rolling over to face away from Guyu. Seeing this, Guyu settled on the edge of the bed, continuing to soothe her. This position turned out to be quite convenient. Lying down would have been even more so, he mused idly. Lost in such thoughts, Jiang Yunyang returned from the restroom. Guyu looked at her and quietly asked, Are you hungry? Shall I make you some soup? Jiang Yunyang shook her head. No, I'm not hungry. It's unnecessary. Having dined at 8 in the evening and then falling asleep, it was now 2 o'clock. Guyu counted the hours on his fingers. 6 hours had passed. Surely she must be hungry, as he himself was. I'll prepare some soup for you. Since you're awake now, you won't fall asleep again for a while. After drinking the soup, you can continue resting. Tomorrow is Saturday, so there's no need to rise early. Besides, a warm bowl of soup will surely soothe your belly, ensuring a more comfortable slumber. Please don't refuse. I am heading out now, and you mustn't follow. Just lie down and perhaps give your sister a gentle rub on her belly. All right, thank you. As she watched Guyu exit the room, Jiang Yunyang felt reassured that he remained as kind as ever. The events of the afternoon had merely been a misunderstanding. Otherwise, he would never have so hastily urged both her and her sister to leave. In the future, it is imperative to communicate immediately with Guyu regarding any matters, avoiding any concealment. Otherwise, it may lead to further misunderstandings on his part. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, concerned about Guyu's feelings, dismissed the significance of their menstrual cycle and thus did not consider informing him. Naturally, Guyu's swift change in demeanor left them no opportunity to speak, resulting in his direct anger. In the kitchen, Guyu prepared soup while stifling yawns, feeling somewhat fatigued. In just a few minutes, a generous pot of soup was ready, primarily brewed for his own enjoyment, as it was indeed quite delectable. With a bowl in hand, Guyu entered the room. Upon entering, he observed Jiang Yuni and Jiang Yushi nestled together, seemingly attending to her abdomen. Noticing his entrance, Jiang Yuni sat up, and Guyu approached her side, whispering, It's quite hot. Let it cool for a moment before drinking. Jiang Yuni nodded in understanding and inquired, What about my sister? Should we wake her? Guyu, uncertain whether to rouse her, replied, What do you think? Should we call her? Jiang Yuni shook her head, expressing her indecision. Guyu sighed, If you do not know, neither do I. You are the younger sister. You should decide. Jiang Yuni pondered, realizing it wouldn't be appropriate for Guyu to prepare the soup solely for herself. If their sister learned of this, she would undoubtedly be upset and question why they did not wake her. Guyu, why don't you wake her up? Jiang Yuni suggested. Me? Guyu pointed to himself. Jiang Yuni nodded. Yes, if you call her, she will be pleased, unlike when I call her. Reluctantly, Guyu sighed and sat on the bed, contemplating how to wake Jiang Yushi. He stared at her face for several moments, before finally reaching out to gently caress her cheek while softly calling, Time to rise. She then patted her shoulder, stirred from her slumber. Jiang Yushi shifted her body and stretched her arms overhead. Upon opening her jewel-like eyes, she was greeted by Guyu's gaze. Jiang Yushi murmured, then wrapped her arms around Guyu's neck, pulling him closer. This unexpected gesture left Guyu momentarily stunned, questioning, Why are you embracing me? He quickly patted Jiang Yushi, urging her, Wake up. It's time to get up. At that moment, a thought struck him. Could she be dreaming? Guyu. My stomach hurts. Jiang Yushi genuinely believed she was still dreaming. Earlier, Guyu had been massaging her abdomen, and she dreamt of him. Now, seeing him before her, she assumed she had merely shifted into a different dream. Wake up. This isn't a dream. Not a dream? Jiang Yushi murmured, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, it appeared she realized something. Not a dream? Does that mean this is the real Guyu? Jiang Yushi exclaimed in surprise, then immediately hushed herself. As Guyu watched her face flush a deep crimson at an astonishing speed, Guyu also sat up, inwardly lamenting the awkwardness of the situation. Once again, Jiang Yunyang cast a glance at Jiang Yushi, who noticed Guyu's gaze and lowered her head, taken aback by the situation. It was all her sister's fault. What was she thinking? How could she embrace Guyu like that? Guyu's attention shifted back to Jiang Yushi, who had already covered her head with the quilt. I'll go serve some soup, Guyu declared before hastily exiting the room, allowing the girl some time to calm down. It was not the right moment to enter. Guyu felt at a loss. Why had she embraced him in her dreams? He himself had dreamt, too, with two girls present, yet he had maintained a respectful distance. Scratching his head, he felt a warmth spread across his face. It was the first time a girl had wrapped her arms around his neck. Or perhaps not. During his freshman year, Lin Iya had embraced him, but that was more of a friendly gesture. Back then, she had been quite carefree, which certainly didn't count. In high school, he had also experienced a girl resting her shoulder against him, but that too could not be considered. Strictly speaking, this was indeed the first time. Chapter 87. Unwilling thoughts at this moment, nestled within her blankets, Jiang Yushi's cheeks burned with an intense heat. Her embarrassment so profound it seemed to alleviate even her menstrual discomfort. How could she have embraced Guyu? Why did she extend her arms? Mortified, she curled up tighter. Yet the vivid images from moments ago replayed in her mind like a film reel, incessantly looping and impossible to dispel. How did Guyu end up in her room? Was it morning already? Was he waking her for school? Indeed, school was on the horizon. With this thought, Jiang Yushi shot upright, startling her sister, Jiang Yunian, who sat nearby, causing her heart to race with alarm. Jiang Yushi turned to Jiang Yunian, who was still clad in her nightgown, and said, "Nian Nian, hurry and get dressed. We can't be late for school." "School?" Jiang Yunian echoed, observing her sister prepare to change. "Sister, today is Saturday. There's no school." "Saturday?" Realization dawned upon Jiang Yushi. "Indeed, it's Saturday, so we needn't attend school." She settled back down, then inquired, "Is it nearly noon? Did Guyu come to wake us?" "No, it's only 2 in the morning. We don't have to get up yet." 2 in the morning? Jiang Yushi was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, feeling as if everything was amiss. "Then what about Guyu?" Jiang Yunian explained. "Guyu. He must have come in to check on us, thinking we were experiencing menstrual cramps. He likely saw me in discomfort and offered to rub my stomach, which awakened me. He then went to the kitchen to make soup and asked if he should rouse you as well. I told him to wake you, and then you." At this point, Jiang Yushi understood. Guyu had intended to awaken her for the soup and to check on her well-being, offering comfort to her sister. In fact, she vaguely remembered feeling someone massage her abdomen in her dreams, which must have been Guyu. "Sister, please sit down, don't stand there." Hearing Jiang Yunyan's gentle reminder, Jiang Yushi finally took a seat on the bed. "Would you like some soup?" Jiang Yunyan had just brought the soup over, which had cooled somewhat and was now drinkable. "Yes, please. Why don't you drink first? Or you could go out and ask Guyu for a bowl, or wait for him to come in and serve it." "No." Jiang Yushi firmly rejected the idea of seeking out Guyu. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Recalling how she had just embraced him and perhaps even acted coyly about her discomfort, would he misunderstand her intentions? In truth, she had not wished for things to unfold that way. Outside, Guyu glanced at the time on his phone, feeling as though time had slowed to a crawl. It had been 5 minutes. Surely the girl was all right now? He had heard Jiang Yushi calling out to wake up earlier, but he was uncertain of the situation and dared not approach haphazardly. The door remained ajar, and as I approached, I wondered what I might see within. Surely, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni were not so foolish as to leave it open if they intended to engage in anything. That girl must have been lost in her dreams just moments ago. Guyu shook his head, wishing to erase the thoughts of the earlier incident. Just days prior, he had resolved to maintain a distance from the two girls, yet here he was now. In truth, Guyu had not forgotten. He simply felt compelled to show them more concern after having unjustly caused them to weep earlier that afternoon. And then there was Jiang Yuni, who insisted that he rouse Jiang Yushi. Had she called out herself, none of this would have transpired. Glancing at the time, he noted that 3 minutes had passed. It was nearly time, lest the soup grow cold. Guyu entered the kitchen and ladled a bowl of soup, carrying it to the threshold of the room. Peering inside, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni sitting in silence, lost in thought. Upon noticing his silhouette at the door, they both looked up, only to hastily avert their gazes. Jiang Yushi was shy, while Jiang Yuni felt a twinge of embarrassment. If only she had called her sister to rise, they would not have been in such a predicament. He had cast a glance at her as he departed. Hopefully, he bore no ill will. Guyu approached the bedside with the soup, saying, "What are you thinking? Drink up, and stop musing." Jiang Yushi gazed at the bowl before her, accepting it with both hands, and replied, "Guyu, just now. I was outside the whole time." "What happened?" "Nothing," he reassured her, and Jiang Yushi shook her head, realizing that since Guyu had not brought it up, she ought not to either. Yuni, have you finished your bowl? Not yet. Drink quickly, or it will cool. Okay. Jiang Yuni lifted her bowl, and the sisters exchanged glances before sipping delicately. Guyu, did you make some for yourself? Indeed, I shall fetch a bowl for myself and join you both. After serving himself, Guyu sat on the bed and finished his soup in a few swift gulps. Are you two still drinking? I made plenty. Jiang Yuni nodded eagerly. Yes, it's particularly delicious and sweet. Guyu inquired, among the ingredients, which do you favor most? Jiang Yuni responded, the white fungus, so soft and tender, is the best. Also, the longan, which is juicy and remains sweet after cooking, is even more delightful. I will make sure to add more of those next time. Guyu then gently touched the head of the still downcast Jiang Yushi, asking, and you? What do you like best? Without raising her gaze, Jiang Yushi softly replied, I like the same as Yuni. Very well, I shall add more of those two next time. Guyu observed as they finished their bowls and stood to refill them. After you finish, continue to rest. Does your stomach still ache? Jiang Yushi answered, much better. Speaking of which, she recalled how Guyu had rubbed her stomach. Although she had been asleep, the sensation had been quite comforting, leaving her abdomen pleasantly warm. Previously, I had encountered instances on my phone where it was suggested that when one is experiencing menstruation, a boyfriend's gentle massage on the abdomen can provide considerable comfort. If only Guyu were. Jiang Yushi abruptly awakened, realizing she had once again drifted into a reverie, lost in thought. She resolved to cease such distractions. Enough was enough. Guyu continued, as long as you feel better, that's what matters. Rest well, there's no need to rise early tomorrow. Just enjoy a leisurely morning. By the way, is there anything in particular you wish to eat tomorrow? Perhaps meat, seafood, hot pot, or barbecue? Jiang Yushi responded, anything is fine. Jiang Inian echoed the sentiment. Both girls agreeing to the same. Very well, I shall take charge of the cooking tomorrow. Guyu stayed with them until they finished their meal, then collected the dishes. Now, lie down and get some rest. I will turn off the lights for you. Suddenly, Jiang Yushi raised her head. Guyu turned to see her cheeks still flushed. He had noticed her earlier, but not with such scrutiny. Now, he was taken aback by how bashful she appeared. I need to use the restroom. Of course, go ahead. Chapter 88. Snatching the blanket, Guyu was reminded of another matter, sanitary napkins. Should one change them after using the restroom? Jiang Yushi glanced at Guyu and replied, I understand. All right, I'll step out now. As Guyu exited, Jiang Yushi followed closely behind and darted into the bathroom. Observing the girl's retreating figure, Guyu mused to himself, I will have to live with her for quite some time. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation crept into Guyu's heart. He feared that the longer he cohabited with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, the more his mindset might shift. He considered himself capable of restraint, but as for the two girls, just this afternoon, when he urged them to leave, their tears flowed freely, revealing genuine sorrow, not mere pretense. And just moments ago, Jiang Yushi shouldn't have been dreaming of snuggling up to a boy. What on earth was she thinking? After finishing in the bathroom, Jiang Yushi emerged and called out to Guyu. Guyu, you should get some rest too. Yes, I'll be sleeping shortly. Good night. Good night. Upon waking, Guyu stretched on the sofa, nearly toppling over in the process. It was 10 in the morning. He had enjoyed 7 hours of slumber. Sitting up, he noticed that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were not in the room. They must still be asleep. He opened the door, and indeed, they were both still in dreamland. Perhaps due to the warmth, Jiang Yushi had extended one of her legs outside the covers, her little foot tantalizingly exposed, capturing Guyu's full attention. Seeing this, Guyu approached and admired the delicate foot, flawless and seemingly sculpted with care. After a few moments, he gently pulled a bit of the blanket to cover her. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yunyang, he was surprised to find her in a similar predicament. With both arms and half her body exposed, the blanket barely covering her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi had an abundance of covers, clearly having commandeered her sister's blanket. Guyu moved to the other side and cautiously tugged the blanket over Jiang Yunyang. However, just as he did, Jiang Yushi snatched it back, exasperated. Guyu attempted to pull it once more, only to find it immovable, as Jiang Yushi had wedged it firmly with her thigh. This girl is infuriating, Guyu thought, feeling a strong urge to give her a good shake. After a moment of deliberation, he decided against exerting too much force lest he wake them. The weather had warmed recently. Outside temperatures reached 20 degrees, and with the midday sun streaming through the window and warming Jiang Yunyang, she should be quite comfortable. Guyu lingered in the room for a couple of minutes before departing. It was past 10. he would go buy some groceries and pick up a meal. At noon, Guyu planned to purchase dumplings for Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang, along with some hand-pulled chicken for himself, opting for a quick takeout. Soon, Guyu had procured the dumplings, selecting 2 varieties, pork and scallion, and shrimp with assorted fillings. Next, he sought out a shop specializing in marinated meats. "Excuse me. I'd like 1 hand-pulled chicken, but please don't shred it or mix it. Just package the seasoning separately. The hand-pulled chicken here is all seasoned with red oil. It might not be suitable for girls who are on their period to indulge in spicy food, so Guyu decided to take some home for later." The owner selected a chicken, weighed it, and packaged it, separately placing a box of sauce alongside. Guyu then visited a Huangmin chicken shop and packed a portion. Upon returning home, the living room remained empty. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang were likely still asleep. "Wake up." Guyu entered their room, contemplating rousing them for a meal. It was already 10 o'clock, and given that they had only sipped soup at 2 in the morning, the 2 girls were undoubtedly hungry. "Get up." Guyu, concerned that Jiang Yuxi might be dreaming again, decided to first wake Jiang Yunyang. Gently patting her face, it took only a moment for her to open her beautiful eyes. Jiang Yunyang still bore a hint of morning grumpiness, her small hands instinctively shielding her eyes from the bright light flooding the room. Observing this, Guyu stepped aside to block the sunlight for her. Jiang Yunyang then lowered her hands, sitting up and gazing at Guyu with affection. A soft smile gracing her lips. "Guyu, what time is it?" 11 o'clock. "Time to eat. Wake your sister." "Oh," Jiang Yunyang responded, placing her hand on Jiang Yuxi and giving her a firm push. "Sister, wake up. It's 11. Time to eat." Guyu watched Jiang Yunyang's straightforward approach to waking her sister, surprised by her directness. "Don't push me." Jiang Yuxi, roused and somewhat irritable, swatted Jiang Yunyang's hand away and buried her face back into the pillow. "Get up quickly. Guyu is waiting for us." Seeing this, Jiang Yunyang leaped onto her sister, pulling her up. At the sound of Guyu's name, Jiang Yuxi's eyes flew open, and she was greeted by Guyu standing in the room. "Guyu, I'll step outside and wait for both of you." Guyu, unsure of what to say, exited the room. To Jiang Yuxi, this action appeared as though she had overslept and lingered in bed, causing Guyu to feel displeased. "Sister, we must hurry," Jiang Yuxi declared as she climbed out of bed, skipping the need to change clothes and dashing out of the room. She spotted Guyu at the dining table and rushed over. "Come, eat. Sit down." Guyu pulled out a chair for her. Jiang Yuxi did not sit immediately. Instead whispering, "Guyu, I shouldn't have lingered in bed." "Huh?" Guyu was taken aback, then replied, "Lazing in bed is quite nice. It's endearing. So there's nothing to feel guilty about." "Oh." Hearing Guyu's response, Jiang Yuxi realized he bore no ill will towards her, and her spirits lifted as she took a seat. Jiang Yunyang emerged as well, and Guyu similarly pulled out a chair for her. "For lunch, we have dumplings. This is pork and green onion, and this is shrimp. Also, there's hand-pulled chicken." Guyu retrieved 2 plates from the kitchen, tearing off a chicken leg for each Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang. "This is yours. I'll go to the kitchen and slice the rest. This is the dipping sauce. If you find it lacking in flavor, feel free to dip a bit, although it has a hint of spiciness, so a light touch would suffice." After Guyu's considerate reminder, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the hand-pulled chicken. "What is Guyu having?" Jiang Yuxi inquired, glancing at another dish yet to be unveiled, which emanated quite a delightful aroma. Jiang Yuni responded, "It appears to be chicken." The 2 companions remained still, patiently awaiting Guyu's return with the chicken properly sliced. "Let us dine," Guyu announced as he settled down, unveiling his Huangmin chicken. "Would you 2 care for some?" "The Huangmin chicken is quite delectable." "No, thank you," both Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni replied, shaking their heads, prompting Guyu to commence his meal alone. "Guyu, allow me to serve you some dumplings." "Oh, 1 will suffice for me." Guyu picked up 1 dumpling for each of Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni, subsequently adding, "The rest is for you too." Very well, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni began to enjoy their meal as well. Chapter 89. What are you sneaking a peek at? "Guyu, let us indulge in these chicken legs. The meat is all yours, so please enjoy." Before long, the 3 of them exchanged playful banter, swiftly finishing their lunch. "I'll tidy up," I said. "You 2 can either lounge on the sofa or retreat to your rooms." Guyu carried the dishes into the kitchen, and upon his return, he found Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yinian seated on the sofa. Noticing Guyu's approach, Jiang Yinian stood and announced, "Guyu, I'm off to study. Don't you need a break? Is your stomach still bothering you?" Jiang Yinian shook her head, assuring him there was no issue. She had attended school even when her stomach ached before. Very well. Guyu reflected on his own high school days, recalling how girls still attended classes during their periods. So he saw no reason to prevent Jiang Yinian from studying. Jiang Yushi, observing her sister's commitment to her studies, inwardly lamented, I knew she would choose to study. I wanted to spend more time with Guyu, to play together. But here she goes, off to study. If I don't follow suit, what will Guyu think of me? Resigned, Jiang Yushi stood and declared, Guyu, I too shall study. All right, a brief study session will suffice. If your stomach hurts, retreat to your room to rest. Yes, I understand. With both girls engrossed in their studies, Guyu felt compelled to be productive as well. He opened his computer and began working on his writing. These days felt busier than before. Unlike earlier when he only had school and ample time at home to manage his schedule, the presence of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian diminished his free time. Consequently, he had not penned much fiction recently, relying on previously written drafts to sustain him. Thus, Guyu opened his writing software and began typing. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard occasionally drawing Jiang Yushi's attention. After 2 hours, Jiang Yushi completed 2 exam papers and decided to cease for the day. She mused that even in class, they would take breaks after 45 minutes of study. Giving a glance at Jiang Yinian, who was still focused on her studies, Jiang Yushi chose not to engage and instead approached Guyu. At that moment, Guyu was deeply engrossed in his writing, oblivious to her presence. Is Guyu writing a novel? Jiang Yushi stealthily peered at his screen, and to her surprise, it was not merely a jumble of English letters and symbols, but rather lines of text that piqued her curiosity about his work. Just as Jiang Yushi leaned in. Within 5 seconds, Guyu lifted his arm and gently tapped her on the head. What are you sneaking a peek at? Nothing much, Jiang Yushi pouted, casting her gaze elsewhere, feeling a twinge of guilt. Guyu, however, did not admonish her. He couldn't bear to scold someone who appeared so adorably naive. Is your stomach still bothering you? Jiang Yushi touched her abdomen and replied, a little. Glancing at the clock, Guyu noted it was 2 o'clock. He turned his attention to Jiang Yinian, who remained absorbed in her studies, and called out, Jiang Yinian, come take a break. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yinian promptly stood and approached. Earlier, she had contemplated joining her sister but hesitated to do so alongside Jiang Yushi. What about you? Is your stomach still uncomfortable? It's manageable. Stop studying for now. Play on your phone or watch a television show to unwind. Guyu, having finished his conversation, shut down his computer and picked up his phone, inquiring, shall we play a game? Yes, Jiang Yushi promptly replied, I'll go fetch my phone. As she dashed into her room, she contemplated whether to bring her sister's phone as well, wishing that Guyu would play solely with her. Soon, Jiang Yushi emerged with 2 phones, and Guyu engaged both of them in a game of Honor of Kings. Let us play this. It's the Battle Royale mode. Are we in? Absolutely. The trio immersed themselves in the game, which turned out to be quite enjoyable, particularly when played with friends. They teamed up to defeat monsters and gather equipment, pursuing adversaries together, which was far more exhilarating than the standard 5v5 matches. However, the possibility of teammates dying, subsequently relegating them to spectating, deterred many from enjoying the game. After parachuting in and developing their characters, they vanquished all the minor foes in a city area. Guyu then declared, let us go take down the boss. On their way, he noticed a combat marker on the map and added, there are some skirmishes happening nearby. Let us engage them. With commendable equipment, including 2 significant items and impressive attribute points, Guyu's combat power exceeded 2,000. Upon arrival, they spotted an Akali battling a Nakaruru, prompting Guyu to charge in. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, controlling Huofeng and Zhuge Liang respectively, followed suit. Yushi, Yuni, you 2 take on that Kai, Guyu instructed, only to discover another Kai with extremely low health, who, upon seeing Guyu's acceleration, fled. He urged Jiang Yushi and her sister to pursue him. I can chase him myself. Let Yuni assist you, Jiang Yushi offered. No need, I'll handle both of them. Guyu insisted. The Akali and Nakaruru were severely weakened from their clash, and with a swift combination of moves, Guyu dispatched the Akali. However, the clever Nakaruru evaded him by using her mobility skills to retreat into a house, disappearing from sight. After dealing with the aftermath, the 3 approached the boss, which remained unchallenged and was swiftly defeated by Guyu and his companions. I have no use for this big book. Does either of you want it? Guyu asked. Give it to Yuni. I have excellent gear, Jiang Yushi suggested. Just then, a Zhao Yun appeared, startling Guyu as he patrolled the vicinity. Following Zhao Yun was a Qing Yao Jin, accompanied by a Daji. Realizing the odds were against him, Gu Yu fled. If it were just two opponents, he would have engaged. But the presence of Daji posed too great a risk. Shall we fight them? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni asked as they approached. Gu Yu replied, You two lie in ambush inside the house. I'll lure Zhao Yun over, and we'll eliminate him swiftly. Understood. Zhao Yun, seeing Gu Yu alone and in retreat, pursued him, even activating his acceleration skills. Little did he expect to enter a house where 3 players lay in wait. 3 seconds of incapacitation ensued. Let us go take down his teammates, Gu Yu exclaimed, charging out, with Jiang Yushi's wolf in keeping pace, followed closely by Jiang Yuni. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin and Daji realized it was too late to escape, and the trio swiftly overpowered them. The effort seemed futile. Cheng Yaojin's 2 ultimate abilities were utterly incapable of securing a kill, particularly given his impressive speed. Following this battle, Gu Yu and his companions had nearly maxed out their equipment, virtually racing through the acceleration circles, engaging every opponent they encountered. As they reached the final circle, Gu Yu, with a combat power exceeding 4,000, found himself devoid of worthy adversaries, effortlessly clinching victory in the game. Shall we continue? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian nodded in agreement. Very well, let us commence another match. This round mirrored the previous one. They landed, gathered resources, and then sought out airdrops to confront the boss. However, during the boss encounter, they were ambushed by an unexpected foe. The trio concealed themselves in the nearby grass, refraining from engaging, patiently waiting until Gu Yu and his allies had vanquished the boss and exhausted their skills before emerging. Chapter 90. Are you out of your mind? Hurry, run. Gu Yu, without a moment's hesitation, beckoned Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian to flee. However, having exhausted all his skills, he ultimately could not escape and was captured. Yet, in their final moments, Gu Yu and his companions managed to eliminate 2 adversaries, reminding them of their treachery. Now, only one remained, and they would still not prevail. I'm done. You two go rest in your room while I do the same. Oh, all right. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian returned to their room. And after a brief respite, Gu Yu resolved to prepare a nourishing soup for them. It was 3 o'clock, and dinner would be served around 5. 2 bowls would suffice. Soon, the soup was ready, and he carried it to their room. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian lay resting on their sides, with their backs turned to one another, as if they were reluctant to engage. Are you asleep? I've made some soup. Would you like some? Upon hearing Gu Yu's voice, both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian opened their eyes simultaneously and sat up. We love some. Thank you, Gu Yu. You're so kind. Gu Yu felt a bit shy from their sweet words. Sometimes, their conversation was even more saccharine than sweetened water. Drink up. As they sipped the soup, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian noticed Gu Yu hadn't poured himself any and urged, Gu Yu, you should join us. He replied, I only made 3 bowls, and I've already poured mine. Oh, all right. After finishing their soup, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian did not linger and rest, but instead rushed to study, while Gu Yu resumed his writing. Should I buy groceries and cook, or take you both out to eat? Either is fine. Gu Yu pondered for a moment before saying, how about I take you both out? You can choose whatever you wish to eat, rather than me worrying about what to cook for you. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sounds good. All right, you two go change your clothes. They quickly returned from their room, both clad in white long pants. Jiang Yushi wore a white knitted jacket, exuding a charming vibe, while Jiang Yunian sported a petite work jacket. Gu Yu, do I look good in this? Very much so. Would you like to buy some new clothes? He inquired. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian immediately shook their heads. No, we have enough clothes. Very well, let us go. As they strolled down the street, Gu Yu encouraged. Let me know what you wish to eat or buy. Understood. However, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian were unsure of what they desired and simply accompanied Gu Yu aimlessly. After wandering 2 streets, Gu Yu noticed their silence and suggested, there's a small steamed dish shop ahead. Would you like to eat there? Sure. All right, let us go. Upon arrival, Jiang Yushi remarked, Gu Yu, we've eaten here before. Indeed, my sister and I have dined here. Their steamed dishes are delightful, especially the fish balls, chicken feet, and golden money tripe. Gu Yu responded, in that case, you two can order what you like. It was quite normal for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian, who lived nearby, to have visited this establishment before. Jiang Yushi tugged at Gu Yu's arm, leading him to the large steamer outside, and inquired, Gu Yu, is there anything you wish to eat? I'm open to anything. You two have surely indulged in some delightful dishes before, so just choose what you find appetizing. Indeed, Jiang Yushi called out to the proprietor, who approached and asked, "What would you like?" "Fish balls, chicken feet, money belly, this fish, braised pork." Jiang Yushi pointed excitedly, listing a multitude of options. Seeing her relentless enthusiasm, Jiang Yinian intervened, pulling back Jiang Yushi's outstretched arm. "Sister, you only consider your own preferences. You should let Guyu choose as well. He has surely dined here before and must have his own cravings. Why are you being so thoughtless?" As she spoke, she gently maneuvered Jiang Yushi aside, positioning herself next to Guyu. Jiang Yushi, feeling unjustly treated, placed her hands on her hips and glared at Jiang Yinian. "You little brat. I simply didn't think of it at that moment. Why are you pulling me away? It's so irritating. Guyu, what do you wish to eat? I'm open to anything. Feel free to choose a few more dishes. That should suffice," Jiang Yushi insisted. Jiang Yinian shook her head, asserting, "No, sister has already ordered plenty. I won't choose any more. Guyu, it's your turn." The proprietor awaited their decision, and Guyu observed the awkward smile on the man's face. This young fellow seemed rather impressive, dining out with two such lovely girls, and they appeared to be twins, though their relationship seemed more akin to that of a couple than siblings. "Boss, I'll have this eggplant and some dried tofu," Guyu stated. "Now it's your turn." Having noticed that 6 or 7 dishes had already been ordered, albeit in small bowls, Guyu opted for a serving of fatty intestines. After collecting their dishes, the trio found a place to sit. Jiang Yinian promptly picked up her chopsticks and served Guyu a piece of money belly. "Guyu, this is delicious. It's exceptionally tender." Not to be outdone, Jiang Yushi also served him a piece. "Guyu, try this fish ball. It's so chewy." The two girls always displayed such enthusiasm, leaving Guyu with no choice but to indulge. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian began to feast, each taking bites of the dishes followed by generous mouthfuls of rice, relishing the meal. They felt quite content, perhaps due to the pleasant atmosphere, which made their stomachs feel at ease. "Shall we visit the supermarket after our meal?" Jiang Yushi suggested. "To the supermarket?" Jiang Yushi blinked her large eyes and asked. "Guyu, what do you intend to buy?" "A few snacks, and perhaps some milk, like the last time I bought for you two." "Is there any left?" Guyu replied, recalling that he hadn't been drinking much milk lately, and had left the last batch for them in their room while he took 2 bags for school. Jiang Yinian responded, "There is still half left. No need to buy more. Let us buy a few, but let us not overdo it, as we'll be moving soon." At the mention of moving, Guyu recalled that his lease was nearing its end. He had intended to discuss this with them yesterday, but a misunderstanding had caused him to forget. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yinian, I need to talk to you both about something." "What is it?" Upon hearing Guyu's earnest tone, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yushin looked up, abandoning their meal, their eyes fixated upon him. "Let us finish our meal first. We can discuss it afterward." "Very well," they replied. With this, both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yushin hastened their eating, their minds preoccupied with the matter Guyu intended to discuss. Surely, it could not be about asking them to leave. That was out of the question. Once they had finished their meal, Jiang Yushi promptly inquired, "Guyu, what is it that you wish to say?" As they walked away, Guyu rose and led the two of them from the restaurant, stating, "My current lease is nearing its expiration. I can reside here for just 4 more days, until next Thursday. Furthermore, your apartment will require 7 business days for unfreezing. If there are no provisions made beforehand, there will be a 2-day gap between the expiration of my lease and the unfreezing of your apartment. Consequently, you may need to stay in a hotel for 2 days until you can move into your new home." Chapter 91. Was I a bit too stern just now? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian murmured, "Should we stay at a hotel?" "Guyu, what about you? Will you join us at the hotel?" Guyu shook his head. "You two can stay there. I will spend a couple of nights in the school dormitory. I have a room there." "All right," Jiang Yushi thought to herself. Guyu would not be staying with them at the hotel. Just moments ago, Jiang Yunian had pondered whether they should book 1 room or 2. If they opted for a single room, she, her sister, and Guyu would certainly have to share the space, which, although they had previously allowed Guyu to sleep in the same room, it was impossible to deny the nervousness that would arise in such a situation. If the house could be unsealed ahead of time, they would not need to stay at a hotel and could return home directly. "Let us wait a couple of days. If it's still not unsealed, I'll find a hotel near your school for you both, so you can walk to class easily." "Okay." Guyu glanced at them, seemingly a bit despondent, though the reason eluded her. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Guyu declared, "You two choose. You must spend the full 200 yuan before leaving." "Understood?" Jiang Yunian looked up, but Guyu tapped her lightly on the head. "No buts. You must spend all 200 yuan before you can leave." "Guyu, you are so kind," Jiang Yushi said, losing her hesitation and pulling Guyu to start selecting items. Spending 100 yuan in the supermarket was particularly easy. Snacks could be casually picked, and that would suffice. As they passed the feminine hygiene section, Guyu suddenly recalled the need for sanitary pads and said, "Come here. You too. Help me choose what kind to get. I have no idea. Yesterday, I just grabbed whatever." When they returned home, Guyu had searched online and found all sorts of options, but she remained uncertain about which was best. "You both select, but don't pick the cheap ones." After hearing this, Jiang Yunian tugged at his arm. "Guyu, you bought 6 packs yesterday. We won't need more today." Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. "Yes. We can just buy more next time." Guyu shook his head. "Even if you two are separate individuals, 6 packs only mean 3 each. One of those might not even be suitable since I was guessing yesterday. So that leaves us with only 2 packs. 10 pads for a week of menstruation is definitely not enough." With a tone that brooked no argument, Guyu insisted, "No, I'm not foolish. I can count. You must each take at least 2 packs. If not, I won't leave." Jiang Yunian exchanged glances with Jiang Yushi, and they engaged in silent communication, their small hands discreetly gesturing. Guyu found their antics amusing. It would be much simpler if they just listened to him instead of deliberating, likely trying to negotiate with him once again. "Guyu, just buy 1 pack, Jiang Yushi suggested, extending a finger and retreating slightly, fearing Guyu's playful reprimand. 2 packs. Hurry up. If you keep haggling, you two won't be going home today," Guyu replied, sighing inwardly. Had he been too harsh just now? It is essential to treat the two of them to some delightful snacks and beverages as a gesture of recompense. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, having failed in their initial endeavor, approached to procure 2 bags and explained, "My sister and I have previously used this brand, I assure you." "All right, understood," Guyu acknowledged with a glance, contemplating that perhaps next time, he need not purchase anything himself. It seemed he had overthought the matter. "Come, let us explore further." Guyu continued to stroll through the supermarket with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, this time opting to personally select items without burdening the girls. He assessed what delectable treats might appeal to them, gathering an assortment. Calcium milk. Surely there exists no girl who does not relish it. Yogurt was also delightful. Yet the package contained only 5. Was there not a larger box available? "What are you doing with that box, Guyu?" Jiang Yunyang inquired. Having observed him returning the calcium milk and yogurt, mistakenly assuming he had decided against purchasing them, a mix of disappointment and happiness flooded her. Although she would not partake, at least it meant saving money. However, Guyu soon approached the dairy section, lifting an entire box to place in the shopping cart. "This box costs over 40 yuan, he remarked. "Drink it? Don't you enjoy this?" Jiang Yunyang shook her head, expressing her disinterest. "What about you, Cici?" Jiang Yushi, longing for a taste after so long, also declined, wishing to avoid unnecessary expenditure of Guyu's funds. "I will drink it myself. I shall purchase it." Guyu, undeterred by their protests, added another box and was about to take a third when Jiang Yunyang grasped his arm, saying, "Guyu, we are about to move. If you buy too much, we won't finish it." She was not foolish. It was clear to her that Guyu intended to buy for her and her sister. Having spent nearly 2 weeks at home, he had never treated himself to snacks, and the household lacked such beverages. Now, purchasing them served no other purpose than to cater to them. Guyu realized he had been overly eager to provide for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. Compelled by the guilt of misunderstanding them the day before, he felt a pressing need to make amends and treat them kindly. "Indeed, let us limit ourselves to these 2 boxes. I shall savor just a few sips from this bottle, and it will be gone. No more purchases. Let us proceed to checkout." As Guyu led them to the register, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into smiles. Guyu was genuinely kind. The Guyu of yesterday afternoon was not the true essence of him. Look at how he generously bought so many delightful treats for them today, surpassing even their parents' kindness. At the checkout, Guyu noticed the person ahead of him purchasing 2 boxes of duck blood, suddenly recalling that he had ordered pig blood and liver from the vendor the previous day, which he had forgotten. After settling the bill, Guyu escorted Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he remarked, "I ordered some pig blood at the market yesterday. I read online that it is good for replenishing blood. I thought of you both during your monthly cycle, but I completely forgot today." He handed the keys to the house to Jiang Yunyang, saying, "You two head home first. I will make a quick trip to the market." With that, Guyu mounted his electric scooter and departed. He also searched online for what girls should eat during their menstrual period. He even prepared soup for us. However, should we really eat pig liver and pig blood during this time? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian both shook their heads, expressing their uncertainty. Guyu, having consulted the internet, suggested that such foods might be beneficial for the body. Upon returning home, Jiang Yunian said, "Sister, shall we wash our school uniforms? There are also some other clothes." "Certainly. We can just put the uniforms in the washing machine, but we should hand wash our undergarments." "All right." Jiang Yushi went to the room to gather the clothes that needed washing, while Jiang Yunian remained in the living room. She wondered if Guyu had any clean clothes. She recalled that Guyu had not done laundry in the past few days, and logically, he should have some clothes that needed washing. Chapter 92: Embracing the Moment. Jiang Yunyang rummaged through a box beside the sofa and discovered several articles of clothing. Upon inspection, she found only a pair of panties and a sweatshirt. The sweatshirt could easily be tossed into the washing machine, while the panties she could wash later herself. Having made her decision, Jiang Yunyang averted her gaze. Last time, her sister had washed for Guyu, so this time she would take it upon herself. "Nian Nian, what do you have in your hands?" Startled by the voice, Jiang Yunyang instinctively hid the clothing behind her. "It's Guyu's clothes. I thought I'd de-wash them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi interjected, "Let me do it." "I'll wash for Guyu." "No," Jiang Yunyang shook her head. "You washed last time. It's my turn now." "Absolutely not," Jiang Yushi asserted firmly. "I am the elder sister, and I make the decisions. Please, stop using your status as the elder sister to impose on me." With that, Jiang Yunyang dashed into the bathroom, inciting Jiang Yushi to stomp her feet in frustration. However, their strengths were quite comparable. Each time Jiang Yushi attempted to strike, Jiang Yunyang would retaliate, leaving them both in a state of vexation. Before long, Guy returned home, hearing the sound of the washing machine from the bathroom. He pondered if the two girls were indeed washing clothes. The living room was empty, prompting him to call out, "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yunyang, what are you up to?" Upon hearing Guyu's voice, Jiang Yushi quickly exited the bathroom. "Guyu, Nian Nian, and I are just washing some clothes." Seeing Jiang Yushi's hands still wet from water, Guyu expressed concern. "Why are you working while on your period? You should just use the washing machine." "Oh, I know. Guyu, you sit down. Nian Nian and I will be done shortly," she replied. "I'd like to take a look," Guyu said, following them into the bathroom. Upon discovering they were washing their intimate garments, he swiftly averted his gaze, stating, "All right, carry on. I'll step outside." Indeed, delicate garments are better washed by hand rather than in a machine. As Guyu exited, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to re-enter and inquire, "Are you two using cold or hot water?" Jiang Yunyang quickly answered, "Hot." Guyu, somewhat skeptical, insisted, "Let me check." He reached into the basin, only to find the water was icy cold. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang, who had been lying, lowered her head in silence. "Are you almost finished? Speak the truth. If not, I can heat some water in just 5 minutes." Jiang Yunyang replied, "We're done. It's the last rinse." "Very well. But remember to heat the water next time, understood? You should be mindful during your period. What if you end up with a stomachache later?" Guyu reprimanded them for a moment before stepping out of the bathroom and into the kitchen. It was time to prepare the pig liver and pig blood. The liver, which had been stir-fried yesterday, would be boiled today. Guyu sliced a large piece of liver into two, adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to begin the blanching process. He then proceeded to boil the pig blood, which, though already cooked, required a few additional minutes to ensure it remained safe for consumption. By the time Guyu completed his tasks in the kitchen, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had finished washing and were now hanging the clothes out to dry on the balcony. Suddenly, Guyu caught sight of his clothes on the balcony. Those two girls had washed them for him. How did they manage that? Was it by hand? Moreover, during the last incident when he had rescued them, his clothes had also been cleaned. At the time, Guyu had felt too shy to inquire. But now he wondered why they had taken it upon themselves to wash his clothes again. "Guyu, we're done washing," Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang announced as they approached after hanging the clothes out to dry. Guyu, slightly embarrassed, gestured toward the balcony and said, I think I should wash my own clothes next time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right," Guyu replied, feeling awkward. After all, the girls had done him a favor by washing his clothes, and here he was, suggesting that he would prefer to do it himself next time. He felt somewhat helpless in the situation. "You two should go lie down in your room for a bit. Washing clothes must have tired you out. And you haven't rested at all this afternoon." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang nodded in response and shyly retreated to their room. "Should we wash Guyu's clothes again next time? Will he be upset?" Jiang Yushi pondered. "I don't know, but boys are generally not very skilled at doing laundry." Jiang Yunyang replied, If Guyu had overheard their conversation, he would have surely retorted, "I've been doing my own laundry since I was a child. How can you say I'm not good at it? That's absurd." After resting for about 2 hours, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang emerged, still a bit drowsy as they rubbed their eyes, displaying signs of fatigue. "Why are you two out?" Guyu inquired. "We want to study for a while," they replied. "All right then, I've already taken the clothes out of the washing machine and hung them up." "Thank you," they said. Seated at the dining table, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang began their studies while Guyu continued to work on the sofa. As evening approached, both girls began to complain of stomach aches again. Guyu could tell by their expressions. Washing clothes with cold water without proper care? It's no wonder your stomach hurts, he thought. Thus, he urged them to go to bed and stop their homework. Jiang Yunyang insisted, "Guyu, I just need to finish this worksheet. I only have one essay left. And I've only done half of it. If I stop now, it will be harder to find inspiration later." "Fine, go ahead," he permitted. "But you can skip this one. You wouldn't get it done anyway." Jiang Yushi, who was struggling with her physics assignment while feeling unwell, wore a troubled expression as she wrote. "All right," she said, immediately standing up. However, instead of returning to her room, she said, "Guyu, I want to spend some time with you." Guyu was at a loss for words, wondering why she would want to stay with him. "It would be so much more comfortable to lie down in your room." Jiang Yushi replied with a hint of distress. "But my stomach hurts. I don't want to lie down." "Fine," Guyu conceded, realizing he had no remedy for her discomfort. The air fell silent for a few moments until Jiang Yushi's shy voice broke through. "Guyu, could you please rub my stomach?" This caught Guyu off guard. His brow furrowed and his eyelids fluttered as he averted his gaze. At this moment, Jiang Yushi felt even more anxious than he did, her gaze averted from Guyu. Just the night before, she had dreamed of being in his embrace, and now she uttered such words. Guyu hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "All right, come here." The sight of Jiang Yushi's pitiful demeanor truly tugged at his heartstrings, softening his resolve to indulge her with a gentle caress. After all, it should be of no consequence. Seated on the sofa, Guyu nervously placed his hand upon Jiang Yushi's abdomen, his eyes fixed ahead, reluctant to meet her gaze. Jiang Yushi, with her head bowed, observed the large hand resting on her belly, sensing that he was not applying much pressure. "Guyu," she called out softly once more. He inquired, "What is it?" "You can apply a bit more pressure." "Oh," Guyu responded, increasing his grip slightly. After a minute, Jiang Yushi spoke again. "Guyu." "Yes?" "You might want to change positions and hold me." "All right." Chapter 93. Is Guyu nervous too? Guyu wrapped his strong arm around Jiang Yushi's slender waist and began to gently massage her abdomen once more. Jiang Yushi leaned into Guyu's shoulder, fully aware of the rapid beat of his heart. How swift it is! Even without resting her head against his chest, the rhythmic thumping was unmistakably clear. Was Guyu feeling nervous as well? At the dining table, Jiang Inian, having overheard their conversation, found her motivation to complete her homework dissipating. She yearned for Guyu to massage her stomach too. After all, she didn't wish for him to only attend to her sister. However, unlike Jiang Yushi, who, despite her shyness, could voice her desires, Jiang Inian felt too bashful to express her wish. She pretended as if she hadn't heard anything. Yet, when she heard Guyu embracing Jiang Yushi, her composure shattered. "No, I must seek Guyu as well." Jiang Inian haphazardly began scribbling her essay, prioritizing completion over quality. Once finished, she would approach Guyu, certain he would attend to her as well. "Guyu, I have a stomachache too." After completing her homework, Jiang Inian timidly settled beside Guyu, her voice barely above a whisper. What a predicament! Guyu sighed internally, realizing his earlier assumptions were correct. Where there was one, there would inevitably be another. "Come here, let me help you." Guyu released Jiang Yushi, asking, "There, your stomach should feel better now, right?" Jiang Yushi, in a playful tone, pouted. It still hurts. Guyu was exasperated. He had no choice but to embrace both girls and massage their stomachs simultaneously. What to do? Now they both sought his comfort. What about in the future? After a while, Guyu withdrew his hands, stating, "Whether it hurts or not, both of you should go to bed. I'll prepare some soup for you." He added, "And remember, young ladies, this cannot happen again. Ultimately, I can be quite mischievous, though I seldom show it, skilled at disguising my true nature. You saw how fierce I was yesterday. You must remain on guard, you know?" Just as Guyu spoke with conviction, Jiang Yushi looked up and retorted, "Guyu, do bad people ever admit they're bad? You little rascal. Are you asking for a scolding?" Guyu scooped both of them up and playfully tossed them into the room. What does it matter whether bad people acknowledge their nature? Girls shouldn't behave like this. Gu felt increasingly irritable. Sometimes, being stern seemed ineffective, especially when these two could feign innocence, their adorable expressions melting his resolve. What would he do in the future? After preparing 2 bowls of soup, Gu brought them to Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinyan's room, setting them down before promptly departing without uttering a word. Yin Yin, does Gu dislike us? Jiang Yushi questioned Jiang Yinyan upon witnessing the scene. I don't know. Jiang Yinyan pondered, considering herself and her sister quite attractive. Even at school, people remarked that they resembled school beauties. She had a good figure, long legs, and a lovely face. Could it be that Guyu did not appreciate such qualities? Sister, do you think Guyu would be fond of mature women? Jiang Yushi, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly, affirming that it was indeed the case. Henceforth, I must temper my cuteness and adopt a more sophisticated demeanor, surely. Guyu would then find me more appealing. On Sunday morning, Guyu awoke shortly after 7. Having retired early the previous night, and not having checked on Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni in the middle of the night, it was only natural for him to rise early. After a brief morning routine, he entered the room where Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni were sleeping soundly, their bodies relaxed rather than curled up. Seeing them in such comfort, Guyu felt assured and left the room. Once outside, Guyu strolled down the street, stopping by a crepe stall to purchase 2 crepes, and then visited a breakfast shop for 2 meat buns and a bowl of wontons. Upon returning home, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni still in slumber, so he refrained from waking them, opting instead to enjoy his breakfast alone before commencing work. What time is it? Jiang Yushi awoke to the sunlight streaming into the room, pondering if it was already quite late. Yuni, wake up, it's 9 o'clock. She gently roused Jiang Yuni and stepped out of the room, spotting Guyu diligently engrossed in his work on the sofa. Are you awake? Jiang Yushi nodded, sleep still lingering in her eyes as she took a seat beside Guyu. Wait a moment, I'll fetch breakfast for both of you. Guyu proceeded to the kitchen, opening the pot. Concerned that the breakfast might have cooled, he heated some water and placed the meal inside. Testing the temperature with his hand, he found it to be just right, still warm. Outside, Jiang Yushi gazed at the codes on Guyu's computer, completely bewildered by them. Where is Yuni? Just as Guyu posed the question, Jiang Yuni emerged, declaring, Guyu, I'm out now. Come, let us eat. 1 crepe, 2 meat buns, and a bowl of wontons. I've had my fill, you two enjoy. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni sat down and began to eat their breakfast. Guyu, what did you have this morning? Crepes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni pushed her bowl of wontons towards him. Guyu, please try a wonton. After tasting one, Guyu remarked, you two eat. I shall return to work. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni quickly finished their meal, tidied up, and then began their studies. They had noodles for lunch and later, in the afternoon, took a 2-hour nap before resuming their studies. Thus, a mundane day swiftly transitioned into evening. Have you completed your homework? Jiang Yuni nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yushi echoed. Guyu, I have also finished. Guyu praised them with a simple well done, though he refrained from affectionately ruffling their hair, deeming such intimacy inappropriate. How about hot pot for dinner? Sounds good. Let us go buy some ingredients. The trio ventured out to the nearby supermarket for hot pot supplies. Let us get some lettuce. We should also have enoki mushrooms. Do you want mushrooms? Jiang Yushi replied. If you eat them, I shall as well. Guyu placed some mushrooms into the shopping cart, realizing his inquiry was somewhat superfluous. After selecting the vegetables, they proceeded to the frozen section to choose some meatballs. You two can pick. No problem. Jiang Yushi responded with a single word before turning to Jiang Yunian and said, Yin Yin, please take a bag and grab several. Jiang Yunian took the bags, and Jiang Yushi collected a few of each item. The variety of meatballs was astonishing, prompting Jiang Yushi to continually inquire of Guyu whether he desired this one or that one. Guyu, having adapted to the conversational style of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian, also engaged in the dialogue. He picked up 2 boxes of meat rolls and then approached the stall selling raw meat, requesting half a pound of tender beef. What flavor base would you like? Jiang Yushi asked. Tomato and mildly spicy, she replied. Guyu answered, just one. Our home does not have a dual pot, so we can only choose one. Jiang Yushi glanced at Jiang Yunnan, who understood her unspoken question. She had already inquired of Guyu in advance. Guyu, what flavor do you prefer? Chapter 94. Selling you two, can we sell the mushrooms? Jiang Yunyang nodded in affirmation, already retrieving the base for the mushrooms. Guyu added, what about the dipping sauce? Which one do you prefer? Lightly spicy, Jiang Yushi replied, tilting her head like a curious kitten. Guyu, Can we choose the lightly spicy one now? Guyu couldn't help but smile at her adorableness. Sure. With that, he took a jar of hot pot oil sauce for himself. Choosing not to consult the two girls further, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter. Upon returning home, the trio began to organize their tasks. Guyu assigned, Jiang Yushi. Wash the vegetables and chop what can be cut. Jiang Yunyang, you go fetch a pot, fill it with water, and add the hot pot base, then assist your sister. Having delegated the tasks, Guyu nodded in satisfaction, relishing his newfound leisure while the girls busied themselves with their chores, their incessant questions filling the air. Before long, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had prepared dinner, laying out all the dishes on the table. For dinner, will you two be having dipping sauce or oil sauce? Guyu inquired. I'll have oil sauce. Me too. Guyu opted for dipping sauce, finding the oil sauce too bland and unpalatable with salt, preferring the richness of the dipping sauce. As he prepared the dipping sauce, a thought struck him. Why would Jiang Yushi, who was having oil sauce, need dipping sauce? Hey, why are you getting dipping sauce if you're having oil sauce? He asked. Jiang Yushi, her eyes glued to the pot, looked up and replied, I don't know. I thought you were getting the oil sauce. Oh, all right then. Guyu fell silent, immersing himself in the hot pot. As he savored the meal, he observed Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, both of whom relished the hot pot, eagerly picking out morsels with their chopsticks, their gazes unwavering from the bubbling pot. As they ate, they blew on their food, and when Jiang Yushi fished out a meatball, she puffed her rosy lips and exclaimed, Who? Jiang Yunyang mirrored her sister's actions, though without the exaggerated pout, still blowing gently on her food before taking a bite. The endearing antics of the two girls warmed Guyu's heart, enhancing his appetite. In summary, dining with them was quite delightful. After nearly an hour of indulging in the hot pot, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang finally finished, with Guyu remaining by their side throughout. Are you full? He asked. Jiang Yushi leaned back in her chair, contentedly patting her little belly. I'm full. Guyu, you're truly wonderful. It's been ages since Yunyang and I had hot pot. Enough. Guyu quickly interjected, wanting to prevent Jiang Yushi from saying anything inappropriate. I'm not that great. But if you both enjoy it, we can do this again next time. Higi, sounds good. Guyu then suggested, since you look so happy, why don't you help clean the dishes? I'll sit with Yunyang on the sofa for a bit. Huh? No, Guyu. Jiang Yushi whined, rising while trying to tug at Guyu's arm. Guyu was well aware of her tactics. She had tried this more than once before. And he refused to let her have her way. Hasten, lest you find yourselves hungry tomorrow. Oh, Jiang Yushi was also displeased. Her spirits dampened as she began to gather her belongings. Observing her melancholy, Jiang Yunyang joined her in tidying up. Guyu paid no heed to Jiang Yunyang, retreating into his room to retrieve 600 yuan. He calculated the daily food expenses for both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang at 60, aware that the last sum he had given them had yet to be fully spent. Nevertheless, this money was imperative, otherwise they would surely ration their spending. Upon his return, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang still engaged in their kitchen duties. Once they completed their chores and settled beside Guyu, he promptly presented the 600 yuan. 300 for you, he said, placing the notes into Jiang Yunyang's hand, before handing another 300 to Jiang Yushi. This is yours. You cannot simply refuse next month's living expenses. My stipulation for your meals is 15 yuan per meal, totaling 60 yuan a day. The remainder, I trust you will use for snacks and study supplies. Should either of you dare to decline, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Furthermore, any school fees must be requested from me. After his proclamation, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang remained silent. They had intended to communicate through glances but were thwarted by Guyu, who playfully tapped Jiang Yunyang on the head. Jiang Yunyang, fetch me a piece of paper. Write me an IOU first. Once the IOU was penned, it was unlikely they would ever repay it, was it? Jiang Yunyang dashed off to retrieve a sheet, inquiring, Guyu, how much should I write? The previous amount hasn't been documented yet. Write 3,000. Save it up, he instructed. Jiang Yunyang obediently complied, inscribing the figure. Watching her finish, Guyu felt compelled to impart some wisdom. Next time, do not merely write what I tell you. Learn to keep track of your finances. Otherwise, I might just sell you both off, and you would still be counting the money for me. Impossible, Jiang Yushi exclaimed with innocent conviction. You would never sell my sister and me. Why not? What if I did? That simply won't happen, she retorted, tilting her head defiantly, leaving Guyu at a loss for a counter. Stay put. I shall entertain myself with some videos. He took a seat at a distance, glancing at Jiang Yushi. Do not come over. You both can enjoy your phones. You crowd me so often that I feel I have no freedom left to admire a beautiful woman myself. Though, to be fair, you two are far more enchanting than any image on a screen. Realizing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang settled obediently. After a moment, Jiang Yunyang approached him, asking, Guyu, do you wish to soak your feet? I do not, but do you wish to? Jiang Yunyang nodded. Guyu rose. I will prepare some water for you. No need, we can manage on our own. It will be ready soon. Guyu filled the basin with water, which soon came to a boil. However, they had only one basin. Yunyang, you go first, Jiang Yushi suggested. All right, replied the naive Jiang Yunyang. She filled the basin with warm water and seated herself on the sofa to wash her feet. Guyu stole a glance. Jiang Yunyang's delicate feet were indeed a sight to behold, fair and tender, her toes slender like newly sprouted jade shoots, resembling exquisite porcelain. Soon, Jiang Yunyang finished her bath and said to Jiang Yushi, Sister, I am done. All right, Jiang Yushi replied, clutching her abdomen as she carried the basin to the restroom. Observing this, Jiang Yunyang pondered if her sister was experiencing abdominal pain again. When Jiang Yushi emerged, her expression was one of discomfort, which did not escape Guyu's notice. He inquired, Is your stomach hurting again? Jiang Yushi nodded and, in a somewhat feeble voice, replied, It hurts a little, but it's nothing serious. As she spoke, she placed her feet into the basin of water, remaining still, her arms resting atop her abdomen, clearly unwell. Guyu hurriedly approached her and asked, Shall I massage your stomach? Jiang Yushi responded, It's fine. I'm all right. Chapter 95. Certainly unable to compete with sister upon hearing her words, Guyu was momentarily perplexed. Just moments ago, this girl had requested him to massage her abdomen, a smile adorning her lips as he did so. Now, however, she was expressing reluctance. Guyu inquired further, What shall we do now? Should I fetch you some warm water? Jiang Yushi shook her head, her demeanor seemingly anxious as she replied, Guyu, I wish to lie down in my room. Could you assist me by washing my feet? My stomach hurts, and it is inconvenient. What? Wash your feet? Guyu was taken aback by her request, his mind reeling with conflicting thoughts. Should he wish to? Perhaps he should. But it was not permissible. After a tumultuous internal struggle, his thoughts clashed fiercely within him. Ultimately, he turned to Jiang Enian. Enian, please help your sister. Without hesitation, Jiang Enian agreed. Oh, all right. Jiang Yushi sighed at this, pondering whether Guyu truly had no interest in girls' feet. No, that couldn't be right. He must have some inclination. Or he wouldn't have hesitated so long. It seemed their acquaintance was still too brief, but perhaps in time, things would change. Guyu heard her sigh, initially dismissing it as inconsequential, but as events unfolded. Once Jiang Enian had finished washing Jiang Yushi's feet, Guyu observed that she appeared considerably less distressed than before. Let me wipe you down. I will carry you to your room, he offered. All right. Jiang Yushi picked up a towel and began to dry herself, and Guyu found himself momentarily entranced by the scene. Jiang Yushi noticed his gaze and felt a surge of delight. Indeed, he was fond of her as she had suspected. Once she finished drying, Jiang Yushi called out, signaling him to carry her. Guyu sensed something amiss but dismissed the thought and lifted Jiang Yushi into his arms, transporting her to her room. As he held her, he glanced down at her, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he felt an odd discomfort. You two should rest. School awaits us tomorrow. If you're unwell, I can request leave from your teacher, he suggested. Jiang Yushi shook her head. No need. Very well. Rest well. Enian, you should also take care. Guyu concluded before stepping out. Once outside, he settled onto the sofa, a nagging feeling that Jiang Yushi was deceiving him gnawed at him. She had claimed her stomach hurt, prompting him to assist her, yet the foot washing lasted only a few fleeting minutes, and soon after, she seemed entirely untroubled, even smiling when he carried her. Suddenly, Guyu's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. It could not possibly be as he imagined. He had been foolishly overthinking. Inside the room, Jiang Enian observed that her sister appeared to be feeling better, intrigued by how quickly Jiang Yushi had recovered. Furthermore, during the foot washing, her pain seemed to diminish. Eventually, Jiang Yushi had dried her own feet, leading Jiang Enian to a sudden epiphany. Turning to her sister, she inquired, Sister, is your stomach no longer hurting? Jiang Yushi replied casually, It doesn't hurt much anymore. After hearing this, Jiang Yunyang became increasingly convinced that her sister had merely been feigning her emotions in order to provoke Guyu into. In an instant, Jiang Yunyang felt a surge of sorrow. She had not anticipated her sister's actions. Did she harbor feelings for Guyu? No. She resolved not to be so naive in the future, for otherwise, she would certainly be outmatched by her sister. Sister, you were merely pretending. I shall inform Guyu of this tomorrow. What? Jiang Yushi exclaimed, as Jiang Yunyang had already turned away. Nian Nian, where did I pretend? I'm not foolish. So don't speak to me anymore. On Monday, Guyu did not attend class. That morning, both companies had sent him interview notifications, and he wished to ascertain the worth of his job prospects. Upon arriving at the first company, Guyu was taken aback to encounter the graduate student from Wadawood again, just as he had on Friday. Hello, my friend. Guyu greeted him. Xiao Tizhou, feeling somewhat awkward upon seeing Guyu, nonetheless responded, hello. He then inquired, are you here for work today, or for a second interview? Guyu replied, I'm here for an interview, to see what salary I might be offered. What about you? Are you starting work? Xiao Tizhou nodded. Yes, I wish you success in your interview. Thank you, and I wish you a prosperous future as well. As the elevator doors opened, Guyu and Xiao Tizhou parted ways, and soon he found himself in the conference room from before. Guyu, this is the team leader of our project department's third group. He will ask you a few questions first. Guyu surveyed the man before him. Appearing to be in his 30s, he looked quite youthful, though his attire was rather outdated. Hello, team leader. Hello. Let us sit down and chat. Once seated, the leader wasted no time and began the interview directly. The questions posed by the leader this time were considerably more challenging than those encountered previously. Guyu found himself only able to provide vague answers, as the topics covered were quite broad, some of which he had never encountered before. After about 10 questions, the leader nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, for someone your age. Your experience is quite astonishing. Guyu replied with a smile. I often take on various projects, hence I have explored multiple learning avenues and acquired a bit more knowledge. However, regarding some of your questions, while I can answer them theoretically, practical application might present some challenges. That is still commendable. Your experience surpasses that of many seasoned programmers. The leader remarked. By the way, you mentioned taking on projects. Given your skill level, you must be earning quite a bit, right? Our offered salary might not match what you earn from those projects, so please bear with us. Guyu responded, not really. The projects available online are either too difficult, urgently needed, or poorly compensated. The few I can manage barely cover my living and tuition expenses. That makes sense. I occasionally observe the same trend. After exchanging a few more words, the leader exited the room, followed closely by the HR representative. Before long, the HR returned and addressed Guyu, stating, after comprehensive consideration from our human resources team in the project department, we can offer you a monthly salary of 9,000. This is merely the salary during your internship period. Upon your graduation, you can certainly expect an annual salary exceeding 200,000. Please take your time to contemplate this offer. Guyu, upon hearing this, felt quite satisfied. An annual income of 120,000 is indeed substantial. May I take some time to think it over and provide you with a response this afternoon? He inquired. Certainly. If the salary does not meet your expectations, I will endeavor to negotiate further, the HR replied. Very well. After leaving this company, Guyu turned to another organization, which presented a similar offer, slightly lower in salary but with higher bonuses and performance incentives, amounting to approximately 100,000 annually. After careful consideration, Guyu sent a message to the HR of the initial company, expressing his willingness to accept the position, although he would require some time to coordinate the internship process with his school. Chapter 96. Seeking your sweetheart within the confines of the school. Shi Yuner observed that Guyu had not attended 2 consecutive classes, prompting her to approach Yu Hanfeng to inquire, where has Guyu gone? Why is he absent from class again? Yu Hanfeng responded, he went for an interview. An interview? Shi Yuner asked, puzzled. What kind of interview? Yu Hanfeng elaborated. Guyu is seeking employment, hence the interview. After absorbing this information, Shi Yuner began to ponder why Guyu would be looking for work at this moment. Could it be that he was truly short on funds and desired to earn money? When will he return to class? She queried. I don't know. Very well. Returning to her roommate's side, Zhang Caron was the first to question. What were you up to just now? Is it related to Guyu? No. Are you lying? I'll simply ask Yu Hanfeng to find out. As Zhang Caron said this, she attempted to walk away, but Shi Yuner swiftly grasped her arm, exclaiming in irritation. Why are you prying? Let's go eat. If we delay any longer, the cafeteria will be out of food. If you were honest, do you think I would be eager to go? Shi Yuner remained silent, tugging her towards the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, she suddenly caught sight of Guyu's figure. Guyu had just exited the interview at his second company and, with afternoon classes looming, opted to come to school instead of returning home. Ah, Guyu, go on. Seek your sweetheart. Zhang Kerong teased. Zhang Kerong. Shi Yuner stomped her foot, her face flushed with indignation. Hearing the commotion, Guyu turned to glance back and caught sight of the two girls, noting Shi Yuner's fierce demeanor. Shi Yuner noticed Guyu turning around and, lifting her gaze, refrained from initiating a greeting. Guyu, however, proactively asked, "Would you care to join me for a meal?" Zhang Kerong immediately replied, "Yes. Will you treat us?" Zhang Kerong. What do you mean by yes? You expect him to treat us? Guyu is short on money. You should go find Xiao Xiao and the others to eat with them. Shi Yuner retorted, angered, as she urged Zhang Kerong away. Approaching Guyu, she inquired, "I heard from Yuhan Phone that you are looking for a job and went for an interview today. Is that true?" Guyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I went for an interview. So it is as I suspected." Shi Yuner continued, "Guyu, is your living allowance running low? I can lend you some money." "No, it's not." Guyu was puzzled by where Shi Yuner had acquired this information and asked, "Who told you that my living allowance is low? Was it Yuhan Phone?" "Not at all. If you have a living allowance, why are you seeking employment?" Guyu contemplated how to respond, reluctant to divulge his entrepreneurial aspirations to Shi Yuner. "I simply wish to find a job. With less than a month until the campus recruitment fair, news is already circulating. So I thought it prudent to secure employment in advance. Is that not reasonable?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yuner stepped closer, pointing at Guyu with a serious expression. "Are you speaking the truth? You genuinely wish to find a job and are not short on money? If you are in need, I can assist you. Please do not feel embarrassed. I truly have ample funds for living expenses. I assure you, it is not the case." Guyu was taken aback by the extent of Shi Yuner's concern for him, particularly her willingness to lend him money. Her earlier display of care was evidently genuine. He felt compelled to provide her with proof of his financial situation. Otherwise, she might not believe him and insist on forcing money upon him, which would be bothersome. He retrieved his phone, opened an app displaying his bank account, and handed it to Shi Yuner, saying, "Here, take a look, but don't share this recklessly." As Shi Yuner took his phone and gazed at the numbers on the bank card, she gasped in astonishment. "So much? How on earth do you have that much money?" "Guyu?" Her wide eyes were fixed on him, her face a canvas of disbelief. Such a sum amounted to hundreds of thousands. Given that Guyu was an orphan, where could he possibly have acquired such wealth? It was utterly inconceivable. "Let us go eat first. It's too crowded here." Shi Yuner suggested as she followed Guyu into the cafeteria, her mind still racing with questions about how he had amassed such a fortune. No wonder he had mentioned buying a car last week. He could indeed afford it. It was perplexing that he remained so low-key despite his affluence. She had assumed he was financially struggling. "What do you want to eat?" Guyu inquired. Just then, Shi Yuner, lost in her thoughts, bumped into him. She quickly stepped back, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, but she composed herself swiftly. "Did I hurt you?" she asked. Guyu, equally surprised by the collision, replied, "No. I'm fine. You're so wealthy, you should treat me to something nice." "I want to eat clay pot dishes," she declared. "All right, let us go," he agreed. Upon reaching the clay pot dish counter, they noticed a considerable queue of students, and they joined the line. With Guyu's apparent wealth, Shi Yuner anticipated a grand meal. Not long ago, she had worried about his finances and contemplated lending him money, fearing he might decline out of pride. Now, witnessing his ability to produce such a large sum left her bewildered. "Guyu, I want something extravagant," she insisted. "No problem. Order whatever you like," he replied. After all, it was merely a clay pot dish, something he had indulged in before. It wouldn't cost a fortune. As they reached the counter, Shi Yuner picked up a small bowl, and Guyu did the same. They were permitted to directly order clay pot dishes, with a standard serving costing 15 yuan. However, if they wanted additional ingredients, they had to select and weigh them themselves. "I'll take 3 shrimp, 2 pieces of spare ribs, a pig's trotter, 2 handmade beef balls, and just 1 abalone since it's quite pricey at 10 yuan each," she decided. Just as she was about to declare that it was sufficient, Guyu interjected. "Don't hold back. Money is no object." "Who is holding back?" Shi Yuner retorted, adding 2 more abalones. "I certainly won't shy away." After they had gathered their extras, Guyu and Shi Yuner spent less than 100 yuan, which, for ordinary university students, could be considered quite extravagant. "Guyu, I forgot to ask, did you succeed in your interview?" she inquired. Guyu responded with a teasing tone. "What do you think? TCH, can't you just answer plainly? Your vague responses are annoying," she replied. "No, I suppose you won't succeed in the interview either." Guyu nodded. "Indeed, no. I don't believe you. Speak the truth." Yuna retorted, feeling as though Guyu was merely toying with her. Hurry and tell me the truth, or I shall ignore you next time. You must tell me. Yuna, now irritated, exclaimed with unwavering determination, I mean it. At that moment, the lady at the counter called out, Young man, the food is ready. All right, Guyu. Carrying the dishes, led Yuna to a table and began to eat without further ado. I shall eat as well, Yuna murmured to herself, resolute not to engage with Guyu first. Thus, the two dined in silence, from the commencement of their meal to its conclusion, without exchanging a single word. Chapter 97. Waiting for you to grow old and sell you health products. Guyu finished his meal first and rose to speak. I shall go buy a drink. What would you like? Yuna lowered her head, a hint of anger lacing her tone. I do not wish for anything. Is that all? Watching Guyu walk away only fueled her irritation. How annoying he was. Before long, Guyu returned, holding a bottle of Sprite and placing a bottle of Vitality in front of Yuna. My earnings stem from writing novels and stock trading, he remarked. This time. Yuna lifted her head, astonished. Guyu, you write novels too? Guyu shook his head. Not really, just for fun. And how much have you made from stock trading? Guyu opened his phone and displayed the screen to her. Look, I lost 3,000 today. Lost that much? Yuna exclaimed, noticing the two red numbers on the screen. She thought to herself, if she had lost that much, it would break her heart. However, the other three stocks seemed to have profited, though not enough to offset the losses. Yuna wished to examine the details further, but Guyu took the phone back. Now you understand how I earn my money, right? I do, but you lost today. What about other times? Did you make a profit? Guyu replied, generally. I incur more losses, but when the market shifts due to policy changes, I can ride the wave and reap substantial gains. Please hand me the phone again. I want to take a closer look. Yuna reached out, but Guyu promptly tucked the phone away, refusing. What? Are you curious about how I make money? Yes. Yuna nodded eagerly. I wish to learn how to trade stocks too. Would you teach me? Absolutely not. Guyu rejected her outright, not even pausing to consider. Stock trading carries significant risks, akin to gambling. I cannot trust you with that. What is there to distrust? I'm not foolish. You simply do not wish to teach me. Yuna's annoyance resurfaced, her lips pouting and her tone filled with exasperation. Guyu remained unmoved and added, No. Your kind is aptly described by a saying online. Do you know what it is? Yuna turned her head away, retorting angrily, I do not. The saying goes, when you grow old, you will sell you health products. Upon hearing this, Yuna became even angrier, her face reddening with indignation. You are the one who buys health products. You are the foolish one. Do not speak to me. Noticing her rising fury, Guyu feigned submission. All right. I shall sell you health products. Is that acceptable? That is precisely what you are doing. Yuna huffed, before turning her attention back to her meal. Once they had finished eating, she turned to leave. Guyu, do not bother with me in the future. I shall not engage with you either. Are you truly angry? Guyu pondered whether to pursue her. What would he say? Teach her about stock trading? Yet, he genuinely feared for her financial losses. Reflecting on his past losses, he had only begun to earn once he had cultivated a proper mindset. Engaging in this without a stable disposition was unwise, and given her temperament. Guyu was even more concerned for her well-being. Yuna strode away in a huff, feeling as though she had ventured quite far. Wondering why Guyu had not come after her, she slowed her pace, pondering whether Guyu truly would not follow. That rascal Guyu had spoken such words before. And now he was infuriating her daily. Even if he did chase her down, she resolved not to acknowledge him. Approaching the entrance of the cafeteria, with no sound of pursuit behind her, Yuna felt a pang of sadness. It seemed Guyu had no intention of coming after her. Yuna, you forgot the drink I bought for you. Just as Yuna was about to shed tears of disappointment, Guyu's voice resonated from behind. In response, she quickened her pace, no longer meandering, and exited the cafeteria with determination. What is wrong with her? Does she not want to acknowledge me now that she knows I am pursuing her? Guyu mused as he followed her out, sprinting a few steps to position himself in front of Yuna, offering her the drink he held. Here, don't want it. Yuna turned away, circumventing Guyu, and continued her sulky retreat. Guyu was baffled. What kind of temper was this? Was this how all girls behaved? Thankfully, he had never been in a relationship before. If he had a girlfriend like this, well, at least Yuna was beautiful. Even when angry, she was rather endearing. Here you go. I'm leaving now. Guyu once again caught up to her, thrusting the drink into her hands before turning to depart. Yuna, seeing this, paused and stealthily glanced back, only to find that Guyu had indeed walked away. Next time, I won't acknowledge him either. He is so annoying. Not even a kind word to say. If you don't teach, then I want to learn. It's not like I want to. Returning to the dormitory, Yu Hafeng was engrossed in coding, while Zhang Xingyu was absorbed in a game. The stark contrast between the two made it hard to believe they shared the same room. Upon noticing the door swing open, Yu Hafeng looked up, setting his work aside to inquire. Guyu, how did your interview go? It went all right. I interviewed with 3 companies. The first one was quite lucky, as I ran into a senior from our school who works at Yunhai Group. As he spoke, Zhang Xingyu turned around, astonished. What? You interviewed with Yunhai Group? No, listen to me. Zhang Xingyu abandoned his game, pulling over a chair and inviting Guyu to sit. The first company I went to is a gaming company, but by chance, the senior from Yunhai Group was there for an investment assessment. She recognized me as her junior. And after a brief conversation, the company directly offered me a position. Wow, this sounds like something out of a drama. Going for an interview, meeting a benefactor, and then getting hired right away, it's a perfect drama template. Zhang Xingyu exclaimed. By the way, how old is that senior? Did she take you under her wing because you're handsome? Shut up. Guyu retorted vehemently. The senior is exceptionally talented. Even the chairman of that gaming company holds her in high regard. How could someone like me ever attract her attention? Moreover, think logically, if she desired. With the influence of Yunhai Group, she could easily pursue various male celebrities. Would I possess? Zhang Xingyu scratched his head, acknowledging the truth in Guyu's words. After all, Yunhai Group is an investment firm that frequently invests in the entertainment industry. However, you are indeed fortunate. This could be considered the senior's assistance to her junior. Engaging in conversation with her might lead to significant promotions and salary increases within the company. You've clearly watched too many dramas, Guyu scoffed before continuing. The second and third companies merely involved standard interviews, yet I successfully passed both. The internship offers an annual salary of around 100,000, but I declined. Zhang Xingyu clapped in approval. Well done on the rejection. We are from Chuanhai University, and they only offer an annual salary of 100,000, which amounts to less than 10,000 a month, barely enough to scrape by. Chapter 98. A display of misery upon hearing this. Guyu retorted directly, You, who play video games all day, probably wouldn't be able to offer even 100,000. Impossible. Zhang Xingyu thumped his chest and declared, As for me, let us just say that if the salary during my internship is less than 200,000, I want to even give it a glance. How pretentious. Guyu laughed. Let us settle on 150. 200,000 does seem a bit excessive. Still pretending. Zhang Xingyu shouted, Guyu, you underestimate yourself too much. Our Chuanhai University is the best university in Chuanhai, ranking among the top 10 nationwide. 150,000 is really quite ordinary. Besides, my academic performance is commendable. Have you ever seen me fail a course? My assignments often receive praise from the teachers. Guyu shot back, praise for you? ISNT that for you, Hanfeng. Same difference, let us not dwell on that. Continue, have the other 2 companies been ruled out? Is there anything else? Guyu shook his head, no. I've only interviewed with 3 companies. I plan to go with the first one and work there for 2 months. Congratulations. You must treat us tonight. Let us celebrate with some barbecue. Guyu remained silent, and at that moment, Yu Hanfeng said, Guyu, could you tell me how the interview went? I'd like to learn a bit. Zhang Xingyu chimed in. Guyu, please share. I'm quite curious and could use some insights. Guyu began to recount the entire interview process in detail to both of them. Zhang Xingyu summarized. Essentially, they reviewed the resume, asked questions, then there were some tasks. If you perform well, they ask you to wait for the next round where a professional will interview you. And finally, they discuss the salary. Yes, that's about it. Guyu turned to Yu Hanfeng. If you go for an interview, you'll surely succeed as well. Yu Hanfeng replied, all right. I've been looking at job postings on recruitment websites these past few days. I plan to interview as well. Zhang Xingyu asked, Guyu, now that you've succeeded in the interview, when do you start working? Aren't you attending classes? I'm also conflicted. I plan to speak with our advisor soon to see if I can start my internship a month early. Do you know when our campus recruitment fair begins? Yu Hanfeng responded, I heard someone mention it starts on the 3rd of next month and lasts until the 10th, for a total of 7 days. That sounds feasible. Starting the internship a month early shouldn't be a significant issue. Guyu returned to his bed and sent a message to his advisor, Teacher, we are approaching our senior internship, so I've secured an interview with a company and have been accepted. May I start my internship a month early? After sending the message, he waited a few minutes before receiving a reply from the teacher. You found your own internship? Which company? Is it in Chuanhai? In Chuanhai. It's Jiexing Changxing, a gaming company. also known as Chongqing Games. You can look it up. A few minutes later, the advisor replied, I checked. And this company is indeed on our campus recruitment fair list. It's quite reputable. I didn't expect you to succeed in your own interview. When did this happen? This morning. Today, those who succeeded in their interviews should not be in a hurry. Typically, within a month of a successful campus recruitment interview, it is reasonable for students to begin their positions without issue. I need to consider this matter further, as I still have classes. Please communicate with the company to see if it would be possible to delay the start date by a week or two. Guyu furrowed his brow at this. Whether the company could accommodate a postponement was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his eagerness to commence work. He yearned to familiarize himself with various companies and gain exposure to multiple environments to better prepare for his future entrepreneurial endeavors. All right. I will inquire and message you once I receive a response. No worries. Please discuss it with the company first. After turning off his phone, Guyu felt the need to devise a strategy to persuade his counselor. Perhaps a small gift would elicit some sympathy. He quickly contemplated his options and opened his phone to browse potential purchases. Cosmetics seemed appropriate, after all. The counselor was only in her 30s and could certainly make use of them. But which brand to choose? High-end brands were prohibitively expensive, while lesser-known brands lacked prestige. He needed to find a well-regarded yet affordable option. Guyu, how is it? Have you spoken with the teacher? Guyu nodded, indicating that he had been advised to wait a little longer. Yuhan Feng inquired, what shall we do then? Are we just going to wait? Let us go. I have a class, and there is no rush, he replied. After class, Xia Xiaodong and Shi Yun'er approached him. Guyu, regarding the document. Let us discuss how to improve it. I feel it isn't well written. It's fine. Consider it a learning opportunity. Yuhan Feng will help with revisions if you ask him, Guyu replied. Xia Xiaodong added, but we need to work on it together. You can't just leave us out. Guyu observed the situation and responded, we didn't bring our laptops, so we can't discuss it effectively anyway. At that moment, Shi Yun'er suggested, shall we go back to the dormitory to fetch our laptops? Guyu then proposed, how about we set a time tomorrow to meet at the library with our laptops? Sounds good. Let us do that, they agreed. After Xia Xiaotong and Shi Yun'er departed, Guyu and his two friends returned to their dormitory. Once back, Guyu had little to occupy his time, so he lay on his bed, pondering whether Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni were experiencing any discomfort. Even if they were in pain, they would have to endure it, he thought with concern, yet felt powerless. Resolving to check on them later that evening. As night fell, the three friends left the dormitory, intending to enjoy some barbecue. Given the late hour, leaving at 7 o'clock, Guyu wished to buy some food for Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni afterward, as purchasing it too early would result in it becoming cold. On the way, Zhong Qingyu remarked, wow, how long has it been since the three of us dined together? Yuhan Feng replied, it must have been over half a month. And what about Zhuang Qianfan? We haven't seen him in ages. I wonder what he is up to, Zhong Qingyu mused. Zhuang Qianfan had been their roommate and was in the same class during their freshman year. But he had switched majors in his sophomore year, leaving Guyu with only 2 dormitory mates. Guyu suggested, let us contact him when it's time for internships and see if he treats us to a meal. Zhong Qingyu nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. That young man is exceptionally wealthy, far more so than Ouyang Yunshin. Indeed, at one time, Zhuang Qianfan was the wealthiest in the class. Ouyang Yunshin might have fancied himself impressive with his car, yet before Zhuang Qianfan, he seemed rather insignificant and even sought to curry favor with him. Hey, look at that beauty! Zhong Qingyu exclaimed, catching Guyu's attention as well. Clad in black stockings and a form-fitting black skirt, her figure was statuesque. And though her face remained unseen, one could undoubtedly ascertain her beauty. As she strolled past, not a single passerby failed to steal a glance. Goodness, just look at her attire. Stop staring. She is headed in the other direction now. Chapter 99. Just want to prove I don't mind. Zhong Qingyu glanced back at the street one last time and remarked, do you think those might be university students from the nearby school? That street seems to have a bar. Perhaps she has gone there? Guyu, at a loss for words, replied, why don't you chase after her and ask? Chasing after her seems unnecessary. But I do believe she is likely a student from around here, Zhong Qingyu mused. Guyu concurred, acknowledging that before becoming a student sister, one must first be a student. As they strolled to a street in the university town's night market, Guyu and his companions casually chose a barbecue stall to sit down. Guyu, it's your treat. You order, one of them said. Guyu, not one to be shy, began placing orders but kept it modest, handing the menu to Zhong Qingyu afterward. 3 skewers of kidney are hardly enough. Let's add 6 more, 3 for each of us. Zhong Qingyu suggested, turning to Gu Yu with a cautious inquiry. Is that all right? If it's too much, 3 will suffice. Gu Yu patted his shoulder and cheerfully replied, if my brother wants to indulge, then of course we can add 3 more. Hearing this, Zhong Qingyu rolled up his sleeves to reveal his non-existent muscles and quipped, do I really need to supplement? I'm just concerned about Xiaofeng. He works too hard coding every day and needs the nourishment. I don't need it, Yu Hanfeng interjected. Zhong Qingyu insisted, you definitely do. What kind of face do you think you can maintain with me? You must supplement. After placing the barbecue order, the group also requested several bottles of beer. Zhong Qingyu had been clamoring for white spirit earlier, but Gu Yu firmly declined, concerned that Zhong Qingyu's drinking capacity might necessitate carrying him home later. Once they had eaten their fill, Gu Yu bought some additional barbecue to take home before heading back to school on his electric bike. At 8:20 p.m., school had not yet let out, providing him the perfect opportunity to prepare a soup. At the bus stop, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exited the vehicle, happily rushing over to Gu Yu. Gu Yu, have you been drinking? Jiang Yushi inquired, immediately noticing the strong scent of alcohol as she approached. Gu Yu nodded, explaining that he had enjoyed some barbecue with his roommates and had a bit of alcohol. If the smell is too strong for you, feel free to stand back a little. I'll shower and brush my teeth when I get home, and the scent should dissipate. I don't mind the smell, Jiang Yushi asserted, grabbing Gu Yu's arm. She certainly wasn't too bothered by it. Gu Yu playfully swatted her arm, admonishing, if you don't mind, then that is fine. But girls shouldn't be clinging to boys like that. Let go. Jiang Yushi pouted and declared, I just want to prove that I don't mind. Gu Yu replied, did your stomach hurt at school today? Jiang Yushi nodded. Yes, it did hurt, but not as badly as a couple of days ago. What about you, Yuni? Jiang Yuni responded, I had a little pain too, but it wasn't particularly severe. Let us head home, Gu Yu suggested. Once they arrived, he gestured toward the coffee table, which held the barbecue. I'll go serve you both some soup. Spotting the barbecue on the table, Jiang Yushi excitedly dashed over to retrieve the skewers from the bag. Yuni, here's one for you, she said before happily starting to eat. Having not enjoyed barbecue in quite some time, Gu Yu emerged, placing the soup on the coffee table, and remarked, you two enjoy your meal. I shall take a shower. Jiang Yunyang seized Gu Yu's arm and cautioned, having just consumed alcohol, it would be prudent to wait a while before bathing. My father used to enjoy a drink, so I understand that one should rest before taking a shower after drinking. Jiang Yushi concurred, indeed, Gu Yu. It would be wiser to have some soup first and then bathe. No need, I am going to shower now, Gu Yu replied, striding directly into the bathroom, where he quickly rinsed off and brushed his teeth. Upon emerging, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang tidying up the dining table, seemingly preparing to study. Jiang Yunyang approached him and said, Gu Yu, I saved some barbecue for you. No need. Have you forgotten what I told you? I had barbecue with my roommates last night. Why would you save any for me? Very well, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang finished the leftovers before commencing their studies. Days passed swiftly, and before long, it was Wednesday, the day Gu Yu's rent was due, necessitating his move. In the early morning, Gu Yu rose early and made his way to the door of the 2 girls' room, where they were also awake, packing their belongings. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yunyang. Have you 2 finished packing? He inquired. Jiang Yushi nodded. Yes, we are all set with just these bags. We have nothing else. And what about you, Gu Yu? Where are you moving to? A hotel? No, I am relocating to the dormitory. There is ample space there. Come, I shall escort you both to school. And I will also move today, so I will pick you up from school this evening. Gu Yu led Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang downstairs, where they had breakfast before he hailed a taxi for them to school. Once back home, Gu Yu retrieved his phone and called Honda, having arranged for his assistance with the move the previous day. Are you awake? He asked. Yes, I'm awake. Give me a moment. I will be there in half an hour, Honda replied. After hanging up, Gu Yu dialed Yu Hanfeng's number. Are you awake? I am awake. But Zhong Qingyu is still asleep. Wake him. All right, we will be over shortly. Gu Yu then began to pack his own belongings. He did not have much, so he decided to discard some items during the move. The old comforter, purchased during his freshman year and now nearly 3 years old, would be thrown away as it would be cumbersome to transport. The mattress would also be discarded. While sorting through his things, there was a knock at the door. Gu Yu opened it to find Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Qingyu waiting outside. Gu Yu, how shall we proceed? They inquired. Gu Yu pointed to the items on the floor of the living room, saying, all of these are to be discarded. Just throw them in the trash bin downstairs. Yu Hanfeng looked at the comforter and mattress and asked, Gu Yu, if you throw these away, what will you cover yourself with? Are you buying new ones? Gu Yu nodded. Yes, I will purchase new ones. These have been used for 3 years. It is high time for a change. Otherwise, moving them back and forth would be a hassle. Very well, Yuhafeng replied, picking up the comforter and mattress as he headed downstairs, while Zhang Qingyu inquired, Guyu, have you found a place to stay in your new home? Not yet, but I am certain I will find a satisfactory house by next week. All right. I will come to help you move then. After finishing his words, Zhang Qingyu took the remaining items and headed downstairs. Now, only the items in the kitchen remained, which left Guyu somewhat conflicted about whether to discard them. The kitchen utensils were still useful. For instance, several pots would be a shame to throw away. Guyu, do you have anything else? Yuhafeng had already disposed of the blankets and rushed upstairs. Entering the kitchen, Guyu remarked, I am contemplating whether to discard these pots and dishes. Don't throw them away. It would be a pity, Yuhafeng replied. Aren't you still looking for a house? If you throw them away, you'll have to repurchase them later. Let us take them to the dormitory for now. Otherwise, buying new pots and dishes will cost quite a bit, and if you find it troublesome, I can take them. Chapter 100, To Pamper. Yet not to indulge upon hearing this, Guyu concurred. It seemed indeed wasteful to discard them. With Yu Huanfeng's suggestion, he decided against throwing them away. Let us pack them up first. Guyu retrieved a bag, placing an electric pot at the bottom, followed by bowls and plates. After filling the bag to a certain extent, Guyu halted and surveyed the remaining items, declaring, These can be left behind. Are you certain? Yu Huanfeng inquired, inspecting the items. If you don't want it, I shall take it. This electric pot would be perfect for cooking instant noodles in my dorm, as the one I purchased is rather small and only accommodates one packet at a time, which is quite tedious. Very well, take it. You can sort through the rest and see what else might be useful in the dorm. Sounds good. Yu Huanfeng proceeded to tidy the kitchen while Guyu ventured into the room to organize other belongings, stowing his luggage into bags. At that moment, Honda arrived, greeted Yu Huanfeng and Zhang Qingyu, and then asked, Where's Guyu? Zhang Qingyu replied, In the room. Honda dashed into the room and asked Guyu, I'm here, what are you up to? Just squatting down. You and Zhang Qingyu can take turns. All right. The trio busily worked within the rented space, swiftly packing all items intended for relocation and giving the house a cursory clean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zhang Qingyu counted each item meticulously, stating, We have a total of 3 suitcases and 4 large bags. How shall we transport them to the dorm with just the 4 of us? I'll call for a delivery service. Guyu opened his phone, recalling that he had checked the rates the previous day. It was quite affordable, with a base fare to the school. However, it would be cumbersome to move the items into the dorm once they arrived. I've made the call. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Let us begin moving things downstairs. The group commenced their descent, and when the delivery service arrived, they set off towards the school with both passengers and cargo. Upon arrival, as they unloaded the vehicle, Zhang Qingyu eagerly declared, I'll handle 2 suitcases. Can you all manage the rest? Guyu nodded with a grin, replying, Of course, but remember, you'll have to carry those 2 suitcases up to the dorm. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened. He had momentarily overlooked this detail. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he reassured himself, it's merely a few flights of stairs. It's manageable. He thumped his chest confidently, saying, No problem. Suddenly, Yu Huanfeng suggested, Guyu, I believe we could place the bags atop the suitcases and pull them along. That would alleviate our burden significantly. Guyu, taken aback by the suggestion, responded, Excellent idea. Let us each take a suitcase with a bag on top, and I shall bear one of the bags myself. Yu Huanfeng offered, Shall I carry it instead? I often carry bags at home, filled with peanuts and corn. No need, Guyu replied, feeling slightly embarrassed, deciding to carry it himself. On their way, they encountered Shi Yuner, who spotted Guyu and his companions struggling with their luggage and rushed over. Guyu, what are you doing moving all this luggage? Upon seeing Shi Yun, Guyu explained, My current lease has expired, and I have yet to find a new place. So I will be staying in the dormitory for a few days. I see, Shi Yun inquired further, What about the interview you mentioned a few days ago? Did you pass? I did, Guyu replied. I spoke with my counselor, and starting next Monday, I will not be attending classes. I will be starting work. Starting work? Shi Yun exclaimed in disbelief. Just a few days ago, he had claimed he had not passed the interview, and now he was saying he would begin working next week. She realized she had indeed been deceiving herself. Beside them, Kai Sishi wore a similarly astonished expression. As a fellow classmate still attending school, she could hardly fathom that Guyu was already embarking on a career. When had he even found a job? Moreover, was he really able to start working at this moment? Wasn't the campus recruitment fair scheduled for next month? You're lying. Shiryun's irritation flared. Guyu recalled teasing her about not succeeding in the interview that day and hurriedly clarified, I'm not lying. I didn't T-pass on Monday. But I succeeded in the interview yesterday. I don't believe you. You are just deceiving me. Shiryun grabbed Kai Xiao and began to walk away. Observing this, Guyu pondered whether he should chase after them. Guyu, I'll hold on to this for you. Go comfort Shiryun, someone suggested. No way, Guyu thought to himself. Why should he comfort her when they were not even close? If he pursued her only to create further misunderstandings, that would be troublesome. As Guyu coldly retreated to his dormitory, Zhang Qingyu muttered behind him, I think Guyu is employing a strategy. If he has won her over yet and she storms off, that's understandable. But if he had already won her heart and she behaved like that, it would be unacceptable. As the saying goes, girls should be cherished, but not spoiled. What do you all think? Yu Hanfeng remained silent. While Honda pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, there is some truth to that. Girls indeed deserve affection, but if overly indulged, they may become domineering. Exactly. Han, you understand well, Zhang Qingyu affirmed. But could you enlighten me about Guyu and that girl? She is stunning. Is Guyu pursuing her? I'm not sure. Please tell me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu immediately began narrating the details to Honda, even interjecting his own insights. Oh, so that is the case. So, Guyu is indeed pursuing her? Yes. From what I gather, he is quite close to winning her over. Honda contemplated this revelation. He hadn't anticipated that Guyu was on the verge of finding love and realized he needed to make an effort as well. The two girls he had encountered at the 4S shop, particularly one named Baiyu, was quite appealing, and he had already begun courting her. They even played a game together last Sunday. In the future, if he needed advice on pursuing a girl, he could certainly consult Guyu, who undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than he did. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Guyu placed his belongings on an unoccupied bed, perfectly utilizing the space. Guyu, what are you treating us to for lunch? How about some pig trotter rice? Zhang Qingyu grinned broadly. Sounds good. Can we add extra pig trotter? Absolutely. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Qingyu wrapped his arm around Guyu's shoulder and exclaimed, Truly, you are my dearest brother. In the future, if anything arises, just let me know. I shall assist you with your next move. Guyu shot him a disapproving glance. I see you're still yearning for that pig trotter rice. Aren't you? Absolutely not. Zhang Qingyu declared with an air of righteousness. One might mistake him for a paragon of virtue. After their midday meal, Guyu and Honda returned to their rented apartment, awaiting the landlord's arrival. Guyu, may I inquire something? Honda asked. What is it? Noticing Honda's bashful demeanor and the flush on his cheeks, Guyu's curiosity was piqued. Well, if you were to pursue a young lady, how would you extend an invitation for a meal? Perhaps court her. Honda quickly added, just to clarify, I am not pursuing anyone. I merely heard that you were interested in a girl and seemingly making progress, so I thought I might glean some insight.